Volume 3. Book 8, Chapter 32, The Decision. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 32, The Decision. Although Perry was already over 200 years old, as a warrior of the 8th rank, his body was still very sturdy. But after Zassler pierced his claws into his skull, Perry's face and body began to turn ashen white, while at the same time, his body began to quiver violently, as though he were an extremely ill old man. Linley carefully watched the sight. Soul Scour. This was the first time Linley had seen this sort of technique performed. As one of the 3 most powerful types of magi, necromancers did indeed have some terrifying abilities. After approximately 2 minutes had passed, Zassler's green, glowing eyes returned to their normal color. Zassler glanced at the ashen-faced Perry, letting out a sinister laugh, then released him. The 2 golden-furred zombies also released Perry. As for Perry, with his skull pierced by claws and his soul scoured, he was dead without a doubt. Like a pile of mud, he slumped to the floor and didn't move again. What do you think? Zassler looked delightedly at Linley. An expert like Zassler generally wouldn't feel pride upon seeing the astonishment and admiration of ordinary people. But during this period of time that he had spent with Linley, he had yet to do anything to make Linley truly admire him. After revealing this ability, Zassler was quite looking forward to seeing Linley's amazed expression. Only the amazement of experts could satisfy Zassler's vanity. Very incredible. Linley sighed in honest amazement. Souls were very amazing, mysterious things. They were the most fundamental component of a person, but people knew very little about souls. To recover a person's memory from his soul was something which Linley, at least, couldn't even begin to imagine doing. Ha ha ha. Zassler laughed delightedly, and then those 2 golden-furred zombies by his side disappeared, returning to their home in the undead realm. Let's go. Linley urged. In the blink of an eye, Count Perry's manner returned to its normal calm. By now, most people here remained unconscious, while the corpses of the experts just lay there on the floor. Within the private courtyard of their residence. Shutting the door to the main hall, Rebecca and Lena very obediently lit the lamps as Linley and Zassler began to chat. What did you discover in Perry's memories? Linley said calmly. Zassler laughed delightedly as he looked at Linley. Linley, in the past, I knew too little about you. I didn't expect that you were such an incredible figure. What did you find out about Big Brother Lay? Rebecca's adorable, large eyes widened as she asked with curiosity. Zassler laughed, his white eyebrows jumping up and down. Rebecca, Lena, your big brother Linley has quite a reputation in the Holy Union. His proficiency in stone sculpture is nearly on the same level as the likes of grandmasters such as Prue. Do you know? When he was 16 years old, he carved out a special sculpture. Can you guess how much that sculpture was worth? Zassler asked, laughing. Sculpture? Rebecca and Lena glanced at each other. To them, sculptures were things that were very hard to make. To carve out a sculpture that was accurate and detailed was already hard enough, to say nothing of making it have a special aura. How many gold coins? Rebecca and Lena asked curiously. 10 million gold coins. Zassler announced. Zassler had actually gotten all of this information from Count Perry's mind. Count Perry had received a kill order from the Radiant Church regarding Linley. Naturally, this kill order had many details regarding Linley. 10 million gold coins, for just a statue? Rebecca and Lena's mouths hung open, very wide. Not just sculptures, by the way. Your big brother Linley's talent as a magus, in the past, was the second best in history. But now, most likely in the entire history of the Yulan continent, he can be considered the number 1 genius. As for his talent as a warrior, you should already know. Zassler sincerely admired Linley from the heart. Genius. Nobody would question that he was a genius. Linley's performance had given testament to everything. Rebecca and Lena immediately looked towards Linley, their eyes filled with astonishment and worship. Enough, Zassler. Linley shook his head and laughed. Enough of these bygone affairs. Tell me what you found in Perry's mind. Zassler nodded, dropping his smile. Based on the information in Perry's memory, the Radiant Church's forces in the O'Brien Empire are fairly weak. They are all in hiding. They don't dare to offend the war god, and thus in the O'Brien Empire, the Radiant Church has very few experts. Linley nodded slightly. From Perry's memories, I discovered the identities of the various supervisors throughout the Northwest Administrative Province for the Radiant Church. We now can definitely shatter their entire web of power in this area. Zassler laughed evilly. Creation was hard. Destruction was easy. To place a group of people in an area without arousing suspicion was extremely hard. But to destroy this web of influence only required those people be killed. And in the other provinces? Linley asked. As far as Linley was concerned, just destroying their web of influence in this administrative province wasn't enough. Only by destroying the entire operation of the Radiant Church and the O'Brien Empire would Linley be truly happy. If we kill all of the general supervisors and some of the important supervisors in all 7 provinces, the Radiant Church's forces will be like a beheaded dragon. In addition, the Radiant Church's force structure in these areas all hinge around a single line of communication. Once the general supervisor and supervisors are dead, most likely their entire web of influence will collapse. The greater the blow to the Radiant Church, the happier Linley would be. Zassler shook his head. Just like how each supervisor in each prefectural city only reports to Perry, Perry himself only reports to the general supervisor for the entire O'Brien Empire, or the Radiant Church's headquarters. The general supervisor for the entire O'Brien Empire? Linley's eyes lit up. So in the O'Brien Empire, there was a highly ranked general supervisor for the Empire? If they could seize this person and soul-scour him, most likely they would learn even more. Sadly, even Perry didn't know who this person really is. Zassler shook his head. Perry only knew about a place he could go to exchange messages. Linley nodded. But Zassler suddenly began to laugh. But from Perry's memories, I discovered another piece of interesting news. Speak. Linley looked at Zassler. The general supervisor of the O'Brien Empire issued an order. In roughly another month's time, another squad of prisoner escorts will enter the Northwest Administrative Province. The general supervisor ordered Perry to carefully assist and welcome these people and make sure their secrets were kept. Zassler's lips split into a grin. Per this order, it seems as though they place a very high importance on this squad. This squad isn't the slightest bit less important than the one escorting me. Oh? Linley's eyes lit up. For this squad's importance to be so high meant that the people they were escorting definitely weren't ordinary figures. Do you know where their first point of entry in the Northwest Administrative Province will be? Linley asked. It should be the prefectural city of Deku. Based on the initial planned trajectory, they won't pass through the provincial capital. Zassler said. Linley nodded. He could totally understand this. The provincial capital of Basel had the Saint-level expert Mackenzie present. Naturally, their route had to avoid this place. The prefectural city of Deku is roughly 800 kilometers away. Zassler was quite familiar with the geography of the O'Brien Empire. Linley said coldly. 800 kilometers? If we rush, we can get there in a day. If the Black-Clawed Panther, Harrow, were to run at maximum speed, he wouldn't even need half a day. But running for so long meant that he wouldn't be able to maintain maximum output the entire time. But if they ran at normal speeds and left in the morning, they definitely could reach there by nightfall. In half a month, we will head towards the prefectural city of Deku. Linley said. Zassler nodded as well. Time passed. Linley, Zassler, and the sisters remained within this residence. Zassler was preparing to begin the necromantic initiation rites for the 2 sisters, while Linley didn't waste any time either as he trained continuously. Linley didn't actually have the opportunity to witness the necromantic initiation rites firsthand. Only Rebecca, Lena, and Zassler were inside their room, as they began the necromantic initiation rites. Very shortly afterwards, Zassler left the room, then instructed Linley not to disturb the 2. A full 3 days and 3 nights later, Rebecca and Lena proudly left the room. Over the course of those 3 days, they had been totally attuned with the contents of the necromantic initiation rites. According to what Zassler said, these 2 sisters had very high aptitudes. As for Linley, he continued to train in the 4th level of the heavy sword, the profound truths of the earth. In the desolate wildness, a long-robed figure crossed the boundless plains like a whirlwind, flying east at high speed. He had a skinny, agile frame, and his short hair was gleaming silver, looking like steel threads. His entire body was covered by a black robe, and his eyes were very sharp. He stared east as he flew through the air at high speed. 5 vessels of the 8th rank. Staley still remembered Haydn's repeated instructions. Those 5 siblings which were under armed escort could not be allowed to escape, no matter what. 5 bodies of the 8th rank. Once the angels descended, they would transform into 5 peak stage saint-level combatants. It has been a long time since I've killed a saint-level combatant. Staley's face had a hint of a cold, sinister smile on it. Haydn's had already stated that if a saint-level combatant were to interfere, he could kill them. The Radiant Church would bear all responsibility for his actions. The 10th morning after Count Perry's death. Linley was seated cross-legged on the floor, not moving at all. The morning mist covered the lands. Recently, Linley's life had been very peaceful, even though Perry's death had aroused an investigation by the city guards. But this had nothing to do with Linley and his group. Linley suddenly rose to his feet. The adamantine heavy sword in his hand suddenly stabbed forward, and an ear-splitting howl could be heard. A wall roughly 50 meters in front of Linley suddenly quivered, a layer of dust shaking off from it. Boom! A fist-sized chunk of wall suddenly turned into dust. The sand-like pieces of disintegrated stone slowly poured out, revealing that fist-sized hole in the wall. No battle chi had been shot out. Just by stabbing at the air, Linley had created a hole in the wall at 50 meters distance. Profound truths of the earth, triple-layered waves. Linley gently murmured, "These most basic triple-layered waves of the profound truths of the earth have finally been completed." After leaving the prefectural city of Serre, Linley had been pondering this the entire time. And now, Linley had finally mastered the most basic attack of the profound truths of the earth, the triple-layered waves. When the force of the battle chi and physical strength in an attack was converted into vibrational form, the more vibrations that were created represented a higher rate of conversion, with lower loss of power. The triple-layered waves technique had a very high level of loss conversion, but it was already extremely powerful. After all, it was a totally different form of attack than one utilizing battle chi and physical force. Linley. Zassler was standing at the doorway, watching. "What sort of attack is that?" Zassler was quite surprised as well. Zassler had seen attacks from saint-level combatants. But generally, what they did was chop out their swords, projecting battle chi in distant attacks. But Zassler had never seen someone like Linley, who without visibly using battle chi or any other power, could suddenly, silently, create a fist-sized hole in a distant wall. This was too bizarre. "Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand." Linley laughed calmly. After having mastered the most basic triple-layered waves, Linley knew that the farther up he went, the more difficult it would be and the more time would be required. Knock! 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 Suddenly, knocking sounds could be heard from outside the door. Linley immediately walked over and opened it. The hotel attendant said respectfully, "Sir, this gentleman wants to meet you." An amiable, middle-aged man was standing next to the attendant. The middle-aged man glanced at the attendant, and the attendant very courteously withdrew immediately. The middle-aged man smiled at Linley. "Lord Linley, hello." Linley's face couldn't help but change. There were very few people who knew his identity. "Lord Linley, no need to be too anxious. My clan's lord wishes to meet with you." The middle-aged man smiled. "Who is the lord of your clan?" Linley frowned. "Lord Linley, if you read this letter, you will understand." The middle-aged man withdrew a letter from his clothes and offered it to Linley. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 8, Chapter 33, The Four Bros Paths. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 33, The Four Bros Paths. Zassler walked out from the back as well. Hearing the middle-aged man address Linley by his name, he immediately grew wary. But after he reached Linley's side, he saw that upon reading the letter, a smile appeared on Linley's face. A very happy smile. Zassler could tell that although Linley wasn't a sinister fellow, he was rather callous, focused utterly on training. He had never seen Linley smile in such a happy, brilliant manner. "Zassler." Linley laughed. "You stay here for now. I need to meet a friend." "Sure." Zassler nodded. "BB." Linley shouted towards BB, who was sleeping on the ground. BB opened his bleary eyes, staring questioningly at Linley. "Come, make a trip with me." "Haru, you can stay here." BB delightedly raised his head up at Haru arrogantly, then scampered onto Linley's shoulders. Happily, he mentally spoke to Linley. "Boss, what are we going to do?" "You'll know when we get there." Linley laughed. "Lead the way," Linley said to the middle-aged man. Within 15 minutes, Linley and the middle-aged man reached a lavish, large mansion. From far away, Linley could recognize the figure standing in the middle of the main hall. "Third bro." That familiar voice called out excitedly. "Boss Yale." Linley was laughing as well. "Squeak." BB squeaked out delightedly as well. When they were at the Ernst Institute, BB had gotten along very well with Yale, Reynolds, and George as well. Naturally, they were quite familiar with each other. Yale had matured quite a bit compared to 3 years ago. Right now, Yale was roughly as tall as Linley, nearly 2 meters tall. But Yale was slightly thinner than Linley, making him appear like a tall, skinny man. That form-fitting black gentleman suit, combined with a faint cologne, made Yale seem to have a very magnetic charisma. Third bro, I've been worried to death over these past 3 years. Yale bear hugged Linley. Hugging his dear friend, Linley felt very happy as well. In the past 3 years, he hadn't seen his dear friends a single time. I didn't expect that you would grow to be about as tall as me. These 3 years really have changed you. Yale sighed. Compared to 3 years ago, Yale didn't change that much, but Linley had. Linley laughed loudly. You were a year older than me to begin with. You just had a head start. Now that you are no longer growing, it's very normal that I caught up. Bibi squeaked off from the side. Bibi was very happy as well. It had been a long time since Bibi had seen Linley laughing and joking like this. Wow, Bibi. Yale hugged Bibi, affectionately rubbing his little head. I knew that you'd come. I've prepared some fine foods for you. Yale turned his head and glanced at the attendant, who understood what Yale desired. Very shortly afterwards, over 10 attendants pushed food carts laden with food over. This is roasted meat delicacies from around the world. Bibi, have a taste. Yale laughed loudly. Bibi's little nose sniffed the air, then his eyes immediately began to shine. Transforming into a black shadow, he charged towards those food carts. Watching this, Linley and Yale both began to laugh. Boss Yale, let's chat inside. Linley said with a laugh. The two brothers entered the main hall, which had been covered with all sorts of delicacies and fine wines. The two brothers began to eat and chat. Right, Yale, what happened to the Ernst Institute? Linley suddenly asked. It's finished. Yale shook his head and sighed. The Ernst Institute was very close to Funlai City and came under heavy attack by the magical beasts. You know, even the instructors in the institute were only of the 8th rank at most. Most of the students were very weak. Facing all those magical beasts, how could they resist them? Linley nodded. Students of the 6th year, the highest year, were just magi of the 6th rank. But the magical beasts possessed quite a few beasts of the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th ranks. When a large number of magical beasts charged over, it really was a disaster. There is no longer an Ernst Institute in the world. Yale sighed. I, Reynolds, and George left the Holy Union 3 years ago. These 3 years, I've been running around between the O'Brien Empire and the Yulan Empire. As for Reynolds, naturally he returned to his clan, while George returned to the Yulan Empire as well. I hear that George has done quite well for himself. He's managed to enter the imperial government of the Yulan Empire. Entered the imperial government? Linley wasn't too shocked. George was, after all, a very good person at organization, and behind George was the mighty Walsh clan. Success wouldn't be too hard for him. And 4th bro? Linley laughed as he asked. 4th bro? He returned to his own clan and was delivered to the army by his father. Yale laughed loudly. 3rd bro, just imagine. 4th bro in the army. Isn't that unbelievable? Linley began to laugh as well. Their 4th bro, Reynolds, was a very lively and rebellious person. But now, he was entering the army? One could imagine how miserable he was there. But last year, when I saw 4th bro, he seemed to have changed quite a bit. He's much more mature than before, and he does indeed look like a soldier now. But as soon as he started to drink with me, he returned to his old self. Yale roared with laughter. Boss Yale, what about yourself? I feel that compared to before, you have even more of a nobleman's aura than in the past. Indeed. Dressed in that black gentleman's suit, Yale's nobleman's aura could be clearly sensed by anyone. Nothing for it. Yale laughed bitterly. After leaving the Ernst Institute, aside from normal magical training, I've been focused on managing some of my clan's affairs. Naturally, I had to sit through countless noble banquets. After so long, I've learned some of their mannerisms. Linley nodded. His 3 dear brothers had all embarked on path which belonged to them. Government. Military. Market. And what about myself? In his mind, Linley knew exactly what his path was. Advance on the path of training until I reach the level of the High Priest, the War God, and Dylan. Stand at the very peak of the Yulan continent. The absolute peak level experts possessed all the true power in this world. To a deity level combatant, everything was but a joke. No one dared to offend a deity level combatant. They were the ultimate forces in existence in the Yulan continent. Linley wouldn't permit any obstacles to prevent him from advancing on this path. Nothing would stop him. 3rd bro, 3 years ago, when I went to the imperial capital, I saw your little brother. Yale suddenly said. Wharton? Lindley's eyes lit up. Yale nodded with a laugh. When I saw Wharton, he was very worried about you, since he didn't know what your situation was. I told him you were fine, and that you were just training by yourself. How is Wharton doing? Lindley asked. Don't worry, he's doing very well. Yale said with surprise, I didn't expect that your little brother was even more muscular than you. 3 years ago, he was already a bit taller than me. By now, he should be even taller. Those arms, those muscles. Damn. Lindley laughed while nodding. Wharton's growth was totally within his expectations. After all, every single Dragonblood warrior in the history of his clan was extremely physically muscular. The weapons they used were the likes of the first Dragonblood warrior's Warblade Slaughterer, the second one's heavy pike, or the third one's heavy warhammer. Lindley, your little brother, Wharton, really knows how to conceal himself. In the past, he had been hiding his power the entire time. But after knowing about your affairs, your little brother stopped doing so and began to slowly reveal his strength. A while ago, at the annual tournament for the 7th grade students, he shocked everyone when he defeated a warrior of the 8th rank. Yale sighed in amazement. Lindley smiled calmly. A warrior of the 8th rank? Right now, Wharton was of the 7th rank, and he could also dragon form. Once dragon formed, he could reach the 9th rank in power. After becoming famous, how has Wharton been doing? Lindley asked. Wharton was conferred the rank of Imperial Count. Right now, he's a rising star in the O'Brien Empire. In a few years, perhaps he will be recruited into the War Gods College. Yale sighed. In the future, he has a high chance of entering the Saint level. War Gods College? Saint level? Lindley didn't actually wish for his younger brother to enter the War Gods College. To the venerable Dragonblood warriors, entering the Saint level was something which would happen without fail. Lindley chatted with Yale for an entire morning. Lindley was now totally at ease, knowing that all of his brothers were living good lives. After lunch. Third bro. This is a talisman of the Dawson conglomerate. It represents your status as an elder. Take it. Yale withdrew a black talisman. Lindley was a bit shocked. An elder? When Lindley was at the city of Finlai, he had already displayed the power of an early-stage warrior of the 9th rank. At that time, Lindley was only 17. Given his natural ability as a magus, and as well as the fact that he could transform into a Dragonblood warrior, the elders of the Dawson conglomerate had come to the conclusion that he would sooner or later enter the Saint level. Since that was the case, allowing Lindley to become an elder of the Dawson conglomerate was definitely a worthy investment. Just take it, on account of us being brothers. Yale laughed. Lindley glanced at Yale. He understood that by accepting this talisman, it signified that if in the future, the Dawson conglomerate ran into any difficulties, he would have to help out. After all, this talisman represented both power and responsibilities. All right. I'll accept it. Laughing, Lindley took the talisman. Even if he didn't have this talisman, if the Dawson conglomerate really ran into any difficulties, for the sake of his dear bro Yale, Lindley of course couldn't just stand by and watch. Thanks. The two brothers were very close. Thus, there were many words that did not need to be said. Third bro. I feel as though your aura, compared to 3 years ago, is much more restrained. Over the course of these 3 years, what level of power have you reached? Yale lowered his voice and whispered the question with curiosity. Lindley didn't hide the truth. Beneath the Saint level, I should be invincible. Yale stared with slight amazement at Lindley. Enough for now, I have to get back. I'll come visit you in a few days. Lindley laughed. The North Sea Administrative Province. Within an ordinary little city. Within a quiet, secluded courtyard. Lord Staley. A powerfully built warrior called out softly from outside a door. It's time for us to move. A moment later, with a creak, the door swung open. Staley swept the man with his cold stare. Then let's move. Yes. The man didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Staley left the courtyard. Only then did the people nearby let out relieved sighs. A glance from a peak-stage Saint-level combatant was enough to make a man's heart quail. Quickly! The man immediately urged. The other men, escorting those 5 hugely brawny warriors, began to move as well. Those 5 huge warriors were 2.2 meters tall, and astonishingly muscular. Only, they were tightly bound by a dark golden rope. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't break free from these bounds. Their mouths had been sealed as well. Mumble, mumble, dot. The 5 siblings angrily tried to curse. Do you want to die? One of the black-robed guards landed a vicious whip blow on the body of one of the 5 siblings, but only left behind a faint white mark. F***ck, their bodies are incredibly durable. While Staley's group was busy traversing one city after another in the North Sea Administrative Province, Linley was entrusting Rebecca and Lena into the care of the Dawson conglomerate's forces in Basel. And then, Linley, Bibi, and Hera set out in the direction of the prefectural city of Dekko. This troop escorting these prisoners only have 2 warriors of the 9th rank. This will be easy. Traveling on Hera's back, Zassler laughed. I wonder who this squad is escorting. Zassler, the news of Perry's death should have reached the general supervisor of the church's affairs in the O'Brien Empire by now, right? Linley suddenly said. Yes, he should know by now. Zassler said. However, they definitely wouldn't be aware that I can soul scour. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 34, In Dire Straits. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 34, In Dire Straits. The prefectural city of Dekko was a medium-sized city which held a population of 300,000. As one of the cities located at the border between the Northwest Administrative Province and the North Sea Administrative Province, each day there were quite a number of people entering and leaving the city. We arrived. Seeing the city off in the distance, Linley came to a halt. This jog, traversing 800 kilometers in 6 hours, didn't tire Linley in the slightest. Actually, it was far, far below Linley's maximum speed. Likewise, for Harrow, the Black-Clawed Panther, it was also quite an easy journey. We arrived. The sun hasn't even set yet. Zassler turned his head to look at the sun, still high in the western sky, and let out a sigh. In Perry's memory, he held the exact location of the arrival, because Perry was planning to personally go to the prefectural city of Dekko to welcome the party. Linley and Zassler took up residence in a manor not too far away from the meeting place. Having money made so many things easier. Afterwards, Linley and Zassler began to quietly train, awaiting the arrival of the escort squad, who were going to fall into their trap. After 10 or so days, after having traveled nearly 2,000 kilometers on the roads of the North Sea Administrative Province, Staley's men finally arrived at the borders of the North Sea Administrative Province. Giddy up, giddy up. A man whipped his horse, urging it to go next to Staley. He said respectfully, "My lord, we've received word that the supervisor for the Northwest Administrative Province, Count Perry, has been killed. Should we continue on our previously scheduled route?" Staley, mounted on horseback, was quiet for a moment, then said calmly, "Count Perry's faith and loyalty to the Lord is without question. He definitely wouldn't have betrayed the Lord. Continue on our original route." "Yes, me lord." The knight next to him acknowledged respectfully. The knight actually wasn't concerned either. First of all, Count Perry was indeed an extremely ardent adherent to the faith of the Radiant Church. He definitely wouldn't turn traitor. And secondly, even if they did manage to torture information out of Perry, they would at most ask about some secrets regarding the Radiant Church. They definitely wouldn't think to ask about the plans of this squad. In addition, this squad was under the escort of Staley. What did they have to be afraid of? By nightfall, Staley's squad finally reached the prefectural city of Dekko. Long before Perry had died, the Radiant Church's forces in Dekko had already received their orders. They had been waiting for this squad for a long time. "Me lords, tonight, just rest for a time. Food and drink have already been prepared for you," the supervisor for the prefectural city of Dekko said respectfully. An expert of the 9th rank asked, "Recently, you haven't had any problems, have you?" "None," the supervisor said respectfully. "Good. You can leave now. Those attendants, after finishing preparing the food, can leave as well. We don't need them here," the expert of the 9th rank said. "Yes," the supervisor said respectfully. Staley dismounted and headed directly into the residence, in search of a room to stay in. "Sekalu, Sikaluo, call me when it is dinner time." He shut the door. The combatant of the 9th rank assented respectfully. Sekalu had been the captain of this squad, but with Staley's arrival, naturally he would listen to Staley in all matters. Sekalu closely inspected all of those servants. Seeing that they were all ordinary people, he no longer worried. "Bring them out," Sekalu ordered. The 5 siblings were immediately brought down from the carriage. Fortunately, the carriage was quite spacious, as otherwise, those 5 enormous siblings wouldn't have been able to sit. "Listen up, the 5 of you. If you keep shouting and making noise, the first time you do so, I'll break your arms. The second time, I'll cut off your tongues," Sekalu said coldly. His subordinates then removed the cloth gags from the mouths of those 5 siblings. The 5 siblings stared angrily at Sekalu, but they knew that Sekalu was the type of person who meant what he said. The 5 of them didn't plan to be so foolish as to make things harder for themselves. Sekalu, there will come the day when we 5 brothers will kill you. The eldest of the siblings, Barker, Baku, said in a cold voice. Sekalu only let out a chuckle. Others might not be aware, but he knew that in the future, these 5 siblings would have been transformed into vessels for angels. As for their souls, they would have been destroyed. If you have the chance, I'll welcome you to try. Sekalu sneered in response. The Barker brothers had lived in the 18 northern duchies. They were orphans who had been raised by an old man, whom they called Grandpa. Grandpa owned an ordinary restaurant and made enough to raise the 5 of them. Ever since they were young, the 5 siblings had been extremely strong. Their grandpa had previously been a warrior in the army as well, and so ever since they were young, he had trained them. Unexpectedly, the 5 of them were astonishingly talented. When they were only 16 years of age, their muscular strength alone had allowed them to reach the 6th rank. By now, the 5 siblings were 30, and their physical strength had reached the 8th rank in power. After their grandpa had died, the 5 of them had joined the army. Within their duchy, which was one of the 18 northern duchies, these brothers were heroic figures, leading armies with impunity. In battles between duchies, warriors of the 8th rank could be considered top-level figures. These 5 brothers possessed incredibly durable bodies and also very fierce attack power. However, in the end, they were still discovered by the Radiant Church's forces. The Radiant Church immediately had dispatched 2 nearby experts of the 9th rank to lead people to capture them. They had resisted, but when they did, the Radiant Church's men had wiped out all of their families. The Barker siblings stared death at these men around them. The 5 siblings previously had 3 wives and 2 children amongst them. The 2 unmarried ones also had women they loved, but now everything had been destroyed by the Radiant Church. They've arrived. Linley had been paying attention to that particular courtyard every day. He saw that the previously empty manor was finally filled with people, and judging from the sound of it, quite a few people. Zassler's eyes flashed with a green light for a moment. Laughing sinisterly, we've waited for over 10 days. Finally, it's time. Linley, when should we act? Zassler looked over to him. They had definitive superiority of power. No matter when they acted, it would be successful. Later at night. Linley decided. Zassler nodded as well. The nearby Blackcloud panther, Harrow, was pretending to hide in the grass of the courtyard. The time passed quietly, until nightfall came. The prefectural city of Deko grew quieter and quieter. By nightfall, it was almost totally silent. Linley, who had been seated in the meditative position, suddenly opened his eyes. Let's go. Linley glanced at Zassler. Be careful. Don't worry. Zassler laughed self-confidently. I'm going to summon the undead right now. After just a few seconds, 2 golden-furred zombies appeared out of thin air. After a while longer, a humanoid figure wrapped in a black cloak appeared in the middle of the courtyard. What is this? Linley glanced perplexedly at the black-robed humanoid. An ancient white of the peak stage 9th rank. Zassler laughed delightedly. Linley nodded. His side had many powerful experts, while the opponent only had 2 experts of the 9th rank. What's more, they were attacking from ambush. This battle wouldn't prove to be challenging at all. Let's go. Linley jumped directly over the wall, with Bibi and the Blackcloud panther following close behind. Zassler, his 2 golden-furred zombies, and the ancient white also followed behind Linley. Soon, they arrived at that residence. Let's act separately. I'll go deal with the guards overseeing those 5 siblings, and then together, we'll slaughter our way through each room. Linley said in a low voice. Let's move. The 5 Barker siblings were in one room. Outside the room were 2 warriors of the 8th rank standing guard. The 2 were fairly relaxed, casually scanning their surroundings while chatting. HRM? The moment before their deaths, they seemed to have sensed something, as they turned to look. But all they saw were 2 devilish flashes of purple light. Blood fountained out of 2 severed necks. Swish! Bibi, Harrow, the ancient white, and the 2 golden-furred zombies all charged towards the other rooms, while Linley hurriedly ran into the room with the 5 siblings. Upon entering the room, the Barker siblings stared at this monster in astonishment. His entire body was covered in black draconic scales, and spikes were emitting from his forehead and back. What's more, Linley had a pair of dark golden eyes which chilled the hearts of those who saw it. Who are you? No matter how bold Barker was, right now, he was rather shocked. But the only response to his question was a violet flash of swordlight. Swish! Struck by Linley's blood-violet godsword, those dark golden ropes all split apart. After having mastered the impose ability, Linley's usage of the blood-violet soft sword had reached a new level as well. Impose was not restricted by weapon. A fist could also summon the imposing power of the heavens. A saber or a knife could as well. Blood-violet was sharp to begin with. Now, with Linley's battle chi permeating it, chopping through the ropes was a very easy task. Seeing the ropes split open, the 5 siblings immediately understood that this man had come to rescue them. But before they even had a chance to express their thanks, suddenly F***CK off. An angry shout. Ah! A pain-filled scream. The look on Linley's face changed, and he hurriedly returned to the main courtyard. He saw the black-robed ancient white moaning in pain on the ground, while the stone floor of the courtyard was now covered with cracks. Clearly, these were caused by the ancient white smashing into the floor. In addition, there were hints of green blood on the ground as well. What is going on? Linley was shocked. Zassler, too, was very surprised. Not good. There's an expert here. The ancient white was a peak stage combatant of the 9th rank, and its body was extremely durable. The expert in the room was able to injure it heavily and sent it flying in just one move. This was too terrifying. Bibi, Haru, come back. Linley mentally ordered. Bibi and Haru transformed into 2 black blurs as they returned to the courtyard. By this time, the 5 Barker brothers had walked out as well, but Linley kept his gaze focused on that room. HRMPH. With a cold sneer, a short, skinny man walked out from the room. His short silver hair looked like steel wire. This man looked very cold, especially when one saw his icy gaze. Staley glanced coldly at the ancient white. A necromancer? Turning his head to look at Linley and Zassler, he sneered, I was wondering who it was. So it's the necromancer Zassler, and that so-called genius, the Dragonblood warrior Linley. All the higher-ups of the Radiant Church were very familiar with Linley's dragon-formed appearance. Excellent. All of you are targets for the Radiant Church. Today, I'll take you all. Staley's lips quirked upwards, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Swish, swish. Linley's draconic tail swished about, slapping the ground. Suddenly, an earth-colored light covered the entire ground of the courtyard. Everyone in the courtyard felt their head momentarily grow dizzy. Zassler couldn't help but fall to one knee, but then immediately afterwards, another layer of earth and light covered Zassler, the ancient white, the 2 golden-furred zombies, Bibi, and Haru. They no longer were suffering from the effects of this gravitational power. Earth-style magic, super-gravity field. So it is as our reports say, not only are you a Dragonblood warrior, you are a genius magus as well. Staley laughed calmly. Your gravitational field is around 8 times that of normal. I didn't expect that in just a few short years, you would advance from the 7th rank to the 8th rank. Sadly, a genius such as you is going to die today. Staley walked one step at a time towards Linley. Charge! Zassler let out a low shout. The 2 golden-furred zombies immediately let out deep growls, then charged towards Staley. At the same time, Zassler and Linley's allies all fled, as if by common agreement. A cold flash of sword light. The 2 golden-furred zombies were immediately chopped in half, collapsing within the courtyard. You want to flee? Staley, in the blink of an eye, appeared in the air in front of Linley's squad. He stood there in mid-air, wielding the long sword which he had just stained with the blood of the golden-furred zombies. It really is a saint-level combatant. Zassler laughed bitterly. Actually, earlier, when they had seen the peak stage 9th-ranked ancient white be heavily injured in one blow, Linley had already known that things were not good. He knew that this person was most likely a saint-level. And now, they knew that to be a fact. Saint-level combatants were able to fly at an astonishing speed. There was no way they would be able to flee. Linley and Zassler exchanged glances. They knew exactly what sort of situation they had found themselves in. I thought today's activities would have been very stress-free. Who would have thought we'd run into a saint-level combatant? Linley was extremely unhappy about this. His dark golden eyes stared fixedly at Staley. No choice but to go all out. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 35, The Profound Truths of the Earth. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 35, The Profound Truths of the Earth. The night was as cold as water. The cold wind of the deep night blew drearily. The squad that had belonged to Staley had been wiped out earlier. Now, only Staley remained. Linley's side had Linley, Beebe, Harrow, Zassler, and the 5 Barker brothers. The opponent's side had only Staley. But without question, right now Linley's side was in the weaker position. Even fleeing would be very difficult. The supergravity field's effects are ground-based. The farther from the ground is, the less its influence is. Linley knew very well that once a Saint-level combatant were to fly several dozen meters above the ground, they probably wouldn't feel the gravitational field at all. Right now, Staley was hovering roughly 10 or so meters above the ground. Even if he is impacted by the gravitational effect, at most it would be around 2 times normal gravity. As fast as lightning, Linley considered their options and how they could stay alive. Zassler said in a low voice, "Linley, Saint-level combatants can fly, but much like flying magical beasts, although they can fly very fast at high speeds, their turning speeds and aerial agility is only perhaps 1 or 2 times faster than combatants of the 9th rank." This reasoning was very simple. Just like when humans ran at top speed. They would be able to run in a straight line quite easily, but if they were to suddenly turn left, then suddenly turn right, then suddenly run backwards and forward again, you would be lucky to reach a speed of a third of your regular maximum speed. Linley understood this logic, but he hadn't thought of it just now. Now that he did, an idea flashed by Linley's mind. "What, you want to resist?" Staley was wielding that sword stained with green blood. "Beebe, Harrow, don't leave the supergravity fields area." Linley's dark golden eyes stared at Staley in the air. Saint-level combatants are very powerful, but he is a warrior. He has no way to counteract the effects of the supergravity field. If he wants, he can stay in the air. Once he reaches the ground, his speed will be halved or cut to a third. By then, he won't be any faster than me, nor will he be faster than you. Beebe and Harrow both let out a low growl. But Zassler frowned. His speed wasn't that fast. "Let us face him. We 5 brothers definitely won't allow ourselves to hinder you, benefactor." The Barker brothers called out. The 5 siblings' muscles began to ripple and bulge, making them seem like terrifying magical beasts. Wielding the adamantine heavy sword in his hands, Linley stared at the mid-air Staley. "Don't be rash." Staley was in no rush to act either, calmly staring down at them. As a peak-stage Saint-level combatant, how could he be worried about being unable to deal with these people? Speed? Staley's sharp eyes stared coldly at Linley. "This tactic of yours might be useful against those who just entered the Saint level, but unfortunately, I reached the Saint level centuries ago. Kid, the Saint level isn't as simple as you seem to think it is. The Saint level isn't just about using strength to brute force things, it requires a deeper understanding." Linley stood in front of everyone, sword in hand, staring coldly at Staley. This tactic was the only option available to him. Faced with a Saint level speed, he had no place to run. His only option was to remain in the supergravity field. Only then did he have a chance at life. Whoosh! Staley suddenly shot towards Linley like a released arrow, his black robe slightly fluttering with the wind. However, that long sword of his, covered in golden light, chopped towards Linley at a very ordinary speed. But once he struck out with his sword, a cold aura seemed to pervade the entire courtyard. Linley instantly felt as though he had entered a frozen realm. He had been totally surrounded by that freezing aura, while at the same time, the entire area seemed to have been locked by that aura. Although that sword was moving at an ordinary speed, it chopped towards Linley with an irresistible force. That imposed level. HRMPH, slowly yet inexorably, the adamantine heavy sword in Linley's hands began to move. Staley's eyes suddenly brightened. Slash! His ice-cold longsword suddenly split the air, increasing in speed tenfold. In the blink of an eye, it arrived near Linley's body. Linley's adamantine heavy sword was like a fish in water, agilely gliding through the air to block the ice-cold longsword. One was fast. The other, slow. But the strange thing was, the 2 swords intersected. Ru-umbul. There were no other sounds when the adamantine heavy sword and the ice-cold longsword struck each other. Only, the air itself suddenly shuddered. Linley's dark golden eyes continued to stare coldly at the opponent. Profound truths of the earth, triple-layered waves. Staley only sensed a strange vibration being transmitted to him, as though 3 deep, powerful attacks were viciously attacking his heart. Boom! A terrifying noise exploded forth from Staley as his silver battle chi wildly exploded forth in all directions from Staley's body. Every single ray of battle chi easily shot through the surrounding buildings like needles. Careful! Linley roared loudly, immediately allowing the Dragonblood battle chi in his own body to explode forth as well, frantically trying to block that omnidirectional blast of silvery battle chi, so as to protect the 5 Barker siblings behind him. But despite doing so, he wasn't able to totally protect everyone, as several strands of silvery battlechi still struck the 5 brothers on their bodies. Slash! Several dozen bloody lines were drawn on their bodies, but the 5 brothers had managed to survive.
What astonishing defense! Linley sighed in amazement.
Fortunately, Staley had only accidentally exploded his battlechi, resulting it in going in every which way. This was the only reason why the Barker siblings had not lost their lives, despite them being crisscrossed with bloody lines and wounds. As for Zassler, in front of him was a lance-wielding knight who was wearing a suit of heavy black armor. This was the Black Knight Captain, one of the 3 primary peak stage undead of the 9th rank under his command. Boom! The walls nearby all collapsed, and even the nearby manors were impacted by the vibrations. Some people were literally shaken to death by that omnidirectional blast of saint-level battlechi. Ah! Help! The nearby folks all began to scream in panic. An explosion such as this woke up quite a few people in the prefectural city of Deco as well, and all the nearby citizens began to flee their houses. Linley's group only stared solemnly at the mid-air Staley. A small hint of blood could be seen at the corner of Staley's lips. Staley wiped the blood off, and then stared at Linley in amazement. Finally, he sighed, "Linley, I didn't expect that you have already surpassed the level of utilizing the force of the heavens and the earth. Admirable, truly admirable." Utilizing the force of the heavens and the earth was what was known as impose. This was the level which ordinary saint levels reached. He received this attack of mine without any preparation, and yet he wasn't heavily wounded. Linley's heart had grown cold. Staley stared at Linley. He sighed, "Linley, I really feel that it is a pity. The current level of insight and understanding you have reached is roughly on par with most peak stage saint level combatants. Generally speaking, the reason that most peak stage 9th ranks are unable to break through to the saint level is because their insights and level of understanding is insufficient. But for you, the opposite is true. You possess a very high level of understanding, but your battlechi is far from being sufficient." Linley himself understood this logic as well. For a genius such as you to die like this really is a pity. Steele's eyes began to grow sharp and fierce again. In a cold voice, he said, "Linley, so as to show my respect for you, I will use my most powerful attack to deal with you, the Icebound World." "Actually, did you really think this supergravity field could affect me?" Staley sneered, and then his body began to radiate a terrifying silver light. Staley seemed to have transformed into the sun itself as his silvery light easily encompassed an area of several hundred square meters. "My supergravity field?" Linley found, to his astonishment, that the earth elemental essence he had used to create the supergravity field had been totally wiped away by that silvery light. Within several hundred meters, the area was the absolute domain of that silvery light. A 21-year-old could actually reach such a level. Staley continually sighed as well. Many people wouldn't be able to enter the saint level despite working at it for hundreds of years. But Linley? He was only 21, and yet he was at such a high level of understanding. "BB, Harrow, get ready to flee." Linley transmitted mentally. "Boss." BB began to grow anxious. "Don't dawdle." Linley mentally roared angrily. BB and Harrow roared with fury, but they had no choice either. Right now, neither the 5 Barker brothers nor Zassler knew what to say. Linley stood in front of all of them, staring at Staley. "My only choice is to use the higher levels of the profound truths of the earth, which I haven't truly mastered yet." Linley's dark golden eyes were fixed on his opponents. His adamantine heavy sword was in his hands. The triple-layered waves of the profound truths of the earth was only the basics. This most basic triple-layered waves, Linley was able to unleash with a 100% success right now. As for the higher-level attacks, Linley was much less confident. But right now, he had no choice but to give it a shot. "Aside from the profound truths of the earth, I also have that other, dangerous technique." Linley's eyes slowly began to turn red. "Gruel." Linley hunched over. Suddenly, his dragon scale-covered legs kicked off the ground, blasting his body upwards like an enormous boulder from a catapult, smashing viciously towards the mid-air Staley. "Go back down." Staley coldly swung his sword down at Linley. "Ah!" Linley suddenly howled. The adamantine heavy sword in his right hand chopped viciously at Staley with boundless strength and fury, while at the same time, his left hand flashed with a beautiful violet light. The divine artifact, a blood violet Godsword. The same moment he had drawn blood violet, Linley had sent his spiritual energy into it, activating its terrifying, baleful presence. The entirety of blood violet was now totally covered by that bloody red light. Bam! With Linley at the center, a surge of red, baleful light enveloped Linley. Even people hundreds of meters away began to scream in terror, and even the 5 Barker siblings were so terrified that they started quivering.
Ah!
Even Zassler's heart was also filled with fear. From a distance, people who saw Linley in the air, surrounded by that baleful red aura, all felt that he definitely must be a fiendish god whom they dared not rebel against. As for Staley, who was closest to Linley? Staley only felt a terrifying baleful aura completely envelop him. This baleful aura was even more terrifying than the aura which had been given off by Dylan, the king of the mountain range of magical beasts. That dense baleful aura entered his body, striking directly at his mind and soul. Kill! Kill! Strange voices chanted non-stop in his mind. Staley felt as though he had returned to his youth, when he was a young beggar. He felt the same unbounded terror he had then, when each day he would be whipped by the leader of those men. But the hearts of saint-level combatants were extremely resolute. Ah! Staley suppressed the terror he felt, allowing the silver battle chi in his body to explode. Under this sort of situation, Staley was only able to utilize half of his power. Die! Linley's eyes were totally red, and he chopped down at Staley with his adamantine heavy sword. Bam! 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 The adamantine heavy sword collided 3 times with Staley's sword. Each time, Linley's right arm went numb from the shock, to the point where his hand was beginning to split open. Swish! Swish! In the same time that the adamantine heavy sword had attacked 3 times, Blood Violet had slashed over 10 times as well. Each of the strange attacks chopped at the same location. Although Staley's battle chi was very dense, the 8th sword blow had managed to pierce it. The 9th and 10th attacks actually pierced into Staley's muscles, but Staley's body was filled with that dense battle chi as well. Linley was unable to remain standing in mid-air. After delivering these 10 blows, he began to sink downwards towards the ground. HRMPH. Staley's eyes had already turned cold. To be forced by a mere peak stage combatant of the 9th rank to such a state was an absolute humiliation. Staley let out a growl. The icebound world. While falling, Linley saw that in the sky, a mirage of a shadow of a sword had split spacetime itself. In the blink of an eye, it reached his body. At this moment, this illusionary shadow of a sword seemed to have wiped away the entire world. In Linley's world, the only thing which existed was this illusionary sword. Linley didn't have any time to block. Zassler, the 5 Barker brothers, and those people watching from afar felt that the surrounding temperature had dropped to an extremely, terrifyingly low degree. Frost began to gather on their eyebrows. At the same time, the long sword in Staley's hands pierced towards Linley's heart. But Linley didn't react at all, allowing the long sword to pierce towards him at will. Master! Boss! Harrow and Bibi, these 2 magical beasts, could only watch helplessly as Linley was about to be killed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 36, True Experts. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 36, True Experts. This sword attack by Staley, in terms of level, had surpassed that of the imposed level. If the profound truths of the earth of the adamantine heavy sword was one sort of special attack, then this attack by Staley could be summarized using a single word: fast. I'm going to die? Linley was filled with resentment and an unwillingness to die. He wanted to live. He hadn't yet attained his goals. But unfortunately, in this world, many people died at times in places not of their choosing. After all, the world didn't revolve around any person. Many events would not cater to their desires. Boss. Bibi's tears had already begun to flow. But suddenly, Bibi was stunned. Not just Bibi. Haru, Zassler, the Black Knight captain, the 5 Barker brothers, and even the faraway group of onlookers were all stunned. What's going on? Everyone was flabbergasted. Linley was standing on the ground right now, while Staley was stabbing down towards Linley from the sky. His sword was very, very close to Linley's forehead. But the 2 of them didn't move, they were frozen in position. Even the drop of blood dripping down from Linley's injured right hand had frozen in midair. At this moment, it was as though the entirety of spacetime around Linley and Staley had suddenly frozen. Objects, bodies, everything was paralyzed. Not just them. Bibi, Haru, Zassler, the 5 Barker siblings. All of them were frozen. Silence. A gloomy feeling. A terrible sense of loneliness and quiet. A look of astonishment was in Staley's eyes. Master Linley. Long time no see. A gentle, playful voice rang out. A seemingly 30-something-year-old man with long black hair, dressed in a loose robe, walked over. He looked the same as he always did, as though he had just woken up. Staley, right? All of you young fellows have reached the peak of the saint level. If I still didn't advance, I really would feel too ashamed to meet anyone. The lazy man dressed in the loose robe waved his hand. As though struck by a mountain, Staley was sent flying backwards as though he were a meteor.
Bam! 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 Bam!
Staley's body slammed through over 10 stone walls before finally hitting the ground.
Linley, I haven't seen you in around 3 years, yes?
The indolent man beamed at Linley. At this moment, Linley suddenly felt as though he could move again. Bibi, Haru, Zassler, and the 5 Barker brothers all regained their movement ability as well. That terrifying suppressive aura had vanished.
Lord Caesar. Linley immediately paid his grateful respects. Linley felt more gratitude towards Caesar than he ever had before.
Just now, he had truly felt it was totally hopeless. The man had just saved his life.
How could he not be grateful?
The person who had come was indeed Caesar, the king of killers.
Zassler and the others all stared in astonishment, their mouths hanging open.
What they had seen just then was simply too bizarre. And, faced with this man, Staley was totally unable to resist at all. The sound of stones rumbling could be heard.
Staley climbed to his feet.
Although his face was covered in dust and dirt, he still walked over, staring with disbelief at Caesar. This, Staley was in total shock.
This what? Ha, tell me. This what?
Caesar grinned evilly at Staley. Staley had totally lost the demeanor and poise of an expert, only staring at Caesar in utter astonishment. He stammered, God realm, dot.
God realm? Linley and Zassler were both astonished as well.
No wonder Staley had been so astonished. Just now, when everything had suddenly been frozen in place, was the legendary power of a god realm. Only a deity level could utilize this power. Right now, the Yulan continent had 4 supreme experts, War God O'Brien, the High Priest, and the kings of the Forest of Darkness and the mountain range of magical beasts.
But now, this king of killers, Caesar, had his own god realm? Caesar laughed. Lord Caesar. Linley and the others stared at Caesar in astonishment.
Caesar beamed as he stroked his mustache.
Don't be surprised.
Staley, you and the others have been too arrogant. Hell, your old man, Caesar, reached the peak of the saint level over 5,000 years ago, and my speed of training was far faster than yours.
I'm a genius, you know.
Caesar spat out a bit of saliva, harumphing as he continued. But your old man was stuck at the peak of the saint level for over 5,000 years. If I still couldn't find a way to break through, I really would feel ashamed. Thus, 2 years ago, I finally broke through that tiny little barrier. Staley, Linley, Zassler, and the others all remained silent.
Good heavens. Just like that, another deity-level combatant had been born. Linley found it understandable, actually.
According to what Grandpa Doring had said, Caesar was a person from Doring Cowart's era, and even back then, he was a saint-level expert. To break through after 5,000 years and finally reach the deity level wasn't exactly something which happened out of nowhere.
Lord Caesar. Staley bowed respectfully. Any deity-level combatant was worthy of respect. Upon reaching the deity level, one could ignore the existence of even empires. They were the true, highest powers of the land.
It wouldn't be too hard for a deity-level combatant to wipe out the entire Holy Union, at most risking some serious wounds.
What is it?
Caesar looked at Staley. Staley said respectfully, Lord Caesar, all these years, the relationship between the Radiant Church and you, Lord Caesar, has been quite excellent.
I wonder if Lord Caesar would be willing to join us in the Radiant Church.
As long as you are willing, Lord Caesar, I believe His Holiness, the Holy Emperor, would be willing to accede to any request.
This was a deity-level combatant.
Most likely Haydns would even be willing to resign the Holy Emperorship to him. After all, with a deity-level combatant overseeing the church, the status of the Radiant Church in the Yulan continent would be totally different.
Not interested. Caesar snorted.
Hell, over these years, your old man hasn't even been willing to manage the affairs of my own saber organization.
And you want me to work on your behalf, dot.
Staley let out 2 awkward laughs. Right now, most likely Caesar could stand in front of the Holy Emperor, wag his finger in the man's nose, then curse at him, and the Holy Emperor wouldn't dare make a sound.
This was the prestige of a deity-level combatant. Lord Caesar, if you are unwilling, we won't force it.
But as for this Linley, he's killed many people of our Radiant Church.
Lord Caesar, would you be willing? Bullshit. Caesar kicked Staley in the stomach, but clearly, Caesar didn't use any force with the kick.
Linley is a master sculptor on the same level as Master Prue and the others.
I don't have many hobbies. One is beautiful women, the other is sculptures. You want to kill Master Linley in front of me? In your dreams. Staley no longer dared to say anything.
Staley was extremely frustrated, because this mission of his had been to escort these 5 siblings back to the Radiant Church. Those 5 siblings all had bodies that were of the 8th rank in muscle power alone.
Once the angels descended into them, they would transform into 5 peak stage saint-level combatants. Lord Caesar, that's fine.
The church will of course give you face, Lord Caesar.
Staley squeezed out a smile.
However, those 5 over there are people which our church absolutely must have.
No matter what the cost, we must take them back with us. I hope, Lord Caesar, you will agree. Oh, those 5? Take them. I don't know them anyhow. Caesar said casually.
The Radiant Church had indeed treated him quite well over the years. Thus, Caesar would give the Radiant Church face as well. The 5 Barker brothers were astonished.
Lord Caesar! Linley said frantically. Linley, do those 5 people have some sort of very important relationship with you?
Caesar twisted his lips.
Doesn't seem to be the case. Don't bother with them, then. Just enjoy your own life. Why bother about theirs?
This was Caesar's temperament. He traveled alone, and acted as he pleased.
Thank you, Lord Caesar. Staley was overjoyed.
Caesar beamed at him, then turned to look at the 5 Barker brothers. Let me take a look and see who you are, that the Radiant Church would value you so highly. Caesar swept the 5 Barker brothers with his gaze. The 5 Barker brothers were indeed very eye-catching. Those 2.2-meter tall bodies and terrifyingly muscular forms. All of them looked like enormous bears. The 5 of you had best not resist.
Staley walked over.
Zassler and Linley wanted to stop him, but under Staley's cold gaze, Zassler and Linley could only laugh bitterly inside.
How could they stop a peak stage saint-level combatant?
Linley had just used both the baleful aura of the Blood Violet sword as well as the most powerful attacks of the adamantine heavy sword. Despite that, he had only given the opponent the most superficial of injuries. Linley, no matter what, we 5 brothers would like to thank you. Barker, the oldest of the 5 brothers, said loudly. These 5 fellows are pretty large, aren't they?
Caesar's playful voice rang out. Staley immediately responded, yes, they are quite muscular. Caesar looked at the 5 men.
His expression, originally playful, suddenly slowly sank into a brooding look. He even began to slowly walk towards the Barker brothers, 1 step at a time.
Why are you coming over?
The 3rd of the 5 brothers, Hayshaw, growled.
3rd bro, don't be rude. Barker growled back. Big bro.
The muscular man said unhappily. Caesar quietly stared at the 5 siblings. By his side, Staley was beginning to grow surprised. In a low voice, he asked, Lord Caesar, what are you doing?
Staley, you can leave now.
Caesar said calmly. Then Lord Caesar, I bid you farewell. Staley said respectfully. Then he immediately shouted towards the Barker siblings.
The 5 of you, walk in front. I said you can leave now. The 5 of them will remain behind.
Caesar said in a cold voice. Staley was startled.
Behind them, Linley and Zassler were both stunned as well.
Even the 5 Barker brothers were shocked by these words. Lord Caesar, you.
Staley stared at Caesar in astonishment.
Just moments ago, Caesar had agreed to let him take the 5 of them away. But in the blink of an eye, things had changed.
Caesar's expression was colder and grimmer than it had ever been.
He stared coldly at Staley.
Staley. Listen clearly. Go back and tell Haydn's this.
If in the future, the church's men make any attempts on these 5 brothers, then don't blame me, Caesar, for not giving you face when I slaughter my way to your sacred isle.
Hearing these words, Staley was totally shocked.
If you leave now, I'll pretend nothing happened today. Otherwise, Caesar's eyes glittered with a cold light, and a terrifying murderous aura began to emanate from him. Caesar was the king of killers to begin with. He specialized in assassination.
And now, Caesar was a deity-level combatant.
Once Caesar made the decision to go against the Radiant Church just by engaging in assassinations, he could probably kill all the saint-level combatants of the Radiant Church without suffering a single injury. No matter what, the church could not afford to offend a deity-level combatant, much less a deity-level combatant who specialized in assassinations.
All right.
Staley's heart was filled with bitterness. It was also filled with rage. Rage at how overbearing and domineering Caesar was being. But Staley knew that the person in front of him was a deity-level combatant.
He was qualified to be overbearing and domineering.
He didn't dare to show his anger or to retaliate. Then Lord Caesar, I bid you farewell. Staley bowed slightly, and then transformed into a blur, disappearing from the scene. Linley, Zassler, and the 5 Barker brothers stared at Caesar in puzzlement. In the past, Caesar was always so lazy and lackadaisical. So why did he grow so solemn upon seeing the 5 Barker brothers? Linley was extremely puzzled as well. Caesar glanced at Linley and his group. Come with me and leave this place. There are quite a few onlookers here. And, I expect Saint-level combatants have already detected the powerful ripples generated by this battle. There actually were no Saint-level combatants in the prefectural city of Deco. The closest Saint-level combatant was over 1,000 kilometers away. Even Saint-level combatants would take quite a while to travel that sort of distance when flying. Linley and the others immediately followed Caesar away from the battlefield. That very night, they left the prefectural city of Deco and entered the mountain wilderness. Only then did Caesar have everyone come to a rest stop. We'll spend the night here for now. Caesar sighed. Right now, Caesar didn't seem as carefree and unrestrained as he usually was. On the contrary, he seemed rather heartsick. Linley had the feeling that Caesar must have some sort of connection to those 5 siblings. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 37, The Undying Warriors. Book 8, The 10,000 Kilometer Journey, Chapter 37, The Undying Warriors. Crackle. The bonfire was blazing. Caesar, Linley, Zassler, and the 5 Barker brothers sat around the campfire. Bibi was resting on Linley's thigh, while Hera was lying behind Linley. Camping overnight in the wilderness was fairly dangerous. But who or what could possibly threaten Linley's group? Especially with that deity-level expert amongst them. Why did you save us? The eldest of the 5 brothers said in a loud voice. Linley and Zassler all turned to look at Caesar. This was a question they were curious about as well. Caesar glanced at the 5 of them. He didn't respond, instead asking them a question of his own. Your father? Your mother? All our relatives are dead. As for our parents? We were orphans since we were young. Barker replied. They were now in their 30s. To them, who had spent their entire lives in the war-torn lands of the 18 northern duchies, growing up without parents wasn't anything particular special. After all, in those war-torn lands of the 18 northern duchies, orphans were a common sight. Orphans. Caesar let out a long sigh. I didn't expect that after all these years, the Armand clan, Amanda, whose fame shook the Yulan continent, would fall to such a state. The 5 Barker brothers, Linley, and Zassler all started. Lord Caesar, are you saying that the Barker brothers are? Linley had a guess as to what Caesar was saying. Caesar nodded. Right. These 5 siblings belong to the Armand clan, the clan of the Undying Warriors, one of the 4 supreme warrior clans of the Yulan continent. Undying Warriors? Barker and his siblings all stared at each other in shock. How is that possible? The 5 brothers rose to their feet, stunned. They were orphans since youth. How could they dare imagine that they belonged to one of the supreme warrior clans? Linley had already guessed the truth as soon as he heard Caesar say the words, Armand clan. After all, Linley's own clan records included information on each of the 4 supreme warrior clans, the Dragonblood warriors Baruch clan, the Violet Flame warriors Hyde clan, the Tiger-striped warriors Prey, Bole, clan, and the Undying warriors Armand clan. 5,000 years ago, these 4 clans indeed were extremely famous. Aside from the war god and the high priest, without question, the 4 supreme warriors stood at the absolute pinnacle of human power. Although there were other so-called peak-stage saint-level combatants, those peak-stage saint-level combatants couldn't match the supreme warriors. Power and insight, these were 2 mutually supporting, mutually complementing things. For example, right now, Linley's level of understanding was very high, he had surpassed the imposed level, and was nearing the peak-stage saint level in terms of understanding. But his actual power was extremely weak. Naturally, his attack force was far weaker than that of a saint-level combatant. Historically, the 3rd Dragonblood warrior had used a heavy warhammer. When he had reached the saint level, he was only at the level of wielding something heavy as though it were light. But despite that, he still possessed astonishing attack force. This was because his body possessed a terrifyingly high degree of power and battle chi. A person's strength and battle chi were his most basic foundations. The higher one's level of understanding, the better one would be able to utilize those basics. For example, if your basics were at 100, but you were at a low level of understanding, your actual attack power might just be 50. But if you had a high level of understanding, you might be able to use all 100 of your attack power, or perhaps even more, reaching 200 attack power. The Supreme Warriors, by their very nature, possessed several times more physical strength and battle chi than other saint-level combatants. Even if they were a bit inferior in terms of insight and understanding, their attacks would still be very terrifying. This was the natural gift of the Supreme Warriors. There was nothing that could be done for it. They were able to gain an unfair advantage over others via their natural gifts. Your bodies must be extremely tough. Caesar sighed. The 5 Barker brothers glanced at each other, then nodded. The second of the 5 brothers, Ankh and Co., nodded and said, "It's impossible for us to train in battle chi, but just through our muscle power, we are on the level of warriors of the 8th rank. Aside from the 4 Supreme Warriors, how could anyone else possibly break past the natural limitations of the body and reach the 8th rank just based on their body and muscles?" Caesar shook his head and said. Linley was now certain as well. Only the 4 Supreme Warriors were restricted to using their own special battle chi cultivation methods and be unable to train normal battle chi. Amongst the 4 Supreme Warriors, the Undying Warriors have the toughest bodies. Their defense is very powerful, and their attacks are legendary as well. The only weakness is that you are a bit slow. Caesar sighed. Barker, you and your brothers are so young, but you were able to reach the 8th rank just based on your muscles and bodies. Aside from the most physically powerful of the 4 Supreme Warriors, the Undying Warriors, who could possibly achieve this? Linley nodded as well. Right. He himself was a Dragonblood warrior, but if he were to try to reach the 8th rank based purely on physical training, who knows how long it would take? Even his younger brother Wharton, who trained in accordance with the secret Dragonblood manual, had only reached the 7th rank this year at age 17. Aside from the elders of your clan, I'm afraid there is no one who knows more about you Undying Warriors than myself. You are definitely Undying Warriors. There is no question about this at all. Caesar said with absolute certainty. And what's more, the 5 of you possess an extremely high degree of natural talent. If you were to train using the secret Undying manual, then most likely you would have already entered the 9th rank by now. The secret Undying manual? Barker and his brothers were confused. Linley explained, Barker, the truth is, all of the 4 Supreme Warrior clans find other types of battle chi to be unusable. Only by training in accordance with certain special ways can we develop battle chi. As for your Undying Warrior clan, you can only train using the secret Undying manual. No wonder we couldn't train battle chi no matter what we tried. The 5th brother, Gates, Gaisei, said with a sigh. If the 5 of you had been in possession of the secret Undying manual, there's no way you would have been caught originally. Caesar sighed. The 4 Supreme Warriors all possess extremely powerful attacks. Amongst them, the Undying Warriors possess the highest defense, the Tiger Stripe Warriors are the fastest, the Violet Flame Warriors possess the strange Nirvana Rebirth ability, while the Dragonblood Warriors are the most balanced, possessing powerful attack, defense, and speed. Caesar was a man of Doring Cowart's era. This was also the era when the Supreme Warriors appeared in the world. Lord Caesar, why is it that you treat us so specially? Barker said with curiosity. Hearing these words, Caesar couldn't help but think back to the past. His expressions grew complex. After a long time, he sighed. Your ancestor, Armand, was the dearest friend and bro that I, Caesar, have ever had. Armand, the first clan leader of the Undying Warrior clan, was also the first Undying Warrior. 5,000 years ago, the Yulan continent was in the midst of what was most likely the most chaotic, most dangerous era I have ever seen. The 4 Supreme Warriors appeared out of nowhere, while the war god O'Brien became famous after his titanic clash with the High Priest. The Yulan Empire fragmented, as did the Powan Empire. The entire continent sank into a mass of fire and floods. Linley and the others all listened carefully, even though they knew this already. And this was just what was going on the surface. Caesar grinned at Linley. Actually, that era was much more complicated than you can imagine. The Yulan continent had more than just our native experts. Even powerful combatants from other planes had descended to the Yulan continent. Powerful combatants from other planes? Linley, Zassler, and the Barker brothers were all stunned. Right. Caesar chuckled. To you, these are all distant, far-away events, but that era really was chaotic. Many Saint-level combatants lost their lives. In that era, Saint-level combatants were nothing special, because there were many powerful experts who had descended, including many deity-level combatants. Many deity-level combatants? Linley felt his head grow dizzy. Right. Caesar nodded. Actually, 5,000 years ago, organizations in some higher planes paid a very high price so as to allow their people to enter the Yulan continent. There was a reason they did this. Linley, you simply don't know how fierce, how ruthless those battles back then were. At that time, Armand and I joined forces as we roamed the Yulon continent. Several times, I nearly died, but Armand rescued me. But of course, I helped out Armand several times as well. Caesar fell silent at this point, as though he were reminiscing about past events between himself and Armand. Linley was growing puzzled. The Powhatan Empire and the Yulon Empire had fragmented 5,000 years ago. The war god had entered the deity realm and became famous 5,000 years ago. The four supreme warriors had also suddenly appeared out of nowhere 5,000 years ago. And now, according to Caesar, 5,000 years ago, even experts from other planes had descended to the Yulon continent. 5,000 years ago, something incredibly major must have happened.
Linley thought to himself. Enough of that.
By the time your power reaches a certain level, even if you don't want to know, there'll be someone who will tell you.
Caesar chuckled.
Linley suddenly had the sense that the Yulon continent wasn't as simple a place as he had thought it to be.
Actually, there's no need to force many things in life. Look at me. I eat when I should and play with women when I want to. I'm as carefree as I want to be. How wonderful is that? But look at that O'Brien and that high priest. Don't be mistaken by their fame and glory. In reality, they are under enormous pressure.
Caesar quirked his lips. Linley, Zassler, the 5 Barker siblings, Bibi, and Harrow all silently listened. Listening to Caesar, this deity-level expert, casually discuss the affairs of the most puissant experts on the Yulon continent, Linley had a very strange feeling.
Only after reaching the deity level will one have the power to move mountains at will.
Linley silently thought to himself.
Caesar glanced at Linley.
Linley, let me give you a word of advice.
Lord Caesar, please guide me.
Linley said very modestly, as though he were a student again.
Caesar nodded. I know there is a very deep enmity between yourself and the Radiant Church. But right now, you are far too weak.
Even if you are able to wreck some of the plans of the Radiant Church and give them some small problems, you aren't able to damage their foundations at all.
I recommend that you quietly train for a time first.
I don't ask that you train to an excessively high level.
But at least, after transforming, you need to be at the saint level. That will be enough. Caesar had already realized that Linley possessed a very high level of understanding.
As long as Linley's level of power were to enter the saint level, then, aided by his deep understanding of reality, when faced with peak stage saint level combatants, even if he wasn't able to win, he would still have the hope of escaping.
Understood. Linley nodded. Barker. Caesar looked at the 5 Barker brothers. Lord Caesar. The 5 of them were extremely respectful. They now believed that they indeed were the descendants of the Undying Warrior clan. Since the man in front of them was a life-and-death friend of their ancestor, naturally they were very respectful. Caesar nodded. All of the 4 supreme warrior clans have decayed. Armand's clan has now decayed to the point where even your ancestral training methods have been lost. Fortunately, in the past, during the course of the dozens of years I had spent traveling with Armand, I procured a copy of the secret Undying Manual. It should still be within the general headquarters of my Saber organization. Hearing these words, the 5 siblings' eyes shone. They had just watched Linley transform. All of the 4 supreme warriors had their own transformations. Even pre-transformation, the 5 of them had the power of warriors of the 8th rank. Once they acquired the secret manual, they would be able to transform, and by then, their power would increase enormously. However, there's a bit of distance from here to the general headquarters. Tomorrow morning, I plan to personally make a trip, Caesar said. If those high-ranking members of Saber who had been personally trained by him in the past were to hear these words coming from Caesar, they probably would die from shock. The old master, Caesar, was legendarily lazy. There was over 10,000 miles distance from here to the general headquarters. This journey would be an extremely tiring one. For someone of Caesar's lazy nature to make such a long round trip was quite the feat. Thank you, Lord Caesar, Barker and his brothers said gratefully. No need. I hope that in the future, the 5 of you will restore the Undying Warrior clan's reputation and fame. Right now, Caesar was feeling quite emotional. 5,000 years ago, when he had roamed the world with Armand, at risk of dying every single day, was the most unforgettable experience in his very long life. A night passed. The dawn came. Nothing was left of the campfire but ashes. Linley and his squad all got up to send Caesar off. Lord Caesar, we will immediately return to a small town outside the prefectural city of Basel and settle down. When the time comes, you can just come find us there, Linley said. Linley knew that saint-level combatants could use their spiritual energy to search for people.
As for deity-level combatants, as long as you gave them a general location, it was very easy for them to find someone.
Got it. Ha ha. Train hard, kiddos. I'll head off now. Caesar had returned to his usual lackadaisical, noisy mood.
It was as though after that night had passed, he was back to his old self. Linley, the Barker siblings, Zassler, and the rest of the group all watched as Caesar's figure flew through the sky at high speed, disappearing past the horizon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 38, The Church's Strategy. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 38, The Church's Strategy. After Caesar left, Linley's group immediately headed off that morning in the direction of the provincial capital of Basel. This time, they weren't in too much of a hurry. But for the 5 Barker brothers, who were warriors of the 8th rank, the speed at which they traveled was still quite fast. By nightfall the next day, Linley's group arrived at a town near the provincial capital of Basel. This town is called Cloud Peaks Village. Zassler laughed as he introduced the town. In the past, I spent over 10 years in this small town. The people here are fairly honest and simple, and they rarely interact with the outside world. Generally speaking, very few people come here. It is quite peaceful.
Linley nodded.
What they needed was a peaceful place. This time, when he fought against Staley, he had very nearly lost his life. Linley made up his mind that he would have to train until he was at least a warrior of the 9th rank in human form. That way, after being dragon formed, his power would be at the saint level. If I can reach the saint level, then a few years later after that, when I combine my insights and understanding of the principles of using the sword with my superior speed, even if I encounter Staley again, I'll still be able to flee, even if I can't win. Linley had a very good grasp of the strengths of this mutated dragon form he had. After devouring the blood as well as the draconic core of that armored razorback WIRM, Linley's mutated dragon form had inherited the strengths of the armored razorback WIRM, its speed and its defense. As the 5 Barker brothers stared at the peaceful town, their eyes were firm and resolute as well. There will definitely come the day when I will get revenge for my wife and my son. Barker and his brothers also knew the state of affairs between Linley, Zassler, and the Radiant Church. Without question, this group was now under the leadership of Linley. This squad was completely composed of the enemies of the Radiant Church. On the west side of Cloud Peaks Village, Linley and his people engaged in a quick transaction with some local nobles, spending 10,000 gold coins to invite many laborers to come and erect a new residence. 10,000 gold coins, in a countryside town such as this, was enough to build a very lavish residence. The very next day, Linley brought Rebecca and Lena to this place. From this day forward, Linley's team all quietly took up residence here, focusing on their training. Rumble. The ocean waves crashed against the shore, throwing out countless sprays of foam. Above the jade-blue ocean waters, a human figure could be seen flying over at high speed. In a short period of time, the human figure arrived at the shore. It was Staley. Things have gotten complicated now. Staley was extremely frustrated. The church had placed a very high degree of importance on obtaining those 5 bodies. Most likely, it would even be willing to give up one of its saint-level combatants or offend the O'Brien Empire to do so. In order to make sure nothing would go amiss, Haydns had even asked him, Staley, to handle it. But the result was... Staley stared at that distant, mighty radiant cathedral. Whoosh! Staley once more took to the air. The knights surrounding the radiant temple, upon seeing someone flying towards it, couldn't help but tense. Only after seeing that it was Staley did they calm down. Within the 9th floor of the radiant temple. Oh, Staley's back. Haydns had already seen through his window the sight of Staley flying back through the air. What's going on? Why did Staley come back alone? Haydns had a very bad premonition. Creak. Without any forewarning, the door to his room swung upon. Staley, as cold as 1,000-year glacial ice, walked in. Staley, what happened? Where are they? Where are those 5 bodies of the 8th rank? Haydns was frowning and he asked his questions hurriedly. Staley shook his head. Your Holiness, acquiring those 5 bodies is no longer an option for us. What happened? Haydn's face sank. Those 5 bodies represented 5 peak stage saint-level combatants. Their importance to the Radiant Church couldn't be understated. Staley said in a low, somber voice, Your Holiness, originally, I was escorting those 5 brothers along the way. But when we entered the prefectural city of Deco, we ran into 2 people. Which 2 people? Haydns didn't believe there was someone capable of stopping Staley. Linley, Zassler. Staley's voice was extremely cold. Linley?
Zassler? Haydn's was startled. This Linley had disappeared for 3 years. He now appeared out of nowhere? Haydn's couldn't help but think back to 3 years ago.
Haydn's truly did not wish to kill an ultimate genius such as Linley.
But he had no other choice.
However, 3 years ago, after Linley disappeared from Hess City, no one ever found any trace of him again.
But now, Linley was in cahoots with Zassler? Are you telling me that it was Linley who had rescued Zassler? Haydn's eyes lit up. Staley nodded. Yes. This Linley is already extremely powerful. Beneath the Saint level, there's definitely no one who can match him.
Only Saint-level fighters or other extremely powerful fighters can defeat him.
6 combatants of the 9th rank. He can kill that many? Haydn's found it rather hard to believe. Staley nodded somberly.
Your Holiness, I must inform you that this Linley has 2 extremely powerful magical beasts. Both of them should be peak-stage magical beasts of the 9th rank. And in addition, in terms of insight and understanding regarding fundamental principles, Linley is already nearing the peak-stage Saint level.
Nearing the peak-stage Saint level? Haydn's was very shocked.
After all, the higher one's level of understanding was already at, the harder it would be to progress to the next level of understanding. There were people who would spend hundreds of years training yet still fail to improve whatsoever.
Yes.
Linley has already surpassed the level of using the force of the heavens.
His current form of attack is extremely strange and unique.
What's more, I have the feeling that right now, he has only mastered a small part of that level. Despite that, he was able to cause me a light wound. Staley couldn't help but reflect on how bizarre Linley's attack using the profound truths of the earth was. I've never encountered an attack such as that. That sort of attack wasn't based on battle chi, nor was it based purely on strength. It was, Staley paused, not quite able to find the right words to express it.
Hearing Staley say such things, Haydn's was very surprised.
An attack which could cause a light wound to a peak-stage Saint-level combatant such as Staley was already, in and of itself, quite astonishing.
What was so special about his attack? How would one defend against it? Haydn's immediately asked. Staley nodded.
His attack could pass through the exterior muscles and transmit its force directly into the internal organs. In other words, exterior layers of defense, no matter how powerful, are virtually useless, but...
Oh? Haydn's frowned. This technique is a weapon aimed at attacking the internal organs of a person.
In order to defend against this technique, the best method is to use battle chi to internally protect all of the body's internal organs, covering them all with a layer of battle chi. Actually, these vibrations which Linley's attack created, when passing through material barriers, would still lose a bit of power. But because this was a sort of vibrating wave, no matter how high your external defense was, it would still transmit its power through your defense. However, if the opponent's organs had a highly dense, concentrated layer of protective battle chi over it, the vibrational waves would be slowly weakened by the battle chi. By the time it reached the internal organs, its threat level would be rather low. There's no way to completely defend against this sort of attack. The only option is to use a high amount of battle chi to ameliorate its effects. Staley sighed in praise. And, again, I have the sense that Linley has just recently begun to understand this technique. In the future, his attack will most likely be even more powerful. This can probably be classified as the strangest type of attack I have ever seen. Staley had a very high opinion of this technique. This made Haydn's all the more worried. This Linley must be killed. Haydn's was now truly starting to grow worried. If Linley was to be permitted to continue to develop like this, he would pose a true threat to the Radiant Church. Continue. I'm sure the 2 of them weren't enough to stop you. Haydn said in a somber voice. Staley nodded. Indeed. Both Linley and Zassler are only of the 9th rank. But just as I was about to kill Linley, a person appeared out of nowhere. Caesar. The king of killers, Caesar. Caesar? Haydn said doubtfully. He shouldn't be willing to dare fight face to face against the Radiant Church directly. Wrong. He dares. Staley sighed. Caesar has reached the deity level. Reached the deity level. These words were like a lightning bolt slamming into Haydn's mind, making him momentarily feel dizzy. Yet another deity level combatant had appeared in the Yulan continent. Deity level? Haydn stared at Staley. Yes. Deity level. Staley nodded again. Haydn's was silent for a long moment. What did Caesar say? Haydn said calmly. Caesar said, in the future, our Radiant Church definitely must not have any designs on those 5 brothers. Otherwise, he will shed all pretense of cordiality with us and slaughter his way to the sacred isle. Staley's words were like a hammer to Haydn's heart. These 5 vessels of the 8th rank symbolized 5 peak stage saint-level angels. This was too heartbreaking. Haydn didn't want to accept it. He didn't want to accept it. Why would Caesar say such a thing? Haydn's eyes narrowed. Based on my understanding of Caesar, he's a man who has no interest in power or authority. He enjoys living a carefree life. He wouldn't spend a single iota of effort on a stranger. This was indeed the case. Caesar truly didn't care about the lives or deaths of others. For a lazy person such as Caesar to be willing to go this far. Haydn's eyebrows suddenly shot up, and his eyes lit up. I understand now. Haydn sighed. What's the reason, Your Holiness? Staley asked. Haydn sighed yet again. In the records that the Church has regarding Caesar, there was information regarding, in the chaotic era of 5,000 years ago, Caesar's experiences alongside his good friend Armand. The people whom Caesar truly values have always been the descendants of Armand. The undying warriors? Staley began to understand as well. Right. I've always been very surprised how 5 bodies of the 8th rank could suddenly appear here in the Yulan continent. But now, it makes sense. Undying warriors. The most physically powerful of the 4 supreme warriors. Haydn's was silent for a long period of time. His thoughts regained their normal clarity. We can't touch those 5 siblings. That is without question. No matter what, they couldn't afford to offend a deity-level expert. Linley's level of talent is simply terrifying. We simply cannot allow him to live. Haydn's looked at Staley. Staley, Caesar didn't say that he would go to war against the Radiant Church for Linley's sake, did he? Staley nodded. Haydn smiled confidently. That's more like him. Although he likes stone sculptures, he definitely wouldn't go to total war against the Radiant Church for the sake of a master sculptor. Caesar was an arrogant loner. There were very few people for whom he would really be willing to go all out. And Linley was not one of them. Staley, go and get some rest. When you leave, order someone to have Londan, come. Haydn's ordered. Yes, Your Holiness. Roughly 10 minutes later, the sound of knocking at the door. Enter. Haydn said calmly. A tall and beautiful woman with a head of silver hair walked in. Without question, she was a woman so beautiful as to make any man go wild. But that icy beauty of hers was the type that would make others not dare to approach her. Your Holiness. Lyndon bowed. Haydn's immediately issued his order. Tomorrow, take 5 angels of the 9th rank with you and head directly to the O'Brien Empire. The goal for this mission is to kill Linley. In a while, I will have a scroll containing information about Linley delivered to you. Yes, Your Holiness. Lyndon was a radiant angel who had descended into a body of the 6th rank. Although it was quite hard to find bodies of the 7th and 8th ranks, bodies of the 6th rank were quite common. Thus, the Radiant Church had quite a few angels of the 9th rank. Remember, you must kill Linley, no matter the cost. Haydn's instructed yet again. Lyndon started, then expressed assent. Angels possessed astonishing power. Even the weakest 2-winged angels had early-stage saint-level power. Lyndon's true power was very powerful, however, bound by the restrictions of their vessels, they weren't able to put them on full display. But if they were to go all out, they were totally capable of unleashing their saint-level power in exchange for their lives. Most importantly, 6 angels were capable of forming the legendary angel battle formation. With the 6 of them joining forces, even an early-stage saint-level expert would most likely be killed, to say nothing of Linley. Go. Haydn said calmly. They were just 6 angels of the 9th rank, after all. For the sake of killing Linley, he'd be willing to sacrifice 6 more if necessary. After all, Linley's natural talent had truly terrified Haydn's. He cannot be allowed to continue to grow. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 39, Time Passing Slowly. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 39, Time Passing Slowly. The O'Brien Empire restricted the worship of other religions within its borders, and so the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows were forced to keep their forces in hiding. If and when their forces were discovered, the O'Brien Empire would mercilessly stamp them out. This attitude of the O'Brien Empire had caused the Radiant Church to never have the chance to expand its influence within the Empire's borders. In important places such as the imperial capital or in the provincial capitals, the Radiant Church still managed to place quite a few forces in hiding, but in prefectural cities, they would have at most a few dozen people. As for those ordinary cities, some places had a few people, others had none.
And the towns? No need to even mention them. The density of their web of influence wasn't very high.
Thus, the Radiant Church's forces which had been sent to locate Linley couldn't find any trace of him. They had no idea where this Linley had run off to. Even though they didn't know where Linley was hiding, the Linden's team of 6 experts still departed from the Sacred Isle and headed towards the O'Brien Empire. Outside Northwest Administrative Province's provincial capital of Basel. Cloud Peaks Village. Linley, Zassler, Barker and his brothers, Rebecca, and Lena were all living here quietly. Aside from their training, Rebecca and Lena spent their time making sure Linley and the others were all fed. The explanation they gave to the local villagers was that Linley was a noble. Zassler was his housekeeper, and the 5 Barker brothers were his guards. Linley's team was located in the western side of the village, several hundred meters away from any other residences. Big sis, today the skeleton I summoned was so cute. It looked so silly. Rebecca and Lena were on their way back from the local market, carrying baskets of fresh vegetables. Aside from their training, they spent much of their time cooking. Rebecca, don't always waste your time playing around. After summoning a skeleton, release it back. You are wasting too much time playing around with skeletons. Lena was somewhat unhappy. Rebecca was too undisciplined. Every day, she would play around with and tease the skeletal warriors she summoned. I know, big sis. I'll catch up to you soon, Rebecca said in a low voice. Her sister was already capable of summoning zombies. It must be said that both Rebecca and Lena were quite talented. They were progressing quite rapidly in the arts of necromantic magic. The two of them walked to an empty spot of land. Currently, the manor which Linley had designed was still in the construction phase. And thus, Linley had erected a series of wooden cabins for them to live in for now. Big brother Linley's training method is so weird, Rebecca murmured. Right now, Linley was wielding the adamantine heavy sword in one hand and the blood-violet godsword in the other. In Linley's hands, the adamantine heavy sword danced about as though it was totally weightless. But blood-violet was the opposite, it seemed to carry 1,000 tons of force with each blow. Wielding something heavy as though it were light, wielding something light as though it were heavy. Linley had a hint of a smile on his lips. Regardless of whether he was using blood-violet or the adamantine heavy sword, his level of understanding could be applied to both. For example, the impose level could be used with virtually any sort of attack. Saber, sword, staff, rod, fists, or kicks. Impose could be used with any of these. This is why using it could be described as calling upon the force of the heavens and the earth. As for the level of wielding something heavy as though it were light, there was no way one could use it on the blood-violet godsword, because this sword was already very light. After pondering for over 10 days while seated meditatively on the floor, Linley suddenly became aware of how ponderous and all-encompassing the wind which blew through the skies really was. Finally, he had his flash of insight. The wind was invisible. When it was gentle, it could be like the kiss of a lover. But when it was aroused into a vicious storm, it could split mountains and shatter stones. Wielding something light as though it were heavy, Linley hacked out with the blood-violet godsword. The nearly invisible, diaphanous sword let out a thunder-like sound as out of nowhere, a tornado suddenly appeared. The wind-style single combat spell, Dimensional Edge, is an extremely powerful one-on-one magical attack spell. The power of the Dimensional Edge spell is so great that it can hack apart the dimensional walls itself. Then, would it be possible to duplicate the effects of the Dimensional Edge through sword techniques? Linley considered this question. The correct roads would all lead to the same destination, despite the path. The level above impose, when using the adamantine heavy sword, was achieved by Linley through using his insights regarding the laws of the earth. As Linley saw it, with regards to the blood-violet godsword, to surpass the impose level, he would have to utilize his understanding of the laws of the wind. Only by selecting the correct avenue of training would one not be led astray. Right now, Linley was quietly considering which avenue of training he should embark on. But the fundamental laws of the universe were very profound and very abstruse. To understand them was very difficult. Fortunately, Linley has exceptional elemental affinity for both wind elemental essence as well as earth elemental essence, and thus was able to reach a very high level of attunement with nature. But despite that, without multiple years of training and time, it would be virtually impossible to make much progress. Swish! A blur slashed through the air, then landed behind Linley. Lord Caesar. Linley turned his head, then immediately paid his respects. Caesar laughed and nodded.
Where are Barker and his brothers? They are training in the empty space behind their room. Lord Caesar, please follow me. Smiling, Linley headed towards the area behind the room, but as he did, Caesar suddenly stared at Linley's feet in astonishment. Although on the surface, Linley appeared to be no different from normal people, but what sort of person was Caesar? How could he not tell? He could clearly sense that Linley was walking in an extremely rhythmic manner, seeming to carry with each step a certain vibration. In truth, what had happened was that Linley had immersed himself in his silent training for so long that even when he walked, his steps would also embody the throbbing pulse of the earth. He truly is talented. Caesar praised in his heart. After walking for a short distance, Caesar saw Barker and his siblings. The 5 of them were in an area filled with countless giant boulders the size of houses, which they were using as part of their weight training. The entire area was suffused with an earth-colored layer of light. Hararg! The muscles on the bodies of the Barker brothers were rippling and gleaming, with the veins sticking out like snakes on their bodies, making them look extremely powerful and mighty. Lord Caesar! Upon seeing Caesar, Barker and his siblings immediately stopped their training. You 5 fellows really do train hard, eh? Caesar quirked his lips in a grin. What sort of effectiveness are you seeing from your training? The 4th of the 5 siblings, Buen, said excitedly, in the past, when we were training, we didn't sense much improvement. But now that we are training in this supergravity field, both our muscles as well as our internal organs are strengthening and improving. The area under the effects of a supergravity field would see the local gravity increase dramatically. Higher gravity could benefit the muscles, the organs, and the entire body. Excellent! I made a long round trip and brought back with me the secret manual I had copied by hand all those years ago. With a flip of his hand, a rather thin book appeared in front of Caesar. Barker and his brothers stared at this manual, their eyes shining. This is the secret undying manual? The 5th brother, Gates, stared at it with wide, hungry eyes. Take it. Caesar began to laugh. The 5th brother, Gates, snatched it over, his hand moving like a blur. He immediately opened the manual and began to read, with the other 4 squeezed together like 5 giant bears, craning their necks over and staring at it with eyes as big and wide as ox eyes. This spectacle was actually quite funny. Ha ha. Caesar began to laugh, while a hint of a smile was on Linley's lips as well. Caesar looked at Linley. In a low voice, he warned, Linley, I can tell that these 5 brothers are just like their ancestors. They are rather boorish and unrefined. If they are to travel alone, most likely they will be easily duped and cheated by others. I hope you can lead and guide them. Lord Caesar, don't worry. Linley assented. During this period of association with the 5 Barker brothers, Linley had discovered that these 5 men clearly differentiated between enmity and benevolence. They were very straightforward and didn't play any mind games. They'd curse out whoever they wanted to curse and wouldn't hide any of their thoughts. Linley actually rather liked this sort of temperament. It was genuine. The 5 of them, upon training in accordance with the secret undying manual, will improve at a very rapid speed. It won't be difficult at all for them to reach the 9th rank within a few years. Caesar sighed to himself. Turning his head, he glanced at Linley. This Linley is most likely worthy of my trust. As far as Caesar was concerned, Linley couldn't even come close to comparing with the 5 Barker brothers in terms of importance. After all, these 5 were the descendants of the closest friends Caesar had ever made. As for Linley, he was nothing more than a sculptor whom Caesar, a statue aficionado, rather liked. Towards Linley, he only felt appreciation. But towards the 5 brothers, he felt the sort of doting love one might feel towards one's grandchildren. Soon after, Caesar left again. After about half a year had passed, the manor was completed, and Linley and his team took up residence within, beginning a long period of quiet training. Aside from Caesar, perhaps the only person who knew that Linley was living there was Yale. Yale had long ago set up a system of sending someone each month to provide news regarding the Radiant Church, basic news regarding the Yulan continent as a whole, as well as information about Wharton. Although they were living in this village, Linley thus was still kept very well informed about the affairs of the Yulan continent. Within a forest on the west side of Cloud Peaks village, Linley was training by himself. 3 years. They had spent 3 full years within the quiet Cloud Peaks village. During these 3 years, the Radiant Church's forces had been searching fruitlessly for them. As for Linley, he had totally immersed himself within his training, and had advanced quite rapidly as well. The wind rose, blowing the dead leaves to the ground. Linley raised his head to look at the sky. Very high up above him, a blue-winged hawk was flying with wings spread. A hint of a smile appeared on Linley's lips, and he suddenly thrust his adamant and heavy sword into the air. Boom! Originating from Linley's adamantine heavy sword, a series of faint cracks in space itself could be seen as a vibrational wave burst forward up into the sky at an incredibly high speed. In the blink of an eye, the vibrating waves had traversed nearly 1,000 meters. Boom! The body of the blue-winged hawk, a magical beast of the 5th rank, shuddered, then began to collapse from the skies. I've finally reached the level of the 100-layered waves. Linley's eyes were filled with a hint of confidence. If today, that Staley were to be struck by me again, he most likely wouldn't get off with just a light wound this time. Profound Truths of the Earth, Triple-Layered Waves. Profound Truths of the Earth, 10-Layered Waves. Profound Truths of the Earth, 100-Layered Waves. After spending 3 years, Linley had already reached an extremely high level of understanding with regards to the profound truths of the Earth, and his attack power was now very terrifying as well. Within 1,000 meters distance, he could kill a magical beast of the 5th rank. Most likely, even an early-stage saint-level combatant would be hard-pressed to accomplish such a task. After all, battle chi, when being transmitted through the air, would slowly be weakened by air resistance. When the distance reached a certain length, the power of the attack would be almost negligibly weak as well. Compared to battle chi, these vibrational waves would still be weakened when passing through the air, but much, much less than battle chi would be. When using the triple-layered waves technique in the past, Linley could only kill a magical beast of the 5th rank at a distance of roughly 10 meters. Any farther away, and the waves wouldn't be powerful enough to kill 5th-ranked magical beasts. But upon reaching the 10-layered wave stage of the technique, Linley could kill a 5th-ranked magical beast within 100 meters. But the 100-layered waves was even more powerful. Even 3,000 meters wouldn't prove a problem, much less 1,000. This was the true ace in Linley's sleeve. Unless he was in a dangerous situation, Linley wouldn't willingly use this technique. But how to break past the barrier for the profound truths of the wind? With a flip of his hand, Linley returned the adamantine heavy sword to its sheath, then drew out the blood-violet Godsword. Over the past 3 years, Linley had gained some insight regarding the 4th level of using the blood-violet, the profound truths of the wind. But his insights were only limited to the simplest level, the rippling wind technique. This shouldn't be the case. Wind-style magic isn't just fast and flexible. It should also have extremely powerful one-on-one attack abilities. How, then, can one execute the dimensional edge through sword attacks? Linley had a certain feeling that the effects of the dimensional edge spell absolutely could be displayed through the blood-violet Godsword. But it was as though the road to that level was covered by a dense fog, leading Linley to have no idea where he should try to make the breakthrough. Big Brother Linley, Big Brother Linley. Rebecca's clear voice rang out from outside the forest. Linley grabbed the blue-winged hawk by the neck and headed out of the forest with the hawk in his hands. This hawk would serve as part of dinner. Big Brother Linley, your letter just came. Rebecca smiled radiantly at Linley. Oh? Each month, a new letter would come. Linley tossed the blue-winged hawk over. Rebecca, our dinner tonight will be this blue-winged hawk. As he spoke, Linley accepted the letter and tore it open. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 40, Undying Warrior Transformation. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 40, Undying Warrior Transformation. Reading the information in this letter regarding Wharton, Linley couldn't help but start to frown. Wharton has registered for next year's selection process to become an honorary disciple of the War Gods College? Linley was rather puzzled and also rather dissatisfied. Why does he want to enter the War Gods College? Even the personally taught disciples of the War God at most reach the saint level. What, a Dragonblood warrior can't reach the saint level on his own? Linley knew very well that entering the War Gods College wouldn't have much of an impact on their development. After all, Dragonblood warriors were absolutely guaranteed to eventually become peak-stage saint-level combatants. The Supreme Warriors were nothing to trifle with. As for the deity level, despite the passage of so many years since the War God O'Brien had founded the Empire, not a single one of his honorary disciples or personally taught disciples had reached the deity level, right? The deity level wasn't something that could simply be taught by a deity-level combatant. How could one's understanding of the laws and principles of the world be taught? Everyone has their own insights. The road others have taken might not be suited to oneself. Linley was somewhat unhappy with his younger brother's decision to register and attempt to become an honorary disciple of the War Gods College. However, his younger brother had grown up. I can't blame Wharton for making his own choices. Linley continued to read. At the very end, a hint of laughter appeared on Linley's face. Ha, so this kid, Wharton, ha. The letter Yale had ordered to be delivered explained in detail the reason why Wharton had registered for the chance to be selected as an honorary disciple of the War Gods College. The primary reason was because of the seventh princess of the Empire. I hope that Wharton will have a perfect, unbroken love life. At the very least, it must not be like mine was. Linley blessed his younger brother silently. Indeed, the reason Wharton wanted to become an honorary disciple of the War Gods College was because of her. Given that the master of the War Gods College was the founding emperor of the O'Brien Empire, War God O'Brien, upon entering the War Gods College, it would be much easier for Wharton to wed an imperial princess. After reading the letter, a flame emerged from Linley's hands. Crackle! The letter was reduced to ash. Alongside Rebecca, Linley made his way back to their manor. His days of peaceful training continued. Linley continued to keep an eye out for Wharton's affairs. According to the reports in the letters, the seventh princess of the empire was an extremely beautiful girl, and she was also very adorable and kind. She was also doted on by her imperial father, which was why she had many pursuers. Several of them had higher social statuses and rankings than Wharton. However, the seventh princess of the empire was on very good relations with Wharton. She would often go out to play and joke around with him. The next year, the competition to join the War Gods College began. This was also the fourth year for Linley and his squad here at Cloud Peak Village. Big brother Linley, here's your letter. Rebecca once more delivered a letter to him. Linley immediately opened it and began to read. Based on the timing of events, this letter should have information regarding the grand competition. Given his younger brother's ability, he should be able to succeed. Oh? He failed? Reading the contents of the letter, Linley frowned. The competition to become an honorary disciple of the War Gods College had resulted in a young man named Bloomer, Blue-Mo, capturing that position. This sort of competition wasn't the type of competition where the last man standing would be given the position. It was a series of competitions resulting in a total of 10 finalists. From within these 10 finalists, either the War God himself, or one of his personally taught disciples, would select the next honorary disciple. Wharton had indeed become one of the 10 finalists, but in the end, the War Gods College had selected Bloomer. Yet another genius? Linley was very surprised. Bloomer was currently 32 years old, yet had just entered the 9th rank as a warrior. This astonishing natural talent was indeed quite incredible. But in terms of talent, Wharton should still be somewhat superior to him. This year, Wharton should be 21 years old, but he has already entered the 8th rank as a warrior. Linley had learned just a month ago that Wharton had entered the 8th rank as a warrior. A 21-year-old warrior of the 8th rank was very astonishing as well. HRM? Reading Bloomer's background information, something caught Linley's eye. Bloomer's older brother is actually the prodigy sword saint, Olivier? Linley was quite surprised. Olivier was that genius who, immediately upon entering the saint level, defeated the stellar sword saint, Dylan. It wasn't impossible for an early-stage saint level to defeat a saint level who had entered the saint level many years ago. What it required was a higher level of understanding and insight. For example, Linley. Right now, his level of understanding and insight was already at the peak of the saint level. Only, because his physical strength and battle chi was too low, it was impossible for him to enter the saint level at this time. As soon as he reached the required amount of strength and battle chi, he would enter the saint level. This was why Linley now spent a large majority of his time training his battle chi. He wanted to break through to the 9th rank as quickly as possible. I wonder how Wharton is currently feeling. Linley wondered to himself. That buck-toothed, chubby-cheeked kid from years ago was now an adult. Linley was truly filled with love and affection towards Wharton. The Emperor of the O'Brien Empire, if this letter is accurate, should already know that Wharton is the descendant of the Dragonblood warrior clan. Given Wharton's power, he clearly is capable of dragon forming. As a Dragonblood warrior, the Imperial clan would not be disgraced by Wharton marrying the Emperor's daughter. Actually, Linley didn't really feel much respect or fear towards the so-called royal clans or imperial clans. The only thing he feared and respected was truly powerful experts, such as the War God, the High Priest, the King of Killers, and the 2 kings of the Forest of Darkness and the mountain range of magical beasts. The people who stood at the pinnacle of the world. Understanding and insight was important. Physical strength was important as well. To Linley at his current level in particular, improving his battle chi and physical strength was something he desperately needed. When using the same technique of wielding something light as though it was heavy, the force of Linley's attacks were dozens of times weaker than that of a saint-level combatant. The same was true for the profound truths of the earth. At this time, Linley perhaps could seriously injure a saint-level combatant if he caught him off guard, but if a saint-level combatant were to use the technique, he definitely could cause the opponent to instantly perish. The 3 vibrational waves were the same, but the strength of the vibrations was just on totally different levels. The vibrational power unleashed by a saint-level combatant would be 10 times higher. The basics. Linley sat in the meditative position on his bed, all the muscles on his body twitching as though countless worms were crawling beneath his skin. The veins on Linley's forehead were bulging outwards as well. The azure-blackish battle chi was rapidly circulating through Linley's arteries, each time bringing with them the unique, nourishing, strengthening effects of the Dragonblood battle chi. Within his dantian region, the battle chi had already achieved a very high degree of density. That liquefied battle chi was constantly swirling about at a slow pace in the middle of his dantian. Phew! Linley let out a long breath, and when he did, a white mist spat forth from his mouth in a line as flat as a sharp sword. Who knows how long it will take to advance from the peak of the 8th rank to the 9th rank. In the past 4 years, Linley had managed to reach the peak stage of the 8th rank. But as always when it came to training, the most critical juncture was also the one which took the most time. Right now, Linley, when transformed, was still just at the peak of the 9th rank. As soon as he broke through to the 9th rank, Linley would be an early-stage saint-level combatant when dragon formed. The peak of the 9th rank to the early-stage saint level was a true transformation. There was an enormous difference between the 2 levels. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a bout of wild laughter erupted from outside the room. Linley stood up from his bed, puzzled. Why are the Barker brothers so happy, this early in the morning? At this time, the sky was just barely lit, and the world was covered by a thick fog. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to see someone 5 meters away, all they would see was the fog. Big brother Barker, why are you guys ranting like this early in the morning? We sisters need our sleep. Rebecca called out unhappily. Linley's vision was far stronger than that of ordinary people's. At a glance, he could tell that the eldest of the 5 brothers, Barker, was so happy he couldn't control himself. Big bro, why are you so happy? The other 4 siblings all came out of their rooms as well. I succeeded. I've broken through to the 9th rank. Barker excitedly said to his 4 brothers. Ha, when transformed, I can finally reach the early stage of the saint level. The Undying Warrior's transformation was very similar to that of the Dragonblood warriors in this respect. If in their normal, human form, they were of the 9th rank, once transformed, they would be at the saint level. Early stage saint level? Zassler, who had just walked out of his own room, was shocked as well. Linley, the sisters, and the 4 brothers of Barker were both stunned as well. Linley's eyes were shining. Barker, you've really broken through? Linley said with uncontrollable excitement. Barker nodded. Yes, Lord. I truly have broken through. In the past, the Barker brothers all addressed Linley as Lord Linley. Now that they were in the village, everyone was pretending that Linley was a noble and the 5 brothers were his guards, so naturally, they continued to address Linley as Lord. After 4 years, everyone had gotten used to this form of address. After all, the 5 Barker brothers were very heroic, blunt figures. Their minds weren't nearly as agile as Linley's and Zassler's. The decisions of this group were primarily made by Linley. Let's go to the empty space in the west. Let us get a good look at your current power. Linley immediately said. Everyone excitedly rushed out of the manor towards the empty space in the west side. Because the sun wasn't totally up yet, most of the people in the village were still sleeping. Not a single person could be seen. As soon as he transforms, he'll be saint level. Master, how long will it take before I'll be able to break through? The Black-Clawed Panther, Haru, said with some frustration to Linley. Hera had already been at the peak of the 9th rank for a long time. Gruel. Bibi growled angrily at him. Haru, don't think I don't understand what your sly intentions are. You have designs on that saint-level magicite core the boss has. Linley laughed as he shook his head. For a magical beast of the peak of the 9th rank to break through to the saint level usually required them to make the breakthrough on their own. But of course, if they were to consume a saint-level magicite core of the same elemental type as their own, there was a very high chance that they would be able to suddenly break through. But of course, there was a chance of failure as well. Gruel. Haru growled at Bibi as well. Bibi, I'm not like you. You've been growing stronger this entire time, during the past 4 years. But I've stopped. Exactly what sort of magical beast Bibi was, no one knew. But Bibi was definitely a type of magical beast whose natural talent was even more terrifyingly high than Black-Clawed Panthers. Although 4 years ago, Bibi was roughly on par with Haru, in truth, Bibi was still growing and developing. After these past 4 years, Bibi at his current level of power could easily devastate the Black-Clawed Panther. In terms of speed or defense, Bibi was extremely terrifying. Most likely, even a saint-level combatant would have to spend quite a bit of effort to kill BB. Linley's heart was filled with appreciation. For years ago, BB's defense was already frighteningly high. Now, it was so high as to be unspeakable. Harrow, that saint-level magicite core the boss has is darkness element, but you are dual element, wind and darkness. If you eat it, the chance of failure is too high. It isn't worth it. I'm a pure darkness element magical beast. When I reach the end of my development, the chances of me making a breakthrough after consuming it is much higher than yours. BB said arrogantly. What, you aren't happy? You want a taste of my claws? Harrow let out a growl, then fell silent. BB arrogantly stuck up his little head. Harrow, this extremely arrogant magical beast, had been thoroughly cowed by BB. Right at this time, Barker was about to transform. BB, knock it off. Linley was focusing on Barker, who stood in front of everyone. Ha, everyone, watch carefully. Barker was extremely excited. With a popping sound, the muscles on his body began to constantly crackle and pop. The muscles on Barker's body began to wildly expand, while at the same time, the color of his skin and muscles began to transform as well. Thunderous crackles. Barker, originally 2.2 meters tall, had now expanded in size along with his swelling muscles. In the blink of an eye, Barker had transformed into a terrifyingly large and powerful-looking giant who was 3 meters tall. Barker's entire skin had turned into a light green color. His skin and muscles seemed like they were made from stone, and those enormous, defined muscles clearly contained an unimaginable amount of power. Just by looking at him, one could tell this. And then, atop his light green skin, a layer of white, marble-like armor suddenly began to appear, eventually covering his entire body aside from his face. Even his head was covered by a white marble helmet. This so-called armor and helmet was grown from his very body. It was terrifyingly odd. And then, Barker suddenly rose into the air, flying in a circle before settling down and hovering in mid-air. The saint level. This is the power of the saint level. Barker excitedly smashed his 2 gigantic fists together. When he did, the air itself rippled from the force of that blow. This was a saint-level undying warrior. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 41, The Power of the 100-Layered Waves. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 41, The Power of the 100-Layered Waves. Surrounded by the foggy mist, Linley, the Archmagus Necromancer Zassler, Rebecca, Lena, Barker's 4 brothers, BB, and Harrow all stared at the saint-level undying warrior in front of them with a mixture of astonishment and delight. Those powerful, muscular arms and legs. Just by looking at the saint-level undying warrior, one could almost physically see the warrior's aura of power and might. In particular, that white, marble-like armor made Barker look as though he truly was a war machine. Although the other 4 siblings were 2.2 meters tall, compared to their big brother Barker, they now seemed like underage children. They only reached Barker's chest in height. The saint level. Big bro, how do you feel? The eyes of Hazer, the 3rd brother, were shining. Standing in midair, the saint-level undying warrior emitted a deep rumbling noise, and then allowed his voice to reverberate through the air. The feeling is of power. Unbelievable power. What's more, I can fly easily, as though it were a natural ability. Most saint-level combatants needed to reach a certain level of understanding and insight to fly. But the 4 supreme warriors were different. As long as they had enough power, the exalted, mysterious bloodlines of the 4 supreme warriors would allow them to fly as though it were second nature to them. It was similar to how some saint-level magical beasts would immediately and naturally know how to fly upon reaching their age of adulthood and maturity. This was an innate gift. 2nd bro, 3rd bro, 4th bro, 5th bro, don't be too stressed out. All of you are at the peak of the 8th rank, right? With just a single extra step, you'll be at the 9th rank, and by then, after transforming, you will be like me. Barker tried to keep his sonorous voice quiet, but he couldn't help but express his excitement. Seeing this, Linley also felt great excitement and joy on behalf of these 5 brothers, who were supreme warriors like him. The Barker brothers had trained for much longer than Linley had. When they had been captured and then escorted by Staley, they had already been over 30 years old. At that time, they had already entered the 8th rank for quite some time. They were warriors of the 8th rank who had never trained using this secret undying manual. As soon as they did, it was only natural that they then developed at an astonishingly fast pace. After all, the power of one's body was what determined how much battle chi could be generated, and those powerful bodies of theirs, the 5 of them had all reached the peak of the 8th rank. And today, Barker had broken through the last gate and reached the 9th rank. An undying warrior of the 9th rank in human form, an early stage saint level after transforming.
Breaking through from the peak of the 8th rank to the 9th rank isn't hard, but it isn't easy either. I might still need several years. The 5th brother, Gates, pursed his lips. It was hard to say when one would break through to another level. For example, Linley was currently at the peak of the 8th rank as well. He might break through tomorrow, or he might break through in 3 to 4 years. Barker suddenly looked at Linley. With excitement, he said, "Lord Linley, use the profound truths of the earth technique to attack me again."
You want to give it a try? Linley laughed with resignation.
One of the reasons why Linley was able to make the 5 of them willingly address him as Lord and accept him as their leader was because Linley had totally outclassed the 5 of them in terms of martial force. In recent years, the 5 brothers had trained in accordance with the secret Undying Manual, and after transforming into Undying Warriors, they had sparred a few times with Linley.
Undying Warriors did indeed possess an astonishingly high defense.
But the strange vibrational attacks of the profound truths of the earth were able to pierce through the armor and the muscles of the Undying Warriors, suffering only a slight loss of power before attacking their internal organs. At that time, Linley had only used his weakest triple-layered waves against them, and at a reduced level of power. But despite that, the 5 brothers still suffered some light injuries.
The profound truths of the earth is an extremely dangerous technique. Barker, if you really want to give it a try, then it has to be like it was in the past.
I'll start at the weakest level of power, then slowly ramp it up one level at a time. I don't dare use my most powerful attack at the very start.
Linley said sincerely.
Profound truths of the earth, 100-layered waves. The power of this attack was dozens of times greater than the triple-layered waves. According to Linley's calculations, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to use this attack to kill an early-stage saint-level combatant.
Don't worry, Lord. Let's do this one step at a time. I won't try to show off too much.
Barker's deep voice rumbled out.
Fine, then. Linley nodded. You are already at the saint level. I'll transform into a Dragonblood warrior as well.
Linley removed his upper body clothes, then allowed his body to become fully covered with black draconic scales, with the sharp spikes coming out as well. In the blink of an eye, Linley had totally transformed into his Dragonblood warrior form. Each time I see his lordship's eyes, my heart trembles. The 5th brother, Gates, said in a low voice. The other 3 nodded. The dark golden eyes Linley had inherited from the armored razorback WIRM were cold and utterly remorseless. Barker, first, I'll use my fist to execute the profound truths of the earth.
If you can totally withstand it, then I'll switch to using the adamantine heavy sword. Linley said in a deep voice.
Through using his fists, he could still put the power of the profound truths of the earth on full display. Only, in terms of actual force, it would be about half of that which the adamantine heavy sword could generate.
Alright, come. Don't take it too easy on me. Barker was full of excitement as well.
Right now, his blue eyes had a hint of gold in them. Launching off from the ground, Linley shot upwards like a vicious blur towards the mid-air Barker.
10-layered waves. Linley let out a growl.
Like a thunderbolt, his right fist smashed through the air, landing directly against the white armor covering Barker's chest.
But Barker felt nothing at all as that seemingly titanic punch slammed against his body. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The strange attack penetrated through his armor and his powerful muscles, then pierced through the undying battle chi surrounding his organs. Finally, like a warhammer, it smashed against his heart and his other organs. His internal organs all quivered. But then, the undying battle chi in Barker's body once more covered his organs.
I'm fine. Again.
Barker's eyes were shining.
Linley's punch using the 10-layered waves had actually not been able to injure him at all.
The only thing he felt was a slight tremble from his internal organs.
Linley nodded. Indeed, if a saint-level Undying Warrior, with their incredibly strong defense, wasn't able to take an empty-handed 10-layered waves blow, then Undying Warriors wouldn't be worthy of being praised as the supreme warriors with the greatest level of defense.
Fine. I'll begin to gradually increase my attack power.
Linley didn't waste any more words, immediately beginning to attack.
Barker knew very well that the weak point of the Undying Warriors lay in their low speed. In truth, even if he were to engage in a genuine battle against Linley, given Linley's superior speed, Linley could land one punch after another on him. The result wouldn't be too different from what he was doing right now, just standing there and letting Linley hit him. The number of vibrations each blow caused slowly began to increase. From 10 layers, to 20 layers, to 30 layers.
His defense truly is powerful.
He's even managed to withstand 90 layers of vibrations.
Linley's eyes were shining.
He immediately called out loudly, "Barker, prepare to take my most powerful bare-handed blow." Barker waited for him there in midair. Barker had to admit that just then, the 90-layered waves had caused him some injury. But due to the astonishing healing power of his undying battle chi, he had already pretty much recovered from that light injury. 100-layered waves. Like a tempest, Linley shot into the air, his fist drawing closer and closer to Barker before finally smashing against his chest. Boom! 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 Barker felt as though he had been smashed by an enormous meteor as both his body as well as his internal organs began to vibrate with a strength which he had never experienced before. 100 vibrations occurred in the blink of an eye. Barker felt his internal organs shudder, and he could already taste blood in his mouth. He wanted to swallow it, but then another stream of blood was forced into his mouth by his organs. He could no longer repress it, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Big bro! Barker's 4 brothers immediately ran over in astonishment. Barker! Linley was surprised as well. I'm fine. After spitting out that mouthful of blood, Barker actually felt much better. I'm not injured too badly. My undying battle chi should be able to totally cure this sort of minor wound in just 3 days or so. Barker looked at Linley with admiration. Lord, in terms of understanding and insight, you are on a much higher level than me. Although my body is more powerful than yours, I'm still unable to defeat you. The Linley of 4 years ago definitely wouldn't have been a match for the current Barker. But over the course of these 4 years, Linley had deepened his understanding of the profound truths of the earth. By enhancing his original triple-layered waves to the current level of 100-layered waves, he had increased his attack power by several dozen times. If I were to use my adamantine heavy sword, the power of the 100-layered waves would be doubled. Linley said to himself. The power of the profound truths of the earth, when executed by a heavy sword, was extremely great. If I used all of my power with the adamantine heavy sword and executed the 100-layered waves attack, I could most likely heavily injure or even kill an early-stage saint-level undying warrior. Linley was now very certain. The defensive abilities of the undying warriors were legendary. If even an early-stage saint-level undying warrior was unable to take this attack, how could an ordinary early-stage saint-level combatant do so? Any early-stage saint-level who encounters the 100-layered waves attack will most likely die. Linley felt extremely confident. Raw power and level of insight were mutually supportive. Compared to 4 years ago, Linley's raw power had not increased much. But in terms of the effectiveness of his level of understanding, he had improved by dozens of times. An ordinary peak stage combatant of the 9th rank, upon reaching the saint level, would generally only increase in power by around 10 times or so. Barker! Zassler said with a smile. In terms of raw power, the bodies of the 5 of you are not one whit weaker than Linley's. Your body, Barker, is in fact stronger than Linley's. But in terms of insight and understanding, you are too inferior. Linley has already told you that his levels of understanding can be divided into 4 levels, ordinary attacks being the first, wielding something heavy as though it were light as the second, impose as the third, and the profound truths of the earth as the fourth. But the 5 of you are still at the most basic level of using raw force. Your level of understanding and insight is far too low. Barker deactivated his transformation, returning to his normal appearance. In the past 4 years, Lord Linley has already taught us much. But we 5 brothers truly, Barker laughed awkwardly. Old man, do you think we are geniuses? His lordship is around 25 years old, but has already reached the peak stage of the saint level in terms of insight and understanding. The 5th brother, Gates, didn't treat Zassler with any respect at all. Zassler glanced at Gates unhappily. You are physically powerful and all use heavy weapons. You should easily be able to understand the level of using something heavy as though it were light. But don't be too impatient. As long as you focus on your training, one day, you will perhaps understand it. Linley said encouragingly. In truth, Linley had a large, unfair advantage. His elemental affinity was, after all, exceptional. As a magus, he naturally was able to more easily attune with nature in commune with it. Pairing his inborn elemental affinity with his proficiency with the sword, it was very natural for him to be able to quickly deepen his level of understanding. Yes, Lord. The 5 brothers all nodded. The 5 Barker brothers all knew that right now, Linley was also at the peak of the 8th rank. As soon as he broke through to the next level, Linley would also be at the early stage of the saint level in his dragon form. Given his already high level of understanding, by then, the difference between Linley and them would be even greater. We can't allow ourselves to become a hindrance to him. The 5 proud brothers all decided to work even harder from now on. In the blink of an eye, yet another year passed. The autumn wind was still howling drearily, the same as before. Staring into the distance at the Barker brothers engaged in their training, Linley couldn't help but grin.
All 5 of the Barker brothers were physically stronger than Linley, and Linley had paid for the Dawson conglomerate to produce weapons for them. 5 long-handled great axes. Those long-handled great axes were at least 2 meters long, and were astonishingly thick. In addition, the axe heads were extremely large as well. The great axes themselves were made from the finest and rarest of materials, with each long-handled great axe weighing an astonishing 5,300 pounds. The 5th brother, Gates, has a relatively higher talent for insight. He was the first to understand wielding something heavy as though it were light. The other 4 have yet to grasp it. Although over a year had passed, aside from Barker, the others remained stuck at the peak stage of the 8th rank and had not broken through. The only pleasant surprise had been Gates coming to understand wielding something heavy as though it were light. Zassler had spent this year in tireless training as well. This 800-plus-year-old man had been somewhat embarrassed by the rapid increases in power by Linley and the Barker brothers, causing him to become hardworking as well. Watching the dried leaves fall from the trees, Linley suddenly felt very much at peace. 5 years. It has been 5 years. I should go fulfill my end of the 5-year agreement as well. Linley looked towards the northwest, in the direction of the prefectural city of Serre. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 42, An Appointment Kept. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 42, An Appointment Kept. The 5-year agreement. Linley still remembered his promise. I hope Jen won't be too determined. Linley knew that even if in the end, Jen elected to follow him, at most Linley would only be able to treat her as he did Rebecca and Lena. Linley couldn't reciprocate her affections. After experiencing so much and passing one tribulation after another, the deepest part of Linley's heart had been frozen and locked. That layer of ice covering it was very cold, very thick. To melt the hard ice surrounding Linley's heart would be difficult. Very difficult. But when he thought about affairs of the heart, Linley began to think about Wharton. According to Yale's messengers, over this past year, Wharton and the 7th Princess of the Empire have been quite passionate with each other. However, according to what the letter says, it won't be easy for Wharton to successfully take the 7th Princess as his wife. The 7th Princess's background was simply too excellent. She was virtuous, kind, beautiful, of high rank, and doted upon by her imperial father. There were too many suitors. The only thing Linley could do was to silently bless his little brother and hope he would have a wonderful relationship. At least, his brother couldn't end up like him. Half a month later. Lord. The 5th brother, Gates, energetically sprinted over towards Linley, who had just completed a sculpture. With excitement, he said, my big brother has also grasped the concept of wielding something heavy as though it were light. Oh. With a flip of his hand, Linley stored away his straight chisel. With surprise, he said, Barker has reached the level of wielding something heavy as though it were light? Right. Lord, why don't you go take a look? Gates advised. Linley laughed. How about this? Gates, have everyone come to the main hall. There's something I want to tell all of you. Oh. Seeing Linley had something important that he wished to discuss, Gates nodded. After a while, everyone congregated within the main hall. Many of them were animatedly talking about Barker reaching the level of wielding something heavy as though it were light. Everyone. Smiling, Linley walked into the main hall. I have an important matter I need to take care of. On this trip, I will only bring Bibi and Haru. As for the rest of you, all you need to do is to continue to train here. If everything happens quickly, I'll be back in a few days. If I need a bit longer, I'll send someone with a message. Lord, you don't plan to take us along? Gates asked loudly. Continue your training. Linley laughed as he glanced at Gates. Gates, if you can reach the imposed level, or reach the 9th rank, I will take you as well. Gates immediately shut his mouth. He wasn't Linley. Reaching the level of wielding something heavy as though it were light was already quite difficult for him. He was still just at the basic stage of this level, and had yet to even master it. Enough. Tomorrow morning, I leave at dawn. Linley declared directly. The next morning at dawn, the Barker brothers, Rebecca, Lena, and Zassler all watched as Linley, dressed in a warrior's outfit covered by a long black robe, rode off on the back of Haru, his black-cloud panther, with Bibi seated next to him. The man and the 2 magical beasts departed from the Cloud Peaks village. His long black robe fluttered in the wind. Linley's weapons had all been withdrawn into his interspatial ring. Using the adamantine heavy sword to execute the profound truths of the earth is extremely powerful. Once that technique comes out, most likely the target will perish. Normally, it would be better for me to continue using the blood violet God's word. Linley had already reached a fairly high level of proficiency in using his profound truths of the earth. But as for the profound truths of the wind his blood violet sword used, Linley's level of proficiency was quite low. Linley didn't believe that using the blood violet sword was necessarily weaker than using the adamantine heavy sword. After all, the forbidden wind style spell was the single target spell Dimensional Edge. If magical techniques could create the effects of this spell, logically speaking, sword techniques should as well. Bibi, I've discovered that over these years, you've continued to improve. What sort of magical beast are you, exactly? Seated astride Harrow, Linley laughed towards Bibi. Hera let out a growl. Master, Bibi is a total freak. I've never seen such a freakishly powerful magical beast. 5 years ago, he was about the same as me, but now, he's much more powerful. But he still hasn't reached the saint level yet. If Hera had met the 3 sons of Dylan, the king of the mountain range of magical beasts, he would know that there were other magical beasts in the world that were even more freakishly powerful than Bibi. Those 3 were terrifying magical beasts of the saint rank had easily swallowed over 100 enormous dragons into their bellies. Bibi has grown somewhat stronger. Linley chuckled. But Bibi seems to still be growing. Linley suspected that Bibi was not fully an adult yet. Heh, that's entirely possible. Bibi narcissistically raised his little head. When I, Bibi, reach adulthood, maybe I'll be a saint-level magical beast. Saint-level magical beasts such as the bloody-eyed Maine lion, the savage world bear, the violet-eyed gopher ape, these were magical beasts which would, as a natural part of their growth cycle, enter the saint level as soon as they reached full adulthood. This was the innate gift of these saint-level magical beasts. I've heard of saint-level magical beasts. But is there such a thing as magical beasts which would naturally grow up to reach the deity level? Linley sighed to himself. Even if there are, I'll wager they wouldn't appear on plains such as the Yulon continent. They continued on their journey. By nightfall, Linley reached the prefectural city of Ser. On the streets of Ser, there were many people mounted on magical beasts. However, most of those people were mounted on low-level or mid-level magical beasts such as windwolves or fanged wolves. When Linley rode the black-cloud panther on the streets, the other magical beasts all prudently retreated in terror, giving him space. Although humans, when encountering strange magical beasts, might not be able to accurately gauge the beast's strength, when a low-level magical beast encountered a high-level magical beast, they would easily be able to sense the difference in power. HRM? A black panther? A very ordinary man in the streets of the prefectural city of Ser saw Linley seated on his black panther, and his eyes immediately lit up. He has a black panther, and he looks exactly the same as the picture. It must be him. The man immediately grew excited. He immediately ran out of the street, heading towards a small alleyway. At the gate to the governor's castle of the prefectural city of Ser. As soon as Linley had seen the gate, he discovered that a large number of people were congregating around the gate, awaiting his arrival. Big Brother Lay. A young man and woman called out at the same time. Linley immediately recognized them. The girl who had grown even more mature and beautiful was Jen, while the handsome young fellow who was half a head taller than Jen was most likely the grown-up Keen. Keen and Jen ran over excitedly. The now 19-year-old Keen said loudly, "Big Brother Lay, I heard from the guards a long time ago that a man riding a black panther had arrived. I immediately guessed that it must be you. Black panthers were extremely rare, after all. There were only 2 types, black striped panthers and black-cloud panthers." Big Brother Lay. Jen's face was slightly flushed, and she looked expectantly at Linley. "Let's talk inside," Linley said with a calm laugh. All of them entered the castle. Since he had turned 16, Keen had officially taken over the management responsibilities of the city, and by now, he was a qualified city governor. Last year, Keen had taken a beautiful wife. At the time, Keen had wanted to invite Linley, but unfortunately, he had no idea where Linley was living. "Jen, you've become a magus?" Walking in the hallway, Linley laughed as he asked her this question. Given Linley's spiritual energy, he could immediately sense the aura of a magus coming from Jen. The aura wasn't particularly strong. Right. A water-style magus. Jen's eyes shone with excitement. "Big Brother Lay, after you left, I didn't have anything to do. Afterwards, I realized that with you being so powerful, if I couldn't do anything and kept on being a hindrance to you, that wouldn't be a good thing. So, I went to have my elemental affinity and my spiritual energy tested. I didn't expect that I was suited to train in water-style magic. When she was young, Jen had been constantly suppressed and held down by her aunt, and thus didn't have the chance to train in magic at all. Nobody had any idea that Jen had the capability of becoming a magus. But my talent isn't very high. After 5 years, I'm still only a magus of the 3rd rank. Jen said quietly.
Generally speaking, from infanthood until adulthood, one's spiritual energy was continuously growing. But for geniuses such as Linley and Reynolds, even if they hadn't trained in magic when they were young and only began once they reached the age of 18, they probably would have immediately started off with the spiritual energy of a magus of the third rank. 18 years of growth, combined with 5 years of training. And yet, she was still only of the third rank. Her talent could only be considered to be average, perhaps a bit higher than your ordinary magi.
Big Brother Lay, have a seat. Keen enthusiastically invited Linley to sit in the seat of honor. Let me make some introductions. This is my wife, Irene, A.I. Lin.
Seated next to Keen was a very beautiful young lady, who had a pair of pretty blue eyes.
Right now, this young lady was looking at Linley with curiosity.
When she and Keen had first began their courtship, Keen often would talk to her about Linley.
Big Brother Lay.
Irene said courteously.
Keen, everyone, just sit down and relax. Don't stand on so much ceremony. Linley said with a calm laugh.
Everyone sat down, but Keen continuously stared at Linley. Keen knew very well that the purpose of this trip had to do with that 5-year agreement he had made.
5 years having passed, Jen was now 23.
Because of training in water-style magic, Jen's skin was now glistening, making her even more beautiful.
And the now 23-year-old Jen now had a more womanly aura. During these 5 years, Jen had many suitors.
And not just from the prefectural city of Serre. Whenever Jen and Keen went to attend the yearly events of the clan at the provincial capital of Basel, there would be many people who would attempt to flirt with or make passes at Jen. But Jen still refused to pay any of them any heed.
Jen.
Linley looked at Jen, cutting straight to the heart of the matter.
I imagine you still remember our 5-year agreement.
Jen, I'll tell you right now, in my heart, I truly can only envision you as a younger sister who needs someone to cherish her. Jen's entire body trembled, but in the next moment, she began to laugh. Next to her, Keen and their housekeeper, Lambert, both let out a low sigh.
Big Brother Lay. Jen said. I feel very fortunate to have a big brother like you. No matter what, no matter where, I'll follow you.
I just hope that you won't discard me before I get married.
Linley slightly trembled.
But he immediately understood that Jen truly had made up her mind to follow him. But judging from what Jen was saying, over the course of these 5 years, Jen had already mentally prepared for what he had said today.
Then you've decided to follow me and leave here? Linley asked.
Jen paused for a second. After all, she was very close to her brother, Keen. In her heart, she couldn't bear to part with him either. But after taking a glance at Keen and seeing how happy and loving he was with Irene, Jen's worries melted away.
I can follow you away at any time, Big Brother Lay.
Big Brother Lay, where do we go first?
Jen asked. We'll first pay a visit to a small town near the provincial capital of Basel. Linley replied. The provincial capital of Basel?
Keen started, then immediately said, Big Brother Lay, our Jacques clan will organize a yearly gathering at the provincial capital of Basel each year.
It happens every year on November 15th. The day will come in 3 days. Big Brother Linley, would you be willing to let my sis go with me one more time? It's in the same direction anyhow.
Keen looked expectantly at Linley.
Keen really couldn't bear to be parted from his sister. He knew that Linley roamed the world. Once his sister left with Linley, who knew how long it would be before the two would meet again?
Having grown up alongside his big sister, their affection was naturally very deep.
Linley looked at Keen, then looked at Jen. Finally, he nodded. Fine.
We'll go to the provincial capital of Basel together. After you finish attending your clan's annual gathering, Jen will leave with me.
Thank you. Keen said gratefully.
While Linley took up residence for a few days within the prefectural city's castle, the Radiant Church's forces that were hidden within the prefectural city of Serre were very excited. That Linley actually came to the prefectural city of Serre.
This is wonderful.
A white-haired man said, his face covered with excitement. 5 years, 5 full years. We've finally found Linley. The Radiant Church had been searching fruitlessly for Linley for 5 years. Sadly, due to their lack of manpower within the O'Brien Empire, their forces were primarily concentrated in places such as prefectural cities. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to discover Linley, who was hiding within a countryside village. However, in this prefectural city of Serre, the place where Linley had once stayed for quite some time, the Radiant Church had a good amount of people present. Hurry and send a message to Lady Linden in the countryside. Tell her that Linley has arrived at the prefectural city of Serre.
The white-robed man immediately instructed his subordinates.
Lyndon and the other 5 angels, upon arriving at the O'Brien Empire, had searched everywhere for Linley for 2 full years, but had found nothing. In the end, with no other choices, they had settled into a small town near the prefectural city of Serre, ready to act at a moment's notice. As soon as they received any news, they would immediately head out. They would kill Linley no matter what the cost, even if it meant they would have to die with him. This was their fate as angels. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 43, The Gathering in Basel. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 43, The Gathering in Basel. That night, Linley had dinner at the main hall of the governor's castle. Keen, Jen. Come outside a moment. After finishing dinner, Linley called out to them, then walked out of the main hall to the quiet rear gardens. Keen and Jen exchanged glances, then followed Linley to the gardens as well. The gardens at night were very peaceful and quiet. Looking at Jen and Keen, Linley smiled. Jen, Keen, there's something I must inform you of. Keen and Jen stared at Linley, puzzled. The Radiant Church and I have a deep hatred between us. We will not rest until one or the other is destroyed. These words from Linley immediately stunned Jen and Keen. They knew that Linley was no ordinary man, but they had no idea that he was diametrically opposed to the Radiant Church. The Radiant Church was, without question, an enormous entity. Lowering his voice, Linley said, 5 years ago, when I fought with the Radiant Church, it most likely resulted in them becoming aware that I am in the O'Brien Empire. 5 years ago, the forces of the Radiant Church became aware of Haru's existence. I believe that just based on this alone, they should have discovered how I had followed the 2 of you to the prefectural city of Serre. Many people knew that back then, a mysterious expert with a Black Panther companion had protected Keen and Jen on their journey to Serre, allowing Keen to assume the position of city governor. This wasn't a secret. It wouldn't be strange at all for the Radiant Church to find out about this. I suspect that the Radiant Church has definitely hidden quite a few people within the prefectural city of Serre. Linley said calmly. From the moment he had decided to come to the prefectural city of Serre, Linley had already made certain plans. That Staley had exchanged blows with him before. After that fight, the Radiant Church would certainly have realized how dangerous Linley was to them. If they didn't send people immediately to kill him as soon as possible, then the Radiant Church really would be a pack of fools. Then what should we do? Keen and Jen were both rather bewildered. Jen, first of all, let me ask you. Do you still want to follow me? Linley stared at Jen. Jen nodded without any hesitation. Linley nodded slightly. I'm afraid that within your castle, the Radiant Church has spies here as well. That's what I want to let you know, but I plan to leave the prefectural city of Serre tonight. What? Jen looked at Linley in astonishment. Big brother Lei, you plan to leave by yourself? Don't worry. I'll just head out slightly before you do. I'll head to the provincial capital of Basel first. I'll take up residence in the eastern side of the city's Nire Hotel. When the time comes, you can find me there. Linley was very confident in his ability to deal with the Radiant Church's men. However, he couldn't take Jen and Keen along with him. If he brought such a large group of people, he would be as good as harming Jen and Keen. The Nile Hotel of the Eastern City. This is a very famous hotel. I know where it is. Keen nodded. Over these 5 years, he had paid quite a few visits to the provincial capital. Linley had made these plans long ago. Right now, whether or not he killed the Radiant Church's forces wasn't important. After all, killing those people didn't make a huge difference to the Radiant Church. If he encountered them, he would kill them. If he didn't, then forget it. As for Jen, by the time they reunited with the 5 Barker brothers and Zassler, Linley would no longer be concerned about any schemes the Radiant Church might have to play. Then I'll leave now. Linley laughed. Immediately? Jen and Keen were startled. Immediately. That way, the Radiant Church's men wouldn't have any idea. Linley chuckled, then transformed into a black blur, flying through the air and disappearing from the rear gardens. At the same moment, the Black-Clawed Panther, Haru, as well Bibi also departed at high speed. 3 black blurs flashed over the prefectural city of Serre's 20-meter-tall walls, easily crossing over to the other side. Although the city walls were useful against ordinary combatants, to experts on Linley's current level, they were nothing more than a fairly high doorstop. Riding on Haru's back, the night wind howled past Linley. I've discovered that I rather like the feeling of traveling by night. Feeling the cool wind blow against his face, Linley felt very much refreshed. The light of the moon seemed to make the world covered by a layer of thin gauze, making everything seem so dreamlike.
This night, there were people riding on horses at high speed heading to other places as well. These were the people who were rushing towards Linden to give her the good news. However, there was a distance of over 100 kilometers from the prefectural city of Serre to the town Linden was staying in. Linley had only arrived in the prefectural city of Serre at nightfall. The supervisor for the prefectural city of Serre only received the news at around 6 o'clock at night. By the time he sent someone out, it was already 7 o'clock. At around 8 o'clock at night, Linley had left the prefectural city of Serre. At this time, that messenger was still on the road. By around 9 o'clock, the messenger finally managed to arrive at the town where Linden and the others were staying. The town was lit by fires. The poor man who had been blown on by the cold wind of November finally felt a hint of warmth. Lord Linden. The messenger man arrived at Linden's residence. Seeing Linden at the doorway, he immediately jumped off his horse. Lord Linden, something important has happened. We've already discovered that Linley has arrived at the prefectural city of Serre. The eyes of Linden, who had been standing there coldly, suddenly lit up. Linley? Linden was both shocked as well as overjoyed. She had waited for 5 full years, to the point of being numb. And then tonight, this report had come out of nowhere. Psych, psych. All of you, come out. Linden's cold voice rang out a few times, and the other 5 angels immediately rushed over. These 6 angels were all wearing human bodies, and thus their power was limited to that of a warrior of the 9th rank. But their essence was still that of the angels. They would definitely obey orders. For the sake of the glory of the Lord, they would be willing to sacrifice their lives at any time. Upon hearing that there was news of Linley's return to the prefectural city of Serre, the other 5 angels grew excited as well. Their mission was to kill Linley. Let's go, we head out immediately. Linden immediately ordered. Yes. The other 5 didn't hesitate at all. Linden and the others didn't bother about the messenger. The 6 of them, relying on their legs, immediately began racing towards the direction of the prefectural city of Serre. As combatants of the 9th rank, without question, the speed they could reach was much faster than that of horses. The next morning. Within a very ordinary manner in the prefectural city of Serre. The previous night, Linden and her people had taken up residence here upon reaching the prefectural city of Serre. What? Linley disappeared? Linden stared coldly at the white-robed man in front of her. The white-robed man immediately said, Lord Linden, the people we stationed within the city governor's castle didn't know either. They only found out this morning that Linley and his 2 magical beasts disappeared. Most likely, they've left the prefectural city of Serre. Bam, dot. Linden angrily smashed a fist against the stone desk in front of her, smashing it into tiny pieces. The other 5 angels were extremely angry as well. The 6 of them had spent over 5 years here. They had just received word of Linley's arrival, but then in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared again. The white-robed man was somewhat nervous now. He knew that the 6 people in front of him were very powerful. Even the Northwest Administrative Province's supervisor had to obey the orders of these 6 people. However, the white-robed man didn't know that these 6 were actually angels. Only in the moments before the deaths, when Linden and the others chose to go all out, would their true power as angels be put on display. Investigate. Go investigate. Find out where Linley has gone. Also, activate every resource we have in the entire Northwest Administrative Province. We must find Linley. Linley must be somewhere within the Northwest Administrative Province. Linden said in a cold, deadly voice. Yes. The white-robed man immediately assented. They hadn't been able to find Linley for 5 years. Linden had even begun to worry if Linley had perhaps left the O'Brien Empire. After all, given they had found no trace of him, there was no way they could be certain as to where he actually was. But at least they now knew for sure that Linley was in the Northwest Administrative Province. Just as Linden was feeling furious at her helplessness on the 3rd morning, they received word from the provincial capital of Basel. Linley has appeared within the provincial capital of Basel. As soon as they received this news, Linden's other colleagues grew excited. Lord, shall we head out now? The 5 looked at Linden expectantly. Linden was the captain of their squad. In fact, amongst the descended angels, Linden could be considered a fairly famous person. The angels that would descend into bodies that could only support the 9th rank were almost all 2-winged angels. Only 3 of them were cherubim, 4-winged angels, and of the 3, Linden was the only female one. That Mackenzie is in the provincial capital. Linden frowned. Mackenzie has reached the saint level nearly 60 years ago. From our reports, his power can be considered a mid-stage saint level. If he were to interfere, things would become complicated. Lord, if we were to go all out, killing Mackenzie shouldn't be too hard. Another nearby angel, the one known as Psyche, spoke out. Right. When going all out, we can allow our bodies to collapse and utilize all of our true power. The 5 of us are all 2-winged angels, while you, Lord, are a cherub. Although it will only be for a short period of time, it should be enough to kill Linley. Hearing her subordinate's words, Lyndon hesitated. Indeed. If angels were to ignore their physical collapse, they could indeed use all of their real power for a short period of time. But most likely, after just 2 or 3 attacks, their bodies would have turned to ash. When a cherub and 5 2-winged angels used the angel battle formation and allowed their bodies to collapse from using their full power, even a mid-stage saint-level combatant might die in their hands. No rush. Lyndon said calmly. Everyone, calm down. Going all out is our last resort. After all, pre-transformation, Linley isn't that impressive. We can instead find an opportunity where Linley is in his human form and directly kill him. Lord, then your intention is to, the 5 looked at Lyndon. That Linley doesn't recognize the 6 of us. A hint of a cruel smile was on Lyndon's face. That day, Lyndon's group, led by the white-robed man, rode fine horses out of the prefectural city of Serre. Lord, the military carriage up ahead belongs to the soldiers of the city governor of Serre. The white-robed man reported in a quiet voice to Lyndon and the others as soon as he saw them. Oh? Is it Jen and Keen? Lyndon glanced at the distant caravan. Jen and Keen's relationship with Linley was something that Lyndon knew quite a bit about. Have your subordinates been mixed into their caravan? Lyndon lowered her voice. Yes, Lord. The white-robed man nodded. Smiling, Lyndon said, that's fine. For now, we don't need to pay them any attention. Lyndon's group clearly traveled at a much faster pace than Keen and Jen's group. In the blink of an eye, they passed them by. The reason Keen and Jen were making this trip out to the prefectural city of Basel was because they needed to attend the annual dinner party. Lyndon's team and Jen's caravan were both headed towards the provincial capital of Basel. As for Linley, quite some time ago, he had settled down in the hotel in the east side of the city. There was a small manor located right off behind the hotel. Linley was staying there. I came to the provincial capital of Basel in such grand fashion. Most likely, the Radiant Church's men recognized me. I wonder who the Radiant Church will send out next time. Linley wasn't worried in the slightest. He was actually quite eager. I haven't encountered anyone who could fight me head-on yet, or force me to use the 100-layered waves level of the profound truths of the earth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 44, Neighbors. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 44, Neighbors. The provincial capital of Basel was the base of operations for the ancient Jacques clan, here in the Northwest Administrative Province. Here in the Northwest Administrative Province, the Jacques clan could be considered the local kings. During their annual clan gathering, all of the various branches of the clan would hurry over to the provincial capital. In the northeast part of the provincial capital, there was an extremely large and ancient castle. This was the headquarters of the Jacques clan. Yulan calendar, year 10008. November 14th. This was a day when the Jacques clan's castle would always be decorated and brightly lit. The number of guards at the gate were tripled as well, compared to the past. In addition, many branch members of the clan were passing through the gates this day, arriving from all over the world. Sis, the clan's castle is much larger than ours, at least 10 times larger. Keen peered through his carriage's cloth door while sighing in amazement. This carriage contained 3 people. Keen, Irene, and Jen. Jen also stared through the door. Nodding, she said, the clan clearly has far more experts than us as well. Only, I wonder if great-grandfather will be there as well. The great-grandfather which Jen spoke of was Mackenzie. Each year, at the annual gathering, Mackenzie sometimes attended but sometimes did not. However, 2 years ago, Mackenzie did show himself once. That sighting had satisfied Jen and Keen's desire to see the hero whom everyone in the clan worshipped. It is very possible. Irene has never seen great-grandfather. Keen held his wife's hands. The caravan quickly arrived at the castle gates. It came to a halt. Jen, Keen, and Irene all knew the rules. They got off the carriage. Jen! A happy, teasing voice rang out. Immediately upon hearing this voice, Jen frowned, but then she squeezed out a smile. She turned her head and looked towards a young man with gleaming hair. Cousin Albert, AI Botii. Cousin Albert. Keen and Irene also said courteously. Albert looked like someone who was full of himself.
Being educated since he was young had given him the airs of an ancient, noble clan, but just by looking at his eyes and his face, anyone could tell that this man was an empty-headed lecher. But Albert was the eldest son of the current clan leader of the Jacques clan, and was the successor to the position as well. The future clan leader of the Jacques clan. Who would dare look down at Albert, given his status? Jen, you are growing more beautiful by the year. Keen, Irene, don't just stand there like idiots, come in. Albert warmly escorted Jen and the others into the castle. Because the family gathering was on November 15th, quite a few people arrived on the 14th. The night of the 14th, the castle of the Jacques clan was extremely lively. Big Sis, feeling frustrated over Albert again? Keen walked into Jen's room. Seeing Jen standing at the window and sighing, he immediately could guess at what Jen was thinking about. Jen turned her head to glance at her younger brother. Frowning, she said, that Albert doesn't have any good intentions. Each time at our clan gathering, he'll come bother me. These days never pass by easily. Sis. Keen took his sister by the hand. Apologetically, he said, I know that the only reason you didn't go with Big Brother Lay was because you wanted to spend a few more days with me. Keen. Jen affectionately patted Keen on the head. Keen, you are even taller than me now. Keen lowered his head silently. Jen had taken care of Keen since they were young. Ever since they had arrived in the Holy Union, their mother had been severely ill, and so Jen had taken care of Keen like a mother would have. The affection between these two siblings was very deep. Jen, cousin Jen. Albert's voice rang out again. Jen and Keen both frowned, no trace of enjoyment on their faces now. This Albert really was as annoying and stifling as a boa constrictor. In the blink of an eye, Albert had arrived at the doorway. Jen. Oh, Keen, you are here also. Albert beamed. Jen, we're organizing a small banquet in the main hall. Jen, let's go together. I've arranged for some people to prepare several beautiful evening gowns for you. Jen shook her head. No need. I'm feeling a bit dizzy and am a bit unwell. Why would you be feeling unwell? Let me take a look. Albert actually stepped forward, intending to touch Jen by her forehead. Jen immediately took 2 steps back. Keen snickered from the side, Cousin Albert, my sister isn't feeling well. Let her have a good rest. Albert stood there for a moment, then laughed and nodded. Fine. He then stared at Keen. Keen, come with me for a moment. Cousin Jen, have a good rest. If there is anything you need, just let the servants know. He gave Keen a meaningful look. Keen nodded, then followed Albert out. Within the flower garden, Albert and Keen were walking together. Albert was silent, and Keen said nothing either. After a long time. Keen, how does it feel to be the governor of a prefectural city? Albert suddenly asked. Keen was startled. Slowly, he said, pretty good. Albert laughed and nodded. Of course it's good. You govern millions of people, Keen. You must understand that the entire Northwest Administrative Province has only 10 prefectural cities. Positions like the city governorship are highly sought after, and many people keep their eyes on those positions. After all, our Jacques clan is a large clan. As though he understood something, Keen nodded. The Jacques clan was continuously starting new branches. Naturally, each generation was more numerous than the last. In the past, the reason why Keen's father, Count Wade, had been lucky enough to receive the governorship was because he was on very close terms with the previous clan leader. In truth, the various city governorships were totally all controlled and decided upon by the clan leader of the Jacques clan. After all, the Jacques clan had sole authority over the management of the Northwest Administrative Province. Keen, you should know that many of my younger siblings have grown up now, such as my own third brother. Right now, he's only a major in the army. Many of these people would very much like to become the governor of a prefectural city. Albert looked at Keen with an expression that both was and wasn't a smile. Keen knew what Albert was hinting at. And not just my siblings. My uncles as well. In the past, they weren't able to overcome your father, but they've never given up. Albert looked at Keen. Keen, I have a very good impression of you. But you must understand that to get something, you have to give something. Keen was silent. Keen, you have taken the city governorship, yes, but I, the future clan leader, can make you lose it as well. Albert saw that Keen was silent, and began to speak more coldly. Cousin Albert, go ahead and state your desires. Keen forced a smile to his face. Albert laughed. Ha, you are my cousin.
Of course, I won't force you to do anything. I just hope that we can further deepen our relationship. For example, you can have your big sister marry me. What do you think? Keen was filled with rage. He knew Albert's intentions long ago.
Such a gentle, beautiful, virtuous woman such as Jen, especially after beginning to train in water-style magic, was a very mesmerizing, refined lady. Albert had been lusting after her this entire time. But Albert was already 30 years old and had 3 wives. If Keen's sister were to marry him, she would be nothing more than a concubine. What's more, his sister was going to follow Linley. Cousin Albert, I've told you in the past that my sister already has someone she likes. Keen said helplessly. What a joke. Albert sneered. Keen, if your sister has someone she likes, why hasn't she gotten married yet? And even if she likes someone, we can just go ahead and kill him. Albert had desired Jen for quite some time now. Not only was she beautiful, she was a magus. After a person trained in magic, their longevity would be extended. Most likely, even when she was 60 or 70, Jen would look like a 30-year-old lady. Albert naturally desired a wife like this. You can't kill him. The person my sister likes is an expert of the 9th rank. Keen made up his mind. A combatant of the 9th rank? Albert frowned. This was troublesome. If he were the current clan leader, he could use the powerful soldiers of the clan to go kill that expert of the 9th rank. But he was only a successor. The people at his disposal were quite limited, and they weren't very powerful either. Keen, you'd best not be lying to me. Albert stared coldly at Keen. Keen bowed slightly. Cousin Albert, I'm definitely not lying. My sister likes him. There's nothing I can do about that. Cousin Albert, I won't disturb you any further. I bid you farewell. Albert let out a cold snort, staring at Keen as he left. 5 years. Albert stared in the direction of Jen's room. This time, I definitely cannot let Jen slip away again. So what if he is an expert of the 9th rank? Does he dare come and make trouble for the Jacques clan? A fierce, wolf-like look was in Albert's eyes. On the 15th, Linley had headed to the headquarters of the Dawson conglomerate early in the morning. Using his medallion showing that he was an elder, he sent some people to Cloud Peak's village to inform Zassler and the others that he was going to be delayed. And then, Linley quietly stayed in the Nile Hotel. There were over 10 manors behind the Nile Hotel, all of which were tall and well-made. Linley was residing in one of them. Within his courtyard, Linley finished carving a sculpture, and then began to wave his adamant and heavy sword about as he pleased. DB and Haru both lazily rested on the ground. After training with the sword for some time, Linley came to a halt, a sudden thought having come to mind. It has been a year since I reached the peak of the 8th rank. In this past month, I've always had this feeling that I'm about to break through, but for some reason, there's just some tiny piece missing. To an ordinary person, breaking through from the peak of the 8th rank to the 9th rank wasn't a big deal. But for supreme warriors, the difference between the two was extremely great. Upon entering the 9th rank, Linley in dragon form would be at the saint level. I can't be too hasty. My speed of training is already very fast. Linley was still fairly calm. Staring towards the south, Linley once again began to think about his younger brother, Wharton. When I reach the 9th rank, I'll head towards the imperial capital and meet with my younger brother. It has been a long, long time since I've seen Wharton. Ever since Wharton had left home when he was 6 and headed to the O'Brien Empire along with housekeeper Harry, the two brothers had never met again. And now, Wharton was 22 years old. In another month, he would be 23. HRM? Linley suddenly turned and stared at the courtyard walls. The various manors operated by the hotel were all quite close to each other, with each plot of land divided into 2 manors. At this time, in the manor adjoining Linley's, the person who was renting that manor had climbed over the wall and was peeking in this direction. This guest was an extremely adorable, agile young lady. Her guileless eyes were staring in Linley's direction, but they were locked on the black-clawed panther on the ground. Wow, what a huge panther! The young lady very agilely hopped over the wall, and then jogged towards Haru. Don't touch him! Linley immediately shouted. The young lady came to a halt, smiling and laughing at Linley. Big brother, I've never seen such an adorable, large black panther. Can I please touch him? This young lady had a head full of silver hair, and her eyes were very intelligent. She had a playful smile on her face, but she was dressed in the garb of a female warrior. Linley took a sizing look at this silver-haired girl. A warrior's power was hard to gauge just by looking at them, but Linley could tell from this girl's aura that she was at least a warrior of the 7th rank, or perhaps even higher. Hera doesn't like being touched by others.
Linley said calmly. The silver-haired girl couldn't help but pout, scrunching her nose up as she frowned. "Humph, I don't believe you. My teacher's magical beasts often let me touch them." The silver-haired girl ran directly towards Haru. Grulul. Hera suddenly rose to his feet, baring his sharp fangs as he stared coldly at the silver-haired girl. The silver-haired girl was immediately frightened, and she stumbled back 2 steps. "I told you. Hera doesn't like being touched." "Enough, you can go back to your own place now." Linley directly asked her to leave. The silver-haired girl smiled bewitchingly at Linley. "My master told me that panther-type magical beasts are very formidable. Then big brother, you must be very powerful as well. Can I spar with you?" "Spar?" Linley disliked his life being interrupted by others. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Danlon, Danlon." The silver-haired girl said with an adorable smile. "You can call me Lei. But I don't have any time for you. You can go back now." Linley still spoke coldly and calmly. For a young girl to be at least a warrior of the 7th rank, she wasn't as simple as she appeared. The silver-haired girl pouted helplessly. "Oh. Got it." And then she turned and left, although her heart was filled with frustration. This Linley really is a cold fellow. Getting close to him will be difficult. But I won't give up so easily either. If I can kill him easily, I will. This silver-haired girl was Lindin. But in terms of temperament, Lindin had changed dramatically. In the past, she was an ice-cold angel. But now, she had become adorable and lively. One had to admit that her acting skills were formidable. "Oh, big brother Lei, you are a sculptor?" Lindin looked at the sculpture Linley had just completed and immediately ran over in excitement. Staring at it, she said happily, "My teacher also likes sculptures, but he doesn't know how to carve himself." As she spoke, Lindin carefully inspected the sculpture with great curiosity. Linley frowned. This silver-haired girl was really annoying. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 45, Vicious Acts. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 45, Vicious Acts. This sculpture was one which Linley had just finished not too long ago. Given Linley's current skill, his stone sculpting was at an extremely high level as well. This silver-haired young lady carefully examined the sculpture from every angle. Wonderful. Just wonderful. After inspecting the sculpture with great care for a while, she turned her head to look at Linley. "Big brother Lei, I sense that this sculpture of yours is better than those of my masters, but I don't know exactly how to describe it." Despite such an adorable girl looking at him like this, Linley only felt irritated. "Miss Danlon, I need to train," Linley said tactfully. The silver-haired girl nodded. "Okay, I'll leave right away." As soon as she said these words, Linley let out a sigh of relief. But then the silver-haired girl continued, "However, big brother Lei, after you finish training, you need to teach me how to stone sculpt." Linley hardened his face. Stone sculpting is one of the top-tier artistic forms. How can I so easily transmit its secrets to others? Indeed, most master-level sculptors would not easily accept disciples. "Oh." The silver-haired girl lowered her head in disappointment, beginning to walk to the nearby wall. And then, with an easy leap, she jumped to the other side. "She's finally gone." Linley let out a long sigh. But then, the silver-haired girl's head popped out from over the wall. "Big brother Lei, have a good training session. After you are done, I'll come and find you." After speaking, she disappeared again. Lindin returned to her own bedroom. Sitting down on a chair, her face returned to its usual coldness, and her eyes were as icy and merciless as ever. If Linley saw her, he wouldn't be able to believe that someone was able to act so well. This Linley is suspicious of everyone, and won't let anyone easily get close to him. This is rather troublesome. As a descended angel, Lindin actually truly did not wish for her and the other 5 angels to die alongside Linley. However, as an angel, she could not disobey orders. One step at a time. If she could easily kill Linley somehow, wouldn't that be better than sacrificing her life? Given the amount of care Linley has shown towards Jen and Keen, it makes no sense that he would be so suspicious towards me. Lindin had come up with this plan after learning about how Linley had treated Jen and Keen. As long as Lindin could get into close physical range with Linley, given her power as a combatant of the 9th rank, she could suddenly ambush him from close range in his human form. She had a 90% plus chance to kill him in that sort of situation. Perhaps it was because he sensed my power. Lindin shook her head. This Linley has no sense of curiosity.
I mentioned my master several times, but he still didn't ask me who my master is. Lyndon actually had prepared an entire chain of lines to fool Linley. Although Lyndon appeared very young, in reality, her actual age was most likely far greater than that of Doring Cowart. Only, the 10,000 years she had spent in the divine realm of the Radiant Sovereign hadn't been as impactful to her as the decade she had spent here. From her personality and her attitude, that silver-haired girl seems like an unreasonable little princess.
Linley frowned. But her power.
In truth, Linley was continuously wary of the Radiant Church's forces. As far as Linley was concerned, the Radiant Church's forces should have already located him here by now.
And now, all of a sudden, a young female warrior of the 7th rank appeared? Even if she appeared to be lively and cute, Linley wouldn't easily trust her.
Before he trusted someone, he would take their strength into consideration. If she had been a weak little girl who didn't have the strength to kill a chicken, Linley's attitude probably would have been much better. After all, even if you gave such a girl a weapon, she wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. But this young lady was different. If she were to suddenly attack him from a near distance, it would be very possible for her to heavily injure or kill him.
Could it be that the assassin the Radiant Church has sent after me this time is this young lady?
But thinking back to the innocent, pure look in the silver-haired girl's eyes, Linley found it rather hard to believe.
That night,
the silver-haired girl came again, but this time, she came pushing a hotel food cart from the front gate. "Big Brother Lay, I took the place of the servant in delivering dinner for you."
Lyndon's clear voice rang out.
Her face was covered with smiles, but Linley, looking at her, only felt a headache coming.
"You again? What, is there a problem?" Lyndon pouted, then tittered, "Big Brother Lay, I brought you dinner, so you teach me stone sculpting, okay?" "No," Linley refused. "Stingy." Lyndon wrinkled her nose.
"When I cook for my teacher will do anything I ask him to."
"You are a stingy fellow. Your teacher is your teacher, I am not." Linley simply wouldn't agree. This stranger was at least of the 7th rank, and perhaps even higher.
Linley would not permit this female warrior to draw close to him, while teaching someone how to stone sculpt would definitely require them to be in close physical contact. After all, this period of time was the period when he was expecting the Radiant Church to act against him.
"Remember, I don't want you delivering my dinner,"
Linley said coldly.
Lyndon's face changed, and she glared angrily at Linley. "You bastard. You don't know when someone is being good to you. I'll definitely go tell my master. He'll come over here and kill you." "Kill me?" Linley looked at the angry expression the girl's face.
"Of course.
My master is very powerful,"
the silver-haired girl said arrogantly.
"Who is this oh-so-powerful master of yours?" Linley asked.
The silver-haired girl said arrogantly, "I'll tell you.
The name of my master is Hadesun. The monolithic sword saint, Hadesun?" Linley was startled.
In the entire O'Brien Empire, if the war god was considered the number one expert, then without question, the second highest expert would be the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun. This monolithic sword saint had been at the peak stage of the saint level for many years now, and he had never lost a single duel against any saint-level experts.
He was flawless in terms of both offense and defense.
In addition, he was a very cold and remote person. Virtually nothing was capable of impeding his developments. A flawless, perfect saint-level expert who towered above all others, his very perfect was the reason why others dubbed him the monolithic sword saint.
"So now you know that you should be afraid?"
The silver-haired girl laughed arrogantly.
"But don't worry.
So long as you teach me how to stone sculpt, I won't tell my teacher."
"No wonder."
Linley looked at the silver-haired girl.
"What rank are you currently at?" "The 8th rank already,"
the silver-haired girl said proudly.
"What do you think? The entire empire doesn't have many experts of the 8th rank who are younger than me."
Linley glanced at the silver-haired girl. "Miss Danlon, you can go back and tell your teacher that I am unwilling to teach you stone sculpting."
"I want to see if he will come over and kill me."
The silver-haired girl started, and then her attitude softened.
"Begging," she said, "Big Brother Lay, I'm begging you, just teach me, okay?"
As she spoke, she walked closer to Linley.
Linley directly took 3 steps back, retreating into his main hall. "Miss Danlon, I need to rest now."
"You should go back."
Linley shut the door to his manor. HRMPH.
The silver-haired girl let out a snort, then left. The next 2 days, the silver-haired girl would try all sorts of things. She would buy beautiful clothes to bring to Linley as a gift, or pretend to be very pitiable and just watch Linley.
It was as though she absolutely refused to accept the fact that Linley wouldn't teach her how to stone sculpt. The fourth day. This morning, Linden came to Linley's courtyard once more, as she had every day past. "Big brother Lei, I'm leaving now," Linden said in a somewhat lost voice. Linley glanced at the silver-haired girl with some surprise. These past 3 days, Linley had been tormented by this girl to the point of getting a headache whenever he saw her. What's more, Linley was still uncertain as to who this girl really was. Someone belonging to the Radiant Church? Or the disciple of the monolithic sword saint? But the longer he had interacted with Linden, the more Linley came to feel that this silver-haired girl really was the playful, active type. He didn't really think she belonged to the Radiant Church. If she is an assassin of the Radiant Church, then I am truly in awe of her acting abilities, Linley secretly said to himself. Linden glanced at Linley helplessly. "Big brother Lei, I've always worshipped my master, and my master also likes sculpture. I really wanted to carve a good sculpture for him, but you aren't willing to teach me. It is useless if you do not have enough time and not enough talent." Linley shook his head. Linden's eyes lit up. She quickly said, "I have both time and talent." "Are you an Earth-style magus?" Linley suddenly asked. No, Linden shook her head, then asked questioningly, "What does this have to do with being an Earth-style magus?" Linley shook his head. "If you are not an Earth-style magus, that means you do not have the talent necessary to learn stone sculpting from me." Linley was telling the truth. The straight chisel school of sculpting required the sculptor to be an Earth-style magus. "You are just making that up." Linden took a step forward, pointing at Linley with a finger. "I've never heard anyone say that stone sculpting required one to be an Earth-style magus." "There's many things you don't know." Linley laughed calmly. Right now, Linden was roughly 2 meters away from Linley. Linden was calculating to herself, 2 meters distance. In his normal human form, I am more powerful than Linley. I should have the chance to kill him. Originally, Linden had wanted for the two of them to be in even closer proximity before making her move. But Linley didn't give her the chance. "Big brother Lei, I know that you are lying. Big brother Lei, I just want to ask you one last time. Are you willing to teach me stone sculpting?" Linden looked at Linley with hopeful eyes. Linley shook his head. "Oh." Linden lowered her head despondently. But right at this moment, Linden suddenly charged at Linley, moving as fast as lightning, while from within Linden's right hand, a dagger appeared. 2 meters. They were too close. But then, a strange violet light flashed. Linden only felt as though that violet sword flash flickered everywhere, changing positions constantly. It somehow wrapped around her dagger and her arm as well. HRMPH. Linden immediately dropped her dagger while slamming her left hand directly at Linley. Boom! Their two hands clashed against each other, and Linden hurriedly charged forward. But Linley moved in a strangely graceful way backwards, in the blink of an eye retreating to the corner of the wall. Growl! Harrow and Bibi were both standing by Linley's side, but before Harrow and the others could attack, Linden immediately retreated. "You want to kill me?" Linley stared coldly at Linden. Raising her head high, Linden said angrily, "Lei, listen up. I, Danlon, have never begged anyone in my entire life like I did just now. Even when I'm with my master, I've never acted like this before. 3 full days. I tried everything I could to beg you to teach me, but you refused to do so. So what if I want to kill you now? Is there something wrong about that?" Such overbearing logic. Linley looked at Linden. Linden stood at the gate to Linley's manor, staring angrily at him. "If you have the ability to do so, come and kill me. My fellow apprentices will be arriving soon. If you dare bully me, I'll go tell them about it." Right now, Linley's desire to kill had already been aroused. Regardless of whether this Danlon girl was really the student of the monolithic sword saint, or if she was not, she definitely had tried to kill him just then. But Linley had this strange feeling of danger. He couldn't clearly explain where it was coming from, but this feeling was warning him, "Do not pursue Danlon. If you do, it will be very dangerous." HRMPH, you don't have the guts to kill me, right? Then I'm leaving. Linden arrogantly pushed the door to the manor open, then began walking out. Linley didn't chase after her, only mentally sending out an order. "Bibi, go through the underground tunnels and take a look to see what is outside." Right now, outside Linley's gate. The other 5 experts of the 9th rank were all outside the gate. They had taken up their positions long ago, ready to join with Linden in the angel battle formation at any time. When Linden walked out of the courtyard, she used her eyes to signal the other 5. Those 5 quietly followed behind Linden, quickly departing. HRMPH exiting the hotel, Lyndon was very unhappy. If just then, Linley had chased after me, the six of us could have killed Linley in the blink of an eye. But he kept hiding in his manor, with those two magical beasts beside him. Even if the six of us ran inside, given Linley's speed, he definitely would be able to flee. Lyndon knew very well that killing Linley within the provincial capital was not a wise decision. After all, Mackenzie was living in that nearby castle. Given Mackenzie's speed, he could probably fly over here in the blink of an eye. Lord, what should we do? The other five were looking at Lyndon. Execute the next strategy. Lyndon said coldly. As for killing Linley in a suicide attack, that is an option of last resort, to be used only if we have no other choices. The other five nodded. Even angels wouldn't be willing to throw away their lives too easily. HRM? Lyndon suddenly saw a man and a woman being escorted by quite a few guards. Lyndon had seen pictures of Jen and Keen before. I hadn't gone to find them yet, but they actually delivered themselves to me? Lyndon's lips began to curve up in a smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 46, A Change of Plans. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 46, A Change of Plans. Within the courtyard. Boss, just now, when I dug my way through the tunnels and went outside, I saw that 5 men left alongside the Danlon chick. BB's eyes were shining with an angry light. That bad woman. She definitely had ill intentions. Linley laughed calmly. No need to overthink things. That woman was almost certainly someone the Radiant Church sent to kill me. Just now, if I had chased out after her, most likely as soon as I stepped out of the gate, the people lying in ambush outside would have attacked at the same time and killed me. If she hadn't already made up her mind to kill me long ago, why would she have arranged for people to lie in ambush? What's more, I couldn't sense those people at all. He hadn't been able to detect the presences of those 5 men hiding outside. These 5 men were definitely experts that were no weaker than he himself. Master, what should we do, then? Harrow mentally transmitted. With a thought, Linley summoned his adamant heavy sword to his hands. What should we do? We don't need to mind them. When Jen returns, I'll immediately take her away from here. If they follow, I'll kill them. As long as he wasn't ambushed, after transforming into his dragon form, with the adamant heavy sword in hand, Linley was confident of dealing with even an early-stage saint-level expert. A short while later. Big Brother lay. That familiar voice rang out. Enter. Linley laughed as he stood up, casually pulling the gate open. Jen and Keen walked in. Keen looked at Linley, sighing. Big Brother lay, my sis almost got taken advantage of this time. Fortunately I was cautious and arranged people to surround and guard her room. Taken advantage of? Linley looked at Jen. Jen shook her head and laughed. It's nothing. It's just that Albert, the first successor to the clan leader position. Tonight, he was planning to secretly enter my room. Fortunately, my little bro had taken some precautionary measures. That Albert was afraid of the situation getting out of hand as well. After all, there were many people inside the castle. That Albert has always had bad intentions towards you. I don't dare to be caught off guard. Even if I stop being the city governor, so what? No matter what, I won't allow you to be taken advantage of by that bastard, sis. Keen said solemnly. Somewhat moved, Jen looked at her little brother. Linley looked at Keen with praise in his eyes as well. Sis, in the future, when you are following Big Brother Lay, you have to take good care of yourself. Keen's eyes were starting to turn red. But as long as you are with Big Brother Lay, I'm not too worried about you. Lyndon was standing not too far away from the hotel, and had watched as Jen and her younger brother had entered. Let's sit down nearby and take a rest for now. Lyndon pointed at the first floor of the hotel. But while resting, we have to keep an eye on things outside. When Jen and Keen head out, we'll immediately follow them. The other 5 all nodded, and they followed Lyndon into the hotel. But after 1 or 2 minutes, Albert brought around 10 or so people into the hotel. Is this the place? Albert asked one of his subordinates. Yes, young master. Miss Jen entered this hotel. Hearing this, Albert nodded. Go investigate for me and find out who the bastard is that Jen likes. As he spoke, Albert rubbed the wound on his face. Last night, he really did cut quite the sorry figure. He knew that Jen was a magus of the 3rd rank, but he himself was a warrior of the 4th rank. He was planning to slip in while she was asleep and rape her. That shouldn't have been too hard. So, late at night, he stealthily crept towards Jen's room. But who would have expected that Jen's room had a female guard in it, and not just Jen? What's more, there were guards hidden outside the room as well. He, the stately successor to the clan leader position of the Jacques clan, was soundly thrashed by that female guard. Fortunately, Jen and the female guard knew who he was and so had not dared to kill him. At the time, Jen had also told him to give up, because in the future, she was going to travel to the ends of the earth by the side of the man she loved. Could it be that she is going to go by the side of this mysterious warrior of the 9th rank and travel the world with him? Albert's heart was filled with suppressed rage. Let's sit here for a while. We'll have some food and wait. Albert shouted. Albert led his group of men into the Nile Hotel as well, into the main floor. But as soon as the fuming Albert entered the hotel, his eyes immediately lit up as he saw who was inside. Albert stared fixedly at Lindin. This beauty is as lovely as an angel. Albert sighed to himself. Albert was quite choosy. He was already bored with ordinary beautiful girls. But Lindin truly was astonishingly beautiful. Not only were her facial features exquisite, she also had that cold, holy aura about her. Lindin, no longer putting on an act, had totally returned to her usual temperament. The holier and purer a woman seemed, the more Albert desired her. Albert felt extremely satisfied when he had a holy and pure woman beneath his thighs. Pretty lady, your humble servant is named Albert Jacques. Very happy to meet you. Albert walked over, saying modestly. Lindin glanced at him, not paying him any attention. F***ck off. One of the golden-haired men next to Lindin barked. You lookin' to die? The guard behind Albert immediately drew his weapon, staring coldly at the golden-haired man. This time, as he followed Jen over, Albert had been very careful. He knew that Jen's paramour was a warrior of the 9th rank, and thus everyone he brought today was an expert. One of them was a student of his great-grandfather, a warrior of the 9th rank. Jacques? Lindin suddenly turned to look at him. She only now had paid attention to the lineage of the buffoon in front of her. Yes. Albert smiled proudly. One of Albert's servants said arrogantly, the young master of my clan is the successor to the clan leader position. Your group actually dares to be impolite to the young master? The Northwest Administrative Province was the domain of the Jacques clan. Albert was the successor to the clan leader position. Indeed, he had the right to act so overbearingly. Albert. A middle-aged man standing behind Albert said softly, none of those 6, including that woman, are weak. It is very likely that they are all warriors of the 8th rank, and perhaps even of the 9th. Albert was startled. At this moment, Lindin rose to her feet, smiling. Young Master Albert, hello. I've come with my 5 fellow apprentices in search of a man we intend to kill, but... 5 fellow apprentices? Who is your master? The middle-aged man behind Albert asked. The monolithic sword saint, Hadesun. Lindin said. The reason why Lindin dared to make wild claims like this was primarily because the monolithic sword saint was a man who liked to roam all about the world. Thus, there were most likely very few people in the entire O'Brien Empire who knew exactly who the apprentices of the monolithic sword saint were. The monolithic sword saint? Everyone was shocked. Young master. A servant of Albert's came running over. Young master, we have the information. The man whom Miss Jen came here to meet registered under the name of Lay. Lay? Albert frowned. Never heard of him. Albert turned to look at the expert he had brought. Uncle Ceylon, are you confident you can deal with him? The middle-aged man frowned. But hearing this, Lindin's heart was suddenly swayed. Young Master Albert, can it be that you have a grudge against that man named Lay? Lindin laughed. Albert looked at her in surprise. What of it? My 5 fellow apprentices and I have come to deal with him. Lindin smiled. Albert was immediately excited. He really did hope to develop a closer relationship with this holy, pure beauty, and this was an excellent opportunity. Perhaps I will not only kill Lay and acquire Jen, I will also acquire this beauty in front of me. Albert's heart began to quiver. Lindin's beauty was not one whit inferior to Jen's, and in fact she was even superior. Albert smiled. That is wonderful. Everyone will work together, then. What is your name? I am called Danlon. Lindin still used the same false name. Beautiful Lady Danlon, your master, Lord Hadesun, has previously paid a visit to the Jacques clan before as well. At that time, he had spent a full month together with my great-grandfather. Albert said, attempting to draw a closer connection. Oh? Lindin seemed rather surprised. Indeed. Albert then looked at the 5 men behind Lyndon. Are your people confident in your ability to deal with Lei? Do you not have faith in the disciples my master taught?
Lyndon said somewhat unhappily. That frown on Lyndon's face when she was unhappy only made her look all the more mesmerizing.
Albert could almost feel his heart twitching ferociously.
Just as Albert and Lyndon were chatting, the people keeping tabs on Jen rushed in from the outside.
Young master, bad news.
That Lei took Miss Jen with him and actually separated from young Master Keen.
And they just exited the courtyard.
It seems they plan to leave.
Albert immediately jumped to his feet.
Albert, Lyndon, and the others all stared at the outside through the window.
Indeed, Jen was following Linley on the street in a direction heading outside of the city.
As far as Keen, his group was taking a different route.
The two even waved farewell to each other. She's leaving? Jen is really leaving with this Lei.
Lyndon's face changed, and her mind became unsettled. The strategy she had just came up with had just been ruined by Linley suddenly leaving with Jen. She didn't expect that Jen would leave with Linley. After all, Jen had been with Keen for all these years.
Jen is really going to leave with that bastard?
It seems the two of them really do plan to wander the world together.
Albert fumed. Men, attend me. Don't be hasty.
Lyndon's eyes lit up, and she immediately interrupted him.
Albert looked questioningly at Lyndon.
Lyndon, by now, knew that with Linley's departure alongside Jen, her previous plan was now useless.
But there was another way. Albert, send some people to follow them.
Once they leave the city, we will ride horses after them.
Outside the city, my fellow apprentices and I will kill him.
Lyndon said confidently. Outside the city, most likely Mackenzie would only be able to arrive after they had already killed Linley.
Oh? Albert was delighted.
If he didn't have to personally act, of course he would only be all the happier.
How about this? After they leave the city, lead a squad of knights after them. Myself and my 5 fellow apprentices will join the squad, so Linley doesn't notice us at first. When the time is right, Lyndon laughed coldly.
When Linley was caught off guard, the 6 of them would suddenly erupt from the squad and surround Linley, setting up the angel battle formation. In a short period of time, they would kill Linley. Once the angel battle formation was successfully set up, they had a virtually 100% chance of killing Linley. After all, when angels set up the angel battle formation, even if they didn't go all out, they could still kill early-stage saint-level experts. Once they did go all out and allow their bodies to collapse, even a middle-stage saint-level expert might perish.
No problem. Albert patted his chest and guaranteed.
Lyndon and the other 5 were all smiles, while Albert was smiling radiantly as well.
Outside the city.
Jen rode on the back of the Black Panther, while Linley was walking, as smooth and graceful as the wind. While walking, Linley chatted and laughed with Jen. Jen's face was radiant, filled with the light of true happiness. As long as she could often see Linley and chat with him, Jen felt that she was already very happy and fortunate.
Jen, in a bit, please be careful. Linley suddenly said. What?
Jen was somewhat startled. Linley said casually, there's a squad of knights chasing after us. A hint of a murderous intent was in Linley's eyes. This squad most likely had to do with the Radiant Church. It is about time to truly test the power of the 100-layered waves anyhow. Linley intentionally continued forward at their current pace, allowing the squad to have the chance to catch up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 8, Chapter 47, The Angel Battle Formation.
Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 47, The Angel Battle Formation.
It was deep into autumn already.
The cold autumn wind howled across the land like icy blades as an elite squad of knights galloped forward.
Faster, faster.
With Albert dressed in simple armor leading the way, the group quickly galloped forward on the desolate road, with several dozen knights following behind Albert. By Albert's side, there was a middle-aged man, the one and only expert of the 9th rank under Albert's command. As for Lyndon and the other 5, they were also wearing ordinary knight's armor and wearing grey knight's helmets. Just from appearances, one wouldn't be able to tell that Lyndon and the others were any different from the rest of the knights.
Remember,
Lyndon said quietly to the 5 men with her. When we catch up to Linley, once Albert gives the order to attack, each of you will split up and follow these knights to surround Linley.
With Linley off guard, we'll execute the angel battle formation. Remember, no matter what, don't be too hasty with your attack. You absolutely must await my order.
Yes, Lord.
The 5 all nodded.
A hint of a smile was on Lyndon's lips.
Giddy up. The sound of hoofsteps continued to ring out, and the squad kicked up clouds of dust in their wake. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled a great distance. Linley had intentionally lowered his own speed to allow this group of people to catch up. Naturally, after just a short period of time at full gallop, Albert's squad saw Linley's figure. "He's right ahead." Albert was very happy, and he immediately began to shout, "Faster, faster." Those knights began to call out loudly as well, and they prodded their horses to gallop even faster. Within the thunder of their hoof steps, this group of knights quickly neared Linley. "Remember, hang on to Hera's neck. Hera will take you to my place first," Linley instructed softly. Jen looked at Linley with concern. "Big brother Lei, what about you?" "Don't worry. I'll just get rid of this bit of trouble." At the same time, Linley glanced at his black-clawed panther, Haru. Mentally, he ordered, "Haru, you can go now. Remember, protect Jen." Growl. Hera let out an arrogant growl, and then slowly began to speed up before suddenly transforming into a black blur, disappearing far away, without giving Albert's men any chance to stop him. Clatter. The group of knights totally blocked Linley's forward path. They didn't block the black-clawed panther from leaving, because they couldn't block him. As for Lyndon and the others, they were capable of blocking the panther, but they were happy to see it leave. After all, their target was Linley. Jen. Seeing this happen, Albert couldn't help but grow angry. Turning furiously towards Linley, Albert sneered, "Punk, you had your magical beast take Jen away? HRMPH, let me tell you, Jen is mine. As for you, let me send you off to the netherworld." Everyone, attack. Albert pointed angrily at Linley. With the clatter of hoof steps, the dozens of knights immediately surrounded Linley. Linley just stood there in the middle, not caring in the slightest. BB only stood arrogantly on top of Linley's shoulders, using his beady little eyes to stare disdainfully at the knights. "My cousin Jen isn't for the likes of you to touch. You should consider what lowly status you have," Albert said arrogantly. He had the feeling that everything was now under his control. Linley only calmly glanced at the surrounding knights. "I originally wanted to get rid of the Radiant Church's forces. I didn't expect that I would have attracted this group of useless fools." Linley shook his head slowly. But right at that moment, "Boss." BB suddenly stared at the knights. "Danlon is there." "Danlon?" As though a bucket of cold water had been poured on Linley's head, Linley shivered once. "The Radiant Church's forces are with them?" Linley began to be cautious. "I can smell her scent," BB said confidently. She thought that by putting on a helmet and some armor, that BB, wouldn't be able to discover her? Linley still didn't call forth any of his weapons. There was no need to rush to using weapons. When the weapon suddenly appeared from his interspatial ring at the critical moment, that would catch the opponents off guard. Linley paid no heed to Albert, who was still arrogantly spouting his nonsense, and instead carefully paid attention to the surrounding knights. "Charge! Kill him, .. Albert ordered arrogantly. But just at this moment, a cruel voice rang out as well. "Kill!" Suddenly, 6 rays of gleaming white light suddenly connected with each other. In terms of appearance, it was exactly the same technique as had been used by the 6 special executors to trap Linley. That combined formation attack actually was the angel battle formation. But in terms of power, when actual angels used this formation, it was far more powerful. Swish swish. Those 6 rays of light, when connecting, pierced through the bodies of several of the knights that were in the way. 3 of them died immediately, while 8 were heavily injured. One of the knights was pierced through the chest, leaving a small hole behind. This knight immediately toppled off his horse. He screamed twice, then fell silent. It's been almost 9 years. The Radiant Church hasn't learned any new tricks. Linley began to laugh loudly. What's going on? Albert was terrified. The middle-aged man by Albert's side was quite experienced. His face immediately changed, and he shouted, "Quick, leave! Those 6 are not the disciples of Hadesun, they are from the Radiant Church, and they are all experts of the 9th rank. Leave! If you tarry, it'll be too late." Albert was useless in most aspects, but his fleeing instinct was top-notch. Giddy up, giddy up. Albert no longer cared about killing Linley at this moment, as he hurriedly galloped away alongside that middle-aged man. Some of the knights were trapped in the midst of that angel battle formation. Terrified, some of them thought to try and flee out, but as soon as they ran into that white light, their bodies turned to ash, as though they had been burnt by an extremely high-temperature flame. HRM? It seems to be more powerful than that of those 6 special executors. Linley sighed in praise. Flee. The remaining knights all fled at high speed, while those who did not had all been killed by Lindin. In the entire desolate landscape, only Linley, Bibi, and Lindin's squad remained. Boom! The armor covering Lindin and her men split apart as they returned to their normal appearances. 1 woman and 5 men. Lindin's group stared very confidently at Linley. Linley, aren't you afraid? Lindin laughed coldly at Linley. Linley glanced at Lindin. I must admit, your acting abilities are extremely formidable. You were able to successfully play the part of a headstrong young lady. However, you weren't aware that 8 years ago, at the city of Hesse, I killed 6 special executors who also used this combination attack. Crack, ripple. As Linley was speaking, those black draconic scales pierced through his clothes, while those cold, gleaming spikes erupted one at a time from his spine, his forehead, his elbows, and his knees. A long draconic tail sprouted from behind him as well. Linley's eyes had become that cold, remorseless dark gold color. Linley, we aren't the same as those 6. Lindin said calmly. Today, you will definitely die. As she spoke, the density of the light increased once more, seeming to even cover the sky above the area. Linley's dark golden eyes swept the 6 of them. In a cold voice, he said, I have to tell you something. I really dislike this formation attack. Linley still remembered that dreamlike white glow. Grandpa Doring. Linley could clearly remember the scene when, 8 years ago, Grandpa Doring had sacrificed himself to kill those 6 special executors. From that day forth, Grandpa Doring had forever vanished from the universe. Kill him. Lindin ordered coldly. Whoosh. Lindin's group charged forward towards Linley, and that cage of light began to shrink at high speed. Anything and everything touched by that light was turned into dust. It was utterly unblockable. Radiant Church. Ha! Linley laughed coldly at the 6 attackers. Kicking off from the ground, he leapt towards one of the attackers. How sad. Lindin stared coldly at Linley's attempt to resist. When joined forces, their defense was incredibly high. No one below the saint level could harm them at all. They didn't care about Linley's attack at all. The first one. Linley's voice suddenly rang out like a bolt of thunder, as from his hands, the adamantine heavy sword suddenly appeared. Transforming into a blur, the adamantine heavy sword slashed through the air, smashing against the body of one of the attackers. How laughable. The 6 of them didn't care at all. That angel of the 9th rank originally didn't even bother dodging, but the strange thing was, Linley's blow hadn't caused the white light to activate and block it. Profound truths of the earth, 100-layered waves. Linley's dark golden eyes stared coldly at the man. This angel of the 9th rank only felt a very queer sensation, as though giant warhammers were suddenly smashing against his internal organs again and again. His lightstyle power was totally useless against this sort of attack. Boom! 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 Those strange attacks continued to reverberate in the angel's head as well as body. Ah! The 9th-ranked angel slumped to the ground. The angel battle formation, now lacking a person, had been destroyed, and the white light disappeared. Lindin and the other 4 stared at this scene in astonishment. They couldn't believe it. Linley quirked his lips. That white light had been lightstyle energy, in essence, it was the same as battle chi. But the profound truths of the earth which Linley used was a totally different sort of attack. Whenever it encountered an obstacle, it would transmit through it, with only a bit of reduction in attack power. No obstacle could totally block it. This so-called combination attack, before the profound truths of the earth, was nothing but a joke. Linley's full power attack had disintegrated the internal organs of an angel of the 9th rank in a single blow. He was dead as dead could be, and his soul vanished from the world. You killed him? Lindin and the other 4 were stunned. The angel battle formation had been broken, just like that. Formation attacks are useless against me. Linley's remorseless eyes swept them with his gaze. That's one of you down. Now for the rest of you. In the Yulon continent, anyone, including saint-level experts, would die once their bodies were destroyed. When these angels who had descended into human bodies fought, even when they went all out, they weren't actually destroying their own bodies. They were just ignoring their body's ability to contain their power, in essence overloading them. This sort of overloading technique would cause the body to slowly break down. This sort of breakdown was gradual. Only after, say, 30 seconds, would the body have decayed to the point where the soul could no longer survive in it. But since Linley reduced the angel's internal organs into paste with a single blow, even if the angel wanted to go all out at this point, it was too late. Lord? The other 4 looked at Lindin. A holy light was suddenly shining from Lindin's face. Since this mortal has such an unusual attack, we no longer need to worry about our lives. Prepare to return to the embrace of the Lord. Yes, Lord. Their eyes were very cold and calm. Their faces began to shine with holy light as well. Swish, swish, a pair of illusion-like white wings suddenly sprouted from the backs of those 4 men. In the blink of an eye, those 4 ordinary men each now were winged, and they flew into the sky. 4 humanoids with wings were flying in the air. Seeing this, Linley was shocked. Angels. They are angels. One of the legendary, powerful races had just appeared in front of him. Even the weakest 2-winged angels were terrifyingly powerful early-stage saint-level experts. Kill. Linden issued her order, not wasting any time at all. This was because the bodies of these 4 were already beginning to emit blood, which was constantly flowing downwards. Clearly, their bodies were already starting to crumble, and their blood vessels were beginning to collapse. The early-stage saint-level energy was beyond the capacity of these bodies. They didn't have much time. They had to kill Linley as quickly as possible. Whoosh! With a flap of their radiant wings, the 4 angels transformed into 4 white blurs as they charged towards Linley. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 48, The 4-Winged Angel. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 48, The 4-Winged Angel. Tonight, the moon was in the sky. The moon was very bright, covering the wilderness with its desolate glow. And in this desolate wilderness, 4 white angels were gliding down through the air coldly, like an illusionary mirage, drawing ever closer to Linley. What incredible speed! Linley was surprised. Right now, Linley's offense was powerful, but his defense was weak. His offense was powerful enough to kill an early-stage saint-level combatant. But his defense was poor. Although he could take blows below the saint level of power, he still couldn't take blows from early-stage saint-level combatants. HRMPH, Linley launched himself off the ground. With the aid of the supersonic spell, Linley very agilely began to dodge. In terms of speed, however, Linley was still slightly slower than these 4 angels. Scree-e. With an ear-piercing screech, a black blur suddenly appeared, moving even faster than those 4 angels, colliding against the angel nearest Linley. Die! That angel coldly smashed his fist against the black blur. Bam! The fist, glowing with holy light, smashed viciously against the black blur. The black blur was knocked to the floor, but with a ricochet from the ground, it quickly charged up again. Swish! 2 fierce claws extended out, swiping viciously against the angel. One claw smashed against the angel's fist, while the other struck the angel's body. The angel's body was already at the point of collapse. Struck by such a vicious claw, the body actually trembled, a layer of muscle being ripped open and blood pouring out. Bam! Circling around once, the black blur smashed viciously against the angel a second time. This strike only hastened the collapse of the angel's body. With a boom sound, the angel's body directly disintegrated. The white wings disappeared. Just like that, a 2-winged angel had died in battle. Linden, who was watching the battle from behind, stared in astonishment at the black blur. She could tell that the black blur was Linley's pet, that adorable shadow mouse. But by now, the shadow mouse was already a meter long, no longer just that 20-centimeter long, hand-sized critter. And the black shadow mouse was astonishingly fast, even faster than 2-winged angels. BB was simply too astonishing. 6 years ago, in the mountain range of magical beasts, BB was roughly on par with Hera in their battle. 6 years later, Hera hasn't improved at all. He's at his limit. But BB has continued to grow these 6 years. In terms of speed, BB is now far faster than Hera. As for defense, perhaps even Barker, a saint-level undying warrior when transformed, doesn't have much higher defense than BB. Linley knew exactly how formidable BB was. Right now BB's speed was simply too high. Every day, Linley was absorbed in his bitter training. BB did nothing but eat, sleep, eat. And yet, the pace of his strength growth was faster than Linley's. One could tell how powerful BB had become just from looking at his transformation. From half a meter in the past to 1 meter long now. Squeak! BB let out an excited cry, while mentally transmitting, "Boss, let me handle these 2-winged angels. Their attacks can't hurt me at all." Linley was speechless. 2-winged angels, early-stage saint rank. Couldn't harm BB. What sort of freakishly powerful magical beast was BB? The other 3 2-winged angels, seeing how this black blur's lightning-fast claws had destroyed one of their comrades with 2 swipes, couldn't help but be filled with both shock and fury. Not giving them the time to react, BB immediately charged towards another one of them. Ignore him. Kill Linley. Lyndon's cold voice rang out.
The three angels paid no more attention to that terrifying black blur, charging towards Linley. But although they paid BB no heed, BB himself wouldn't let them off. After all, BB was slightly faster than them. Whoosh! A black blur flashed by, with BB arriving next to one of the angels. Linley had run far away, as he was not confident in his ability to deal with the group attack of the angels.
Only in single combat was he confident of success.
After all, Linley wasn't like BB, with his freakishly tough defense.
Slash! BB opened his maw wide, chomping towards one of the angels. Bam!
The two-winged angel slammed his fists against BB, but BB actually wrapped his twin claws around the angel's right fist, and then bit at it.
Crunch! The right hand was bitten off. Resisting the pain, the two-winged angel smashed his left fist against the black shadow mouse angrily. This attack carried with it virtually all of the power available to the two-winged angel, and his left hand shone like the sun. Bomb!
The left hand smashed against the black shadow mouse, but at the same time, the black shadow mouse thrust its claws fiercely against the two-winged angel's chest.
Skin and flesh ripped open. Blood sprayed everywhere.
BB was smashed to the ground, but the two-winged angel's body trembled. The vessels in its body totally collapsed, and even its heart had imploded, unable to sustain that amount of power any longer. As blood leaked everywhere, the two-winged angel collapsed from the skies.
Yet another angel had fallen. Boss. BB was looking anxiously at Linley. Bam!
Linley was sent flying by a fist, but the two-winged angel's body shuddered, and then crumbled, falling from the skies.
The last remaining two-winged angel immediately chased after Linley. Boss. BB's speed reached its limit.
With Linley constantly dodging as well, BB managed to interpose himself between Linley and the angel, just before the angel would have struck Linley again.
BB stared angrily at the two-winged angel. Boss, you okay? BB mentally transmitted. I'm fine. But if I took more of those blows, I wouldn't be able to take it.
Linley wiped the blood away from the corner of his lips. Part of the scales around his chest were smashed apart, with blood leaking out from behind them.
Linley couldn't help but be frightened. Just then, the two angels had pincer attacked him.
Linley was slightly slower than them to begin with. In the end, his only option was to block one attack with his own, while accepting the second blow.
Still not fast enough.
If I could match BB in terms of speed and defense, I wouldn't have cut such a sorry state.
Linley sighed to himself.
6 years ago, BB was roughly as fast as he was, while BB's defense was a level higher. But 6 years later, BB's speed was nearly double his own.
In terms of defense, BB's was multiple levels higher now.
The most irritating thing was, BB remained at the 9th level. He had not reached the Saint level. No wonder the Black Cloud Panther, Haru, had submitted to him. Haru was a proud magical beast of the 9th rank with extremely high natural talent, but compared to BB, his so-called talent was far weaker. Using his astonishing defense and speed, BB dealt with the final two-winged angel. In the blink of an eye, the 4 angels had all died. Their leader, Linden, remained in her human form, watching from afar.
Boss, are two-winged angels of the early stage Saint level? Why did I feel that they weren't that powerful?
Landing on the ground, BB mentally spoke to Linley. Linley chuckled, casting a glance at Linden.
BB, didn't you notice that after they utilized their angelic power, blood began to flow from their bodies?
Clearly, their bodies couldn't withstand that level of power. They weren't truly early-stage Saint levels, although they had the power, their bodies were still as weak as before. Linley had immediately seen the truth of the matter. Those bodies had been at the breaking point already. A few good blows to those bodies would cause them to totally collapse. What a powerful magical beast. Staring at BB, Linden said with surprise, Linley, I only heard that you had a shadow mouse, but it seems he isn't a shadow mouse. He seems more like the legendary ruler of the rat race.
What's that? Linley looked at Linden.
Linley had always been curious as to exactly what sort of magical beast BB was.
The type of magical beast with the greatest defense and the highest speed, could he really be that type?
Linden had lived in the realm of the Radiant Sovereign for many years.
As a 4-winged angel, she had seen many things.
There were quite a few magical beasts that would reach the Saint level upon becoming an adult. But even amongst those, there were still a few extremely rare and outstanding types of magical beasts. This was the first time Linden had seen any of the legendary rulers of the rat race.
Boss, what's this woman saying?
BB looked doubtfully at Linley.
She's saying you are a ruler amongst the rats.
Linley chuckled. Even the likes of Doran Cowart and the Holy Emperor didn't know what kind of magical beast BB was, but it seemed as though this Lindin had a bit of a clue. Only, from the sound of it, Lindin was just guessing, and wasn't certain. Linley, you should feel proud. Just now, Lindin had only been briefly surprised by Bibi's performance. Now, she had totally calmed down again. For the sake of killing you, a cherub, a four-winged angel, is about to die alongside you, but... Lindin's entire body began to shine with white light, and then 4 white wings sprouted forth from Lindin's back, stretching and spreading out as Lindin took to the skies. A cherub. Not good. The look on Linley's face changed. The more wings an angel had, the more powerful they were, and as the number of wings increased, the power increased at a rapid geometrical rate. Boss, let me go. Bibi excitedly let out a sharp screech, then transformed into a blur as he charged towards the cherub. Lindin smiled coldly. Her 4 wings fluttered slightly, and she suddenly transformed into a white blur. Her astonishing speed was actually not one whit inferior to that of Bibi's. Boom! Lindin's fist, clad in holy light and appearing like white jade, smashed against Bibi. This time, Bibi was smashed down, flying into the ground like a meteor and even creating a deep crater in the ground. Bibi's body had been smashed deep into the earth. Bibi. Linley was shocked. Linley had guessed at how powerful this cherub was, but he didn't expect the cherub to be so terrifyingly strong. Boss, I'm fine. Bibi's weak voice rang out in Linley's mind. Linley could guess at how heavily injured Bibi currently was. The power of a cherub was far greater than that of a 2-winged angel. Linley. It is your turn. Lindin's body was already beginning to be covered with blood, but Lindin didn't care about her collapsing body at all. Lindin knew that she had, at the very least, 10 seconds of life left. These 10 seconds were more than enough for her to kill Linley. Those 4 white wings of light fluttered slightly, and then Lindin transformed into a white blur. Linley couldn't see her clearly, as she appeared almost like a mirage, suddenly appearing in front of him. The only thing Linley could see were Lindin's cold, remorseless eyes, now silver in color. Time to go all out. Linley launched himself off the ground, rapidly retreating while at the same time, the blood-violet Godsword appeared in his hand. He immediately activated the terrifying baleful aura hidden within blood-violet. This terrifyingly baleful aura had influenced even the peak-stage saint-level expert, Staley, much less Lindin. Trembling slightly, that strange bloody light covered and began to flow on the surface of blood-violet. That baleful aura entered Lindin's mind, attacking her soul. A hint of fear suddenly appeared in Lindin's cold eyes. She only sensed that she seemed to have returned to that time when she was with the army of angels engaging in warfare in other planes, and had suddenly encountered within the depths the terrifying demon. She still remembered how that demon had easily butchered so many of the angels. An entire army of hundreds of thousands of angels had been butchered. That full power punch of hers, under the influence of blood-violet, began to grow weaker. At the same time as he activated blood-violet, Linley fiercely swung his adamantine heavy sword forward, chopping mercilessly against Lindin's body. Profound truths of the earth, 100-layered waves. Boom! Linley was struck by Lindin's fist as well, which had been reduced to roughly half power. His black scales immediately split apart, and Linley's chest caved in as a large volume of blood poured out of Linley's mouth. Like a ripped sandbag, Linley smashed against the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Lindin stood there disbelievingly. How could he possess such a terrifying baleful aura? And then, Lindin suddenly felt herself bound by the laws of the universe. Her soul, not resisting in the slightest, was drawn forth by the laws, disappearing from the plane of the Yulon continent. As for Lindin's corpse, it gently slumped down, fresh blood leaking from her mouth and nose. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 49, Saint-Level Dragonblood Warrior. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 49, Saint-Level Dragonblood Warrior. The cold wind continued to blow. The desolate wilderness had finally returned to its former calm. But compared to earlier, atop the wild plains, there were a number of corpses as well as pools of blood. The aftermath of the battle was easily visible. The ground was cracked open in many places, and there was that giant crater, with that deep hole in the center of it. At this moment, a black shadow mouse slowly, wearily crawled out of that deep hole. Boss. Bibi's body was stained red, blood matting his fur. Bibi was staring forward in concern. He saw that Linley was lying there, not moving at all. Although the cherub, thanks to the influence of the blood-violet sword's baleful aura, had seen its attack weakened, the force of its blow was still several times greater than that of the 2-winged angels. Bibi scurried forward, arriving next to Linley. Boss, you okay? Bibi mentally transmitted.
BB was very worried. Right now, Linley's chest had an astonishingly deep indentation, with over half of the scales on his chest shattered and fallen. Fresh blood had dyed Linley's chest totally red, and Linley's face was very pale. His eyes were closed. Slowly, Linley opened his eyes, looking at BB. "I'm fine. BB. Don't move my body." Linley's voice rang out in BB's mind. BB nodded obediently, settling into a curl near Linley's body. "This time, I was wounded very badly." Linley felt that his chest was racking him with severe pain with each breath he took. Linley's only option was to urge the Dragonblood battle chi in his vessels to help repair some of the damage he had taken, in accordance with the method prescribed in the secret Dragonblood manual. As a supreme warrior, his recuperative abilities were quite formidable. But this time, the injury really was very severe. The Dragonblood battle chi slowly flowed through each part of his body, as the unique energy of the Dragonblood in his veins slowly seeped into his blood vessels and heart. As for his chest, which had suffered the majority of the damage this time, after it drew some of the special energy from his Dragonblood, Linley could feel it slowly begin to recover. With each breath, Linley could feel his chest slowly changing. In terms of regenerative speed, amongst the 4 supreme warriors, the Dragonblood warriors should be inferior to the Violet Flame warriors and the Undying warriors. In a time like this thought suddenly crossed Linley's mind. The Violet Flame warriors possessed incredibly strong regenerative abilities, and even had that freakishly powerful Nirvana rebirth ability. Unless their bodies were entirely destroyed, given enough time, a Violet Flame warrior would be able to recover to their peak condition. Huff. Puff. The sound of Linley's breathing grew louder and louder, as his damaged chest continued to recuperate. At the same time, the black scales covering Linley's body retracted, as did his spikes and his tail. In the blink of an eye, Linley returned to his normal human form. But despite now being in human form, Linley's body was still covered in blood, and the injury to his chest was as severe as ever. As time passed, the night began to deepen. The cold wind blew drearily. The light of the moon was totally blocked by the clouds. But Linley and BB paid no heed to the weather at all. "Boss, doing better?" BB's beady little eyes stared unwaveringly at Linley. "My internal injuries are more or less fixed. Only 3 of my ribs are broken. Fortunately, they didn't pierce into any other vital regions." Linley revealed a smile towards BB. "However, it will take at least 10 days or half a month for broken ribs to recover. Normal people would need several months to heal a broken rib." Linley was only able to make this claim because of his confidence in his lineage as a Dragonblood warrior. BB nodded. "But if I were able to find a light style or a water style magus, I should be able to recover even more quickly." Linley knew that certain types of magical healing could be extremely powerful. When Linley had been imprisoned within the Radiant Temple, virtually every single bone in his body had been broken. But when he had been bathed in that holy light of the Radiant Sovereign, his body completely healed in the blink of an eye, and was restored to peak condition. This sort of astonishing recuperative ability was very formidable. Linley continued to generate his Dragonblood battle chi. The Dragonblood battle chi absorbed the elemental essence from nature, and it also absorbed the unique Dragonblood lineage in Linley's veins. As it gradually strengthened, it nourished every part of Linley's body. Linley's internal injuries were now almost completely healed. The only tricky part remaining was his shattered ribs. HRM? Linley's eyebrows shot up, and he felt a hint of delight. The Dragonblood battle chi circulating throughout his body suddenly began to tremble, and the liquefied Dragonblood battle chi in his dantian suddenly roiled about like the waves of the sea. Linley immediately guided all of the Dragonblood battle chi in his veins into his lower dantian. Very soon, the density of Dragonblood battle chi in his lower dantian reached its maximum peak. Rumble. A radiant smile blossomed on Linley's face as he sensed the Dragonblood battle chi in his dantian begin to transform. Every single shred of battle chi was changing. Changing in quality and nature. "I'm finally beginning to break through." Linley calmly waited. At first, only a small amount of Dragonblood battle chi had been transformed, but as time went on, more and more transformed, and at a faster and faster rate. At the end, in the space of time it would take a person to breathe 10 times, the remaining half of the battle chi all transformed successfully. Ha ha! Linley rose to his feet, dispersing the totally transformed Dragonblood battle chi in his veins to every part of his body. Some of it was sent to his shattered ribs, assisting them to recover more rapidly. "Boss?" BB looked at Linley with curiosity. Linley hugged BB, lifting him into the air. Laughing, he said, "I'm fine. Let's prepare to go home." At this time, Linley was extremely happy. Ever since he had reached the peak of the 8th rank, he had been waiting for this day. Although in the past month, Linley had the feeling that he could break through at any moment, that moment somehow just wouldn't come. But now, while he had been healing his injuries, he had suddenly broken through. The 9th rank. From this day forward, Linley was a warrior of the 9th rank, but that was just his nominal level of power. In reality, after dragon forming, Linley was already an early-stage saint-level combatant. In terms of defense, speed, or power, he had dramatically grown. If I were to encounter that four-winged angel again, just by using the adamantine heavy sword, I would be able to dispose of her. Linley was very excited. The saint level. That was a brand new level of existence. Even the mighty Dawson conglomerate desperately desired to have a saint-level warrior amongst their ranks. The mighty Jacques clan was mighty, precisely because they had a single saint-level combatant. This was their pride and the source of their arrogance. This was why they had the confidence and the ability to administer the O'Brien Empire's Northwest Administrative Province in perpetuity. An expert of the saint level. Before a saint-level combatant, even the Grand Dukes and Kings who administered and ruled over populations of millions or tens of millions meant nothing at all. Before a saint-level combatant, even an ancient clan that had existed for thousands of years would have to lower their noble heads. Even the Radiant Church, the Cult of Shadows, and the four great empires would deeply desire to pull saint-level combatants into their orbit. In the entire Yulan continent, aside from those three humans who stood at the peak of the world, the High Priest, the War God, and the King of Killers, or the two deity-level kings of magical beasts, saint-level combatants were the cream of the crop. Upon entering the saint level, one would immediately possess an unlimited life. The King of Killers, Caesar, had lived for 5,000 years as a saint level, had he not? The saint level. Linley raised his head to the sky. Suddenly, flakes of snow began to drift down from the heavens, melting when they touched Linley's face. I still remember those two saint-level experts doing battle in Wushan Township when I was a child. At that time, saint-level combatants were unfathomably high entities, far beyond the likes of me. Even that Magus of the 8th rank who rode on a Velocidragon was an expert. But now? A sense of pride swelled up in Linley's heart. At last, he had accomplished something. Most likely, if the current Linley were to encounter the stellar sword saint, Dylan, he would be able to defeat him. Ancestors of the Baruch clan, keep watching me. I will restore the fame and the legend of the Dragonblood warriors, and spread it across the continent. Linley felt a sense of absolute self-confidence. Linley was only 26 years old, this year. But upon dragon forming, he was a saint-level warrior. There will come a day when I reach an even higher peak of power. A hint of a smile was on Linley's face. Linley knew exactly how powerful he was. Although he was only an early stage saint level after dragon forming, the hardest part of advancing from the early stage to the peak stage of the saint level was not in accumulating battle chi. Rather, it was in gaining a deeper level of understanding and insight regarding the world. But Linley's level of understanding was already at that of a peak stage saint level. In truth, sometimes two people who had the same amount of battle chi and similarly deep levels of understanding would still have major differences in their power. This was because different people would walk different paths to wisdom, even if they were in the same realm. For example, another combatant might also be training in the laws of the earth, but after the imposed level, he might have taken a totally different route. After all, the laws of the earth were as boundless and infinite as the oceans, and there were many paths one could take in understanding them. Different paths would result in different results. Linley's path was akin to the throbbing pulse of the earth itself, using those strange vibrational attacks. It was totally different to the usual types of force and power-based attacks used within the Yulan continent. Just as Linley was preparing to head back to the Cloud Peaks village, suddenly, "Linley, right?" a voice rang out from not too far behind him. Linley's heart jumped in fright. He hadn't noticed that there was someone nearby. He immediately turned his head to look, only to see a black-robed, skinny old man with a few flecks of white in his hair, standing in midair. The old man was staring down at Linley from midair. Linley immediately understood. Mackenzie? Right. This person was indeed Mackenzie. Linley had just suffered a serious wound, and had been focusing on healing himself. He had totally forgotten that this major battle he had just fought against those 6 angels definitely would not escape the attention of the nearby saint-level combatant, Mackenzie, who was residing in the provincial capital. Linley carefully looked at Mackenzie. Mackenzie looked as though he were in his early 50s. Although his hair had a few streaks of white, there wasn't a single wrinkle on his face. He stood in midair with his waist ramrod straight, with an immovable aura that made Linley feel secretly amazed. This Mackenzie was definitely more powerful than that four-winged cherub. "How long have you been here?" Linley asked. Mackenzie laughed. "Not too long. When I arrived, I managed to witness you and the four-winged cherub exchanging your final blows to each other and injuring each other, but... Linley raised an eyebrow. This Mackenzie should have been watching the entire time as Linley had been healing himself. Since he didn't act against Linley when Linley was injured, he probably didn't have any ill intentions towards Linley. I am very surprised that you actually managed to kill a cherub. Mackenzie sighed in appreciation. Although the four-winged angels are only temporarily able to use their full strength, for you to be able to kill one without dying is quite amazing. Dragonblood warriors, the legendary Dragonblood warriors really are powerful. Linley, after dragon forming, you should be at the saint level, I believe. Only, given how difficult it was for you to kill a cherub, you should only be an early-stage saint-level warrior, right? Linley started, not knowing whether he should laugh or cry. This Mackenzie, geez, Linley was speechless. He thought to himself, only after I killed the four-winged angel did I gain the ability to reach the saint level in dragon form. This Mackenzie actually thinks that I had already reached the saint level when I was fighting with the cherub. What, you haven't reached the saint level? Mackenzie said disbelievingly. Linley smiled. I admit that after dragon forming, I am indeed at the early stage saint level. Mackenzie laughed and nodded with satisfaction. It's been a long time since I've seen a saint level combatant. I really am quite happy to see you today. How about this? Come with me to my residence for a time. That way, the two of us can spar a bit. I'm sure that this will definitely help both of us improve our abilities. Don't worry, I won't go full force, this is just a sparring match. Seeing that Linley suffered serious injuries while killing a four-winged angel, Mackenzie believed Linley was not truly a match for him. Mackenzie, my dragon form is indeed at the saint level. However, Linley looked confidently at Mackenzie. I just broke through to that level now, after the battle. When I was fighting against the cherub, I hadn't broken through yet. Right now, as far as Linley was concerned, although he wasn't confident in his ability to deal with peak-stage saint-level experts, he was still confident in dealing with people at Mackenzie's level. Having reached the saint level, there was no longer a need for him to conceal himself or hide his power. What? You broke through just now? Mackenzie was shocked to hear this. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 50, An Appointment. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 50, An Appointment. Mackenzie's view of Linley had totally changed. After being silent for a moment, Mackenzie laughed loudly. He descended from the skies, slowly walking towards Linley, his attitude noticeably more warm and friendly. Linley, the legendary genius magus, supposedly the second greatest genius in history. But in my opinion, your talent as a warrior is even greater than as a magus. To be so young and yet already have the power of the saint level, the Dragonblood warriors truly are supreme warriors. Linley had always been proud of his clan's heritage. But whenever he thought back to how his clan had all but been destroyed, with only himself and his younger brother remaining, he couldn't help but feel a thread of grief in his heart. Mr. Mackenzie, is there anything else? If there isn't, I need to go back now. Linley said. Mackenzie hurriedly said, My friend Linley, this is our first meeting. Why don't we have a nice get-together? I'm very curious about you legendary Dragonblood warriors as well. If there's enough time, I truly do wish to have a sparring contest against you, Linley. After all, sparring against experts of the same level is one of the best ways a saint-level combatant can improve. As he finished speaking, Mackenzie looked very earnestly at Linley. Spar? Mackenzie was the local hegemon of the Northwest Administrative Province. Being able to get on good terms with Mackenzie was of benefit to him. And in addition, Keen belonged to the Northwest Administrative Province as well. This could be considered helping Keen out as well. Considering for a moment, Linley nodded. I'm still wounded. Even if I did go to your residence, I wouldn't be able to immediately spar with you. How about this? I'll go home first, but after a period of time, I'll come back and pay a visit to you. It won't be too long, a month or so at most. Mackenzie happily nodded. Wonderful. Then I will await your arrival within the Jacques clan's castle. I'll definitely come. Linley smiled and nodded. It had begun to snow, and snowflakes were flying everywhere. Mackenzie and Linley, these two saint-level combatants, smiled at each other, then flew off in different directions. In the vast wilderness, only Linley and Bibi were left present. The winter's snow. Seeing the endless snowfall, Linley suddenly thought back to that huge blizzard that winter when he was young and in love with Alice. The next year, also on a day of a blizzard, Linley and Alice had separated.
And then, within the mountain range of magical beasts, on another snowy day, Linley had come to understand the imposed level. Now, on a fourth blizzard, tonight, Linley had broken through to the 9th rank as a warrior, with his true power now totally within the realm of the saint levels.
Snow. Linley felt extremely moved.
But when he lowered his head and looked at himself, his smile disappeared.
Astonished, he said, I chatted with a saint-level combatant for such a long time, looking like this?
Because of his transformation and his battle against the angels, Linley's clothes and pants had been turned utterly ruined. The way he currently looked, even beggars would probably feel sorry for him. However, just now, Mackenzie hadn't paid any attention to his attire. In truth, when many saint-level combatants engaged in training, they would sometimes train for months at a time. It was normal for their bodies to become incredibly filthy.
Thus, they didn't care too much about superficial appearances.
What they cared about was what a person was like inside. For example, although Linley's clothes were in absolutely wretched shape, no one would dare look down upon him as he stood there.
This was a person's aura and demeanor.
Boss, you said you have reached the saint level? Transform and let me admire my boss's magnificence.
BB's beady little eyes stared at Linley as he intentionally said those flattering words.
An excited feeling entered Linley's heart. That was not a bad idea at all.
Fine. Linley said with a laugh. BB immediately leapt off of Linley's shoulders as once again, those black scales emerged from Linley's skin.
Sharp spikes erupted from his forehead, knees, and elbows, while his eyes once more transformed into that dark golden color. He looked exactly the same as he had before.
But Linley could feel the difference.
Whoosh! Linley felt the unique energy of the exalted Dragonblood hiding in his veins begin to flow into his bones, his muscles, and even his armor, spikes, and draconic tail. The originally pitch-black scales were actually beginning to shine with a hint of blue light.
What a feeling of power!
Linley could feel that his vision and his hearing had suddenly increased dozens of times in sensitivity. Nothing within several kilometers of him could escape his notice. Such powerful strength. Such powerful battle chi. Linley balled his fist, and the air itself shuddered once. His mighty muscles now contained far greater power than before, and the amount of battle chi in his body had grown vastly.
Haha, Linley began to laugh excitedly. Late at night, Linley was flying across the desolate landscape.
He, a fully transformed Dragonblood warrior, looked like a monster as he floated through the air, occasionally letting out overjoyed bouts of wild laughter.
His laughter echoed in the heavens and in the earth.
No wonder Barker was so excited when he reached the saint level. I didn't expect that my power would increase this much after reaching this level.
Linley was extremely excited as well. Dragonblood warriors had many innate gifts.
Once their power reached a certain level, they would naturally be able to fly. This was like the flight which flying magical beasts innately possessed. It was a natural ability which didn't require any particular understanding or insights. In terms of mysteriousness and exaltedness, the bloodline of the armored razorback WIRM is far inferior to the lineage of us Dragonblood warriors.
Flying high in the air, Linley felt a sense of awe.
Originally, Linley had drank a large amount of dragon's blood as well as eaten the draconic crystal of the armored razorback WIRM. But despite that, the dragon blood in Linley's vein had been able to dissolve and absorb it all. And now, upon entering the saint level, Linley could sense that the energy of the Dragonblood heritage in his veins was continuing to transform and strengthen various functions in his body. My speed has doubled, at least. With but a thought, Linley suddenly transformed into a blur as he streaked across the sky. As for defenses, Linley looked at his now perfect, undamaged scales, paying special attention to that dim layer of blue light. If I were to take another blow from that four-winged angel, I would at most suffer some light wound, but...
Linley's lips curved upwards. Confidence. Unmatchable confidence. Actually, most human saint-level experts had very weak defense. Even experts of the peak stage saint rank had far inferior defense compared to saint-level magical beasts. But the four supreme warriors possessed talents and gifts that were even more freakishly powerful than that of magical beasts. This was one of the reasons why, as soon as a Dragonblood warrior reached the saint level in human form, they would immediately be at the peak stage of the saint level in power after dragon forming. They were invincible. Understanding and insight made no difference. Even just by relying on raw force, they were an invincible force amongst saint levels. This was their natural talent. Much like how Hera was jealous of how powerful BB had become, the four supreme warriors were worthy of admiration and jealousy from any race in the entire Yulon continent. Boss. BB leaped up into the air.
Linley stretched his arm out, catching BB in midair, and BB jumped onto Linley's shoulders. Linley was now covered totally with dark scales, while on his shoulders there was a black shadow mouse. It really was quite a matching sight.
BB, time for you to experience the flight speed of a true saint-level expert. Linley laughed loudly, then exerted himself to his utmost, transforming into a black blur as he streaked across the skies, disappearing into the horizon. The snow continued to fall across the night-shrouded wilderness. Only the corpses on the ground gave testament to the battle that had been fought here. The straight-line flying speed of a saint level was extremely fast. In an hour, Linley was able to cross over 1,000 kilometers. In a very short period of time, Linley saw Cloud Peak's village up ahead. Tonight, the snow-covered Cloud Peak's village was very quiet. Linley flew directly to the western side of the village, dropping down at high speed like a meteor as he landed into the middle of the courtyard. Who comes? A low roar as several shadows flashed out. Linley had been flying so fast that he had been creating sonic booms. Naturally, he attracted the attention of experts such as the Barker brothers. But once they saw that the person in front of them was the dragon-formed Linley, they all secretly sighed. HRM, you entered without even opening the door? The fifth brother, Gates, said in astonishment, then he stared at Linley. Lord, could it be that? Laughing, Linley glanced at Gates. Gates was the most intelligent and mentally agile of the five brothers, and was the first one to grasp the concept of wielding something heavy as though it were light. Ah! Saint level! The others now realized as well, and the five brothers stared at Linley in astonishment. Big brother Lei returned? Jen's voice rang out, as she ran out as well. But as she saw Linley's transformed appearance, she was so scared that she immediately screamed, "Monster!" Rebecca and Lena, who shared the room with her, quickly consoled her. Jen, that's Big Brother Linley. That's his Dragonblood warrior transformation. Rebecca laughed. Linley returned to his normal human form. Badly frightened just now, Jen stared stupidly at the transformation, then looked at Rebecca. Dragonblood warrior? What's a Dragonblood warrior? Dragonblood warriors are one of the 4 supreme warriors. We 5 brothers are also supreme warriors. We are the undying warriors. Gates said arrogantly. Jen looked at the surrounding group of people. When she had arrived here tonight with Haru, she temporarily took up residence with Rebecca and Lena. But when Rebecca and Lena were introducing everyone to her, they had only gotten around to introducing Zassler. Jen hadn't even finished getting over her amazement at hearing that Zassler was an Archmagus necromancer before, suddenly, this Dragonblood warrior and these undying warrior concepts popped up as well. This, you all are, Jen's mind was in chaos. Jen, go back and get some rest. Linley laughed as he spoke. Barker and his brothers were all stunned by Linley's breakthrough. The second brother, Ankh, Unko, laughed helplessly. Lord, you broke through at such speed. Big brother Barker has reached the saint level as well, but still wasn't your match. Now, the difference between us has increased even more. If he wasn't powerful, would he be our Lord, and lead us against the Radiant Church to seek vengeance? Gates said arrogantly. All of you are close to having the power of the saint level. Zassler's face had a smile on it. Fortunately, this old fogey has finally gained some certain insights. I trust that within 10 years, I should be able to break through and reach the saint level. 10 years? Zassler was over 800 years old. To him, 10 years was a fairly short period of time. A Grand Magus Necromancer? That is an incredibly terrifying idea. Linley's eyes shone. By that time, you'll be able to summon saint-level undead, and lead an army of millions of undead. An Archmagus Necromancer of the 9th rank was already very frightening. But a Grand Magus Necromancer was as terrifying as an entire empire, all by himself. Everyone, keep growing stronger. F***CK, does the Radiant Church still dare send people over? If they send one, we'll kill one. If they send 10, we'll kill 10. Then we'll let Zassler create undead slaves out of their corpses and use them to counterattack. As Gates spoke, he grew excited over his idea. Everyone was very happy. Their strength increasing meant that they were now becoming more qualified to fight head-on against the Radiant Church. Linley was very happy as well. Raising his head towards the sky, watching the snow drift about, Linley then turned his gaze to everyone present. Alright, there's a blizzard tonight. Everyone should go inside the main hall if we want to chat. Right. Tonight, we won't stop until we are all drunk. Even the reliable and steady Barker was roaring loudly in his happiness. The party went on for half the night. In truth, whether or not they would be able to fight against the Radiant Church depended entirely on their power. The reason Linley was their leader was because he was the most powerful amongst them. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. Jen had grown to fully understand everyone's background, and she slowly came to accept it all. Only now did Jen truly understand that to these people, the city governor of a prefectural city was nothing at all. In fact, not just a prefectural city, even the mighty Jacques clan, the rulers of the Northwest Administrative Province, didn't trouble Linley's group. They only viewed the Jacques clan as equals, and that only because of the existence of Mackenzie. Barker, his brothers, and big brother Linley are all so hardworking. Rebecca, Lena, and Jen, these three beautiful ladies, were chatting amongst themselves while carrying baskets through the manor. But just as they entered the courtyard, they suddenly saw the shadow mouse, BB, floating in midair. Seeing Jen and the others, he winked flirtatiously towards the three of them. BB opened his mouth, and out of it came crisp, clear human speech. Wow, three pretty girls. Hello, ladies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 51, Wharton. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 51, Wharton. The imperial capital of the O'Brien Empire. Chan, Shi-Yen. In the entire Yulan continent, perhaps only the capital of the Yulan Empire could match Chan in terms of size. As for the name Chan, the war god O'Brien himself had chosen this name. The imperial capital, Chan. There were millions of residents living here. As a capital with over 5,000 years of history, Chan had many ancient clans. In a place such as the imperial capital of Chan, even experts of the 9th rank were quite common. No one dared to act rashly in the imperial capital, because there were far too many powerful clans here. But of course, the number one power of the imperial capital of Chan was, without a doubt, the War God's College. Although the personally taught disciples of the War God virtually never showed their faces, even the weakest of the honorary disciples were at least warriors of the 8th rank, while most were warriors of the 9th rank. From this, one could tell how astonishingly powerful the War God's College was. And of course, there was the master of the War God's College. The War God himself. It must be understood that in the O'Brien Empire, all other religions were outlawed. Even the commoners prayed to the War God. The War God had become the object of their faith. From this, one could tell how important the War God was in the hearts of the commoners. The east part of the imperial capital of Chan was a place covered with palaces and noble residences, with the imperial palace located within the east city as well. Within East Chan there was a street named Boulder Street, and on each side of Boulder Street there were meticulously constructed manors. These were all built by the order of the imperial clan of the empire, and were given as rewards to the nobles and government officials who had rendered great deeds unto the empire. One of the manors on Boulder Street was the residence of the newest rising star of the empire, Count Wharton. Two sturdy guards stood at each side of the gate to his residence, their waists stiff. And right now, within the main hall of the manor, there were 4 people. All 4 of them were standing, but one of them was pacing about, a hint of a frown appearing on his brows. He seemed to be roughly 21 or 22 years old. He wore a simple warrior's outfit, with the sleeveless outfit totally revealing his bulging muscles. He had a straight nose, thick black eyebrows, and a blocky, angular face, making him look very courageous and fierce. But the most astonishing thing about him was his body. He had the astonishing height of 2.2 meters. He had massively broad shoulders, a comparatively narrow waist, and 2 toned, powerful legs. Just by looks, Wharton does seem to be more astonishing than Linley. Hillman said to himself. Compared to Wharton, Linley appeared to be more reserved and understated. Young Master Wharton, are you still worrying about the 7th princess? Housekeeper Harry, his nose red from drinking wine, began to chortle. Wharton turned to look at him helplessly. Grandpa Harry, you know who those people chasing after Nina and Anna are? The other young man in the group of 4 laughed. Young Master Wharton, why has a bold, forthright man such as yourself become so squeamish and nervous when it comes to matters of love? Why don't you just go with her to meet with His Imperial Majesty? Isn't that simple? Just go directly? Wharton raised an eyebrow. Hillman encouraged as well. Nader, Nada, is right. You are already a warrior of the 8th rank, and the scion of the Dragonblood warrior clan. His Imperial Majesty surely knows that for a scion of the Dragonblood warrior clan to reach the 8th rank means that he definitely has been able to train in Dragonblood battle chi, and has the ability to transform. As Hillman saw it, for someone to reach the 8th rank without training in battle chi was virtually impossible. But Hillman had no idea that right now, by Linley's side, there were 5 brothers who had reached the 8th rank just based on physical training. Wharton, as a Dragonblood warrior, you are a fit and qualified match to wed the 7th princess. I trust His Imperial Majesty will agree. Housekeeper Harry laughed as he spoke. But as for asking for her hand, I think it might be better if you let the 7th princess to sound His Imperial Majesty out first. That way, you'll have a better idea going in. Housekeeper Harry and Hillman glanced at each other, then both of them began to laugh. In the past year or two, the relationship between Wharton and the 7th Princess of the Empire had become quite well known throughout the entire imperial capital. Only, the other young nobles of the imperial capital had refused to give up. What's more, 2 of them were quite competitive. Enough of that for now. Wharton shook his head. He trusted the 7th Princess. The 7th Princess had already told him long ago that aside from him, she wouldn't marry anyone else. But Wharton also knew that the marriage of an imperial princess of the empire was not up to her alone to decide. In addition, Wharton didn't want the 7th Princess to be too frustrated and unhappy. If he could openly wed her, that would be for the best. Oh, right. Grandpa Harry, any news of my big brother? Wharton asked. Housekeeper Harry nodded. The Dawson conglomerate has sent word that your big brother remains hidden in seclusion, where he continues to train. There's no special news of that. Big brother is as hard-working as ever. In his heart, Wharton admired Linley very much. Many of the weighty responsibilities of the Dragonblood warrior clan, such as the reclaiming of their ancestral heirloom or the avenging their parents' deaths, had been shouldered by Linley alone. As for him, Wharton, he could remain here in the imperial capital and quietly train. Even from afar, Linley continued to shield him from the wind and the rain. Big brother, Wharton still remembered how when he was young, when those 2 saint-level combatants were doing battle outside Wushan Township, those boulders had rained down densely from the skies. His big brother had ignored his own safety to cover Wharton with his own body. Wharton could clearly remember that dangerous moment. Get down! Linley had angrily shouted at Wharton, while charging towards him with no regard for his own safety. Linley had used his own weak, frail body to shield Wharton. After leaving home at the age of 6, Wharton was now 22 years old. In another month, he would be 23. It had been almost 17 years. He hadn't seen his sibling in 17 years. Young Master Wharton, don't worry too much. Young Master Linley will come find you once his training reaches a certain level. After all, he knows exactly where you are living. Housekeeper Harry said consolingly. Wharton nodded, then chuckled at himself. When Big Brother sees me, I wonder if he'll still recognize me. The little 6-year-old kid has changed quite a bit. Ha, it's true that your big brother might not recognize you. Hillman began to laugh. Nader nodded as well. When I came along with my father from the Holy Union, I initially couldn't recognize you either, young Master Wharton. It was only after I saw Housekeeper Harry did I realize that this big fellow who was even taller than me was actually that little kid I used to know. Nader, you punk. Wharton glared at him. Nader was Hillman's son. However, Nader didn't have much talent as a warrior. Although he was already 25 years old, Nader was only a warrior of the 4th rank. But Nader was extremely discreet and careful, and so alongside his father Hillman, he managed and oversaw the work of all the guards of the manor. Whoa, it's getting late. Wharton took out a pocket watch and cast it a glance. Grandpa Harry, Uncle Hillman, I need to head out. He must be meeting up with the 7th Princess again. Nader snickered, intentionally putting a smirk on his face. Wharton laughed confidently towards Nader. Naturally. What, are you jealous? As he spoke, Wharton chortled as he walked out of the manor. Watching Wharton leave, Housekeeper Harry felt very moved. When we came, young Master Wharton was just a child. But now, he's all grown up. I have fulfilled the task Lord Hogg gave me. When he thought of Hogg, Harry couldn't stop sighing. The Baruch clan has been slumbering for many years. But now, it has finally begun to awaken. In another 10 years, most likely the entire Yulan continent will once again be filled with people discussing the legendary Dragonblood warriors. Hillman said confidently. Carrying the Warblade Slaughterer, Wharton rode on a saber-toothed tiger on the streets. Saber-toothed tigers were magical beasts of the 8th rank, and thus their aura would make ordinary magical beasts cower away from it. What's more, Wharton was so physically huge himself. Together, they posed such a terrifying sight that everyone who saw him felt dread. Thus, the pedestrians on the street all made way for him. That's the genius student of the O'Brien Academy, Wharton. Look! He's riding a magical beast of the 8th rank. Saber-toothed tiger. How fierce! If I had a magical beast of my own, how great that would be. Many people on the streets chatted about Wharton as he passed by. In the past, when Linley had seen that Velocidragon for the first time, he too had dreamed of having a powerful magical beast like a Velocidragon for his companion. In the eyes of many youths, Wharton was their role model. Saber-toothed tigers were extremely fast. Even when traveling on the streets, it moved forward very rapidly and very nimbly. Here we are. Wharton saw that magnificent hotel from far away. This was the appointed meeting spot for him and the seventh princess. The receptionist for the hotel recognized Wharton as well, and immediately opened the door for Wharton to enter. Leading the saber-toothed tiger behind him, Wharton entered the hotel. Wharton looked around the hotel, his gaze finally settling on the person he cared about the most. He immediately called out happily, "Nina." But just at this moment, Wharton suddenly frowned, because he also once again saw the person who irritated him. Wharton. Nina had a head of full, lustrous blonde hair, and her pale face was as charming as ever. Her brilliant, shining eyes didn't have a single hint of impurity in them. Nina ran over happily towards Wharton, who immediately stepped forward, taking Nina by the hand. "That guy is bothering me again," Nina whispered to Wharton. Wharton glanced at the distant man, saying in a low voice, "Nina, don't pay any attention to that guy." But just at that moment, the handsome young man walked over. With a calm laugh, he said, "Wharton, I really didn't expect to see you here. Why is it that you always appear wherever Nina is?" "Shut your mouth, Lamont, l'amo." Wharton frowned. "Remember, Nina's name isn't for the likes of you to call out. And also, the question you asked me, I should be asking you. Why is it that wherever Nina is, you always appear?" Lamont glanced at Wharton, a smile that was not a smile on his face. Although on the surface, he didn't seem to care much, in his heart, Lamont really disliked this Wharton. After all, it was Wharton who had taken Nina away from him. Oh, a saber-toothed tiger. Lamont looked at Wharton's saber-toothed tiger. Laughing, he said, "Wharton, any interest in letting my blue-eyed tiger mastiff have a fight with your saber-toothed tiger? I'll wager that my blue-eyed tiger mastiff would definitely win." Blue-eyed tiger mastiffs and saber-toothed tigers were both magical beasts of the 8th rank. However, there were differences in power amongst magical beasts of the 8th rank as well. For example, gold-maned mastiffs and blue-eyed tiger mastiffs were considered one of the top kinds of magical beasts of the 8th rank. Blue-eyed tiger mastiffs were particularly effective against tiger-type magical beasts. Not interested. Wharton paid his suggestion no heed at all. Looking coldly at Lamont, Wharton said, "Lamont, if you really want to have a competition, I wouldn't object to having a sparring match against you. As for having magical beasts compete? HRMPH. A competition between men?" Lamont chuckled, then no longer said anything. He, Lamont, was an honorary disciple of the War Gods College, and he was a warrior of the 9th rank. He was indeed qualified to be arrogant. But right now, virtually all of the ancient clans of the Imperial City knew that Wharton was of the Baru clan, which in turn was the clan of the Dragonblood warriors. And Wharton was clearly able to use battle chi. A scion of the Dragonblood warrior clan who could use battle chi was definitely capable of dragon forming as well. Lamont knew very well that although Wharton appeared to be only a warrior of the 8th rank, when using that unique, special warblade of his to attack, he could fight on par with ordinary warriors of the 9th rank. But once Wharton transformed, he, Lamont, wouldn't be a match at all. "Let's leave." Gently stroking the head of his blue-eyed tiger mastiff, Lamont chuckled lightly. And then, Lamont left along with his magical beast, just like that. Nina and Wharton headed directly to a private deluxe room on the second room of the hotel. As for Nina's female attendant, she stayed outside the room. "You big lunk, tell me, what should we do about that Lamont? He is so annoying." Nina nestled in Wharton's arms, asking in a soft voice. "Big lunk." This was how Nina had addressed Wharton the first time they had met. Whenever they met in private, this was how Nina would address him. "It is your own fault for being so charming, Nina." Wharton grinned as he tweaked Nina's nose. "Actually, I don't care too much about that Lamont fellow. The one I'm worried about is Kylon." "Big brother Kylon?" Nina said with resignation, "I only think of him as a big brother, but but." Kylon was 23 years old, but was already a magus of the 7th rank. There were quite a few 23-year-old warriors of the 7th rank, but very few 23-year-old magi of the 7th rank. Moreover, Kylon had reached the 7th rank as a magus when he was 21 years old. If Linley hadn't sculpted Awakening from the Dream, most likely it would have taken him until the age of 20 to reach the 7th rank. In the imperial capital, Kylon was considered a genius magus. He had been childhood friends with Nina. And more importantly, Kylon's father was the left premier of the empire, an extremely powerful man. Kylon himself was, simply put, a very good person as well. It could be said that he was a nearly perfect individual. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 8, Chapter 52, The Beirut Clan.
Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 52, The Beirut Clan. In terms of lineage as well as personality, Kalon is a fine man. Wharton held Nina in his arms, speaking softly. I'm afraid that your imperial father will give your hand in marriage to Kalon.
Nina nodded. It is true that imperial father values Kalon due to his high talent for magic.
In the future, he has a high chance of becoming an archmagus of the 9th rank, and even has a chance to become a saint-level grand magus.
The Empire has many saint-level experts, but most of them are saint-level warriors.
There are extremely few saint-level grand magi.
Wharton sensed that Kalon was a threat.
Although Lamont belonged to the War Gods College, he was just an honorary disciple. In addition, his clan wasn't particularly powerful either. He, Wharton, was a Dragonblood warrior after all. As long as the Emperor wasn't a fool, he would definitely select Wharton. But if Kalon were to compete against Wharton, things would be different. His father was, after all, the powerful and influential left premier of the Empire.
Nina. Wharton became very solemn. HRM?
Nestled in Wharton's arms, Nina looked up at him. I am preparing to request an audience with His Imperial Majesty, and to personally ask for him to give me your hand in marriage. Wharton said with a very solemn expression on his face. Nina started, and then a look of wild joy appeared on her face.
Truly? Nina was very excited. Yes. Wharton nodded.
Nina, before I do so, you can chat with your imperial father and get a sense of which way the wind is blowing.
Nina shook her head helplessly.
I thought I told you already. My imperial father himself has yet to make up his mind. The only thing he says is, no rush, but my imperial father does have a very favorable impression of you, and he values you as well.
If you really were to ask for my hand, I think your chances would be very high. Nina was very hopeful.
Only one of her older sisters had married someone whom she loved. For the rest of Nina's sisters, their marriages were marriages of political convenience, and not very happy ones.
Wharton nodded slightly. Don't worry, Nina. I won't let anyone take you from me.
Wharton tightly embraced Nina, who placed her head against Wharton's massive, sturdy chest.
The Northwest Administrative Province. Cloud Peaks Village, outside the provincial capital. On the west side of Cloud Peaks Village, there was a forest. The already dragon-formed Linley was currently sparring with Bibi. Bibi, don't force me. Linley said helplessly as he wielded the adamantine heavy sword.
If you keep doing this to me, then I'll be forced to use the profound truths of the earth.
Haha, boss, I know you care about me too much to do that to me. Bibi was hovering in midair, speaking in the human tongue.
Upon reaching the saint level, magical beasts could freely alter their size, and also speak in human tongues.
But only a deity-level magical beast could transform into a human shape.
In the entire Yulan continent, only the King of the Forest of Darkness and the King of the Mountain Range of Magical Beasts, these two powerful deity-level experts, could transform into a human form. As for Bibi, who knew how long it would be before he could reach such a level?
You rascal. Linley sighed.
I reached the saint level and finally caught up to you in terms of speed and defense. But you immediately entered the saint level as well. Your speed became even more ridiculous. But movement speed and attack speed remain two different concepts. The speed of swinging a sword was far faster than movement speed.
Although in terms of dodging and agility, Linley was no match for Bibi, his adamantine heavy sword was still able to block Bibi's attacks.
Thus, facing Bibi, Linley usually just stood there, using his sword to defend himself.
Ha. Bibi laughed proudly. Actually, Linley's profound truths of the earth still posed a real threat to Bibi.
After all, the profound truths of the earth all but ignored external defenses, rendering Bibi's powerful defense useless. But how could Linley bear to use such a vicious attack against Bibi? Thus, Bibi continuously teased and taunted Linley in their spars.
Enough. My body has 2 claw marks on it now. Are you happy? Linley laughed as he rubbed Bibi's little head. Let's go back. It's time to eat.
As he spoke, Linley reverted to his human form, then put on a new set of clothes.
The boss is always the best.
Bibi flew to Linley's shoulders and giggled. In Linley's current squad, if Linley were to avoid using the profound truths of the earth, there was no one here who was a match for Bibi. Bibi was a truly powerful saint-level magical beast, through and through.
Bibi, what sort of magical beast are you, exactly? Linley walked while chatting with Bibi. I really don't know either. Bibi rapidly shook his little head. Linley suddenly remembered something, then looked towards Bibi in astonishment. Bibi, do you remember back when we initiated our bond of equals, I asked you what your name was? At that time you said, Bay. You didn't say whatever it was you wanted to say very clearly. Linley remembered that scene very clearly. Little Shadow Mouse, what is your name? Linley had mentally asked him. The little Shadow Mouse had said, somewhat excitedly, Bay. Linley had stared at the little Shadow Mouse. What's the little Shadow Mouse saying? Linley didn't really understand. His white beard flowing, Doring Coward had floated next to him and mentally said, Linley, this little Shadow Mouse is still an infant. He can't form precise sounds yet. Even when engaging in mental communication with you, for now, he can only communicate simple intentions. Due to their spiritual link, Linley had been able to feel the little Shadow Mouse's excitement, but the little Shadow Mouse simply couldn't speak at all. Okay. You were saying Bay. Bay, then I'm going to call you Bibi. How's that? Linley had grinned as he watched the little Shadow Mouse. The little Shadow Mouse had seemed to ponder for a while, and then had happily nodded. And just like that, Linley had named him Bibi. Did I say that? Bibi was startled. Oh, right. Bibi remembered. I remember now. When I was very, very young, so young that I couldn't even open my eyes, I heard a very close, very warm voice speak to me. Linley immediately looked at Bibi. He had never heard Bibi speak of this before. It was normal for magical beasts to be unable to open their eyes soon after they were born. At that time, Bibi most likely had just been born not long ago. That was a very distant memory. If Linley hadn't brought it up, Bibi wouldn't have recalled it either. That voice told me that I belonged to some clan. It instructed me to hide in the back courtyard of your clan's manor and to not run around. And then, the voice disappeared. Bibi was very puzzled. The Bay something clan? Linley said questioningly. I don't recall very well. It seems to have been Bay, oh. Bibi's little eyes lit up. Beirut. Right. It seems to have been Beirut. That voice told me that I was a member of the mighty Beirut clan. It told me not to run around, because it was dangerous outside. That's why I stayed in your manor's back courtyard the entire time, boss, as I slowly grew up there. Linley now understood. The Beirut clan? Linley was puzzled. Magical beasts have clans? Bibi shook his head in confusion as well. I don't know either. I never met my parents after I was born. I just stayed at the back courtyard of your clan's manor, and all I had to eat were those pieces of rubble. Linley firmly imprinted this name into his memory, the Beirut clan. Linley was absolutely certain that he had never heard of any powerful clan in the Yulan continent named Beirut. But this clan was most likely a magical beast clan. A magical beast clan? Linley didn't know about it because he was not a magical beast. But Bibi didn't know either, because he had no parents. 10 more days passed for Linley within Cloud Peak's village. Per Linley's agreement with Mackenzie, all he had to do was make a single trip to visit the Jacques clan within 30 days. Big brother Linley, you have a letter. Jen ran in excitedly from outside. Oh, it should be from the Dawson conglomerate. The Dawson conglomerate sent a letter every month. Linley immediately walked out. There was a young man leading a horse outside. Upon seeing Linley, the young man immediately bowed and said courteously, Lord Lay, here is your letter. Linley accepted the letter and laughed. Next month, there will be no need for you to come here. The young man looked at Linley questioningly. By this time next month, I will no longer be here. Linley had made the decision long ago that in the next few days, he would head to the Jacques clan. His wounds had healed long ago, and after dragon forming, he was a saint-level combatant. It was time to go visit his little brother. It had been a long, long time since he had met with Wharton. In his heart, Linley had always missed this one and only sibling of his. Yes, Lord Lay. The young man said respectfully, and then he mounted his horse and left. As for Linley, he opened the letter and read it. The letter had quite a good amount of general information regarding the current state of affairs for the Radiant Church and the Yulan continent as a whole. It also had some information about Reynolds, George, and Yale. At the bottom was information regarding Wharton. George is really formidable. Linley mentally sighed in praise. With the support of the Walsh family, George had continued on his upward trajectory within the Yulan Empire. He himself was very talented as well, but more importantly, the third prince of the Yulan Empire had successfully inherited the imperial throne, becoming the emperor of the Yulan Empire. Prior to the third prince assuming the position of emperor, George had been on very close terms with him. The two of them were politically of one mind. Now that the third prince had succeeded his father as emperor, George had become the youngest grand secretary in the Yulan Empire. The entire Yulan Empire only had 12 grand secretaries. Each of them possessed extraordinary power and authority. What's more, George was also the deputy for the right premier of the Yulan Empire. By comparison, Reynolds hasn't done as well as George. Linley chuckled, then he closely read the information regarding Wharton. Linley had a general idea of what Wharton was up to. But upon reading the letter. What? Linley was shocked. Wharton has asked the Emperor for the 7th princess's hand in marriage? The Dawson conglomerate had just transmitted this news to the provincial capital of Basel not long ago. After all, this event only happened a few days ago. The Emperor didn't agree? Frowning, Linley continued to read. Fortunately, although he didn't agree, he didn't refuse too harshly either. According to the letter, the Emperor was continuing to delay. That Lamont had gone long ago to ask the same question, and the Emperor hadn't agreed then either. Now that Wharton had gone, the Emperor still declined to agree. What he said was, Nina is still young. There is no rush. Nina was already 21 years old. She wasn't that young. But Nina was both a magus and a warrior, and her affinity as a magus was to water magic, which was of exceeding benefit to one's body. Nina's lifespan would definitely be very long. It would be easy for her to live for 300 or 400 years. Given this, it was true that she did not need to be in a rush to marry. One is the son of the left premier of the empire, while the other is an honorary disciple of the War Gods College. Linley could immediately tell who his younger brother's greatest adversary was. It was the left premier's son, that magus named Kalon. It seems as though the situation isn't looking good. Linley's forehead was furrowed. A cold light flashed in his eyes. No matter what, I can't let Wharton walk the same road that I did. Tomorrow, I'll go pay a visit to the Jacques clan. After satisfying the agreement, we'll head directly to the imperial capital. Linley had made his decision. But right at that moment. Lord! The familiar voice of Gates rang out. Gates was probably the most lively of the 5 brothers. Lord! It wasn't just Gates, the others were shouting as well. Puzzled, Linley returned to the courtyard. As he did, Gates and the others immediately rushed to him, their faces filled with wild joy. All of you are so happy. What's the good news? Linley laughed. Second brother has already reached the 9th rank. Gates was the first to speak. Ankh, our second brother, is at the saint level as well after transforming. The third brother, Hazer, said with joy. Linley was startled. Of the 5 brothers, Barker was the first to reach the 9th rank. After he possessed the power of the saint level, the other 4 brothers, all at the peak of the 8th rank, continued to work hard. Unexpectedly, another one had reached the 9th rank so soon. Myself. BB. Barker. Ankh. All of a sudden, 4 of us have reached the saint level. Linley had never heard of a clan possessing 4 saint-level combatants. The scariest part of it was, the other 3 brothers could break through at any moment as well. Linley had no idea, but he was grinning so widely that his lips threatened to split apart. Perhaps the very next day, someone would come running over to tell him that another one of the 5 brothers had broken through. They would then have yet another saint level in their ranks. Linley now felt all the more convinced that his decision to go rescue Barker and his brothers was an absolutely genius decision. By now, aside from Barker and Ankh, the other 3 brothers could be considered saint levels in the making. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 53, Guest. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 53, Guest. Living in the Northwest Administrative Province, it could be said that Linley had gotten everything he had desired. In the blink of an eye, he, BB, and the second brother, Ankh, had all reached the saint level of power. Their group now had 4 saint-level experts. Even the 3 major trading unions or the 4 major assassins' guilds couldn't boast such a number. This was an extremely powerful, hidden force. Unfortunately, in the imperial capital, the opposite was true for Wharton. In the spacious training area in the back part of the manor, Wharton was wildly training with his ancestral heirloom, the Warblade Slaughterer. Sweat was pouring down from every part of his body, but it seemed as though Wharton didn't feel tired at all, as he continued to train. Watching quietly, housekeeper Harry shook his head to himself. Wharton is just like his father. He cares too much about love. Harry had watched Hogg grow up, and knew how deep a love Hogg had felt for Linley's mother, Lena. When Lena had been abducted, Hogg had been in misery for over 10 years. The only reason he had endured was because he had to raise Linley and Wharton. As soon as Hogg felt that Linley and Wharton could grow up on their own, he threw away everything to investigate his wife's whereabouts. In the end, he paid for it with his life. Wharton is the same. His Imperial Majesty didn't totally cut off all his hopes. He only asked Wharton not to be in such a rush, and that there was no need for the 7th princess to marry so soon. But Wharton has become like this, Harry kept on sighing. Housekeeper Harry didn't know that it wasn't just Hogg and Wharton who were like this. Linley was the same as well. Gruel. After this bestial growl, Wharton slowly stopped brandishing the warblade in his hands. After having painstakingly trained for so many years, Wharton had already reached a very high level of proficiency with the warblade. The bestial roar that came out just now was one of the hallmarks of the warblade style he had developed. Grandpa Harry. Wharton looked at Housekeeper Harry, squeezing a smile onto his face. After having unleashed all of his frustrations just now, Wharton felt a bit better inside. Wharton, don't be too sad. You and the 7th princess still have a chance. Harry laughed. I think the reason His Imperial Majesty has been delaying is because it is very hard for him to choose between you and Kalon. Wharton nodded. Wharton actually understood a great deal about the current emperor. He was an emperor that highly valued human talent, and he was a fairly decisive man as well. But he had one flaw. That flaw was bias. Extreme bias. Everyone in the imperial capital knew this. For example, 20 years ago, the Southeast Administrative Province's managing clan had made some mistakes. Since they didn't have the backing of a saint-level expert, in the end, their clan was ransacked by the emperor. At the time, many clans had desired to take over the Southeast Administrative Province. But in the end, the emperor had actually given his one and only younger brother, Duke Yulin, authority over the Southeast Administrative Province. Anyone the emperor was close to, he tended to be biased towards. Kalon's father, the imperial left premier, Judd Darrell, Jada Delir, had grown up alongside the emperor. They were on very good terms with each other. After the emperor took the throne, he naturally appointed Judd Darrell to a high rank, eventually appointing him the imperial left premier. He possessed enormous power, and could be described to be second to only the emperor himself. The emperor, being on such close terms with the imperial left premier, naturally was very partial and protective towards Kalon as well. In addition, Kalon was a very talented, worthy person. It would have been very natural for the emperor to agree to Kalon's attempt to woo Nina. However, Wharton was also wooing Nina, and Nina herself liked Wharton. This made the emperor hesitate. Kalon and Wharton were both very talented. He doted on Kalon, but he also doted on Nina. Kalon's father was his dear friend and was one of the pillars of the empire. But Wharton was a Dragonblood warrior. This was a very hard choice to make. I understand what His Imperial Majesty is thinking. For him to refuse my direct request to be allowed to wed Nina means that it will not be so easy for the two of us to be together. Wharton sighed. Wharton, you need to have some self-confidence. Housekeeper Harry encouraged. Wharton forced out a smile. Grandpa Harry, I know what the situation is. In the Empire, His Imperial Majesty's decree is absolute law. The only person he is afraid of is the war god himself. That's why I originally took part in the competition to become an honorary disciple. I wanted to build a relationship with the war god. So long as the war god was willing to assist me, everything would have been set. The war god. The true foundation and pillar of the O'Brien Empire. A single word from the war god could make the emperor abdicate without daring to say a word of complaint. After all, the war god was the founding emperor of the O'Brien Empire, and he was also a deity-level expert who stood at the top of the entire Yulon continent. Slowly, slowly. Don't be in a rush. Housekeeper Harry consoled. Lord Count, the 7th princess has arrived. An attendant walked into the training grounds and said respectfully. Nina came? Wharton was very surprised. Although the two were on very close terms, Nina rarely came to visit him at his manor. Wharton immediately took a quick rinse, changed into a fresh set of clothes, then went to the main hall to see Nina. Within the main hall, a look of happiness was on Nina's face. The female attendant behind her laughed quietly. Princess, what sort of expression do you think the Lord Count will have on his face when he hears this news? What sort of expression the big lunk will have? Nina pondered the question, her laughter becoming all the merrier. As she thought and chatted, Nina suddenly heard footsteps. Turning, she saw a large, powerful figure walk in, as tall and strong as a war god. Staring at this familiar figure, Nina felt a sweet feeling in her heart.
In her heart, Wharton had already become her mental pillar of support.
Nina, why have you come to my place? Aren't you afraid your imperial father will scold you? Wharton laughed as he walked in. Nina pouted. He can scold me if he wants. I wanted to come.
Seeing the adorable look on Nina's face, Wharton felt a gentle, warm feeling in his heart.
He sat next to Nina and held her hands.
Nina, judging from the look on your face, I think you are hiding something from me.
Nina wrinkled her nose, saying delightedly, I can't hide anything from you. I want to tell you some good news. Good news? What good news? Has your imperial father changed his mind and decided to allow me to marry you? Wharton said casually.
The emperor's words were as good as gold. How could he so casually take back what he had said?
Of course not. Nina's smile was very bright. Then what is it? Nina's expression grew solemn.
2 days ago, you spoke with my imperial father, but he didn't agree.
I felt very unhappy, so I thought of something. I went directly to Big Brother Kalon. You went to find Kalon? Wharton's eyebrows shot up. Kalon was his enemy in love.
What did you go find him for?
Nina giggled.
Okay, stop guessing. I just went to have a good chat with Big Brother Kalon. I told him that the only thing I felt for him was the affection to an older brother. We grew up together, and he really was like an older brother to me. I asked Big Brother Kalon to help the two of us. I told Big Brother Kalon that if I were to leave you, Wharton, I wouldn't be able to live. Wharton suddenly felt deeply moved. Big Brother Kalon was quiet for a long time, but in the end, he agreed that he would speak to His Imperial Majesty, and that he would abandon his pursuit of me and allow us to be together.
Nina's smile was incandescent. Kalon is giving up?
Wharton was shocked. Wharton had been in the imperial capital for a long time now, and had interacted with Kalon several times.
Wharton could clearly sense the love which Kalon felt towards Nina.
He was totally, truly in love with her. And yet, Kalon had decided to give up. Wharton felt very moved, while at the same time, he began to somewhat admire Kalon.
Big Brother Kalon has given up, while the others aren't much of a threat.
As for that Lamont, in my imperial father's heart, he can't compare to you.
A very happy look was on Nina's face. Big Lunk, there's no one who can stop us from being together now. Excitement.
There was no way he could stop this sense of excitement and joy from swelling in his heart. The most troublesome, headache-inducing competitor facing him had voluntarily given up. This sort of sudden, unexpected joy made Wharton feel a little giddy and dizzy. Staring at Nina's incandescent smile, Wharton felt more moved than he ever had been.
Right. No one will prevent us from being together.
Wharton held Nina tightly in his arms. Linley, Bibi, Harrow, Rebecca, Lena, Jen, Zassler, and Barker and his brothers left Cloudpeak's village, making their way towards the provincial capital of Basel. The provincial capital of Basel. The Jacques clan's castle. Linley's group had arrived at the gates.
Who comes before us?
The castle guards barked at them from far away. The Jacques clan were the local hegemons of the Northwest Administrative Province. Their headquarters wasn't a place where just anyone could enter. The fifth of the brothers, Gates, immediately shouted loudly, "Go inform Mackenzie that our Lord Linley has arrived."
Who is making so much noise outside?
A familiar voice shouted. Linley carefully stared in the direction of that voice. Indeed, that gaudily dressed young man, Albert, came rushing out amidst a number of servants. Seeing Linley's group, the look on Albert's face changed.
You are called Lay, right? How dare you come to my house? A vicious, sinister look was on Albert's face.
I didn't expect that those 6 people belonging to the Radiant Church wouldn't be able to kill you.
But my Jacques clan isn't so easily bullied by the likes of you.
At the same time, Albert also noticed that behind Linley, there was Jen, as well as Rebecca and her sister. Jen's complexion was as beautiful as a flower petal in a pool of water, while Rebecca and Lena possessed a certain mysterious grace that was extremely mesmerizing.
How the hell did this guy get so many beautiful women to follow him?
Albert felt extremely aggrieved. How dare you come to cause trouble at the gates of the Jacques clan?
Men! Seize them! Albert immediately ordered loudly.
The surrounding guards all charged forward, but before Linley made a single move, Barker and his brothers charged forward.
Spare their lives. Linley said calmly. Got it.
Gates said excitedly.
As long as they don't die, right?
Barker's eyes held a hint of glee as well. These 5 brothers had been famous in the 18 northern duchies as bloodthirsty warlords. When leading their armies, they had killed countless people.
These 5 enormous siblings were like war machines.
They seized one guard after another, as easily as snatching up a chicken, and then casually tossed them like sandbags towards the castle gates. The force of these tosses by the Barker brothers was quite high. These warriors of the 5th and 6th ranks had their bones snapped as soon as they hit the ground.
Albert was so angry that his entire body was quivering. You are too arrogant and wild. You dare act like this in front of the Jacques clan? What is going on out here?
An angry roar could be heard, as another group of people appeared from within the castle. The leader was a middle-aged man with a square face.
Albert immediately bowed.
Father, these people are causing trouble at our gates, and they even injured our guards.
Oh?
This middle-aged man was the leader of the Jacques clan, Odin, Aodeng, Jacques.
Odin Jacques stared coldly at Linley's group.
Brother Linley, you've arrived. A loud laugh could be heard as a blur suddenly descended from the heavens, appearing in front of the castle gates.
That stiff, ramrod straight back.
That white-flecked hair. Odin and Albert, upon seeing this man, immediately dropped all pretenses of arrogance and immediately bowed respectfully.
Odin, what are you doing here? Mackenzie looked coldly at Odin. Odin trembled, not daring to speak.
He had heard how Mackenzie had just said the words, Brother Linley. He didn't dare say a word. This has nothing to do with this Odin fellow. Only, there's a small grudge between his son Albert and myself. Thus, he wanted to use the clan's forces to resolve our private issues.
Linley said with a calm laugh. Grudge? Mackenzie nodded. Casting a single cold glance at Albert, Mackenzie turned to look at Odin.
Odin, have Albert go to the prefectural city of Deco to assist his uncle.
The provincial capital of Basel is no longer an appropriate place for him to stay. Albert's face instantly turned white. The provincial capital of Basel was no longer a suitable place for him to stay?
This was as good as saying that his position as heir to the clan leadership had just been stripped from him. Moreover, he was being exiled to a prefectural city, and he wasn't even going to be the city governor, he was just going to assist his uncle. In the future, he wouldn't even be on Keen's level.
Yes, grandfather. Odin didn't dare to hesitate in the slightest.
In the Northwest Administrative Province, Mackenzie's stature was the same as the war god O'Brien's stature in the O'Brien Empire. Even if he wanted Odin to give up his position as clan leader, Odin wouldn't dare to voice a single word of complaint. Brother Linley, I am so very sorry. I was out for a stroll just now, and so I arrived here a bit late.
Mackenzie warmly welcomed Linley into his castle.
Smiling, Linley entered the castle alongside Mackenzie, with Odin courteously following them from behind. As for the pale-faced Albert, no one paid him any more attention. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 54, Personal Disciple. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 54, Personal Disciple. The Jacques clan's castle was extremely large, but virtually everyone in the castle knew that the quiet park that took up nearly a third of the castle was a restricted area. Because that was where Mackenzie lived. Aside from Mackenzie and his wife, only 3 attendants as well as Mackenzie's disciples were permitted to enter. Normally, even the clan leader or his sons had to be granted entry before entering. The quiet park was extremely large, and more than half of it was taken up by trees and flowers. The buildings inside the park were both simple and unadorned. But despite that, it would be easy for over 100 people to live within this place. Linley's group had been invited to enter the quiet park. A jade-haired, beautiful, virtuous-looking woman who seemed to be in her 30s guided Linley's group through the park, helping arrange places for them to live. Bliss, Bilius, I prepare a banquet, just like last time when Hadeson came to visit.
Mackenzie said to the beautiful attendant.
Yes, me lord. The jade-haired woman was very shocked. Mackenzie, when receiving guests, was very particular about how he treated them. Generally speaking, this high-class banquet which Mackenzie was now instructing to hold was generally only for saint-level combatants.
Can this youngster be a saint-level expert?
Bliss glanced at Linley, guessing silently. Mackenzie laughed towards Linley. Linley, although you've been in my Northwest Administrative Province for quite some time, I'll wager you have yet to try some of the true delicacies of the Northwest Administrative Province.
True delicacies? Linley raised an eyebrow. When he was staying in the hotels, the dishes Linley had ordered were all very famous.
After all, for someone at Linley's level, money was of no concern. Of course, the provincial capital has many restaurants with fine dishes. But there are some special dishes which even those finest of restaurants only prepare a single portion of each week.
Those special delicacies are something that you can't simply buy with money.
Mackenzie said proudly.
Throughout his life, Mackenzie had only two hobbies. The first was training, and the second was sampling the various delicacies of the world. Mackenzie had even once said that if one didn't have the chance to eat rare foods, then one's life would have no flavor. Then today, I must have a good sampling of what you have to offer. Linley chuckled. Right now, only Linley and Mackenzie were in the main hall, as well as Bibi, who was standing on Linley's shoulders. As for Barker and his brothers, all of them had retired to their rooms. HRM? Seeing the shadow mouse on Linley's shoulders, Mackenzie seemed to be slightly surprised. Linley, I have the feeling that this magical beast of yours seems to be quite extraordinary. But he looks like a black shadow mouse. This, black shadow mice were the weakest type of shadow mice. But Mackenzie was certain that given Linley's status, there was no way he would have such a weak magical beast companion. Bibi had reached the saint level already. Currently, however, Bibi was totally suppressing his aura. If a saint-level combatant were to suppress their aura, unless the opponents were far stronger, they wouldn't be able to sense the exact power. Bibi is a peak-stage magical beast of the 9th rank. Linley laughed. On Linley's shoulders, Bibi flashed his fangs disdainfully towards Mackenzie. As Linley planned it, Bibi having reached the saint rank was one of his most valuable hidden trump cards. Bibi was already extremely terrifying before reaching the saint rank. Now that he had reached the saint rank, if Linley didn't use the profound truths of the earth, he would be absolutely ravaged by Bibi in their sparring matches. But amongst saint-level experts, how many possessed such a strange attack as Linley's profound truths of the earth? Generally, saint-level experts weren't a match for Bibi at all. A black shadow mouse which is a peak-stage magical beast of the 9th rank. Mackenzie was still very surprised. Enough about that. Mackenzie, in a few days, I plan to head off to the imperial capital. What do you think would be a good time for us to hold our sparring match? Linley asked. Leaving so soon? Mackenzie was a bit disappointed. I was hoping to celebrate with you for quite a while, brother Linley. That way, when we sparred together, we would learn more as well. But since you have business to attend to in the imperial capital, then, how about this? In 3 days, let's have our sparring match in that small desolate mountain outside the city. Works for me. Linley nodded in agreement. Come take a look at my training yard. Mackenzie said warmly, and Linley followed Mackenzie over to take a look. While Linley was enjoying the warm hospitality of Mackenzie, Wharton and Nina had left the imperial capital and were headed for the War Gods College. The War Gods College was built on top of a tall mountain. The mountain was thus named War God Mountain. It has already been over 200 years since the last time the War God accepted a personal disciple. A few years ago, the prodigy sword saint, Olivier, refused the War God's invitation. I didn't expect that he would suddenly declare that he would accept another personal disciple. If one day, I could become his personal disciple, even if it were just for a day, I would die a happy man. The road outside the imperial capital was filled with people, all chatting and calling out to each other. The War Gods College accepting new honorary disciples was no longer an issue of major interest. Accepting a new personal disciple, however, was an earth-shaking event. The importance of such an event was not one whit less than a new emperor assuming the throne. After all, in the past 5,000 years, the War God O'Brien had only accepted a total of 20 or so personal disciples. Many of them were already deceased. As for emperors? In the past 5,000 years, there had been over 100 of them. Although in the hearts of the commoners, this was a huge affair, the War Gods College method of carrying the recruiting of a personal disciple was very simple. When the time came, they would simply send out a public announcement of who the next personal disciple would be. The designated time was today at noon. And thus, early this morning, a large number of people had come to congregate outside War God Mountain. Wharton and Nina naturally went to watch this momentous event as well. Within their carriage. Big Lunk, who do you think will become the next personal disciple of the War God? Nina asked. Even in the eyes of an imperial princess, the War God was high and far above them, someone who they could never approach. Since she was born, Nina had never seen the War God once. In fact, not even the current reigning emperor, Johann Chewen, had ever met the War God. But the personally taught disciples of the War God were qualified to meet him. From this, one could see the extremely elite status the War God's personally taught disciples held. In the past, when that prodigy sword saint, Olivier, had refused the enticing offer to become a personally taught disciple of the War God, everyone was shocked and filled with admiration. The personally taught disciple of the War God would definitely be a person of enormous talent. At the very least, he would be a warrior of the 9th rank, and one with the possibility of reaching the saint level. Wharton's words were based on historical precedent. However, there are too many experts of the 9th rank in the empire, and talent level is difficult to determine as well. It is very hard to say who the war god will accept as his personal disciple. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt. Princess, we've already reached War God Mountain. There are too many people up ahead. The carriage can't pass through. The driver called out. Wharton immediately helped Nina off the carriage. There are so many people here. Seeing the sea of people in front of them, Nina couldn't help but be afraid. At the base of the cloud-topped War God Mountain, people were densely clustered everywhere. Earlier, carriages might have been able to advance, but now, none would be able to. The mountain roads were filled with people. Nina. Wharton smiled towards Nina. Gruel. The saber-toothed tiger, who had been following the carriage the entire time, leapt over. Wharton put Nina on top of it. Have a good seat and take a firm grip. We'll take a shortcut. Nina was both a warrior and a magus. Although she wasn't very powerful, she was able to clutch quite tightly to the saber-toothed tiger's neck. Let's go. Nina was very excited. The saber-toothed tiger immediately soared into the air, with Wharton traveling at high speed by its side. Wharton and Nina didn't take the main road, rather, they took some hard-to-traverse side roads from the back of the mountain. Even the toughest, steepest of mountain paths were as easy for the saber-toothed tiger to traverse as flat land. Wharton was extremely agile as well. The two of them clambered up at high speed. On the way, they encountered quite a few powerful experts who were using the same method as they were. After all, if they had to squeeze in through the main road, who knew how long it would take? Here we are. With a final leap, Wharton and the saber-toothed tiger arrived at the main plaza. Wow. I'm so scared that my entire body is covered with sweat now. Nina's little face was very red. She hopped off the saber-toothed tiger's back. The neat, flat stone plaza in front of them was extremely large. There already were over 10,000 people present, and yet it didn't seem crowded at all. In fact, to the contrary, it seemed rather empty. Big Lunk, did you know that this huge training school's foundation was originally created by the war god himself? That year, he used one stroke of his sword to slice off the main peak of War God Mountain, then had the War God's College built on the now flat land. Wharton was astonished at the War God's power. In truth, War God Mountain actually had several mountain peaks, with one being the primary peak. But the War God effortlessly chopped it off with one blow of his sword, creating a flat surface, upon which these various buildings of the War God's College were erected, becoming the place where the honorary disciples of the War God's College would stay. According to legend, the personally taught disciples of the War God lived at another mountain peak. It isn't time yet. Let's have a rest. Holding Nina's hand, Wharton headed to a nearby stone bench and took a seat. The plaza began to fill up with more and more people. Finally, the appointed time came. On the tall dais in the front part of the plaza, there were a large number of people, all of whom were the honorary disciples of the War God's College. Wharton's competitor, Lamont, was there as well. Look! A saint-level expert. Someone is flying over. Wharton and Nina all looked upward into the sky. They saw three human forms dressed in blue robes flash through the air, flying shoulder to shoulder towards the dais. Finally, they landed. 3 saint-level experts. Everyone present felt their hearts tremble. Normally, even a single saint-level expert was a rare sight, but now, 3 had appeared. After landing, one of the 3 saint-level experts, a middle-aged man who appeared to be the leader, said in a loud voice, "Everyone, today, we 3 fellow apprentices have come at our master's instruction to announce who the 27th personal disciple will be." Everyone grew quiet. All 3 of them are the personal disciples of the War God. Wharton suddenly felt as though he couldn't breathe. The War God's College was simply too powerful. All 3 of these personal disciples were saint-level experts. No wonder the O'Brien Empire was named the most militarily mighty empire in the world. That middle-aged man continued, "The last time a personal disciple was accepted was in year 9723 of the Yulon calendar. This is now year 10008 of the Yulon calendar. 285 years have passed." Everyone below began to murmur. Such a long time had passed between accepting new disciples. 285 years. Many people didn't even live that long. I announced that my master's 27th personal disciple will be Bloomer Akerlund, Buluemoakilawan. Hearing this name, everyone in the plaza immediately let out a roar of joyous approval. At the same time, from within the group of honorary disciples who were standing on the dais, Bloomer quietly walked out. Bloomer was rather skinny, and his eyes were slightly sunken. He gave the appearance of being a resolute, cold person. "Respectful greetings to you, senior fellow apprentices." Bloomer bowed as he walked in front of those 3 men. Those other 3 personal disciples of the War God all nodded slightly.
Their leader, the middle-aged man, withdrew a scarlet interspatial ring from within his clothes. Bloomer knew that the emblem of one's status as a personal disciple of the war god was always an interspatial ring, and a scarlet red one at that.
So it's him. Watching from below, Wharton shook his head slightly.
Last time, when he had tried to join the ranks of the honorary disciples, the one who had won in the end was this Bloomer. Unexpectedly, after just a year had passed, Bloomer had suddenly become the personal disciple of the war god.
Nina nodded as she said, the seemingly common and ordinary Akerlund clan actually produced two geniuses in a row.
The prodigy sword saint, Olivier, was an absolute genius who even the war god wished to take on as his disciple. And now, Olivier's younger brother, Bloomer, has himself become the personal disciple of the war god. However, Wharton's heart was filled with self-confidence despite seeing Bloomer's success.
So what if Bloomer was able to join the war god's college? Wasn't the point of it all to reach the saint level?
He, Wharton, upon reaching the saint level as a Dragonblood warrior, would definitely be a powerful expert amongst the saint levels. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 55, A Saint-Level Battle. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 55, A Saint-Level Battle. While the citizens of the imperial capital were celebrating the 27th personal disciple the war god had chosen in 5,000 years, in the far-off northwest administrative province, Linley and the saint-level expert, Mackenzie, were currently chatting happily over wine. Tonight, they would prepare to do battle. Tonight, the curved moon hung high in the sky, its faint silver glow covering the world, making it seem as though the entire world had been covered by a layer of gauze. Atop the small desolate mountain outside the provincial capital of Basel, Linley and Mackenzie were walking shoulder to shoulder, with Bibi seated on Linley's shoulder. The others did not come. The only witness to this battle would be Bibi. The small mountain was extremely desolate and depopulated. Aside from a few sparse trees, the mountain peak was empty and bare. Linley and Mackenzie stood side by side on the top of the mountain. The mountain wind howled drearily, rustling their clothes. Linley and Mackenzie glanced at each other, each understanding the hidden meaning in the other's eyes. Bibi very obediently hopped off from Linley's shoulders, and Linley removed his upper body clothes, storing them in his interspatial ring. He began to transform, and black scales quickly covered his entire body, while his forehead, back, elbows, and knees began to sprout sharp spikes. That iron whip-like tail began to swing about behind him, and his eyes suddenly transformed into that merciless dark golden color. That faint layer of blue light appeared on his scales as well. As immense power began to radiate from Linley's body, dust and small rocks began to be caught up in the swirl of energy. Supreme warriors live up to their name. Mackenzie's eyes lit up. Whoosh! Simultaneously, Linley and Mackenzie transformed into a pair of rainbows as they flew to the air above the small mountain. They stood there in mid-air, roughly 100 meters from each other. Mackenzie flipped his hand, and an azure spear appeared within it. In order to forge this spear, I had to spend 20 million gold coins to purchase all sorts of precious ores. After completing it, I named it Azure Flame Nut. Linley flipped his own hand, and the blood-violet flexible sword appeared within it. I acquired this sword from a very dangerous location in the mountain range of magical beasts. Its name is Blood Violet. With regards to his abilities in using Blood Violet, Linley had reached the 4th level, Profound Truths of the Wind. However, Linley had only reached the first, simplest stage of the Profound Truths of the Wind, which he had named Rippling Wind. But despite that, when combined with the unique properties of Blood Violet, Linley still felt confident in his ability to deal with Mackenzie. Being at the saint level makes me feel as though I am filled with boundless power. Wielding the Blood Violet God's Word in his hands, Linley felt extremely confident. In the past, it was impossible for me to use Blood Violet to harm a saint-level combatant. It wasn't that Blood Violet was insufficiently sharp, it was that my own battle chi and strength was far from being sufficient. How could the weapons used by most experts, in terms of sharpness, compare with this divine artifact, the Blood Violet God's Word? Blood Violet was so sharp that if one didn't use any battle chi, just by virtue of its sharpness, it could pierce the defense of most magical beasts of the 7th rank. How many weapons could possibly compete with such terrifying sharpness? Once it was matched with a saint-level amount of battle chi, its sharpness and power would reach an even more astonishing level. Then, let us begin. Mackenzie's body began to radiate a boundless desire for battle. Standing high up in the air, as the wind blew his long robes about, Mackenzie's body suddenly began to be covered with a layer of crackling flame, and the azure flame spear in his hands began to emit flame as well. His entire body seemed to have been covered by fire. Clad in flame, and holding his spear at the ready, Mackenzie looked like a god of battle. His battle chi has actually reached such a level. Linley's eyes lit up. Boom!
Linley's own battle chi exploded as well, as that azure black battle chi totally covered Linley's body, and also activated blood violet. Those azure black scales were totally covered by that azure black battle chi, making Linley look like a demon from the infernal realm. A hint of a smile was on Mackenzie's lips. Suddenly, swish! Linley only saw a blur as Mackenzie slashed his way through the air at him. The spear in Mackenzie's hands, burning with flame, seemed to have locked down all the surrounding space as it pierced towards Linley with tremendous, boundless power. At this moment, it seemed as though the only thing which existed in this world was that spear. Clang! A strange, devilish purple light gently slashed open the locked space, and the tip of the sword clashed against the tip of the spear. As they did, Linley and Mackenzie's battle chi exploded through their weapons at each other. Boom! A terrifying explosive sound blasted forth from between the two of them as the power released from this clash of two saint-level experts burst forth in all directions. Even the boulders dotting the mountain beneath them began to crack apart from the released battle chi. The two separated at high speed after the clash. HRM? Linley glanced at Mackenzie once. His battle chi is actually slightly more powerful than mine. Dragonblood warriors simply possess too much natural talent. Even an early-stage saint-level Dragonblood warrior would only have just slightly less battle chi than an ordinary mid-stage saint-level combatant. Of the four supreme warriors, the Undying warriors had the best defense, the Tiger-striped warriors had the highest speed, the Violet Flame warriors had the fastest healing speed, but the Dragonblood warriors had the best offense. Dragonblood warriors were nothing to joke about. Haha, wonderful. Take another attack from me. Mackenzie laughed loudly as he charged towards Linley at high speed again, transforming into three separate mirages as he did so. You want to compete in speed? Linley smirked. Linley's body blurred, then transformed into three separate mirages as he charged towards Mackenzie as well, leaving a streak behind in the sky as he did so. Harg! The previously refined Mackenzie was now extremely wild and unrestrained as his three mirages transformed into 9. But somehow, those 9 Shadow Mackenzies were all wielding the spear in their hands in a different manner. Bam! The 9 mirages spun their spears in different ways, then thrust their spears at Linley. Originally, Linley had only seen 9 spears, but after those spears coiled about mysteriously, suddenly, it seemed as though the entire world was filled with countless spear shadows. An infinite number of spear shadows, giving Linley no place to run. Haha, Linley laughed loudly, while at the same time, he himself transformed into a whirlwind of action. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, Linley's entire body had turned into a spinning tornado, and surrounding that spinning tornado were countless flashes of that devilish purple light. Those countless spear shadows were all blocked by those countless flashes of violet light. Mackenzie was stunned. Tornado technique, shatter, dot. Linley roared loudly, and then he slammed towards Mackenzie as though he were a giant warhammer. In the blink of an eye, that blood-violet sword in his hand seemed to have transformed into 10,000 different swords. Those sword strikes all seemed so light and graceful, but when they collided against Mackenzie's spear, Mackenzie felt as though they each had the power of a thunderbolt. Wielding something light as though it were heavy. Bam! 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 Linley's entire body had been transformed into a tornado, and Mackenzie had a feeling as though the heavens themselves were aiding Linley. The strangest thing was, it seemed as though the sword in Linley's hand could disappear then reappear at will. Under these repeated assault, Mackenzie was forced down to the ground from the sky. Bam! Mackenzie landed heavily on the ground, and the earth around him cracked as dust swirled up everywhere. The flames atop of Mackenzie's body began to burn even hotter, and the warlike look in his eyes grew only more wild. Linley landed heavily on the ground as well. Covered in azure black battle chi, the aura Linley gave off was totally opposite compared to Mackenzie's. One was domineering and tyrannical. The other was dark and mysterious. Mackenzie lowered his head to glance at his chest. Fresh blood oozed out from beneath his clothes, and then evaporated under the intense heat of the flames. But Mackenzie's blood-stained clothes indicated that he clearly had been wounded. Linley, I could understand your movements, but there was one thing I couldn't understand. How could that blood-violet godsword of yours fuse with the wind so well? Mackenzie was a very experienced saint-level combatant. The level of impose was that of using the imposing force of the heavens and the earth. But the amount of natural force which Linley had used to support his attack was truly frightening. Of course there is a limit to the amount of energy which the heavens and earth can loan you. As for the reason why you had such trouble defending, smiling, Linley lifted blood violet into the air, and it suddenly, bizarrely, began to curve about every which way. If you wanted a sword to be sufficiently hard and sharp, one of the prerequisites for that was that the sword would not be able to be very flexible. This is a flexible sword? Mackenzie was very surprised.
Just then, when Linley exchanged blows with him, he had used Blood Violet to attack in curving arcs. However, due to Linley's usage of Impose, the impression that Mackenzie had gotten was that the sword would suddenly disappear, then appear from somewhere else.
This was another way one could use Impose. Right. This is a flexible sword, Linley said.
But how can a flexible sword fight head-on against my Azure Flame Spear?
Mackenzie was very shocked.
The reason why a flexible sword could straighten and be hard was because of battle chi. But how could a weapon which relied on battle chi to become straight be comparable to a weapon that was straight to begin with?
Mackenzie's Azure Flame Spear was also a very precious spear. This is a divine artifact. Linley didn't hide anything. A divine artifact. Mackenzie nodded in amazement, and then laughed loudly. Wonderful. Linley, next I will use my ultimate attack. Be careful. I have a special attack that I haven't used either. Linley was very confident as well.
Right now, both men were on the ground, staring at each other.
Hararg. Mackenzie suddenly began to move.
He lifted the spear in his hands, pointing it at the sky. Suddenly, with Mackenzie as the focal point, an endless wave of flame began to spew out in every direction. In the blink of an eye, within several hundred meters, everything had turned into a world of flame.
Linley was surrounded and caged in as well. His dark golden eyes watched emotionlessly.
Within this world of flames, Mackenzie's image appeared everywhere, along with his spear.
Oppressive.
This world of flames seemed to be suppressing Linley, and there was no imposing force Linley could draw upon. Rumble, one indistinct spear after another suddenly pierced through the air, thrusting towards Linley. Combined, they formed a seemingly very real fire dragon, which was coiling forth from the flames and roaring at Linley.
And at the same time,
behind Linley as well, Mackenzie bizarrely appeared out of nowhere as he thrust the spear in his hands toward Linley.
One in front, one from behind.
Linley had nowhere to run.
Rippling wind.
Linley began to move, and the blood-violet flexible sword in his hands suddenly transformed into countless vipers, colliding and striking against the various spear shadows that were attacking from all around him. Each time his sword struck against a spear, there was a thunderous boom. That astonishingly powerful fire dragon seemed to have been surrounded and wrapped around by a large number of enormous pythons, and as the pythons constricted it, it exploded violently.
Slash! Mackenzie's spear thrust out towards Linley from behind. But that blood-violet flexible sword very nimbly and agilely curved backwards, blocking the spear.
As the flexible sword bounced off the spear, Linley too immediately went flying backwards, moving farther away from Mackenzie.
Bam! 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 Bam!
To his astonishment, Mackenzie had discovered that the area around Linley seemed to have suddenly given birth to wild gusts of wind, while the blood-violet sword in Linley's hand seemed to have turned into a violet bolt of thunder, striking in every direction. In the blink of an eye, his world of flames had been broken open.
Linley had already located Mackenzie. Whoosh! 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 The blood-violet sword in Linley's hands would appear and disappear at random.
In Mackenzie's eyes, all he could see were countless sword tips stabbing towards him. It was simply too fast. So fast that Mackenzie wasn't able to block them all, and his only option was to rouse his battle chi to defend against it. Countless sword tips pierced against his protective layer of battle chi, and each blow contained an astonishing amount of force. With a sudden exploding sound, that layer of battle chi blew apart, the force of it causing the earth to rumble, creating 10 terrifyingly deep canyons in the ground. Dust flew everywhere. After a long period of time, the dust finally settled down.
Mackenzie's clothes were totally ruined, unsightly beyond repair. Mackenzie glanced at Linley. Chuckling, he nodded. I lose. But Linley stared suspiciously at Mackenzie. Mackenzie, why were all the spear shadows in your world of flames so weak and illusionary? My sword easily broke every one of them.
If all of those attacks were real, I would have lost, but Linley had already reached a very high level of understanding. He could tell that those spear shadows were totally capable of becoming real attacks. In other words, those countless spear shadows could all be real spears. It would have been very difficult for him to block them, if that were the case. But just then, he had easily broken every single spear shadow. If all of them were real, then I would be a peak stage saint-level expert. Mackenzie laughed. My current world of flames can only reach this current level. How is it that your rippling wind technique can be so fast? It was even more terrifying than what you were using when we started. Mackenzie asked in puzzlement. Linley explained, when we first started to fight, I was only borrowing the imposing force of the wind. As for the rippling wind technique, that was part of the insights I gained with regards to the profound truths of the wind.
The sword can become one with the wind, and wherever the wind is, the sword can appear. The rippling wind was indeed fast. Terrifyingly fast. Linley was only able to develop this terrifying technique thanks to the unique properties of the Blood Violet sword. Using Blood Violet with this technique, it wouldn't be hard for Linley to produce over 10 million sword attacks in the blink of an eye. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 56, The Magicite Core. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 56, The Magicite Core. Wherever the wind is, the sword can appear. Hearing these words, Mackenzie was truly shocked. If he hadn't personally sparred with Linley, upon hearing these words, Mackenzie would have taken them to be an empty boast. But just then, he himself had sensed the terrifying speed of those sword attacks, which had reached a speed that was 100 times faster than his own. There was no way for him to block them, and so he had to rely on his battle chi to defend against it. To be forced to such a state, Mackenzie was thoroughly convinced of Linley's superiority. Linley, you spoke of merging and becoming one with the wind. I do not understand what you mean, Mackenzie said, frowning slightly. Linley didn't try to hide anything. Laughing, he said, Mackenzie, you must understand, the wind itself is invisible and formless, but it can be both as fast as the lightning, or utterly slow and calm. My profound truths of the wind is, in truth, based on that small amount of insight I have gained into the laws of the wind. The laws. Mackenzie's eyes were filled with admiration. The highest of truths. Every sort of elemental law was extremely profound and mysterious. In truth, if one could master and understand a sufficiently large amount of one of these laws, then one's soul would totally merge with the elemental world and crystallize into a divine spark, allowing one to reach the deity level. As for Linley, he had just barely scratched the surface of these laws. Whether it was the profound truths of the earth or the profound truths of the wind, Linley had only understood the smallest portion, like a single drop of water in an endless sea. By merging with the wind, my sword can appear wherever the wind is. But this sort of technique has a very high requirement with regards to the composition of the sword itself, because it requires the sword to almost instantly move from one place to another, causing the sword to come under enormous stress. Linley smirked. If there was no such requirement or drawback, then wouldn't I be able to essentially teleport myself around by merging into the wind? But Linley could indeed merge with the wind, but his body simply couldn't handle the amount of speed and stress it would suffer from teleportation-like movement speeds. Teleportation, eh? Even deity-level combatants are not capable of such a thing. Mackenzie sighed. No matter how powerful an expert was, even one such as the war god, they could at most move as fast as lightning. No one was capable of teleportation. Although people often talked about teleportation, that was just how the weak described the high-speed movements of saint-level experts who did battle. Saint-level experts were simply too fast. Those ordinary people could only see that the saint-level experts were sometimes here and other times there. They took this to be teleportation. In truth, there was no such thing as teleportation. Even if there was, it wasn't something which the likes of the war god was capable of. Mackenzie, what about that technique of yours? What was that all about? Just now, I couldn't sense you at all. I felt as though all of those countless spear shadows surrounding me were real. Linley stared at Mackenzie questioningly as well. When saint-level experts sparred, it did indeed help them learn more and faster. Naturally, Linley wouldn't give up this opportunity by being shy about asking. Mackenzie laughed. Actually, this sort of attack is a fairly common one. Generally speaking, most peak-stage saint-level combatants use such an attack. Oh? Linley looked at Mackenzie in astonishment. In the past, during the war god's battle with the high priest, many experts witnessed the terrifying power of a deity's god realm. Afterwards, many saint-level combatants wanted to create an attack that could duplicate the effect of a god realm. In truth, that attack I used just now was a sort of pseudo-realm attack. Mackenzie laughed at himself self-deprecatingly. Linley continued to look at Mackenzie. What Linley wanted to know was the underlying principles behind this sort of attack. Actually, this sort of attack is extremely wasteful, Mackenzie said emotionally. For example, I myself am a practitioner walking on the path of understanding the laws of fire. Every saint-level practitioner had their own paths to understanding the various laws. Only, they would all focus on different types of laws. This attack, the pseudo-realm, basically forces one to blast out all of one's battle chi, while at the same time summoning and igniting all of the surrounding area's fire elemental essence, causing everything within 100 meters to turn into a sea of flame. Because my own battle chi has merged with the fire elemental essence, this causes the entire sea of flame to be imprinted with my own aura, making you unable to detect where my true body is located. However, my control is insufficient. I can only control my battle chi to form a single true attack from the elemental essence. If I were able to control all the other spear shadows and change them into real attacks, you would be in a great deal of trouble." Mackenzie laughed. Linley was beginning to understand. The underlying principles of this technique were quite simple. The difficulty lay in the control of elemental essence. For example, Impose was just borrowing on the natural force of the heavens, but this pseudo-realm was different. It required complete control. Generally speaking, it was impossible for a saint level to totally control all the elemental essence in a given area. This was something only a deity level expert could perform. But saint level experts were very intelligent. By blasting out all of their battle chi, they allowed their battle chi to merge with the elemental essence, then used it to control the elemental essence. Although it required them to use a large amount of effort in battle chi, they were able to just barely create this pseudo-realm. But despite that, its control over elemental essence was far inferior to that of the God Realm technique. Linley had personally experienced how the King of Killers, Caesar, had used the power of his God Realm to freeze both Linley as well as the peak stage saint level expert, Staley, in the blink of an eye, causing them both to be unable to move. That sort of control over elemental essence was absolutely terrifying. Compared to it, the pseudo-realm was far weaker. This pseudo-realm does have its strong points. Although it consumes a huge amount of battle chi, as long as one is at a high level of understanding, one can suddenly create 10 million attacks out of nowhere. In addition, it also allows one to hide one's body. It is more powerful than my own rippling wind technique. The only weakness is that it uses up too much battle chi, and is very wasteful. But then, Linley quickly shook his head. No. This is simply a clever little technique to mimic the God Realm ability. Although it is a test of a person's ability to control elemental essence, it has virtually nothing to do with a person's actual level of understanding with regards to the laws. Linley believed that this was definitely a wrong path of training, not a correct path. Earth, fire, wind, water. Each had its own laws, such as the laws of the earth. A complete, perfect set of elemental laws was like a complete, perfectly constructed building. Every single brick in this building was akin to one of the profound mysteries of the laws. Each law contained within it countless numbers of profound mysteries. Linley had gained insight into one particular mystery, and had developed his vibrational attack technique. This should be considered one of the higher class mysteries of the laws of the earth. After this battle, both Linley as well as Mackenzie were now in absolutely tattered clothes. But of course, only Linley's pants were torn. The two changed their clothes, then smiling, left the mountain. Squeak! On Linley's shoulders, BB delightedly squeaked at Mackenzie, baring his fangs. It was as though BB was mocking Mackenzie for losing. "You little rascal." Geez, Mackenzie laughed involuntarily. Linley laughed as well. Per Linley's instructions, BB wasn't giving any sign that he was at the saint level of power. Only when it was absolutely necessary would Linley reveal this trump card of his. Under the moonlight, the two saint level experts chatted and laughed on the way back to the provincial capital of Basel. The next morning, no matter how Mackenzie tried to persuade him, Linley was still determined to head off to the imperial capital. Out of options, Mackenzie personally sent them off, escorting them for over 100 kilometers. By nightfall, the group arrived at a harbor at the Yulon River. Early on, Mackenzie had sent people to arrange a 3-story boat for Linley at the harbor. "Mr. Mackenzie, there's no need to escort us any further." By now, Linley was on extremely good terms with Mackenzie. This Mackenzie had escorted them for 100 kilometers, all the way to the port. How could Linley not be grateful for Mackenzie's kindness and courtesy? "Brother Linley, I really hate the fact that I can't spend a few more months with you. However, you are in a rush to meet with your little brother, so I know it isn't appropriate for me to insist on you staying either," Mackenzie said seriously. "Brother Linley, have a safe trip." As Mackenzie watched, Linley's group boarded this ship, and then, following the tides of the Yulon River, began to sail south. The Yulon River was extremely wide, and the river waters were turgid. This ship was much finer than the ship Linley had previously rented. In addition, the skills of its sailors were much higher as well. Although they went down the same general direction with the flow of the river, they were clearly moving much faster than before. "This is the Yulon River? It really is huge." Barker and his brothers were standing at the railing, staring at the roiling river waves, their eyes shining. Barker and his brothers came from the 18 northern duchies. They were used to seeing the land covered in snow and ice, but had never seen such an enormous river. Rebecca and Lena were very excited as well, while Jen chatted with them about the Yulon River. Right now, BB and Haru, the two magical beasts, were growling in conversation to each other. Linley knew that ever since BB had reached the saint rank,
Hera had felt all the more ashamed in front of Bibi. After all, Hera was a peak-stage magical beast of the 9th rank. He was used to being proud and arrogant. But now, he had suffered a severe mental blow due to Bibi. "Haru, come with me." Linley glanced at Haru, then headed directly to the second floor of the ship. Bibi and Haru immediately followed after him. Right now, the second floor of the ship was fairly empty. "Boss, why'd you have Hera come over?" Bibi suddenly asked. While outsiders were present, Bibi didn't dare to speak, but now, with no one else present, Bibi was going to have a good, spoken chat. Bibi actually very much enjoyed speaking in human tongues. Haru's cold eyes stared questioningly at Linley. He didn't know what his master, Linley, was planning to do. "Haru, in the past, didn't you and Bibi both want that darkness-type saint-level magicite core?" Linley laughed. Hearing these words, the intelligent Haru instantly understood what Linley intended to do, and his eyes immediately lit up. "Boss, you are giving him the saint-level magicite core?" Bibi was able to guess it as well. "What, are you opposed?" Linley looked at Bibi. Bibi happily shook his little head, then looked at Hera pityingly as he said mockingly, "Of course not. Although Haru is sometimes a little bit cocky, he's still a fine fellow. In the future, he'll be following me, right? I'm a saint-level magical beast. If my followers are too weak, that'll be really embarrassing to me." Listening to Bibi's words, Linley couldn't control his laughter from coming out. "Enough. Haru, eat this saint-level magicite core, then go to your room. I won't let anyone disturb you." With a flip of his hand, Linley retrieved that darkness-style saint-level magicite core he had acquired so long ago. Thinking back to the affairs of his youth, and that terrifying battle between the armored razorback WIRM and the saint-level violet tattooed bear, Linley couldn't help but secretly sigh. Time had gone by. The current Linley most likely had the strength to fight head-on against the armored razorback WIRM or the saint-level violet tattooed bear. But back then, all he could do was hide. "Bibi, you go to Hera's room as well. Help me keep an eye on him. If anything important and out of the ordinary happens when Hera is trying to break through, immediately inform me." Linley was concerned about any side effects Hera might have from eating the saint-level magicite core. "Got it, boss." Bibi puffed out his chest, saluting. Linley tossed the darkness-style saint-level magicite to Haru. Haru opened his jaws, catching it in his mouth as he cast a grateful look at Linley. Given his level of intelligence, Haru knew exactly how valuable a saint-level magicite core was. What's more, it wasn't a guarantee that he would break through upon eating the saint-level magicite core. He did have a chance of failure. But Linley still had given him the saint-level magicite core. "I hope Haru won't disappoint me." Watching Haru and Bibi enter Haru's room, Linley secretly sighed. And then, he once more returned to the main deck, enjoying the view of the turgid waters of the Yulon River. The ship continued to head south through the Yulon River at high speed as it had previously. As for the Black-Cloud Panther, Haru, he was beginning to charge towards the barrier between him and the Saint level. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 57, Yet Another Saint Level. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 57, Yet Another Saint Level. A Saint-level magicite core contained the essence of a Saint-level magical beast's magical power. A Saint-level magicite core was something that was very hard to consume, and which would take a significant amount of time to do so. In the past, because Linley had the legendary Dragonblood warrior bloodline, his special bloodline eventually dissolved and absorbed that 9th rank magicite core of the armored razorback WIRM. But even after he had dissolved and absorbed that magicite core of the 9th rank, the residual energy of the core remained in Linley's body, alongside his Dragonblood. It hadn't been totally mastered and utilized by Linley. As the current continues to take us south, from here to the Southwest Administrative Province, we will have traveled more than 3,000 kilometers. Such an enormous distance will take several days, even though we are following the current. Looking at the roiling waves, Linley said to himself, "Who knows if a few days would be enough for Hera to finish dissolving and absorbing that saint-level magicite core." Linley himself didn't have any experience, of course, when it came to the subject of peak-stage magical beasts of the 9th rank absorbing magicite cores. "Gates, why are you going back inside? The scenery around the Yulon River is pretty good," the third brother, Hazer, said in a loud voice. Of the Barker brothers, 4 were standing in front of the railing, enjoying the beautiful sights of the Yulon River. Only Gates was heading back into the cabin. Big bro and second bro have already made their breakthroughs. Third bro, "You guys can watch, but I'm not in the mood. I don't want to waste time. I'll go back and train." Gates replied back loudly.
Hazer was caught off guard. Linley turned to stare at Gates in surprise. Right now, only 2 of the 5 had mastered the level of wielding something heavy as though it were light. One was Barker, while the other was Gates. Gates was a very proud person. Linley knew this quite well. Gates is right. The 4th brother, Boone, nodded as well. I will go train as well. The 3rd brother, Hazer, followed Boone into the cabin as well, leaving behind just Barker and Ank. The 2 exchanged glances, then began to laugh. Second bro, you have to work hard. If Gates makes a breakthrough, he'll be more powerful than you. Barker laughed as he spoke to Ank. Ank nodded, drawing out the 2 giant long-handled great axes on his back. I'm going to the rear deck to train with my weapons. I'll go with you. Barker drew out his own long-handled great axes as well. The long-handled great axes of Barker and his brothers were quite astonishing. These might be the heaviest weapons that existed in the modern world. 5,300 pounds each, they were quite suited to the undying warriors, famed amongst the supreme warriors for their strength. Zassler laughed as he stroked his white beard. Those 5 brothers really have become quite hardworking. They make this old man feel a bit ashamed. But despite saying that, Zassler continued to admire the local scenery. At Zassler's current level, what he needed was a flash of insight. Training alone wouldn't provide that. Smiling, Linley stood on the front of the ship. Slowly, Linley closed his eyes. The wind over the wide Yulon River was quite strong, and it buffeted Linley's robes, causing Linley to sway ever so slightly. Linley had totally become one with the wind, and could sense the movements of the wind elemental essence. Time flowed on like water. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed, and the ship had entered the domain of the Southwest Administrative Province. In 2 days or so, they should be able to reach the harbor they were aiming for. Big brother Linley is training? Jen said quietly. Rebecca and Lena both shook her heads, indicating that they didn't know. Right now, it was late at night, but Linley continued to stand on the deck of the ship, his eyes closed. If someone thought Linley was asleep, though, they would have been wrong. Because every so often, a flash of violet light would pass by Linley's body. The difference was, this time, Linley wasn't aiming for speed. When he was training in the rippling wind technique, Linley's body was always surrounded by innumerable sword flashes. But right now, there was just one violet flash at a time. No one knew what Linley was training. Wielding something heavy as though it were light. Wielding something light as though it were heavy. It can be as fierce as the storm winds, or as gentle as the spring wind. After having trained for so long, Linley finally was gaining some insight with regards to the second stage of the Profound Truths of the Wind. Profound Truths of the Wind, Stage 1, Rippling Wind. This relied on pursuing speed to the highest levels. In truth, once a technique's speed reached a certain level, its attack power would also be extremely powerful. This was the reason why Linley could break through Mackenzie's defense in an instant. But the second stage of the Profound Truths of the Wind which Linley was developing was a very unique type of attack. When he struck out with his sword, sometimes the sword would flash like lightning, while other times it would be as heavy as a mountain. In truth, this sword attack was very fast, but it gave the impression of constantly rippling and fluctuating between being fast and being slow. That was the intention of this technique. Profound Truths of the Wind, Stage 2, Tempos of the Wind. A smile was on Linley's face. He slashed through the air with Blood Violet, and when it did, he gave off 2 distinctly different impressions. One was that this attack was as fierce and explosive as the winds of a hurricane, while the other was that it was as gentle and calm as the spring wind which blew through the willows. One technique with 2 opposing rhythms. These 2 totally opposite tempos, when merged together, can give birth to a blade made of air. Linley continued to pursue his goal of using his sword to create the dimensional edge type of attack. This Tempos of the Wind was a single target attack. Although its power was far inferior to the dimensional edge spell, which was so terrifyingly powerful that it could cut through the walls of reality itself, the power of the Tempo of the Wind had already exceeded that of the rippling wind technique. This was especially true in one-on-one combat. This second stage of the Profound Truths of the Wind, the Tempos of the Wind technique, should be capable of posing a threat to peak stage saint-level experts. When Linley had sparred with Mackenzie, he had gained a better understanding of what peak stage saint-level experts were like. However, this Tempos of the Wind technique is most likely one of the more basic mysteries of the laws of the wind that I have gained some insight onto. Linley had to admit that the Tempos of the Wind was an extremely powerful technique. But the Tempos of the Wind could only be considered the most basic, rudimentary level of the dimensional edge spell. It was still a material, physical attack, which the opponent could use battle chi or armor to defend against. But the resonating vibrations produced by the Profound Truths of the Earth was clearly a higher level of attack. Those vibrations didn't need to break the opponent's armor,
it could simply bypass it and attack the internals directly.
To an ordinary saint-level expert, using Blood Violet should be enough. Linley chuckled. Unless, of course, I encounter some particularly powerful peak-stage saint-level experts. Peak-stage saint-level experts had varying levels of power as well. For example, Staley and the Holy Emperor were both peak-stage saint-level experts, but Staley was much weaker than the Holy Emperor. After all, the Holy Emperor trained in oracular magic.
Or for example, the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, reputed to be the most powerful saint level in existence. To date, not a single expert had been able to overcome Hadesun. Of course, there were people who had never competed against Hadesun, such as the Holy Emperor, or the Dark Patriarch. They didn't dare compete against him, because their exalted statuses meant they simply couldn't afford to lose. Unless they were totally certain of victory, they wouldn't compete. The fifth day on the ship, at around noon, just as Linley and the others were eating lunch and chatting casually, suddenly, "Boss, come quick." BB's urgent voice rang out in Linley's mind. Without hesitating slightly, Linley immediately began to run towards Haru's private room. "You guys, keep eating," he instructed as he entered Haru's room. Closing the door, Linley stared in astonishment. Rumble. It seemed as though beneath the Black-Clawed Panther's skin, there were small mice running around, as his muscles and flesh constantly twitched. A black light surrounded his entire body. His eyes closed, the Black-Clawed Panther constantly moaned in pain. At the same time, the patterns on the Black-Clawed Panther's body were beginning to change as well. Sometimes his four limbs would turn snow white, while later they would turn totally black. Sometimes, his entire body would turn snow white. Bizarre. The most astonishing thing was that the Black-Clawed Panther's head was covered with two circulating gusts of blue and black energy. "Boss, Hera's been like this for a while. I don't know what to do either," BB said with concern. Linley looked at Haru. "Haru," Linley said to him mentally. Master. I'm fine." Haru's agonized voice rang out in Linley's mind. Linley forced himself to suppress his anxiety, just watching and waiting. Linley's attention was focused on Haru's head. The most important part of a magical beast was their head. Their magicite cores were there, after all. In the air above and around the Black-Clawed Panther's head, those two streams of blue and black energy continued to spin about at high speed. Sometimes, the black energy would expand, but then a moment later, the amount of black energy would decrease, and the blue energy would increase in amount. This repeated over and over. And then, those two gusts of energy suddenly emitted a terrifying amount of force. Even Linley was shocked. If these two gusts of energy were to explode, most likely the entire boat would be transformed into rubble. Rumble. Linley's body immediately became covered with a layer of black scales. Without hesitating in the slightest, Linley immediately transformed into his dragon form. If he wasn't in his Dragonblood warrior form, if these two gusts of energy were to explode, Linley wouldn't be able to take it. Linley's remorseless, dark golden eyes stared at the Black-Clawed Panther, his gaze as sharp as daggers. Suddenly, those two gusts of blue and black energy returned to their earlier state of calmness as they directly entered the Black-Clawed Panther's skull. And then, the Black-Clawed Panther's body grew calm as well, and the patterns on his body stopped changing. Linley let out his held breath. Right now, the Black-Clawed Panther's body was covered with beads of blood. That transformation just now had been a transformation in both physical and spiritual terms. The Black-Clawed Panther opened his eyes, staring with grateful joy at Linley. "You succeeded?" A hint of a smile was on Linley's lips as he immediately returned to his human form. Only, his upper body clothes were ruined once again. "Yes, Master." These growling, cold words in the human tongue came forth from the Black-Clawed Panther's lips. A faint gust of blue light appeared on the Black-Clawed Panther's body, gently wiping off all of the beads of blood, restoring him once more to his normal, glossy black color. "Not bad." BB floated over to the Black-Clawed Panther, chortling. "It's a good thing that you didn't waste that saint-level magicite core. Otherwise..." Haru looked away. He could guess that if he had failed, BB would have given him a thorough beating. "Enough. Let's all head out," Linley said after changing into another set of clothes. Because of how his dragon form transformation ruined his clothes, Linley had stored over 100 set of clothes in his interspatial ring. But of course, to the current Linley, the amount of money it cost to buy clothes was a minuscule amount. On the 6th morning they spent on the boat finally reached the harbor they were headed towards. "We finally arrived." Rebecca, Lena, and Jen, the three ladies, all stared excitedly with bright eyes. But just at this moment, from the rear deck, the sound of loud, explosive, excited laughter could be heard. "HRM?" Linley, Zassler, and the others both turned to stare at the rear deck, where Barker and his brothers had been training this entire time.
Barker, the 5 of you, hurry on over.
We're about to reach the shore.
Rebecca called out loudly. Coming, coming.
Barker and his brothers walked over, laughing loudly. All of their eyes were on Linley, and there was a look of irrepressible joy on their faces. Seeing that look on the faces of Barker and his brothers, Linley began to wonder.
These 5 brothers, can it be that yet another has broken through?
Right now, of the 5 brothers, the oldest brother Barker and the second brother Ank had reached the saint level in power. The others, in their human forms, were still only at the peak of the 8th rank.
Lord!
Barker's face was filled with excitement.
Gates has broken through as well. Gates has broken through? Although he had predicted it, Linley still felt a surge of joy and excitement.
He couldn't help but to turn and look at Gates.
The usually loud and boisterous Gates was currently just scratching his head and beaming happily.
When they had left Basil and boarded the ship, Linley's forces consisted of 4 saint-level combatants, Linley, Beebe, Barker, and Ank.
But upon landing, Linley's forces now consisted of 6 saint-level experts.
Not a single empire would dare be discourteous to such a terrifying force. Taking a look behind at the Black-Cloud Panther Harrow, then at the beaming Gates, Linley shouted with heroic gusto, everyone, disembark.
Let's go. We are heading to the Imperial capital. Let's go.
The 5 brothers also roared happily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 58, Bloomer's Request. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 58, Bloomer's Request.
Linley's group disembarked at the port, beginning to travel in the direction of the Imperial capital.
But as this port was in the central region of the Southwest Administrative Province, from there to the center of the O'Brien Administrative Province was a journey of 4,000 kilometers after factoring in the curving roads. Such a long distance would take at least 10 days or half a month, even if one rode horses at full gallop the entire time. On the road to the imperial capital of Chan, many people were talking about the rising star of the empire, Bloomer Akerlund. I hear that anyone who becomes the personal disciple of the war god has the possibility of becoming a saint-level combatant eventually.
Bloomer is so lucky. What do you mean, has the possibility? It is guaranteed.
In many of the common restaurants of the imperial capital, the drinking men would loudly chat about this subject. That day, when it was announced that Bloomer would be the personal disciple, I was there myself. 3 of the personal disciples of the war god came, and all 3 were saint-level experts.
Not all of his students are necessarily at the saint level.
The war god has accepted a total of 27 disciples, and the first one was accepted over 5,000 years ago.
He might have died by now.
And there are the other personal disciples who have disappeared.
Who knows if they all reached the saint level or not? Someone else disputed. You don't believe in the power of the war god?
Of course I believe in the war god, but are his personal disciples necessarily that formidable? The man pursed his lips. Training requires natural talent. Look at the prodigy sword saint, Olivier. He trained on his own and yet still became so powerful.
How many of the disciples of the war god can compete with Olivier? You aren't Olivier.
You aren't qualified to speak poorly of Bloomer.
What's more, Lord Olivier and Lord Bloomer are siblings, you know.
That year, when Olivier had entered the saint level, he had easily defeated the stellar sword saint, Dylan.
Thus, everyone believed that Olivier already possessed the power of a peak-stage saint-level combatant. Although Dylan himself was only a mid-stage saint-level expert, if Olivier wasn't at the peak stage, how could he so easily defeat Dylan?
I hear that tomorrow, His Imperial Majesty is going to hold a personal audience with Bloomer and confer upon him a title of nobility.
Someone suddenly said.
I've heard this as well. Tomorrow, many of the nobles of the imperial capital will be visiting the martial palace. The O'Brien Empire was an empire which highly valued martial strength and valued their military. Since the founding emperor of the empire was the war god, it was natural that this was the case. Whenever the emperor of the empire wished to meet with his ministers, he would summon them to the martial palace. The martial palace was named by the war god himself.
The next day,
many nobles of the imperial capital got up very early this day. They dressed formally, then one after another, entered their carriages and headed towards the imperial palace. Today, the emperor was going to confer a title of nobility on Bloomer. This was a major affair. Every single personal disciple of the war god would receive a title of nobility from the empire. For an emperor to have the chance to do so even a single time was already quite lucky. After all, in the past 5,000 years, there had been over 100 emperors, but only 27 personal disciples.
The rank of the title was already set. It was never as high as a duke, it was usually a marquis. After becoming the personal disciple of the war god, the noble rank conferred to Bloomer is even higher than the one I received. Wharton casually thought to himself while riding in his carriage. Personal disciples had a very exalted status. After all, anyone qualified to become a personal disciple was almost certainly capable of reaching the saint level. What's more, they had the backing of the war god himself. Naturally, no one dared to offend him. And if you offended a single personal disciple, all the other personal disciples would possibly appear as well. Upon reaching the palace gates, Wharton left his carriage and casually headed inside alongside the other nobles. The martial palace usually only had around 100 or so senior ministers present for morning court, but today was a special occasion. Many nobles who usually did not need to attend morning court were present, and thus a very high number of people were there. Ordinary imperial nobles weren't even qualified to join the ceremony. Those who did participate were all people with power and authority. As for Wharton, he was a count who had received his title of nobility from the emperor himself, and thus he was qualified to participate. The martial palace normally seemed very large and empty, but now that it was filled with over 800 nobles and senior ministers, it didn't seem very large at all. People were everywhere. Bloomer, congratulations. In the center of the palace, many people were surrounding Bloomer, warmly congratulating him. Bloomer's older brother was a saint-level expert, while Bloomer in the future would most likely become a saint-level expert as well. Even the most powerful of clans wouldn't be so foolish as to anger a saint-level expert. Bloomer quietly nodded in response to each of the nobles. Worldly power? Bloomer didn't care about it. In his heart, the one he truly worshipped was his older brother, Olivier. Even the sword techniques that he utilized had been developed, then taught to him by Olivier. Ever since he was young, Olivier had displayed astonishing amounts of talent, and he always protected Bloomer as well. If anyone dared to mistreat Bloomer, Olivier would definitely avenge his little brother. Big brother is training alone on that mountain peak. I wonder what level he has now reached. Bloomer silently wondered to himself. Nearly 9 years ago, his older brother had entered the saint level and easily defeated the stellar sword saint, Dylan. At that time, there were some who already believed that Olivier possessed the power of a peak-stage saint-level expert. But Olivier didn't accept any gifts or titles. He just left by himself, continuing his training. 3 years ago, Olivier began training alone in a barren mountain outside the imperial capital. No one knew how powerful Olivier, who 9 years ago already possessed the power of a peak-stage saint level, had now become. Perhaps one day, my older brother will reach the deity level as well. In Bloomer's heart, his older brother was an indisputable genius. There was nothing his older brother could not accomplish. And indeed, this was the case. Olivier was such a genius that even the war god had sighed in praise and wanted to accept as a disciple. His Imperial Majesty has arrived. Many nobles noticed that the emperor had arrived, and they immediately returned to their designated positions, forming neat rows as they paid their respects to the emperor. The emperor of the O'Brien Empire, Johann O'Brien, was a fairly just emperor, aside from that little problem of being biased. Johann was fairly tall, standing 1.9 meters high. Even after becoming emperor, he continued to train his battle chi, causing his body to be powerful and sturdy. Dressed in his imperial robes, he sat on his imperial throne, looking down at everyone. "Ha, where is Bloomer?" Emperor Johann laughed as he looked down at his subjects. Today, Johann was extremely happy. Neither his father nor his grandfather had the opportunity to confer a rank of nobility on one of the personal disciples of the war god, but he did. This sort of opportunity would happen only once in a lifetime. With nearly 800 people standing before him, Johann couldn't immediately see where Bloomer was. Bloomer strode out from the crowd. Standing in the center of the palace, he bowed respectfully. "Bloomer pays his respects to you, Imperial Majesty." Johann carefully inspected Bloomer, then sighed in praise. "You are indeed incredible. Who would have expected that the Akerlund clan would suddenly produce two geniuses? You are not inferior to your elder brother at all." A hint of a smile was on Bloomer's face. Whenever others put him on the same level as his older brother, Bloomer felt very proud. "We are very happy that you are able to become the personal disciple of the war god. Today, we shall bequeath unto you the hereditary noble title of Marquis, a manor on Boulder Street, 100 guards, 100 maids, and 100,000 gold coins," Johann said loudly. Everyone stared jealously at Bloomer. Generally speaking, with each generation, the noble rank of Marquis would be lowered by 1 rank. If future descendants were incompetent, after a few generations, they would be commoners again and the noble rank would be lost. But hereditary noble titles were different. they never dropped in rank. A hereditary rank of marquis was far more important than even most ordinary dukedoms. The empire had many dukes, over 100.
But very few of them were hereditary.
Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty. Bloomer bowed respectfully. Johann nodded in satisfaction. Actually, this gift was already predetermined.
Every personal disciple of the war god was given a marquisdom, and in each case it was a hereditary title. Amidst the crowd of nobles and senior ministers, Wharton looked at Bloomer, standing proudly in the center. Previously, he had lost out to Bloomer when the War Gods College was selecting honorary disciples. The gifts the Emperor had previously given Wharton was the hereditary title of Count, 50 guards, 50 maids, and 50,000 gold coins. Clearly, Bloomer's gift was a level higher.
Wharton didn't care too much about worldly goods.
But in his heart, Wharton had already considered Bloomer as an opponent. Although he is nearly 10 years older than me, he's only an ordinary person.
I am a Dragonblood warrior. These two cancel out. No matter what, I won't let myself be weaker than him. Wharton was extremely proud and stubborn.
But he hid these feelings in his heart.
Bloomer, today, we are in an extremely good mood.
You are the first personal disciple that we have conferred a title of nobility on after we succeeded to the throne.
Ha ha. Tell me, is there anything you desire? So long as it is reasonable, we will definitely agree. Johann's voice rang out in the martial palace.
Everyone's gazes turned towards Bloomer.
Actually, these words from Johann were just a form of courtesy.
Historically speaking, the vast majority of personal disciples would say something like, "Thank you for your kindness, Your Imperial Majesty."
They wouldn't actually request anything.
Your Imperial Majesty, your servant does indeed have a boon to request.
Bloomer said.
Wharton stared at Bloomer with a bit of surprise.
Speak. Johann magnanimously waved his hand.
Bloomer bowed before speaking. Your Imperial Majesty, your servant has seen the 7th princess, and as soon as I saw her, my heart was trapped by her. Your servant humbly begs that your Imperial Majesty give me the 7th princess hand in marriage. After he said this, everyone in the palace was stunned.
Asking to marry a princess. This Bloomer actually asked to marry a princess.
Hearing these words, Wharton felt his head grow dizzy. He shook his head, staring fixedly at Bloomer in the center of the palace.
Bloomer only stared quietly at the Emperor.
Your servant humbly begs that your Imperial Majesty grant your servant's request.
Bloomer said again.
All the nearby nobles and senior ministers turned to look at Wharton.
Who in the imperial capital didn't know about Wharton and Nina?
Just a while ago, Kalon, the son of the imperial left premier, had personally sought out his Imperial Majesty to inform him that he would no longer pursue the 7th princess.
Many people believed that Wharton and Nina would definitely be a couple. Even Emperor Johann had been planning to select an auspicious day to have Wharton and Nina marry.
But this request by Bloomer caused Johann to suddenly reconsider.
Johann glanced at Wharton, who stood out in the crowd.
At 2.2 meters tall, he was the tallest of the local nobles and ministers. Chuckling, Johann said, Bloomer, we truly desire to grant you this boon as well, but we must also ask Nina what she thinks.
Don't be impatient. Ha ha. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. Bloomer didn't say anything else.
After court was adjourned, Wharton exchanged a quick stare with Bloomer before the two left the martial palace. For Bloomer to suddenly act in such way had indeed caught Wharton off guard. The Emperor, Johann, was taking a stroll in his flower garden. He was in a wonderful mood. That Olivier cares nothing for fame or nobility. It is hard for me to recruit him. I was thinking about how to draw the Akerlund clan closer to me, but I didn't expect. To Johann, Olivier, who had defeated the stellar sword Saint Dylan as soon as Olivier had entered the saint rank, was indeed a person worth building a relationship with. And his younger brother was the personal disciple of the war god. The Akerlund clan, in the future, would almost certainly possess two mighty saint-level combatants. Olivier was so powerful upon entering the saint level. In the future, he'll definitely be even more astonishing. At the same time, I can't refuse to give face to the personal disciple of the war god.
Johann frowned. But that Wharton. This was the reason why Johann hadn't immediately agreed in the martial palace. Wharton and Nina were truly in love with each other.
Wharton only has the support of the decaying Dragonblood warrior clan, while behind Bloomer is the support of the war god and Olivier. Johann truly did give great weight to Bloomer's position as the personal disciple of the war god.
I'll keep delaying for now. No rush. Johann decided to use the same strategy he had previously used against Wharton and Kalon when they were struggling over Nina. Only, in his heart, Johann was already inclined towards Bloomer.
But what the nobles of the imperial capital, Chan, did not know was that at this very moment, Lindley's group of 6 saint-level experts were hastening in the direction of the imperial capital. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 8, Chapter 59, The Brothers Meet.
Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 59, The Brothers Meet. Several days had passed since Bloomer received the title of Marquis.
My lord.
The guards at the gate of the Count's manor saluted respectfully. Wharton seemed to have not noticed the guards at all. Not glancing at the guards in the slightest, he headed directly into his manor. The 2 guards looked at each other.
The Lord Count has been really out of it the past few days.
Just now, he was lost in his own world again.
Right.
In the past, he would always smile at us and even greet us. From the looks of it, that Bloomer's request in the palace to be allowed to marry the princess had a major impact on the Lord Count. The news of Bloomer requesting the princess hand in marriage had already spread throughout the capital.
Many people in the imperial capital knew about the affairs of Wharton, 7th Princess Nina, and Bloomer.
In the main streets and the little alleyways, in the hotels and the restaurants, this topic could often be heard discussed.
"Wharton, what's wrong?" a voice rang out.
Wharton turned to see who spoke to him.
It was Hillman's son, Nader. Shaking his head, Wharton let out a sigh. Nader understood. The 7th princess didn't show up? Yeah. Wharton nodded.
Wharton and the 7th princess often went on dates together, and the timing of these dates had become quite regular. But ever since Bloomer had requested to marry Nina at the Martial Palace, Wharton had only met Nina a single time, the day after that event.
The next 3 days, he hadn't met Nina.
He wasn't even able to see her.
Naturally, Wharton felt very miserable. Nader felt very aggrieved on Wharton's behalf as well.
Snorting, he said, Bloomer must be messed up in the head. He actually directly asked that the 7th princess be given to him in marriage.
What the hell is wrong with him? It's pointless to talk about it right now. Wharton shook his head. Just at this moment. Lord Count, Lord Count.
A clear voice rang out from outside. Turning his head, Wharton saw that the speaker was the personal handservant of the imperial 7th princess, Lucy, Lusi.
Let her in. Wharton immediately said. The guards let Lucy run in. Panting, Lucy charged straight towards Wharton.
Wharton, the princess has been ordered to remain in the palace by His Imperial Majesty and is not to leave the palace.
Even I had to come up with some special ideas in order to leave. This is the letter that the princess asked me to give you. Here, take it. I don't have any time, I have to go back now. If I go back late, it will be disastrous. Lucy handed the letter to Wharton.
Wharton stood there, stunned. Before he had a chance to even speak, Lucy ran away.
What is His Imperial Majesty thinking? Nader frowned, feeling rather angry. Wharton immediately opened the envelope and withdrew the letter from it.
Seeing the contents of the letter, Wharton felt a gush of warmth enter his heart, warming it.
Azure Battle Chi exploded from Wharton's hands, reducing the letter to ash.
Both a personal disciple of the war god, and the younger brother of Olivier.
It seems His Imperial Majesty is favoring Bloomer. Wharton saw things clearly. If His Imperial Majesty didn't restrict Nina from coming out, Nina would go find Wharton, not Bloomer. This order clearly was meant to help Bloomer.
Letting out a cold snort, Wharton felt helpless. Even dragon-formed, he would only be at the peak of the 9th rank. How could he cause any trouble or make any waves with that bit of power?
Many days later, outside the imperial capital.
1 carriage, several horses, and a pure, pitch-black panther.
Atop the panther was a young man dressed in a simple robe. Lindley, look.
Zassler, mounted on his horse, pointed at the distant, tall mountain.
That mountain had multiple peaks.
That is the world-renowned War God Mountain.
The War God's College is at the top of it. The War God's College? Lindley's eyes lit up. The legendary and indisputably most powerful force within the Empire.
The college founded by the War God who stood at the peak of the entire Yulan continent.
Staring at the War God Mountain from afar, Lindley couldn't help but sigh in admiration. War God.
The War God O'Brien was simply too dazzling a figure. He had not only established the mighty O'Brien Empire, he had also fought the High Priest to a stalemate over the Yulan River. That battle had made him famous, guaranteeing that he would share the same exalted status as the High Priest. After 5,000 years, no one knew how powerful the War God, who had previously been on the same level as the High Priest, was now.
But the only deity that was worshipped within the O'Brien Empire was the war god. From this, one could see how venerated the war god was. Linley's heart was filled with a heroic urge. There will come the day when I, too, will stand at the peak of the Yulon continent. Linley turned his head, no longer staring at War God Mountain. No matter how beautiful War God Mountain was, it belonged to the war god. The imperial capital of Chan. Staring to the east, he could already see that enormous city, reputedly the largest in the entire continent. Chan was an enormous city. Only the imperial capital of the Yulon Empire could match it. Chan's architecture was simple and unadorned. The imperial capital of the most militarily powerful empire in the continent. The place where experts reside. Chan. A hint of a smile was on Linley's lips. Underneath the dazzling sun, Linley and his team headed into Chan. No major figures paid any special attention to this group of travelers. But they didn't know that these people would very soon cause earth-shaking disturbances within the O'Brien Empire. This really does live up to its reputation as the imperial capital of the O'Brien Empire. These streets are so wide. Barker laughed loudly, and Linley laughed as well. Linley's team was walking in the center of one of the major thoroughfares of the imperial capital. Barker and his brothers had already dismounted, as they put their weapons on their backs, those astonishing long-handled great axes. On the way over, they had stored their long-handled great axes within Linley's interspatial ring. After all, the great axes were simply too heavy, the horses couldn't carry them. What muscular men! Many people in the imperial capital parted in front of this team. Barker and his brothers were simply too physically awe-inspiring. All of them were around 2.2 meters tall, had massive bear-like waists, and were so muscular they seemed inhuman. What's more, on their backs they carried those enormous long-handled great axes, which gleamed with a cold metal light. Even if those long-handled great axes were made solely from steel, they would weigh at least 1,000 pounds. But from the coloration of those great axes, clearly they were not ordinary weapons. Would someone who was weak dare wield such heavy weapons? And that sleek, glossy Black Panther, who didn't have any hint of discoloration whatsoever. Nobody in the imperial capital had ever seen such a panther. This was because after the Black-Cloud Panther had reached the saint level, it had the ability to easily change the colors of its fur. Boulder Street. Linley knew where Wharton was staying, and everyone present hastened towards the East Chan's Boulder Street. I wager that Lord Bloomer will definitely be able to marry Princess Nina. Linley suddenly came to a halt, turning his head to stare at a nearby restaurant. Linley was frowning. Nina? That Nina which Wharton likes? Wasn't it someone called Kalon who was competing with Wharton? What does Bloomer have to do with this? Linley knew who Bloomer was. When Wharton had taken part in the competition to become an honorary disciple, in the end, Bloomer had been victorious. Nonsense. I'm willing to bet that Lord Wharton will be the one to marry Princess Nina. Princess Nina and Lord Wharton have been together for a long time now. Hard to say. Look at Lord Bloomer's current status, he's the war god's personal disciple. Lord? Barker said in a quiet voice. Linley stood there silently for a while. Bloomer was the younger brother of Olivier. He had actually become the personal disciple of the war god? And it seemed that he had asked the Emperor for Nina's hand in marriage. Barker and the others looked at Linley. Let's go. Linley said. Linley's group arrived at Boulder Street. Every single manor lining Boulder Street belonged to a noble clan, and thus Boulder Street was not very crowded. Walking in the empty Boulder Street, Linley carefully inspected the signs on every single manor. Up ahead. Linley's eyes lit up. The two guards who were engaged in idle conversation suddenly noticed Linley and the others walking over. They immediately became alert, especially after seeing the enormous bodies of Barker and his brothers. These guys are definitely as tall and as muscular as the Lord Count. The two guards were somewhat shocked. Who are you? One of the guards summoned all his courage, calling out bravely. Gates was the first to reply loudly, Is this Count Wharton's residence? Yes. The guard nodded. Hearing these words, Linley felt his heart tremble in excitement as it sped up. How many years had it been? Wharton had left when he was 6 years old. In a few days, exactly 17 years would have gone by. 17 years. Smiling, Linley said, Go deliver the message that his big brother, Linley, has arrived. Hearing these words, those two guards were very surprised. Count Wharton's older brother? They had never heard of such a person. But these two guards had good judgment. They could immediately tell how formidable this group was. Without daring to say much else, one guard bowed. Please wait here a moment. I'll go make the report. Linley took a deep breath, letting himself calm down. Linley, this is your little brother's residence? Zassler walked over, laughing.
Looks like your little brother has done quite well for himself in the imperial capital.
Linley couldn't help but feel extremely proud as well.
Housekeeper Harry and Hillman were currently chatting over some wine, but suddenly, the guard ran in at high speed. Lord Hillman, a group of people have just arrived. Their leader claims he is Wharton's older brother, and that his name is Linley.
Smash! The wine cup in Housekeeper Harry's hands fell to the floor, smashing into pieces. Linley! Housekeeper Harry and Hillman simultaneously rose to their feet.
They stared at each other, wide-eyed and filled with shock and joy.
Go, fast. Go inform the Lord Count. Harry immediately instructed.
And then, Harry and Hillman both charged towards the outside of the manor at high speed. Seeing how Housekeeper Harry had totally lost his usual bearing, the guard realized what a momentous affair this was, and he immediately ran to the training fields. Soon, Harry and Hillman arrived at the front courtyard. Arriving before the main gate, they actually slowed down as they looked forward carefully. They saw 5 terrifyingly muscular men. Those long-handled great axes on their backs alone made the 2 of them tremble. By the side of those 5 men, there was a skinny, skeletal old man whose shadowy green eyes were filled with a terrifying aura. Besides the old man were 3 beautiful girls, pleasing to behold.
And at the very front, Linley.
Hillman was the first to speak.
Housekeeper Harry was still carefully inspecting Linley.
After a while, he suddenly recognized who Linley was. He cried out in surprise and joy, "Young Master Linley." Linley, who was in the middle of a conversation with Zassler, turned his head. Grandpa Harry looked just as he had in Linley's memories, with that wine-reddened nose of his.
And Uncle Hillman was there as well.
Looking at them, Linley found that he was totally unable to suppress the excitement in his heart.
Grandpa Harry, Uncle Hillman.
Linley rushed into the courtyard, his eyes beginning to turn moist.
Housekeeper Harry walked to Linley's side, eyes red. You grew up. You grew up. Young Master Linley, you are taller than you were.
It had been 17 full years since Housekeeper Harry had seen Linley. When he had left with Wharton, Linley had only been 10 years old. Grandpa Harry, you look exactly the same.
The joy in Linley's heart couldn't be expressed with mere words.
Looking at Linley, Hillman said in an extremely gratified voice, "Young Master Linley, you've grown up. But you still look very similar to how you looked 10 years ago." 10 years ago, Linley was already 1.7 meters tall.
His appearance hadn't changed much since then. Suddenly, frantic footsteps could be heard.
Turning his head, Linley saw a tall, strong figure appear in the doorway, as though appearing from a dream. This person looked very similar to Linley himself. Linley had the feeling that this person was most likely his younger brother, Wharton. Only, Wharton had left when he was just 6 years old. He had changed tremendously. But Wharton only needed a moment before recognizing Linley.
Linley still looked very much like he did in the past. Wharton's mouth hung open.
His tears were already beginning to flow down his face.
Big bro.
Linley slowly walked towards Wharton, his gaze totally locked on him. Big bro, Wharton staggered forward 2 steps as well.
Little Wharton. Is it really you? Linley stared at Wharton.
That chubby-faced kid of the past had turned into a 2.2-meter tall youngster.
Big bro, it's me. It's me. At this moment, Wharton had totally forgotten about the issue with Nina.
His heart was filled with boundless excitement.
He was totally incapable of suppressing this excitement.
Linley reached out with trembling hands, resting them against Wharton's shoulders. He carefully looked at Wharton. His face blossomed into smiles, even as tears were shining in his eyes. In a quivering voice, Linley said, "Little Wharton, you've grown up." That chubby-faced kid of his memories, who had always called out Big Brother at him in a childlike voice, had already grown up.
Big bro. Wharton tightly embraced Linley in a massive hug.
Having seen Wharton, Linley felt more excited than he had in a long time. Finally, he was no longer able to prevent his own tears from coming out, and they cascaded down his face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 1, A Powerful Supporter. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 1, A Powerful Supporter. Linley and Wharton had been separated for nearly 17 years. 17 years ago, shortly after the Yulan festival of that year, Wharton had left Wushan Township by the side of Housekeeper Harry and headed towards the distant O'Brien Empire. At that time, Linley was only 10, while Wharton was 6.
The two brothers had been very innocent and knew so little about the outside world. And back then, they were supported by Hog, who had protected them like an old hawk looking after its chicks. But now, Hog was long dead. Of the two brothers, one was a Count of the O'Brien Empire, while the other possessed the terrifying power of the Saint level. Within the Count's manor, Linley, Wharton, Housekeeper Harry, Hillman, Nader, the Barker brothers, Zassler, Jen, Rebecca, and Lena were all gathered together. 2 rectangular tables had been covered with wine and food. Wharton and Linley were engaged in conversation regarding what had happened in recent years. Although Wharton had gotten general information regarding Linley from the Dawson conglomerate, when he personally chatted with Linley, he couldn't help but grow anxious as he listened. So close. His big brother had come so close to dying. During those 3 years of training in the mountain range of magical beasts, followed by the 6 years of training in the Northwest Administrative Province, although I encountered several dangerous battles, in the end, I arrived without suffering any major harm. Linley laughed. In the past, I was worried about the Radiant Church. But now? Although I don't have the power to raid their headquarters yet, I have more than enough power to protect myself. The Radiant Church had been established in the Yulon continent for many years now. For it to be on par with the O'Brien Empire as one of the premier powers of the Yulon continent, it definitely had a terrifying amount of hidden power. From the fact that the War Gods College was able to send out 3 personal disciples who were all at the Saint level, one could determine that the Radiant Church must surely have quite a number of Saint level experts of its own. Big bro, you've reached the Saint level? Wharton was shocked and excited. Wharton knew how difficult training could be. Although he himself had an extremely high density of Dragonblood in his veins, he was still only of the 8th rank, and even in dragon form was only at the peak of the 9th rank. The density of the Dragonblood in Linley's veins was lower than in his own. But for Linley to be able to claim that he had more than enough power to protect himself surely meant that Linley had reached the Saint level. After dragon forming, I indeed am at the Saint level, Linley said with a smile. Hillman and Housekeeper Harry, seated at the same table, exchanged glances, excitement in their eyes. Housekeeper Harry's voice was hoarse with excitement. I've taken care of 3 generations of Baruch clan members now. The Baruch clan has finally produced a Saint-level combatant. The Saint level was simply on a whole different level. If a clan had a Saint level in it, as long as that Saint level did not die, then the clan would never decay or weaken. Wharton. Linley looked at Wharton. When I was in the Northwest Administrative Province, I paid attention to your affairs. It seems that you and that Imperial 7th Princess. Wharton nodded honestly. It's true, big brother. I truly wish to marry Nina, but right now, the situation is very complicated. Right after Kalon gave up his pursuit of her, Bloomer appeared. On the road over, Linley had already learned of this issue. After all, right now, there are many rumors regarding Wharton, Nina, and Bloomer. Bloomer. I've heard people in the streets of the Imperial capital discussing Bloomer. He seems to be the personal disciple of the War God, and is the younger brother of Olivier. Linley laughed calmly. Wharton nodded, a hint of worry appearing in his brows again. Big bro, you don't understand how famous Olivier is within the O'Brien Empire. Olivier is simply too powerful, terrifyingly powerful. 9 years ago, he already possessed the power of a peak stage Saint level. And now, who knows how powerful he has become? Linley patted Wharton on the shoulders. Wharton, don't inflate the deeds of others and downplay your own abilities. Wharton nodded. Housekeeper Harry sighed emotionally. Young Master Linley, you've never lived in the Imperial capital. Perhaps you don't fully understand how influential the War Gods College is. Even the Emperor himself would be extremely courteous to the personal disciples of the War Gods College. The personal disciples of the War God have an extremely exalted status. Hillman said seriously, after all, there have been over 100 generations of emperors since the War God founded the Empire. Many of the emperors in the history of the Empire have never even met the War God. But the personal disciples of the War God? They are qualified to meet him. Tell me, who does the War God care more about? Linley now understood. Good point. 100+ generations had passed. Although the War God was the ancestor of Johann, after 5,000 years, who knew how many descendants the War God had? How much affection would the War God truly have for each individual descendant of his over the past 100 generations? Just judging from the fact that many emperors had never even met the War God, one could tell what the answer to that question was. By contrast, personal disciples were different. The War God would even personally instruct them. It isn't that I'm inflating the deeds of others. It's that I truly am not confident. Wharton was frustrated. I really don't know what I'll do if Nina ends up being given to Bloomer.
Wharton truly could not accept this result. F***ck his grandmother, if that emperor dares to do such a thing, then we brothers will go over and abduct the princess and bring her over to be your woman.
Gates immediately said. The entire hall immediately grew silent.
Wharton stared at Gates in shock, then looked at Linley.
Big bro, who is this? Only now did Linley come to his senses.
He had been so excited at his reunion with his little brother that he had focused on chatting with him, and had totally forgotten to introduce Zassler and the others.
Ha ha. Linley rose to his feet. Wharton, let the servants leave first. The attendants outside can leave as well.
Linley was about to introduce these people in his group to Wharton.
There was no need to hide anything from one of his own. Understood. Although Wharton didn't know what Linley wanted to talk about, he immediately followed Linley's instructions and dismissed the servants and attendants. Linley first walked in front of Jen, Rebecca, and Lena.
Sighing with emotion, he said, Wharton, in the past, our mother was forcibly abducted by the Radiant Church, precisely because her soul was pure.
Rebecca and Lena had been abducted for the same reason. Hearing these words, Wharton felt an emotional resonance in his heart. When I was in the Northwest Administrative Province, I rescued them. This one is Jen.
Wharton, you need to treat these three girls as you would a big sister or little sister.
Linley instructed. Wharton nodded.
As for this gentleman, Linley walked towards Zassler. Actually, whenever Wharton and the others looked at Zassler, they felt their hearts tremble. His thin, skeletal body and his dark green eyes caused fear in the hearts of whoever saw him.
This is Zassler, an Archmagus Necromancer of the 9th rank.
He is the oldest member of my group, and is already over 800 years old. Linley's words caused Wharton, Housekeeper Harry, Hillman, and Nader to all be astonished.
Necromancer?
This was a legendary type of magus.
And an Archmagus Necromancer of the 9th rank?
It was far harder for a magus to advance than a warrior, due to the high requirement for spiritual energy.
By contrast, warriors didn't require much spiritual energy.
The spiritual energy of a magus of the 8th rank was generally greater than that of a saint-level warrior. Although saint-level warriors possessed extremely tough, durable spiritual energy, in terms of volume, a magus of the same rank would possess 100 times the amount of spiritual energy, if not more.
800 years old?
As I recall, a person's maximum lifespan is only 500 years, unless he reaches the saint level.
Housekeeper Harry suddenly said.
The saint level experts had an essentially unlimited lifespan, but humans who did not reach the saint level couldn't live for more than 500 years.
Ha, Zassler's ancient voice rang out. You are referring to normal people. Let me tell you something.
Those magi who train in the three ultimate types of magic, oracular magic, life magic, and necromantic magic, have extremely long lives. Of the three, we necromancers possess the longest lifespan.
Zassler glanced with an evil look at the group. If one of you were about to die from old age, you can come find me.
Given my relationship with Linley, I can help you transform your body into a zombie body and allow you to never perish.
Never perish?
This was the goal of countless people.
But a zombie body?
Just from the sound of it, one could guess that it must be one which belonged to an undead. Wharton, Housekeeper Harry, and Hillman all squeezed out a smile. They really were rather nervous in dealing with an Archmagus Necromancer.
Zassler. Linley looked unhappily at Zassler.
Zassler's eyes flashed with green light as he laughed. I'm just joking with your little brother and his friends.
Transforming a body into a zombie body isn't an easy task either.
Linley shook his head, then walked over to Barker and his brothers.
It's finally our turn. Gates intentionally puffed out his chest. Wharton's eyes lit up as well.
All five of the brothers were as tall as Wharton, and they were much more muscular than him. Those long-handled great axes in particular clearly were extremely heavy weapons.
Wharton, have you heard of the Armand clan?
Linley looked at his younger brother.
The Armand clan? Can it be the Undying Warrior clan? Wharton's eyes lit up.
Linley nodded with satisfaction.
Right. Barker, Ank, Hazer, Boone, Gates.
These five brothers are the descendants of the Armand clan, and all five of them are Undying Warriors.
All five of them are Undying Warriors?
Wharton was shocked. Next to him, Harry and Hillman were stunned as well. Being a descendant of the Armand clan and being an Undying Warrior were totally different concepts. For example, although Hogg was a descendant of the Dragonblood warrior clan, he himself wasn't a Dragonblood warrior. It was very rare that one of the Supreme Warrior clans would produce a genius actually capable of transforming into a Supreme Warrior.
Right. Linley nodded.
Seeing the astonished look on Wharton's face, the five brothers felt extremely proud. The Armand clan had fallen on extremely hard times, and even their secret undying manual had been lost. Fortunately, Lord Caesar helped out.
Linley said gratefully.
Wharton, amongst these 5 brothers, Barker, Ank, and Gates have already reached the 9th rank of power. The other 2 are at the peak of the 8th rank.
9th rank.
Wharton was frightened when he heard this.
Big bro, are you saying that? Right. After transforming, all 3 of them have saint-level power. Linley smiled.
Wharton, Hillman, housekeeper Harry, and Nader's hearts were filled with a hot gush of excitement. They were already very excited upon learning that Linley possessed the saint level of power, but who would have expected that 3 more saint-level combatants would have popped up? 4 saint-level experts. What a terrifying force this was. A basis for being confident. A very strong basis for being confident. Previously, Wharton had been worrying about how he would go about struggling with Bloomer. But now that his big brother had come with this group of people, Wharton felt like a beggar who had suddenly acquired 1 trillion gold coins.
Lord Hogg, can you see this? Can you see this? Hillman repeated emotionally. If Hogg was still present, he would definitely be very happy upon witnessing this.
Wharton, this is a magical beast that I tamed in the mountain range of magical beasts.
His name is Haru. Haru, greet everyone, Linley said with a laugh.
The black-clawed panther that had been lying on the ground stood up. He swept Wharton and the others with his cold, dark eyes, and then spoke in the human tongue. Haru pays his respects to you all.
Wharton stared at Linley in astonishment.
Big brother, this magical beast just.
Right. Saint-level magical beast. Linley nodded.
The throats of Wharton, Hillman, Harry, and Nader all clenched.
Good heavens.
Magical beasts, by their very nature, were stronger than humans of the same level.
Generally, only peak-stage saint-level human experts would be able to defeat any saint-level magical beasts. Linley was a saint-level expert. Fine. But his magical beast was as well? HRMPH.
A cold sneer could be heard. Wharton and the others all turned upon hearing it. The sound came from Bibi, who was seated next to Linley. Bibi's head was arrogantly raised. Bibi. Seeing Bibi's familiar figure, Wharton felt very close to him. After all, Bibi had been with Linley early on. When they were young, Wharton had often played around with Bibi as well.
Bibi, how does it feel to be traveling alongside a saint-level magical beast?
You must really worship him, right? Bibi stared at Wharton, then said loudly, Wharton, you stinking little punk.
What sort of magical beast do you take me, Bibi, to be? That fellow Haru, even at the saint level, he isn't a match for me, Bibi.
Wharton and the others had shocked expressions on their faces, as though they had seen a ghost. They could accept that this mysterious panther-type magical beast was a saint-level magical beast, but Bibi? They had all watched as Bibi had first followed Linley when they were young. That adorable little shadow mouse had actually reached the saint level as well.
Bibi is indeed stronger than me. The black-clawed panther, Haru, once more growled in the human tongue.
Bibi raised his little head high, his eyes filled with self-delight. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 2, A Breakthrough in Spiritual Energy. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 2, A Breakthrough in Spiritual Energy.
6 saint-level experts was simply too shocking.
Only after a long time did Wharton and the others finally calm down from their manic excitement. But even after calming down, their hearts were still filled with boundless joy. They had been worrying this entire time about what to do about Wharton and Nina. Bloomer's status as the personal disciple of the war god and the younger brother of Olivier was giving them a huge amount of pressure. But now, they felt complete confidence in their ability to contend. Wharton's face was radiant with smiles. His older brother had brought this many powerful experts.
Wharton could almost visualize the scene of his marriage with Nina. Big bro, thanks.
Cheers. Wharton raised his wine cup.
Laughing, Linley raised his own as well.
Wharton had worshipped Linley ever since he was young.
A magus coming out of Wushan Township who was accepted to the Ernst Institute was already something incredible.
But now, a scant 17 years later, Linley actually was in possession of 2 saint-level magical beasts and was followed by 3 saint-level experts. Big bro, in a few more days, it'll be the Yulon Festival again.
You are almost 27 years old by now. When are you planning to get married?
Wharton leaned over and whispered into Linley's ear while snickering.
You punk. Linley laughed. Let's not discuss this issue for now. Oh. Wharton nodded obediently. Although Wharton was now an imperial count and was a huge man who stood 2 meters high, in front of Linley, he still acted the same as he did when they were young. Actually, Lena and the other girls are all quite good. Wharton whispered secretly. Linley gently smacked Wharton upside the head. I'll stop. Let's drink. Wharton hurriedly said. Housekeeper Harry and Hillman, seeing Linley and Wharton chat like this, felt boundless joy in their hearts. Exchanging glances, they began laughing together. Linley and his little brother were extremely happy in those first few days of Linley's arrival. However, Linley had instructed Wharton that although it was fine to reveal the news of himself and Hera being at the saint level, for now the news that BB and 3 of the Barker brothers had reached the saint level as well must be hidden. Barker, his brothers, and BB were an important hidden force for Linley. In addition, in the entire O'Brien Empire, there was virtually none who knew that Barker and his brothers were undying warriors. Thus, maintaining this secret was easy. Just the presence of 2 saint levels, Linley and the saint-level magical beast Haru, was already enough to cause dread in the hearts of others. Year 10008 of the Yulan calendar. December 30th. This was the day before the Yulan festival. It was snowing on this day, and the entire O'Brien Empire was covered with snow, as the entire world seemed to turn white. Boulder Street. Count Wharton's training grounds. Although the snow was flying about, Linley still sat in the meditative position in the middle of the grass. As for Wharton, such a powerful man as himself wouldn't care about snow. Whoosh! Wharton's bare upper body was brimming with power and heat. He put down the Warblade Slaughterer to one side, preparing to take a rest. But just as he turned to look at the nearby Linley, HRM. Wharton found, to his astonishment, that although the snow was flying everywhere, whenever any snow approached Linley, it would avoid him, passing by him in a circular line. It was as though there was an invisible tornado around Linley. Not a single snowflake had fallen onto Linley's clothes. What's this? Wharton was a bit shocked. Linley, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. Wharton, what are you looking at? Although Linley had been in deep meditation, when someone paid attention to him, Linley would notice. Big bro, that's snow, how? Could this be the impose level mentioned in our clan's records? Wharton said in astonishment. Smiling, Linley said, Wharton, once you reach the level of impose, it is true that you can prevent the rain or the snow from landing on your body. However, this requires that you wholeheartedly concentrate on utilizing the imposing force of the surrounding area. It is impossible to do this at the impose level while one is meditating and not focusing on it. Just then, Linley hadn't been intentionally preventing the snowflakes from reaching him. However, all it took was a thought, and the snowflakes couldn't come near him. What lies beyond the impose level, then? Wharton truly admired his big brother from the bottom of his heart. Wharton had trained hard for so many years, and had received the finest instruction from the O'Brien Academy, but to date, Wharton had only reached the wielding something heavy as though it were light level as described in his clan's records. Actually, there was no need for Wharton to be too modest. The reason why Linley had been able to make such astonishing improvements, aside from his natural talent, was the fact that he was greatly assisted by his exceptional elemental essence affinity. To ordinary people, elemental essence affinity only represented that one would be able to gather mage force faster. But to experts, it represented that one would more easily be able to attune with nature and understand the laws of the world. This part of the profound truths of the wind which I have gained insight into. Linley laughed calmly. This is just a simple application of it. Profound truths of the wind? Wharton's eyes lit up. Continue with your training. Linley said, then closed his eyes again, returning to his meditation. Actually, nowadays Linley didn't spend too much time on his stone sculpting, unless he was seized by a sudden desire. When that desire came, Linley would more easily enter the correct state of mind, and the benefits to him would be better. These days, the effects of normal stone sculpting were about the same as Linley simply meditating. The reason was at this point, given Linley's understanding of the laws of the wind and the laws of the earth, when Linley meditated, he could easily become one with nature, giving him essentially the same benefits as he had when sculpting under normal conditions. This sort of meditation on the various laws was also helping to improve Linley's spiritual energy at a constant rate of growth. Around nightfall, Linley, who had been quietly meditating this entire time, suddenly revealed a hint of a smile on his previously expressionless face. And then, Linley's lips moved slightly. Shortly afterwards, swish! Linley, who had been seated, suddenly moved at a terrifyingly fast speed. At the same instant, 9 different Linleys suddenly seemed to appear at different locations of the training ground.
After the 9 blurred images disappeared, Linley once again appeared seated in the meditative position in the training grounds.
Only now did Linley open his eyes. The 9th-ranked Wind-style Wind Shadow spell, famed as the most powerful speed-enhancing spell, lives up to its name. It can actually allow me, in my human form, to reach the speed of a saint level. Right. Magic of the 9th rank.
Roughly a year and a half after Linley had entered the mountain range of magical beasts, he had reached the 8th rank as a magus. But from the 8th rank to the 9th rank as a magus, the amount of spiritual energy required was astonishing. Even the most brilliant of geniuses would require at least 10 years.
But due to his constant meditating, Linley's spiritual energy had grown at a rapid rate.
After spending just 7 years, he had finally broken through and reached the level of an archmagus of the 9th rank.
Tomorrow is the Yulan festival.
The day before the Yulan festival, I reached the level of an archmagus of the 9th rank.
Sheesh, Linley felt extremely happy. Magi possessed extremely powerful attacks.
If you gave a magus sufficient time, a magus could definitely use his spells to defeat a warrior of the same level. The wide area spells of Magi were particularly astonishing.
Tomorrow, I will be 27 years old.
A 27-year-old dual-element archmagus of the 9th rank.
This should be a first in history. A look of confidence was on Linley's face. How incredible.
A 27-year-old dual-element archmagus of the 9th rank. This was a terrifying record which had never before appeared within the history of the Yulan continent. The previous record holder had reached the 9th rank and become an archmagus only after he had turned 30. Wind-style magic includes the Savage Tornado spell, which can easily deal with an army of 100,000 soldiers. As for Earth-style magic, the Castle of Earth can be considered a large-scale defensive spell. Linley had to admit that the more powerful a magus was, the more terrifyingly useful the battle applications of their magic became.
Magi also possessed very powerful one-on-one spells as well. The 9th-ranked Wind-style spell, Void Extermination. Reputedly, as long as one has enough mage force, this is a single-target spell that can even kill saint-level experts. It truly is monstrously powerful. Linley couldn't help but sigh in praise. Wind-style magic was very valiant and mighty. Void Extermination was the most powerful attacking spell out of all spells of the 9th rank in every discipline.
The Dimensional Edge spell, in turn, was the most powerful attacking spell out of all forbidden-level spells. The Earth style in turn was legendary for its defensiveness, whether in self-protection or in large-scale protection. When an Earth-style magus of the 9th rank utilized the Supergravity Field spell, he could cause the hearts and veins of other experts to explode and cause them to instantly die. After all, although some people had powerful muscles, their hearts and their blood vessels weren't necessarily that tough. However, to me, the most useful spell is still the Wind Shadow spell. The most powerful speed-supporting spell. In his human form, Linley had less than half the speed he possessed in his saint-level dragon form. But by relying on the Wind Shadow technique, his speed in human form could rival his speed in dragon form.
How terrifying! The day of the Yulan festival.
The sun was bright and high in the sky, casting its glow on the snow-covered trees and rooftops, which gleamed dazzlingly.
The entire imperial capital seemed to be much brighter than normal.
On this day, the imperial capital was arranging large-scale celebrations as well.
Within a carriage.
Watching the festivities, Wharton and Linley were sharing a carriage while chatting about Nina and what to do about her. Wharton, in 2 days, bring me to visit the Emperor.
Linley said directly. Visit His Imperial Majesty? Wharton stared at Linley in astonishment.
Linley said with a calm laugh, I have no grudges against the O'Brien Empire. If the Emperor is willing to allow Nina to marry you, I wouldn't mind settling down here in the O'Brien Empire. Wharton looked at his older brother. In his heart, he understood what Linley was saying. But if that Emperor doesn't know what's good for him and insists on marrying the 7th princess to Bloomer, then we'll have to resort to our backup plan.
We'll abduct Nina and then the two of you can elope. Linley looked at Wharton. Wharton, are you ready to accept this result? Wharton was silent for a moment. Of course I am.
I don't feel too great a sense of loyalty to the O'Brien Empire.
But Nina, The 7th princess would refuse? Linley asked. This was a major issue. Wharton shook his head. I know her.
When I was competing against Kalon, Nina once said that if the Emperor really tried to force her, she would elope with me.
But Nina is afraid that we wouldn't be able to make it.
You don't need to worry about that, unless the war god personally intervenes.
Linley said calmly.
Linley knew that given the war god's status, he wouldn't get involved in these minor issues. Only if the Empire truly suffered a severe crisis would the war god show himself. Normally speaking, the war god wouldn't even get involved if an emperor was assassinated.
The war god had countless descendants. If one emperor died, another would succeed him. As long as nothing threatening the entire foundation of the empire occurred, the deity-like war god would not interfere.
3 days later, a carriage came to the gates of the imperial palace. A tall young man dressed in a gentleman's suit, alongside a young man dressed in a long black robe, stepped out of the carriage.
"Count Wharton, who is this?"
the palace guards asked. Given their keen eyes, they could clearly tell that the person next to Count Wharton was no ordinary individual. With a calm laugh, Wharton said, "This is my older brother. I wish to take him to see His Imperial Majesty."
The palace guards didn't make any difficulties for them, immediately allowing them in.
Actually, it generally wasn't too difficult for one to be granted entry into the palace.
Anyone with some status could bring people inside.
This was because the palace itself was enormous. If one wanted to enter one of the important areas of the palace, however, the guards would be much more restrictive.
"Stop!" 2 guards shouted. "Count Wharton, who is this person by your side? Please send a message. This is my older brother, Linley.
I am bringing my older brother to meet with His Imperial Majesty,"
Wharton said directly.
"Please wait here first," one of the guards shouted, before turning and running inside the courtyard.
There were very many experts within this courtyard.
Without the express permission of the emperor, the various nobles did not dare to rashly barge in.
A while later, that guard came running back.
"His Imperial Majesty has permitted you to enter. There really are quite a few experts here."
As Linley walked into the courtyard, he could easily sense the locations of one expert after another from the flows of the nearby wind elemental essence.
After walking for a while and taking some roundabout paths, they arrived at a classical, refined study room.
"Your Imperial Majesty," Wharton called out in a loud voice. "Ha, Wharton, I hear your big brother Linley has arrived? Come, quick." Emperor Johan's clear and bright voice rang out from within the study. Smiling, Linley stepped into the study.
"If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Book 9, Chapter 3, Provocation. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 3, Provocation. Emperor Johann had heard of Linley's fame long ago.
That second genius magus in all of history who had also reached the exalted rank of Grandmaster Sculptor at the age of 16.
An absolute genius. When Johann had learned of Linley and his history, he couldn't help but sigh repeatedly with admiration. He watched as Linley walked in.
He indeed appears to be a man of great talent.
Johann sighed to himself.
Be it in either his physical proportions or his reserved personality, Johann could tell that Linley did indeed have that unique aura of a Grandmaster Sculptor.
"Greetings, Your Imperial Majesty." Linley bowed fractionally. "How dare you?" the palace attendant next to Emperor Johann said in a shrill voice. "How dare you not kneel and kowtow before His Imperial Majesty?" Linley swept the attendant with his cold gaze.
The palace attendant suddenly felt as though he was being stared at by a viper, and he couldn't help but shiver. A master artisan such as Linley is someone whom we have admired for a long time. Naturally, there is no need for him to kneel and pay any obeisance.
Johann glanced at his nearby attendant, and the attendant no longer dared to speak.
In the O'Brien Empire, generally speaking, ministers needed to kneel on one knee before the emperor. But people such as Bloomer, a personal disciple of the war god, only needed to bow slightly.
"Wharton." Johann looked at Wharton, who stood next to Linley. "We have heard long ago that you had an older brother. Why is it that you have only brought him to see us today?"
Wharton immediately said, "Your Imperial Majesty, your servant's older brother has only recently arrived in the imperial capital."
Emperor Johann nodded calmly, then looked at Linley. With a laugh, he said, "Master Linley, I heard that at the age of 17, you became a dual-element magus of the 7th rank. After 10 years have passed, might I ask what level you have now reached?" Linley smiled.
"After 10 years of painstaking training, just a few days ago, I stepped past the gateway into the 9th rank.
An archmagus of the 9th rank? Johann blinked. What? A surprised shout from behind the emperor.
Linley casually glanced at the covering screen placed behind the emperor's seat. As soon as he had entered, Linley had known that there were 2 experts of the 9th rank hidden there, one a magus, one a warrior.
Johann glanced backwards as well.
Knowing that they had revealed themselves, those 2 came forward.
One was dressed in a loose, long magus robe, while the other was wearing a classic warrior's outfit. "These 2 are our guards."
"They, too, were shocked at your advancement, Master Linley."
Johann laughed calmly. "A dual-element archmagus of the 9th rank. Linley, might I ask how old you are this year?
That silver-haired magus stared at Linley. As a magus, he naturally knew how incredibly difficult it was for one to increase one's level of spiritual energy.
Throughout history, more than 10 warriors had reached the saint level in their 20s.
But in all of history, there was not a single archmagus of the 9th rank who reached that rank before the age of 30. The rate of advancement for spiritual energy was something which couldn't be increased by any known means. It required one to slowly accumulate it, one step at a time. My older brother is 27 years old this year.
Wharton spoke out. 27.
Hearing this number, that magus of the 9th rank had a very amusing look of shock on his face. History was history. History included the records of countless geniuses over tens of thousands of years. There were a few people who reached the 9th rank after the age of 30, but that was ancient history. In the past few centuries, there hadn't been a single person who had reached the 9th rank in their 30s.
But 27. 27.
That silver-haired old man laughed at himself. I reached the rank of archmagus of the 9th rank when I turned 170, and I thought I didn't do too bad.
But compared to you, Master Linley. The silver-haired old man sighed, shaking his head. The difference was simply too extraordinary.
Mr. Gerhaus, in the past, how old was the youngest archmagus to reach the 9th rank?
Johann immediately asked.
The silver-haired old man said respectfully, Your Imperial Majesty, according to the historical records, the youngest archmagus of the 9th rank was an absolute genius from over 30,000 years ago.
He reached the 9th rank at the age of 32.
In more recent history, from the beginning of the Yulan calendar to now, the youngest genius magus to reach the 9th rank did so at the age of 35. In training battle-chi, if one possessed or acquired some special treasures, perhaps their battle-chi would be greatly enhanced.
One's level of understanding might suddenly jump as well from a flash of insight.
There had been people who had reached the saint level in their 20s.
But spiritual energy wasn't something that you could easily increase at will.
Even by using the straight chisel school of stone sculpting, Linley had only gained that sudden breakthrough and increase a single time, when he was 16. In the past 10 years, he had been slowly, painstakingly training non-stop. Only then had he managed to reach the 9th rank.
I've heard that Master Linley isn't just a magus. You are also a powerful warrior?
Emperor Johann smiled towards Linley.
Linley smiled calmly. Your Imperial Majesty, you can have that person next to you give me a try. That warrior of the 9th rank pursed his lips. Can it be that Master Linley is such a genius that you have reached the level of a warrior of the 9th rank as well? Mr. Lancey, go ahead and give him a try. But you must be careful. Master Linley is of the Dragonblood warrior clan. Johann laughed.
Mr. Lancey immediately drew his pitch-black broadsword. Linley only flipped his hand over, allowing blood violet to appear in his palm. Against a warrior of the 9th rank, he didn't even need to transform. HRMPH, the layer of illusionary, stellar light seemed to suddenly cover the broadsword in Mr. Lancey's hand.
Mr.
Lancey is the student of the Stellar Sword Saint.
Johann explained. Stellar Sword Saint?
Linley wasn't even concerned about the Stellar Sword Saint himself, much less his disciple. Swish, the broadsword seemed to split apart the air itself, chopping against Linley with seemingly enormous power.
Linley just stood there, not even moving. Blood violet flashed.
Mr. Lancer suddenly felt as though the entire world was filled with violet light, and that all the surrounding space had suddenly been locked and frozen.
Bam!
The flat of blood violet's blade struck against Lancey, knocking him flying back and smashing against the stone screen. The screen split apart, and Lancey spat out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. Steadying himself with his hands against the floor, Lancey slowly rose to his feet.
His eyes didn't have a hint of arrogance in them.
Instead, he said with gratitude, Thank you for being merciful, Master Linley. The flat of the blade had contained such tremendous force when it struck against him. If it had been the edge of the blade, he definitely would have died. Of course. It was just a sparring match.
Linley said casually.
Master Linley, you have already mastered the level of using the force of the heavens and the earth. My master once said that in order to reach the saint level, one must master this level. I am too far off from your level, Master Linley.
Lancey knew his own limits.
When sparring against his master, he had previously experienced this sensation of the space around him having been frozen and locked.
Emperor Johann's eyes narrowed. The Empire's intelligence regarding the Dragonblood warriors was quite detailed.
If a person were able to reach the 9th rank in human form, then after dragon forming, that person would definitely be at the saint level of power. And if they were able to reach the saint level in human form, then in dragon form, they would definitely be invincible amongst saint levels.
The saint level. Linley's status in Johan's mind was continuing to rise.
Master Linley, you truly are the most incredible genius that we have ever seen. Even Olivier cannot come close to competing with you.
Johan laughed loudly.
As a warrior, Olivier perhaps was on par with Linley.
But as a magus? Who could compete with him, the greatest genius in all of history? As a stone sculptor? Linley had been acclaimed as a grandmaster sculptor at the age of 16. Every aficionado of stone sculptures was filled with worship towards him. It was very hard to reach the peak of any field. For someone to reach the peak of 3 fields, only the word genius could be used to describe him. Your Imperial Majesty. Linley didn't want to waste any time with Johan. I just recently arrived at the Imperial capital. There are many things I don't understand too well regarding the affairs of the Empire. But I understand that my younger brother Wharton truly likes the 7th princess, Nina. In my capacity as the clan leader of the Baruch clan, I would like to ask you, Your Imperial Majesty. Would you be willing to allow Nina to marry into my Baruch clan? With Hogg's death, Linley had become the leader of the Baruch clan. But this so-called clan only had 2 members to it. Johan was put in a very difficult situation by Linley's sudden ambush. Linley was indeed a genius, and Johan's heart had been moved. There were quite a few saint-level warriors in the O'Brien Empire. The War Gods College alone had several. But saint-level Grand Magi could be counted on one hand. And perhaps only a single one of them would obey the commands of the Imperial clan. Perhaps in one-on-one combat, saint-level Grand Magi were not exceptionally powerful. But in times of war, saint-level Grand Magi were incredibly dangerous. Just think about it. If a saint-level Grand Magus were to directly cast a destructive forbidden level spell over your capital, how much damage would be caused? The million-man army that you painstakingly built up might be destroyed in an instant by a single forbidden level spell such as the Annihilating Tempest. A dual-element Archmagus of the 9th rank at age 27. If someone were to tell Johan that a genius such as this wouldn't be able to reach the saint level and become a Grand Magus, Johan most likely would curse out that person as being mentally retarded. Human talent. The allure of a saint-level Grand Magus was much higher than that of a saint-level warrior. Master Linley, please permit us some time to consider it. Emperor Johan's attitude was incredibly friendly. Then I and my younger brother will respectfully await your Imperial Majesty's decision. Linley said with a calm laugh. Then, Your Imperial Majesty, I bid you farewell. Master Linley, why not enjoy a dinner with us instead? Emperor Johan hurriedly said. Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty, for your kind offer. But I have other affairs to attend to. Linley said with a smile. A hint of disappointment was on Johan's face, but he didn't try to press the issue. Smiling, he said, next time, then. Linley and Wharton walked out of the inner palace. Wharton was extremely excited. Big bro, I've never seen His Imperial Majesty be so humble before. Even facing Bloomer, he had never been so modest. The O'Brien Empire has many saint-level warriors, but very few saint-level Grand Magi. Linley laughed calmly. Most likely, he values my talent in magic. A 27-year-old dual-element Archmagus of the 9th rank. Anyone who heard these words would be terrified out of their wits. Nobody could say for sure how terrifyingly powerful Linley would be in the future. Judging from the look on His Imperial Majesty's face, most likely he is beginning to seriously consider things. I've been in the Empire for quite some time, but I haven't heard of any saint-level Grand Magi yet. Wharton sighed emotionally. The O'Brien Empire truly had too few saint-level Grand Magi. HRM? Wharton suddenly saw someone from afar. Noticing that Wharton had paused, Linley couldn't help but ask questioningly, "What are you looking at?" "Oh, it's Wharton." "What, did you go to visit His Imperial Majesty?" A cold voice rang out. Linley turned to look as well. At a glance, Linley could tell that this youngster in front of him was no weakling. "Bloomer, what are you doing over there?" Wharton said coldly. Wharton was fairly familiar with the layout of the Imperial Palace, especially the wing where the 7th Princess, Nina, resided in. The direction Bloomer was headed towards was precisely the direction where Nina's residence was. Bloomer laughed calmly. "What? Aren't I allowed to visit Princess Nina?" "Visit Princess Nina?" Wharton suddenly grew calm. "Bloomer, I'll wager that you haven't been even allowed inside the main entrance." This indeed was the case. Bloomer had went to visit Nina, but Nina had shut the gate in his face, refusing to see him at all. Bloomer's heart had been filled with anger at this. All his life, aside from his older brother whom he worshipped, he had never lowered himself in front of anyone. After becoming the personal disciple of the war god, he had become all the more self-confident. No. I haven't been able to get in. Wharton laughed calmly. Bloomer, did you think that because you are the personal disciple of the war god, you would definitely be able to marry Nina? Dream on. Big bro, let's go. Lindley shook his head with a calm smile, then turned and left alongside Wharton as well. Hold it. Bloomer suddenly shouted. Oh? Wharton turned his head to look at him. Might I ask, O mighty personal disciple of the war god, what else do you want? Bloomer stared coldly at him. Wharton, I hear you are of the Dragonblood warrior clan, and that you are quite powerful after you transform. But I don't believe it. Today, I formally challenge you to a duel. Do you dare accept? Lindley couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Wharton was briefly startled, and then he laughed loudly. What do I have to fear? A month from now, at the Imperial Capital's Coliseum. I'll invite His Imperial Majesty as well as my fellow apprentices from the War Gods College to officiate. If you don't have the guts to participate, you can give up. Bloomer said coldly. And then Bloomer paid no more attention to Wharton, immediately walking away. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 4, The Blade Named Slaughterer. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 4, The Blade Named Slaughterer. Lindley turned his head to glance at his younger brother. Smiling, he said, Wharton, this Bloomer knows how powerful you are, and yet still challenges you. It seems he is quite confident. Wharton said confidently, Don't worry, big bro. Since when have we Dragonblood warriors feared anyone at the same rank? That's exactly the sort of confidence you should have. Lindley glanced at Bloomer's disappearing back. I noticed the sword this Bloomer fellow was carrying. It seems rather special. Right. Bloomer's sword is extremely fast. When he participated in the competition to become an honorary disciple, he became famous for his fast sword speed. But fast swords are usually not very powerful. He might be able to overcome ordinary opponents of the 9th rank, but given my defensive power, even if he lands a hit on me, he most likely wouldn't be able to break my defense. Wharton was extremely confident. If the honorary disciple tournament had consisted of a winner-take-all tournament, the victor most likely wouldn't have been him. Smiling, Lindley patted Wharton on his shoulder. Enough. Honorary disciple of the War Gods College? Put. Let's go. Time to go home. As the scions of the Dragonblood warrior clan, Lindley and Wharton both possessed a sort of pride. Bloomer quickly informed Emperor Johann of the duel, and Emperor Johann immediately sent someone to ask Wharton if this was the case. After knowing that this was indeed the case, Johann immediately issued the order to have his subordinates prepare the Colosseum for this duel between two geniuses. All of the citizens of the imperial capital became excited after hearing of this impending duel. One was the personal disciple of the war god, the 9th-ranked warrior, Bloomer. The other was a scion of the Dragonblood warrior clan, the genius of the O'Brien Academy, Wharton. Most importantly, both of these geniuses were wooing the imperial 7th princess. Given the common folk's natural propensity to engage in gossip, many people began to say that these two geniuses were battling for the sake of the 7th princess. All sorts of rumors regarding Wharton, Bloomer, and Nina began to fill the streets and alleyways of the imperial capital. East Chan. Count Wharton's manor, on Boulder Street. Within the training grounds. Lindley and Wharton were each standing on opposite sides of the training ground. Housekeeper Harry, Hillman, Barker, and the others were watching from far away. The duel on February 4th was one which Wharton had to win. Lindley stared directly at Wharton. Wharton, since Bloomer is famous for his fast sword attacks, I will compete with you using fast sword attacks. Don't hesitate in the slightest. Use your full strength in battling me. Yes, big brother. His upper body bare, Wharton immediately initiated his transformation. Azure draconic scales began to cover Wharton's entire body, and his arms and legs began to be covered in scales as well, as his nails also began to lengthen and sharpen. A draconic tail sprouted out from behind him, and a single draconic horn emerged from his forehead. His eyes were still black, despite an occasional golden light flashing through them. This is the true, authentic Dragonblood warrior form of our clan. Seeing his little brother's transformation, Lindley felt quite moved. He immediately said loudly, Wharton, attack me at full strength. Quickly. Understood. Wharton's eyes lit up, and he forcefully leapt from the ground, causing the earth where he had been standing to tremble. Wharton transformed into a blur as he charged towards Lindley, his hands tightly grasped around the Warblade Slaughterer, covered as always with countless bloodstains. wielding something light as though it were heavy.
The blood-violet godsword in Linley's hands, carrying a titanic, heavy force, flew up at a seemingly slow speed towards the slaughterer. It actually managed to block the slaughterer in an extremely strange way.
Bang! The two forces collided.
Linley felt as though he had been slammed into by a giant meteor, as the astonishing force from that blow was transmitted to him through the blood-violet godsword.
He really is ridiculously strong.
An ordinary blow from him is actually on par with me in human form wielding something light as though it were heavy.
Linley couldn't help but sigh in praise.
Dragonblood warriors truly did have an astonishingly powerful level of strength. Twisting like a tornado, Linley easily dodged past Wharton.
Swish!
9 flashes of violet light appeared. This was just the ordinary attack speed of the blood-violet godsword. As far as Linley was concerned, even if Bloomer's sword was very fast, he probably should only be able to reach this level of speed at best. Tapping the ground with the point of his foot, Wharton quickly leapt backwards with a dodge while also using the Warblade Slaughterer in his hands to block Linley's attack. But although he was able to block 6 of the attacks, the other 3 attacks from Linley landed on Wharton's body.
These attacks were simply ordinary attacks by Linley in his human form. Clang! Clang! Clang!
3 metallic ringing sounds could be heard, as 3 faint white lines appeared on Wharton's azure-blue scales.
Ha, Wharton, it looks like if I don't use a bit of power, I won't be able to hurt you at all.
Linley laughed loudly, but in truth, he was very happy. Wharton looked seriously at his big brother.
Big brother, don't hold back. In his human form, Linley was only an early-stage warrior of the 9th rank. But right now, Wharton was already a peak-stage Dragonblood warrior of the 9th rank.
In terms of strength, battle chi, or defense, he vastly outstripped Linley.
Lord, if you keep on holding back, I'm afraid Wharton is going to simply beat you down. Gates shouted loudly from the side. Laughing, Linley shook his head. Wharton, be careful.
Linley grew solemn, and then he suddenly began to move at rapid speed. The entire training yard seemed to have suddenly been filled with a wild gust of wind as Linley's body reached a terrifyingly fast speed.
Whoosh!
The blood-violet godsword chopped towards Wharton, and seemed to press down against Wharton along with the very space around him.
Impose!
Wharton felt an incredible pressure coming towards him, but faced with this dangerous situation, the dragon blood in his body began to boil. Letting out a deep growl, Wharton exploded forth the dragon blood battle chi in his body, allowing this wild strength to be burst forth from his warblade, Slaughterer. Swoosh! The locked space was chopped open and the warblade collided directly against Linley's blood-violet godsword. But Linley's blood-violet only trembled slightly, then immediately transformed into 6 sword shadows. At such close range, Wharton was totally unable to use his warblade to block it.
Harg!
Wharton clenched his left fist, which suddenly had become covered with azure light, then smashed it against the nearest sword shadow.
Bam! 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 Bam!
The 6 sword shadows once more transformed into a single physical shape as blood-violet once more pierced towards Wharton, carrying with a terrifying penetrative aura which made Wharton tremble.
Wielding something light as though it were heavy.
As fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, Linley had stabbed 4 times at a single spot on Wharton's body. These repeated stabs pierced through Wharton's battle chi and his protective scales, punching into his flesh. As soon as he pierced through the scales, however, Linley immediately retracted his sword and flew back. Wharton stood there, stupefied, then raised his head to look at Linley.
Disbelievingly, he said, "Big bro, how could you be so fast?" He didn't even have the ability to react.
From this, one could imagine in what a short period of time those attacks had occurred. And yet, Linley had sent out 4 full attacks.
You call that fast?
If I were to reach my limit, then in a situation like that, I could have sent out another 6 sword attacks.
This was relying purely on speed, not relying on any mysteries or deep insights.
If I were to utilize the rippling wind technique, a hint of a smile was on Linley's lips. In the blink of an eye, I can execute several hundred sword attacks, or even more. Wherever there was wind, his sword could appear. The power of the rippling wind technique lay in a single word, fast.
So fast it seemed like teleportation.
But for the speed to reach such a level meant the power of each strike couldn't be extremely high. But with hundreds of sword blows combined together, the total strength was still astonishingly high.
Hundreds of sword attacks? Wharton was shocked. But, good thing Bloomer's speed is far inferior to yours, big bro. If he was this fast, I'd rather just admit defeat.
Never hope to rely on luck.
Linley rebuked coldly. Wharton, are you so sure you know Bloomer's absolute highest speed? No, I don't.
Wharton shook his head. Use your most powerful attack against me.
Linley said seriously. Yes, big bro. Wharton grew solemn as well. This attack was one I developed based on my understanding of wielding something heavy as though it were light. The name is single-stroke execution. Wharton gripped the warblade slaughterer with both hands, and a metallic light flashed atop the warblade's edges. A hint of a smile was on Linley's face. That's a rather murderous name. Linley wielded Blood Violet in one hand. Whoosh! Wharton sped up to his maximum speed, appearing before Linley in the blink of an eye. The warblade, Slaughterer, seemed to dance in his hands, as agile as a falling leaf. Swish! It chopped towards Linley. Although the impression it gave was that it seemed to be moving quite slowly, in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Linley. Facing this chop, Linley could actually feel a murderous, bloody aura emanating from it. Linley didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Clang! 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 Linley seemed to have transformed into the sun as he seemed to radiate a million flashes of violet light. These violet flashes of light all converged against the Warblade Slaughterer. The terrifying attack power that the Warblade Slaughterer originally had possessed was slowly, yet totally being cancelled out by the force of those countless violet flashes of light. Bang! The Warblade was actually sent flying, and Wharton himself was chopped countless times by those flashes of violet light and sent flying as well. Wharton coughed twice, rubbing his chest as he stood up. Not bad. It is quite powerful. Linley said approvingly. It actually took 16 hits from my sword to cancel out your attack. When using the rippling wind, every sword blow was fairly weak. In truth, if Linley were to attack at full strength, each blow would probably be around 25% of the power of that one chop of Wharton's. Logically speaking, Linley should have been able to cancel out the attack with just 4 hits. In principle, there shouldn't be any expert of the 9th rank who was a match for you, unless they are a supreme warrior, in which case you might have a fight on your hands. Linley said approvingly. Also, Linley looked at Wharton. You need to learn how to more agilely control your battle chi, and also how to move more fluidly. You shouldn't let the opponent land several blows on you in one spot. Wharton nodded. Lord. A servant ran over and bowed respectfully. Lord, there is a fellow called Reynolds who says he has come to see you, Lord Linley. Reynolds? Linley's eyes lit up. Not bothering to chat any longer with his little brother, Linley immediately rushed towards the outside of the manor. Linley hadn't seen his fourth bro, Reynolds, for 9 full years. Reaching the front courtyard, Linley's footsteps slowed. Seeing the figure outside the gate, Linley felt as though he had gone back in time. His most carefree, happy youthful years had been spent with his beloved brothers, when the 4 young men had went to the Jade Water Paradise to drink and have fun. Those distant days were so happy. And now, the current Reynolds. Reynolds was wearing a long, plain robe. But his waist was now ramrod straight. His long years spent in the army had given Reynolds the aura of a military man. And by now, Reynolds was nearly 1.9 meters tall. Fourth bro. Reynolds, who had been waiting at the gate, heard the shout. He immediately looked over, and his eyes lit up. Linley had changed as well. That dazzlingly genius had now become much more reserved and composed. Third bro. Ha ha. The 2 brothers rushed towards each other, clutching each other in an embrace. I didn't expect that you, fourth bro, would join the army. It's been 7 or 8 years now, right? When you were at the gate, I actually wasn't sure if it was you. I was wondering to myself, why has a military official come here? Linley teased. Reynolds clubbed Linley on the chest. Third bro, damn, I had no choice but to join the army. My old man forced me to. What was I supposed to do? Fortunately, this time when I took my leave of absence, Yale sent someone to inform me that you had arrived at the imperial capital. On my way back, I came to pay a visit to your little bro and look for you. I felt sure that upon arriving at the imperial capital, you'd definitely head to your little bro's place. And see? Here you are. Let's go inside and chat. After having been separated for 9 years, these brothers had countless things to say to each other. They had been separated for 9 years. 9 years later, those 2 youths had both become accomplished young men. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 5, The Colosseum. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 5, The Colosseum. Night arrived. The imperial capital of Chan was still bustling and beautiful as brocade, but the wilderness outside East Chan was very desolate. On the desolate road, there was a single ghost-like human figure rapidly heading east. In the blink of an eye, the human figure traveled over 100 meters. This person was the personal disciple of the war god, the current rising star of the imperial capital, Bloomer Akerlund. The imperial capital of Chan was surrounded by many mountains. Outside West Chan was the War God Mountain and other mountains, while outside East Chan was a number of unremarkable mountain peaks as well. Bloomer quickly arrived at one seemingly ordinary mountain. At the top of this mountain was a peak that seemed knife-sharp. At the absolute top of this peak, a man was seated in the meditative stance. Looking at how he sat there, one might be forgiven for having the strange feeling that this man had been there for tens of millions of years. Arriving at the mountain peak, Bloomer said respectfully, "Elder brother." Clearly, the person quietly meditating at the peak of the mountain was Bloomer's elder brother, the one known as the prodigy sword saint, Olivier. Tonight, there was no moon in the sky, nor any stars. In the darkness, one could only hazily make out Olivier's figure. "Second brother. Is there something you need?" A cold voice rang out. Bloomer knew that his elder brother had been quietly meditating here on this mountain peak for 3 full years. These 3 years, his elder brother had neither eaten nor drank anything. He had used the skies as his roof and the earth as his bed. 3 years ago, when he had seen his big brother, he could sense emanating from his big brother's body a terrifying, incisive aura. That sort of aura gave the impression that with just a thought, Olivier could defeat him. But after 3 years, his elder brother seemed to have turned into a boulder on the mountain, without any fierce aura at all. No one had any idea how powerful the current Olivier had become. "Elder brother, on the 4th of the next month, which is to say 15 days from now, I will have a duel with a scion of the Dragonblood warrior clan at the Colosseum of the imperial capital," Bloomer said respectfully. "Dragonblood warrior clan?" His normally tranquil voice seemed to carry a hint of interest. "According to legend, saint-level Dragonblood warriors are experts even amongst saint levels. I very much want to exchange blows with a saint-level Dragonblood warrior, but saint-level Dragonblood warriors have disappeared long ago from the Yulan continent." How strong is the person whom you are dueling?" "After transforming, he should be at the peak stage of the 9th rank," Bloomer said respectfully. "Oh. Using the sword arts that I taught you, you should be invincible amongst the 9th rank combatants," Olivier said calmly. "Enough. You can leave now." Bloomer hesitated a moment, then said in a low voice, "Elder brother, on the day of my duel, can you come?" Olivier was quiet for a moment. "February 4th, understood. If I have time, I will hasten there." Olivier's voice didn't change tone in the slightest. It was as calm as ever. "Then I bid you farewell." Bloomer immediately left. The mountain peak returned to its prior stillness. That human shadow in the darkness didn't move at all, as though it had always been and always would be part of that mountain peak. Yulan calendar, year 10009. February 4th. This was the day 2 geniuses were going to duel, and many people in the imperial capital excitedly hurried to the Colosseum. Those 80,000 Colosseum tickets had been sold out long ago, and today, it wasn't just people from the imperial capital who were hurrying to watch the duel. There were people from other cities and even other provinces. Linley's group had arrived at the Colosseum early on, and had been given a private room within it. Linley, Reynolds, and Yale were engaged in active conversation. "Boss Yale, I didn't expect that you would be able to make it here as well." Reynolds laughed. Yale's forehead was still covered in sweat. Looking at Linley and Reynolds, he laughed very happily. "After I heard that you arrived at the imperial capital, 4th bro, and that 3rd bro was here as well, even the most important of tasks became irrelevant, and I came. This time, I can also help cheer on 3rd bro's little brother. Boss Yale, 4th bro, you all came. Now, we're only missing 2nd bro," Linley said emotionally. 2nd bro is now a Grand Secretary of the Yulan Empire. He has an extremely high status. What's more, given that distance from there to here is over 10,000 kilometers, how can he possibly make it in time? Yale sighed as well. Reynolds laughingly cursed, "Back when the 4 of us were at the academy, 2nd bro was the most glib and most crafty. He participated in every school activity, and he also was very good at hosting them. I knew even back then that 2nd bro would be suited for officialdom, and see? Just 10 years later, he's managed to swindle his way into becoming a Grand Secretary of the Yulan Empire. It is fortunate that the current emperor of the Yulan Empire succeeded to the throne when he did. This caused 2nd bro's position and status to immediately rise." Yale said approvingly. Footsteps could be heard outside the door. "Bro, we're heading out to the Colosseum. Let's go." Hearing this call, Yale, Linley, and Reynolds all rose and left the resting room.
In the center of the Colosseum, there was a dueling platform over 300 meters long and 300 meters wide. The platform was constructed from enormous slabs of tough rock, and were covered with large-scale magical arrays. On the east and west sides of the dueling platform were the viewing platforms for the families of the duelists. Directly in front of the dueling platform was the position reserved for the officiating hosts of the duel. Wharton, Linley, and the others came out of the tunnel. Seeing the countless teeming human forms surround them in the Colosseum, they couldn't help but feel stunned. So many people. Wharton had a forced smile on his face. The fifth brother Gates said with a laugh, "Wharton, there are 80,000 people here today. You'd best not lose any face." The chants from the crowd seemed like the howling of the seas, filling the air. Linley and his group could totally sense the excitement of the onlookers. The O'Brien Empire was a highly martial empire. The duel between two ultimate geniuses would attract the attention of countless people. There were 80,000 watchers inside, and outside the Colosseum, there were many people hoping they would somehow have a chance to catch a glimpse of this duel. Above Wharton's seat, Linley, Yale, Reynolds, Barker and his brothers, and the others all sat down. Bloomer's side had arrived early as well. Bloomer had many people with him, over 100. Plenty of them are honorary disciples of the War Gods College. It seems they have come to support Bloomer. Linley said with a calm laugh. He could tell that all of those people were very strong. What good does it do him to bring so many supporters? Yale laughed contemptuously. Right at this time, the chants began to build. Clearly, with both the participants in the duel having appeared, everyone had become extremely excited. 80,000 people. The most people I've seen in one location, even in the army, was 10,000 training together. Reynolds stared at the spectacle here in the Colosseum. As the four great empires currently were not in an era of large-scale warfare, it was rare to see the various armies massed together. "Everyone, silence!" A voice rang out like a bolt of thunder, covering the entire Colosseum. Those 80,000 viewers immediately quieted down, as they stared at the silver-haired old man in the middle of the Colosseum. Linley and the others began to chuckle. This silver-haired old man was an expert of the 9th rank. Given his prowess in battle-chi, it wasn't hard for him to have his voice cover the entire Colosseum. For a duel such as this, even the officiating host must be an expert. Linley sighed ruefully. The silver-haired old man boomed out, "Everyone, this duel we are about to see is the most important duel in recent history. Of the two participants, one is the personal disciple of the war god, Marquis Bloomer. The other is a scion of the Dragonblood warrior clan, Count Wharton. Both of them are unquestioned geniuses, but who exactly is stronger?" The silver-haired old man began to laugh. "Soon enough, everyone will know. As for the judges for this day, I expect everyone will be very happy once you learn who they are. The first is the personal disciple of the war god, Lord Kenyon, Knin. The silver-haired old man said clearly. A middle-aged man with graying temples, dressed in a long blue robe, came striding out of a tunnel. And then, with a single step, he seemed to turn into a blur. Lord Kenyon suddenly appeared in the judge's position, then sat down. The appearance of this Lord Kenyon sent everyone in the Colosseum into a frenzy, as countless shouts and chants could be heard. A saint-level expert. Linley was absolutely certain. Just then, Kenyon had used a flying technique to directly arrive at the leftmost judge's position. The second is our Imperial Majesty, the Emperor of the O'Brien Empire. The silver-haired old man's voice grew higher, and the lavishly dressed Johann, face beaming with smiles, walked towards the judges' seats, taking the middle position. The arrival of the Emperor naturally instigated yet another bout of wild joy. The silver-haired old man's face was covered with smiles as well. After finding out who our third judge is, I too was both shocked and overjoyed. The silver-haired old man intentionally paused a moment, and the 80,000 viewers all fell silent, listening closely. Who was this third judge? The third judge is the pride of our empire, the monolithic sword saint, Lord Hadesun. As soon as the words Lord Hadesun came out, the entire Colosseum seemed to go utterly mad, as the countless viewers began to scream and shout excitedly. Hadesun. Hadesun. Monolithic sword saint. Some of the more powerful warriors began to use their battle chi to shout. The chants sounded like a million thunderbolts ripping through the Colosseum, as everyone went stark raving mad. Crazy. They've all gone crazy. Gates was flabbergasted. Is it worth getting this crazy for a saint-level expert? Zassler glanced at him, laughing. You haven't been in the O'Brien Empire for very long. You have no idea how influential the monolithic sword saint is. Reynolds' eyes were filled with excitement as well. After reaching the saint level, Lord Hadesun has experienced countless duels and battles, but he has never lost a single time.
Even against the other peak stage saint level experts of the Empire, he achieved complete victory. He is the number 1 saint level. No one amongst the saint levels can defeat him. The monolithic sword saint, Hadesun. Linley, Wharton, and the others all stared at the distant tunnel, quietly awaiting Hadesun's appearance. Hadesun finally came out. Hadesun appeared simple and unadorned, the lines of his face as hard and sharp as something from a stone sculpture. He wore only a simple grey robe, and on his back was an earth-colored heavy sword. His steps were steady and sure. Hadesun didn't use any flying technique. He merely walked forward. With a single step though, he somehow walked from the tunnel to the officiating host's platform. With the second step, he somehow arrived next to Emperor Johann, then took his seat next to Johann. It was as though he had teleported. What was that? Linley had seen something that was utterly unbelievable. Barker and the others were all stunned as well. Was that teleportation? Wharton murmured. But Linley was absolutely certain it was not teleportation. As far as Linley knew, there was no one alive who could teleport. Teleportation was just a fairy tale. When Hadesun walked, the entire earth seemed to tremble. In the blink of an eye, it was as though that long distance suddenly became short, allowing him to travel dozens of meters with one step. It was so relaxed. It didn't rely on speed at all. With but a single step, he could somehow shorten the distance? It was simply too astonishing. Linley's own training relied on 2 different paths. One was on divining the laws of the earth, and the other was on attuning with the laws of the wind. This simple technique that Hadesun had utilized had something to do with the laws of the earth, but Linley could not understand it at all. How had Hadesun done this? Phew. Letting out a deep breath, Linley calmly sat down. He is reputed to be the number 1 amongst saint levels. In all these years, no one has ever defeated him. It makes sense for a person like him to have such capability. Linley was still very confident. Hadesun might have his own marvelous abilities, but wouldn't Hadesun in turn be unable to understand Linley's vibrational attacks? Although they both attuned to the laws of the earth, they had each embarked on different paths. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 6, The Duel. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 6, The Duel. Both the Emperor Johann as well as the war god's disciple, Kenyon, immediately stood up, smiling as they greeted Hadesun. Hadesun acted in a very friendly manner, greeting Emperor Johann and Kenyon as well. The 3 judges sat down. Behind the judges, there were many seats as well, all taken. These people primarily consisted of the likes of the Empress, the imperial consorts, the princes, and the princesses. Nina. Wharton saw that Nina was in that crowd of people. Nina saw Wharton as well. Over the past few days, the Emperor had restricted her from leaving the palace, so Wharton and Nina hadn't seen each other in over a month. Given the depths of their affection for each other, even 3 days without seeing each other would feel like 3 years. These 30 days of not seeing each other had been very arduous indeed. Wharton and Nina exchanged glances. They could sense from each other's gazes the love and affection each bore the other. HRMPH, seeing this, Bloomer couldn't help but snort coldly. An ordinary person might not have been able to see this clearly from a distance of hundreds of meters, but Bloomer's vision was simply too good. He could clearly see the look in these 2 people's eyes. Sometimes, having good eyesight wasn't necessarily a good thing. The silver-haired old man looked at the Emperor and at the judges. Emperor Johann nodded, and the silver-haired old man laughed. In a sonorous voice, he said, "Everyone, please be quiet. The duel between the 2 geniuses of the O'Brien Empire is about to start. First, introducing the challenger, the personal disciple of the war god, Bloomer. The challenger was the first to be announced, while the challenged was the second to be announced. This was the rule. Carrying a long sword on his back, and dressed in a blue warrior's outfit, Bloomer flew several dozen meters into the air, arriving onto the dueling platform. Bloomar! Bloomar! Many of the 80,000 onlookers began to chant loudly. Clearly, many supporters of Bloomer were here today. In the hearts of many people, Bloomer's older brother, Olivier, was the pride of the O'Brien Empire. Quiet. The silver-haired old man smiled. Next is Wharton, of the Dragonblood warrior clan. Rumble, tearing off his upper body clothes, Wharton bared his torso, revealing his explosively muscular chest, causing many viewers to roar in excitement. HRMPH, seeing this, Bloomer only let out a cold, contemptuous sneer. Taking the warblade slaughterer in his hands, Wharton leapt directly onto the dueling platform. Given Wharton's 2.2-meter tall stature, and with that massive warblade in his hands, and his bare upper body, Wharton emanated a simply heroic aura. Heroic.
This sort of heroic aura caused many people to begin joyful chants.
Wharton. Wharton.
These chants began to erupt as well, and these supporters were not any fewer in number than Bloomer's.
What is so impressive about Bloomer, that he was able to become the personal disciple of the war god?
Today, everyone shall find out.
The silver-haired old man said sonorously.
As for the legendary Dragonblood warriors, acclaimed as supreme warriors, today, everyone will have a chance to witness them in action as well.
I now announce.
The silver-haired old man's voice went up in pitch.
This duel has commenced.
In the blink of an eye, Wharton's body was covered with azure draconic scales.
A draconic horn sprouted forth from his forehead, and that blue draconic tail came out as well. The entire dueling platform began to tremble.
Beneath the light of the sun, those azure-blue draconic scales radiated a dazzling glare.
Oh! A collective noise of surprise could be heard from the onlookers.
None of the people present had seen the dragon form transformation.
This transformation of Wharton's had totally stunned the watchers.
But after being momentarily stunned, everyone burst into wild cheers of joy.
Dragonblood warrior?
All three of the judges watched with their eyes lit up.
Hadesun looked at Wharton with interest.
It would be wonderful if he was at the saint level. The legendary saint-level Dragonblood warriors were experts even amongst the saint levels. And he himself, the monolithic sword Saint Hadesun, was an expert amongst the saint levels. It had been a long time since Hadesun had tasted defeat.
But yet if he were to challenge a deity-level combatant, he would definitely lose. Against that sort of overwhelming force, there was nothing Hadesun could do either.
He truly hoped that there would appear a saint-level combatant capable of defeating him. Perhaps, he would gain some insights and suddenly break through to the next level, reaching the deity level.
So this is a Dragonblood warrior?
A 12-year-old child holding Nina's hands who sat next to her said.
Nina looked at the figure on the dueling platform, then nodded. Right. This is the legendary Supreme Warrior.
Given the relationship between the two of them, Wharton had long ago demonstrated the dragon form transformation for her.
Ah, Dragonblood warrior. Not bad. Bloomer looked at Wharton and began to laugh. But my Akerlund clan has never believed the four Supreme Warriors to be all that strong.
Bloomer stared coldly at Wharton as he drew his longsword with a flip of his hand.
The longsword looked like it was forged from a piece of ice, seemingly see-through.
Beneath the light of the sun, it radiated all the colors of the rainbow. Bloomer confidently looked at Wharton, and he loudly said, "This is the precious sword which my older brother gifted to me, Ice Dream." Wharton hefted the Warblade Slaughterer. In a cold voice, he said, "The Warblade, Slaughterer, the ancestral heirloom of our Baruch clan, the personal weapon of the first Dragonblood warrior."
Oh? Bloomer sneered. All the onlookers fell silent.
They watched with wide eyes carefully trained on this duel between geniuses.
They didn't want to miss a thing.
Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Bloomer seemed to suddenly disappear as a violent gust of wind suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the dueling platform. This was a gust of wind created by Bloomer's speed. The wind blasted against Wharton's face, but Wharton simply stood there without moving.
HRM?
Wharton suddenly noticed Bloomer out of the corner of his left eye. Just as Wharton turned and prepared to attack, he suddenly sensed another gust of wind ambushing him from his right.
Indeed. Bloomer's real body was to his right. Laughing coldly, Bloomer looked at Wharton as he mercilessly chopped towards Wharton with Ice Dream.
But Wharton, his back facing Bloomer, suddenly smashed with his iron whip-like draconic tail.
Whap!
The draconic tail smashed viciously against Ice Dream, with part of the tail landing against Bloomer's body as well.
Bam! Bloomer's body was sent flying by that blow as if he were but a sandbag.
In midair, Bloomer recovered with a beautiful somersault, landing on one knee at the edge of the platform.
All the viewers held their breath, not daring to chant or shout. Ugh!
Bloomer spat out a bit of blood, then stared at his chest, where the draconic tail had struck. His clothes had been ripped apart. Although his chest had been protected by battle-chi, the battle-chi had been ripped open. A visible wound was on his chest, and blood was slowly leaking out. Only now did Wharton turn around, staring at Bloomer with his cold black eyes. A golden light flashed through those eyes. "What powerful force!" Bloomer said in a low voice. Without question, no warrior at the same level possessed the same strength or power of attack as a Dragonblood warrior.
Just a swipe from Wharton's draconic tail would be enough to deeply wound Bloomer.
Bloomer now fully understood that in fighting Wharton, he could not allow himself to be struck. Just the tip of the draconic tail had struck his chest, but he had already been wounded.
If it had been a full blow, he probably wouldn't have been wounded so lightly. Boom! With monstrous force, Wharton kicked off from the ground, which trembled despite the protective magical barriers on it. Transforming into a cruel blur, in the blink of an eye Wharton crossed the 100 meters distance between the two of them as he charged at Bloomer. Hararg! Carrying immense force, Slaughterer came crashing down on him. Without hesitating in the slightest, Bloomer immediately dodged. At the same moment as when he attacked with the Warblade, Wharton spun around and kicked out with both legs viciously at Bloomer. Bloomer didn't dare to block at all, only continuing to retreat at high speed. Whap! But despite his high speed of retreat, that lightning-fast draconic tail snapped towards him once again, and Bloomer hurriedly raised Ice Stream to block. Bam! Despite striking against Ice Stream, the powerful force of the blow still sent Bloomer flying far away towards the spectator stands of the Colosseum. The people standing near the spectator stands quickly scattered as Bloomer viciously slammed down. Bam! The stone spectator stands split apart, sending rubble flying everywhere and covering the area with dust. All the viewers sucked in a cold breath. Dragonblood warriors were simply too powerful. Because of their terrifyingly powerful draconic scales, their legs, arms, and tail could clash head-on against weapons. This was a major advantage. Arg! With a wild howl, Bloomer came flying out from the dust cloud. He didn't charge directly at Wharton, rather he charged towards the other side of the dueling platform. With just 3 massive leaps, Bloomer arrived at the other side. Bloomer, you will definitely lose, Wharton said coldly. Bloomer's body was covered in bloodstains, but he still stood ramrod straight. Bloomer didn't look at Wharton, only at the long sword in his hand. I originally wanted to defeat you using the sword technique that I personally developed. But it seems that I will have to use the sword technique which my older brother taught me. His older brother's sword technique? Hadesun could clearly hear each word. Olivier's light shadow sword? I wonder how much of Olivier's technique he has mastered. Lindley frowned as well. Olivier's sword technique? Remember, the technique which defeated you is the light shadow sword. Bloomer's cold voice rang out. Suddenly, the Ice Stream sword in Bloomer's hand became covered with a layer of golden light. Rumble! The strange thing was, standing on the dueling platform, Bloomer suddenly split into 2 people, along with the sword in his hands. But then, those 2 shadows split once more. 1 became 2. 2 became 4. 4 became 8. This sight was simply too queer. What astonishing speed! Given his current level of enlightenment, Lindley could tell that this Bloomer was relying on an astonishing level of speed to reach this effect. This speed is actually slightly faster than my fastest speed in human form. Lindley was secretly startled. Wharton kept a careful, solemn guard. He felt as though he were surrounded by Bloomer's shadows. Bloomer was very fast, far faster than him. Even faster than his big brother Lindley's human form. You will lose for sure. The ice-cold voice seemed to ring out simultaneously from all of those human shadows. Just as Wharton tightened his guard even further, those illusionary shadows suddenly blurred as Bloomer appeared in front of him. Slash! Wharton simply didn't have time to use his warblade to block, and so he could only raise his arm, relying on it to block this blow. Clang! The sound of metal ringing on metal could be heard. Ice Stream only left a white line on Wharton's scales, but at the same time, Wharton's draconic tail. Swish! The draconic tail came smashing over, but Bloomer disappeared yet again. Having failed with this attack, he had immediately retreated. What is going on? Wharton was shocked. How did he suddenly appear in front of me just now? But Lindley had seen everything clearly and understood. Using the illusionary effects of this light shadow technique, he can draw near without his opponents noticing, and then using his astonishing speed, appear in front of his opponent before the opponent has a chance to react. Lindley was able to use his understanding of the wind to easily determine where his opponent was, as a way to overcome this technique. Wharton, however, didn't have much attunement to the wind. Why are there so many shadows? The 80,000 onlookers were stunned. They saw that on the dueling platform, 16 shadow bloomers had appeared. As a piercing golden light flashed, one of Bloomer's shadow bodies appeared in a different location. The total number of shadows remained 16 in number. Whenever one shadow disappeared, another shadow would appear in a different location. Every single time there was a change, there was a flash of golden light. Bizarre. Wharton watched carefully. As another golden light flashed, Wharton's vision was dazzled, but right at this moment, Bloomer's longsword appeared in front of him. Bloomer didn't aim this attack at any other location, only at Wharton's eyes. That flashing golden sword had already appeared in front of Wharton's eyes.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 7, Intending to Inflict Serious Wounds. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 7, Intending to Inflict Serious Wounds. Bam! A draconic scale-covered left hand suddenly swung up and tightly gripped the ice stream sword in Bloomer's hand. Despite his attack power, Bloomer was still unable to make ice stream pierce forward by even an inch. The palm of Wharton's left hand was tightly pressed against the tip of ice stream's blade. The look on Bloomer's face changed. Flee, dot. Drawing his sword back with a powerful pull, Bloomer quickly fell backwards, pressing his back nearly against the dueling platform while hurriedly scuttling backwards. Right at this moment, Wharton's draconic tail smashed towards Bloomer. If Bloomer hadn't pressed his body down to the ground, he definitely would have been struck. Phew! Bloomer stood once more at the edge of the dueling platform, panting slightly. That had been too close, he had almost been struck by Wharton's draconic tail. Bloomer's head hurt. Wharton's defense was simply too powerful. His attacks couldn't break that defense at all. Is that technique my only option? Bloomer only had a superficial understanding of the light shadow sword technique, but according to what Olivier had taught him, he could still utilize the most powerful attack of the light shadow sword. Everyone in the Colosseum was holding their breaths. These experts simply fought at too high a speed, making it impossible for most people to see clearly what was going on. They only saw that Bloomer seemed to have transformed into 16 shadows, moving about as though he was teleporting. But Wharton was like a sturdy castle. No matter how Bloomer attacked, he was unable to hurt Wharton. If you won't attack me, then it's my turn to attack you. Wharton's voice rang out in the Colosseum, and then Wharton charged wildly towards Bloomer. Bloomer immediately prepared to dodge. But Wharton's seemingly light, agile blow from his warblade had reached a bizarre speed, and was chopping directly at Bloomer's skull. Bloomer quickly fell backwards while kicking off against the ground. Whoosh! Bloomer retreated backwards at high speed. Although his retreat was very fast, Wharton's slaughterer was even faster. Just as it was about to reach Bloomer's vital chest area, Bloomer immediately split his legs open and rolled to the back. Bam! The slaughter just scraped Bloomer on the back, slamming against the ground. Slaughterer, single-stroke execution. Boom! The entire dueling platform began to tremble, and the magical formation on the dueling platform actually split apart as massive cracks appeared on the platform. This caused all of the 80,000 viewers to feel both shock and fear. The defense of this dueling platform was incredibly strong, but the magical array had actually been destroyed nonetheless. Bloomer somersaulted in mid-air, then landed at the edges of the dueling platform. The audience near him couldn't help but begin to cry out in shock and fear. Bloomer roared angrily, a fierce look on his face. With a fierce kick against the dueling platform, Wharton flew into the air at high speed towards Bloomer's direction as the platform beneath him cracked yet again. Bloomer once again dodged. Ah! Seeing Wharton charge towards them, all the onlookers up above began to scream in fear. But despite moving at high speed, Wharton only lightly balanced against the wall, then changed direction, continuing to pursue after Bloomer. Bloomer retreated back to the top of the dueling platform, his face now completely red as his body emanated a red light. His face then turned a golden color, although his eyes remained red. What is Bloomer doing? Linley frowned. Wharton, showing no fear, brandished the Warblade Slaughterer and charged directly at Bloomer for close-quarters combat. Right now, many of the viewers began to cheer for Wharton, while others cursed at Bloomer. Clearly, Bloomer's repeated dodges had roused the anger of the crowd. Relying on greater speed to run and hide, what was that? Why not just admit defeat? Bloomer stared coldly at the charging Wharton, a hint of madness in his bloodshot eyes. The golden aura covering ice stream suddenly carried a hint of white light in it. From a distance, Linley could clearly tell that the sword's aura had grown more powerful. Rumble. Repeating his old tactic, Bloomer's body once more separated into multiple images. As flashes of golden white light appeared, so too did more and more shadow Bloomers. Bloomer, can't you do anything besides just run? Wharton stood there. If you have any ability, come and play. Wharton knew that in speed, he was inferior to Bloomer. As you wish, Wharton. A gnashing, wrathful voice could be heard as a dazzling golden light flashed, and a longsword appeared in front of Wharton. Wharton was shocked. In terms of speed, this time it was even faster than last time. Harg. Wharton once more wanted to use his left hand to grab at ice stream and rely on the toughness of the scales around his palm to block the tip, but this time. Slash. Covered with that golden white aura, ice stream actually pierced straight through Wharton's palm and then, with astonishing speed, stabbed into Wharton's scale-armored chest.
And then, still covered in that bizarre golden white light, Ice Stream once more split open Wharton's scales. Although it took time to describe it, the actual event happened in the blink of an eye. Ice Stream pierced through both Wharton's palm and into his chest, and Wharton had actually reacted very quickly as well. F***ck off. Wharton's right leg kicked viciously against Bloomer. Bloomer, forewarned, had immediately begun to withdraw his sword. Piercing through the opponent was difficult, but pulling the sword out was much easier. Bloomer dodged Wharton's kick, but he wasn't able to dodge the slap from Wharton's draconic tail. Wharton had actually launched consecutive attacks with his tail and leg. Whap! That draconic tail came swinging towards him. Unable to dodge it, Bloomer could only use his left arm to block, while at the same time, allowing the momentum of the force to carry him backwards. Bam! Dot! The battle chi protecting Bloomer's left arm immediately split open, and the tip of the draconic tail actually slammed into Bloomer's chest, knocking Bloomer spinning through the air. Wharton fell to the ground paralyzed, blood pouring from the wound in his chest. Big lunk! Nina called out in shock. Wharton's injury was very severe. This sword blow from Bloomer had pierced into his vitals and damaged his internal organs. Even coughing racked Wharton's body with immense pain. Bloomer flipped up from his fallen position on the ground. His left arm was broken, but he was still battle-worthy. But right now, Wharton could no longer move. If he were to try to do so, his severe injury would only grow more severe, to the point where he might even lose his life. Ha ha! Bloomer laughed coldly. By this point, it could be said that Bloomer was the victor, but Bloomer actually moved at high speed towards Wharton, the Ice Stream sword in his hand stabbing mercilessly towards Wharton. Just as Bloomer moved, another human figure suddenly moved as well. F***ck off. An angry roar could be heard. The 80,000 viewers only saw a sudden hurricane wind appear out of nowhere, and then countless flashes of violet light simultaneously struck against Bloomer. Bloomer immediately hurriedly roused the battle chi in his body to form a protective armor. He didn't dare to take the blow head-on. Borrowing the momentum force from those blows, he hurriedly retreated, letting himself be blasted backwards. But despite that, he still suffered several dozen sword wounds. Blood flowed everywhere. Fortunately, he retreated at high speed. If he had dared to resist the blow for even a second, Linley's sword would have run him through. The only things he had suffered so far were superficial wounds. Wharton, are you okay? Linley couldn't be bothered with Bloomer as he immediately inspected Wharton's injury. I am fine. Wharton shook his head. Linley's face changed. The chest was a vital area. A serious blow there could be life-threatening. That Bloomer could already be considered to have achieved victory, but he still had wanted to kill Wharton. This gentleman with the violet sword, please depart. Others cannot interfere in the duel between these two. A cold voice rang out. The speaker was one of the judges, Mr. Kenyon. Linley turned to stare at him. Couldn't he tell that Wharton had already been defeated? I represent my younger brother in admitting defeat. Linley said coldly. If they lost a duel, then they lost it. To Linley, this wasn't nearly as important as Wharton's life. It was normal for an expert to lose a duel at times. As long as they could learn from their losses, they would be able to slowly improve. Impossible. Kenyon said calmly. Per the rules of the competition, unless one of the duelists personally admits defeat, the duel must continue to its conclusion. Since Wharton has not yet admitted defeat, the duel has not finished. Bloomer rose to his feet as well. Although he looked as though he had been badly injured, Linley's sword hadn't injured him at his vital points. He still could do battle. You are Wharton's older brother? Nonetheless, I still ask that you depart. Wharton and I will continue our competition. Bloomer said directly. Wharton's chest was deeply injured, and he could only speak in a tiny voice. If he used too much force to speak, his wound would worsen as well. Wharton opened his mouth, forcing himself to say loudly, I. Watching beads of sweat form on his little brother's forehead as he struggled, Linley's heart clenched in pain. Wharton, don't speak. Don't speak. Linley stopped his little brother from speaking. Sir, please leave the dueling platform. The judge, Kenyon, spoke again in a loud voice. You shut your mother * king mouth. Filled with rage, Linley roared at him loudly. The entire Colosseum grew silent. Even the judge, Kenyon, was stunned. He had just been cursed at? He, a stately personal disciple of the war god, a saint-level expert, had just been cursed. In the Colosseum, in front of 80,000 viewers, he had been cursed. Kenyon immediately erupted with fury. Whoosh!
Kenyon immediately flew out of the judge's stand towards the dueling platform, staring at Linley coldly.
What type of thing are you, that you dare speak to your betters in such a way? Kenyon was both a saint-level expert and the personal disciple of the war god. Who would dare be disrespectful to him?
Even the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, was very polite towards him. But today, in front of all these people, he had actually been cursed out by this person who came from God's nowhere. Barker, take Wharton away first.
Linley glanced coldly at Kenyon.
Barker and his brothers immediately rushed towards the dueling platform.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Barker and his brothers landed on the platform with those long-handled great axes on their backs, and the weight of those 5,000-plus pound great axes caused the earth to shudder.
All the onlookers had gone completely silent.
Barker and his brothers very carefully lifted Wharton up, taking him down from the platform. As they did, however, Barker and the others glared viciously at Kenyon.
F***CK, who the F***CK does he think he is? Gates even cursed at him in a low growl.
Kenyon couldn't help but stare angrily at Gates, but just at this moment, Linley's body began to undergo an astonishing transformation. Black draconic scales sprouted forth from his body, and his forehead, back, elbows, and knees all became covered with sharp spikes.
A black draconic tail began to wave about behind him. Ah!
The onlooking audience members cried out in shock.
He is a Dragonblood warrior as well?
Seeing this, Hadesun was shocked as well. Linley's dragon form was much more ferocious looking than Wharton's, in particular that line of spikes running up his spine. Raising his head, Linley stared at Kenyon with those utterly remorseless dark golden eyes.
Today, Linley's heart was filled with boundless fury.
An expert such as Kenyon should have easily been able to tell the sort of condition his little brother was in. His little brother had already lost, and so Emperor Johann and Hadesun hadn't spoken out or tried to stop Linley. But Kenyon had tried to stop him.
Clearly, he was biased in favor of his fellow apprentice, Bloomer. Kenyon began to grow wary.
He discovered the person in front of him was a threat.
Dragonblood warrior?
Kenyon said in a solemn voice, floating in midair. Linley actually rose into the air as well, rising to the same height as Kenyon as he stared coldly at him.
Seeing Linley float in the air, everyone in the Colosseum exploded with excitement. Good heavens! Yet another saint-level combatant. Was this going to be a battle between two saint-level combatants? This was simply too exciting.
Two saint-level experts stood in midair, staring at each other.
I already told you that my younger brother admitted defeat. But you still wanted my younger brother to continue. Linley's voice was utterly cold, seeming to come from the underworld. My fellow apprentice only wanted your younger brother to personally admit defeat. He didn't actually want your younger brother to continue.
Your younger brother could have admitted defeat, but he refused to.
Whose fault is that? Bloomer equivocated. Roll the F***CK away. Linley let out an angry shout as he suddenly moved. How could Kenyon watch Linley act without stopping him?
He immediately drew a gold-black dual-color staff and he smashed it towards Linley.
F***CK off.
Linley's entire body seemed to have transformed into the sun, as countless violet sword shadows blasted out in every direction. In the blink of an eye, 10 million sword shadows stabbed towards Kenyon. Profound truths of the wind, rippling wind.
Kenyon was completely unable to block. In the blink of an eye, the layer of protective battle chi over his body exploded with a BAM.
Facing certain death, Kenyon retreated backwards at high speed in terror, but despite that, he was still stabbed several times by Blood Violet. Kenyon landed at the edge of the dueling platform, his long robes totally soaked with blood.
He looked absolutely pathetic.
Kenyon stared at Linley in shock and terror. They were on totally different levels.
Linley definitely had the power of a peak-stage saint-level expert.
A majestic personal disciple of the war god, a saint-level expert, had been reduced to such dire straits by a single attack.
Bloomer!
When Linley turned to look at Bloomer, he saw that Bloomer, sensing that things were going terribly wrong, had immediately fled from the platform, heading towards the position of the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun. The only person standing above the platform was Linley, who looked like a vicious demon who had descended from another plane of existence. That devilish blood-violet flexible sword was still dripping with blood.
The Colosseum. 80,000 viewers. Utter, deathly silence.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 8, The Prodigy Sword Saint. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 8, The Prodigy Sword Saint. With a single stroke, Linley had defeated a saint-level expert who was the personal disciple of the war god.
In addition, Linley's current transformation was into a terrifying form. This deeply shocked everyone present. None of the 80,000 viewers actually dared make a single sound. Deathly silence. Terrifying silence. Bloomer stared terrified at Linley, still hovering in mid-air. At this moment, Linley's cold, remorseless dark golden eyes were fixed upon him. Bloomer felt as though he could die at any moment. This utmost sensation of terror caused him to run even closer towards the monolithic sword saint, Hatesun. Silence. No one dared to speak. Drip. A single drop of bright red blood dripped down from the tip of Blood Violet, landing on the dueling platform and splattering on it. In the silence, that clear sound rang out loudly. This was the blood of Kenyon. Kenyon was standing at the edge of the dueling platform, in miserable shape. Controlling his muscles and battle chi, he sealed his wound and stopped the flow of blood. But he didn't dare fight against Linley again. He was a saint level, true. But he was only a mid-stage saint level. In terms of their comparative levels of enlightenment, he was far lower than Linley. Master Linley. Johann finally spoke. His voice echoed in the Colosseum, seeming to come out of nowhere, causing more than half the people to turn to him. His face still covered in smiles, Emperor Johann said, "Although I knew you were a powerful warrior, I had no idea that your talent in this field was not one whit inferior to your talent in stone sculpting." Emperor Johann's words visibly eased the tension. Just then, Linley's vicious demeanor had caused those 80,000 onlookers to not even dare breathe loudly. But as soon as Emperor Johann finished speaking, the entire Colosseum became filled with the sound of countless conversations. Master Linley? Ah! Could it be that he is that youngest ever Grandmaster Sculptor? Master Linley belongs to the Holy Union. I heard that Count Wharton had originally come from the Holy Union as well. Dragonblood warriors truly are formidable. Master Linley is so young. When he was 16, he created Awakening from the Dream, and only 11 years have passed since then. A 27-year-old saint-level combatant. Doesn't that make him even more incredible than Lord Olivier? Countless conversations regarding Linley could be heard. Linley had appeared out of nowhere. His status as a master sculptor was well known to many aficionados of stone sculptures. This was an individual who was almost on the same level as Master Prue. And now, this young master sculptor, only 27 years old, had defeated in a single blow a saint-level expert who was a personal disciple of the war god. Unavoidably, many people began to compare him and Olivier. Compared to Olivier, Linley was even younger. My young friend Linley, that technique you used just now should have been derived from your insight into the laws of the wind, yes? The monolithic sword saint, Hatesun, spoke, his voice ringing from the judge's platform. As soon as Hatesun spoke, everyone else in the Colosseum fell silent. What did the monolithic sword saint wish to discuss with this genius, Linley? It was indeed, Mr. Hatesun. A calm reply from Linley. Might I ask what the name of this technique is? The monolithic sword saint, Hatesun, was a man devoted to his training and focused on reaching the deity level. Hatesun was very much interested in the mysteries gleaned by other saint-level experts. Perhaps by doing so, he might suddenly gain some new insights and have a breakthrough. The name of this technique is Rippling Wind. Linley didn't try to hide it. In order to learn a powerful technique, one must possess a certain level of understanding and insight with regards to the laws of a certain element. Without that level of understanding, no matter how clearly you explained a technique to someone, they wouldn't be able to learn it. Still standing in mid-air, Linley glanced at the distant Kenyon. Calmly, he said, "Your name is Kenyon, correct?" At first, Kenyon had thought Linley was someone who wasn't even at the saint level. Naturally, he was furious when Linley rebuked and cursed at him. But now, he knew that Linley was more powerful than he was. Although he was still rather angry, in his heart, Kenyon already viewed Linley as someone on the same level as himself, or perhaps at an even higher level. I am. Kenyon nodded slightly. Mr. Kenyon, given your level of power, you should have been able to clearly discern the seriousness of my younger brother's injury. Given that you knew exactly how wounded he was, you shouldn't have said the words you said. Remember. As a judge, you have to be at least somewhat impartial. We had admitted defeat, after all. You can't go too far. As soon as Linley finished speaking these words coldly, he flew down towards his own squad. Linley was still concerned about his younger brother's injury. Having been rebuked by Linley yet again, Kenyon felt rather embarrassed. But he knew that he had acted wrongly here. Just then, the other side had admitted defeat. He did indeed go a bit too far by acting in such a manner. Wharton, are you okay? Linley said worriedly as he returned to his human form, rushing to his little brother's side and crouching on one knee. Right now, quite a few people were surrounding him. Even Nina had ignored everything and rushed over. Lord Linley. A lightstyle magus next to them smiled. Don't worry. I just utilized recovery magic on him. Lord Wharton's wounds are already half healed. Given Lord Wharton's natural healing abilities, in 10 days or half a month, he should be totally fine. Big bro, I feel much better. Wharton was able to speak fairly easily now. Linley finally calmed down. At the same time, he felt rather satisfied with the preparations the Colosseum had made. Linley knew exactly how effective lightstyle magi were in treating wounds. Generally speaking, low-ranking magi would only be able to treat superficial wounds. Only powerful lightstyle magi would be able to heal broken bones or internal injuries. And of course, the most powerful lightstyle magi could even totally restore to peak condition anyone who had not yet died. For example, when Linley had received the divine boon at the Radiant Temple, that divine power had carried just a bit of healing power with it, but that little bit had been enough to totally restore Linley's body to peak condition, healing all of his broken bones. This sort of regenerative ability was very formidable. Everyone. At this moment, the tournament organizer, that silver-haired old man, reappeared on the dueling platform. His face covered in smiles, he said, I imagine everyone has had an incredible time watching this battle today. Ha ha. Even our dueling platform has been destroyed as a result of this battle. The 80,000 viewers stared at the shattered, crater-marked dueling platform, and they all began to laugh as well. This duel today had absolutely been worth watching. Not only had they seen a competition between two ultimate geniuses, they even had a chance to see the terrifying power of Wharton's older brother, Linley. He had, in one blow, defeated Kenyon. Although the exchange between Linley and Kenyon was very brief, the value of watching that exchange was much higher than that of the battle between Wharton and Bloomer. After all, this was a battle between saint levels. Many people would live their entire lives without having a chance to witness such a battle. And the results of today's duel, I'm sure everyone will agree, are without question. I announce, the silver-haired old man's words came to a halt as he stared at the air above him. Not just him. The tens of thousands of people sitting on the side of the judge's stand were all staring at a glowing line streaking at high speed through the air towards them. In the blink of an eye, the streak of light arrived at the Colosseum. Saint level. The Colosseum once again was filled with excited shouts. Yet another saint-level expert had appeared. This man wore simple, sackcloth clothes, and seemed very calm. But his eyes seemed to blaze with the light of the stars. His hair was black mixed with streaks of white, but judging from his face, one could tell without a doubt that this was not an old man, rather, this man was very young. Who is this person? Don't recognize him. His hair is turning white. Which saint-level expert is this? The stands were filled with the sound of discussions being held. It seemed most people were surprisingly unable to recognize who this saint level was, that had just flown here. After all, many people had seen some of the more famous saint-level experts. The young man flew towards Bloomer. Second brother, what happened? The young man said. Big brother. Bloomer's astonished, overjoyed voice rang out. This exchange seemed to have lit a fire within the audience at the Colosseum. This youngster with white and black hair, dressed in a simple sackcloth attire, was the prodigy sword saint, Olivier. Olivier. Wait, that can't be. Olivier's hair should be brownish-black, and he likes wearing white clothes. Olivier. He was such a marvel to behold. How did he become like this? I can tell for certain that this is Olivier. Compared to how he looked when he last battled against Lord Dillon, his appearance is almost identical. Only, his hair looks different, and it seems his aura is different as well. Right. His aura was different. No wonder those 80,000 viewers were unable to recognize him. In the past, Olivier's aura was astonishingly sharp, like a sword that had been unleashed from its scabbard. In addition, he wore a pure white robe. His handsome face and his fierce aura had made Olivier famous throughout the imperial capital. But the current Olivier had changed dramatically compared to before. The current Olivier didn't have a fierce aura, and his hair, now part white, seemed aged. Olivier had never used to dress in sackcloth before either. He is Olivier? Linley looked at Olivier as well. Yale nodded next to Linley. Right. According to my clan's intelligence, in the years after he reached the saint level, Olivier had been roving about the various empires and engaging in training. According to the predictions of our intelligence unit, he should have defeated many saint-level experts. Linley nodded slightly. As soon as he had seen Olivier, Linley had the sense that this Olivier person was an extremely terrifying expert. Compared to Staley of the Radiant Church, he was even more formidable. Has he come for the purpose of doing battle on behalf of his little brother?
Linley immediately began to quietly chant the words to a magic spell.
Olivier was extremely famous. Given his reputation, Linley definitely wouldn't underestimate Olivier, nor did he dare to be insufficiently cautious.
A gust of wind suddenly swirled about Linley.
Wind-style spell of the 9th rank, Wind Shadow Technique.
Olivier finished listening to his younger brother's description of this battle. Bloomer intentionally made the situation sound even worse. Big brother, that Linley bullied me with his superior power.
If it wasn't for the assistance of my elder fellow apprentice, I'm afraid. Olivier frowned.
The Akerlund clan was actually a very ordinary, common clan. Their parents had died early on, and Olivier had to rely on himself to protect Bloomer and help raise Bloomer. Bloomer was Olivier's only family member. The two brothers shared a very deep love for each other.
Kenyon. Olivier glanced at the nearby Kenyon. Thank you.
I, Olivier, will definitely remember your benevolence in assisting us.
Kenyon hurriedly said, Olivier, no need. Bloomer is my younger fellow apprentice. I can't just sit and watch.
Olivier smiled at Kenyon, then stared coldly at his younger brother. He rebuked, second brother, I told you long ago, unless the situation is a matter of life or death, you are not to use that forbidden technique.
Given your current level of understanding, you are far from being able to use it properly. Do you know how harmful that most powerful attack was to you?
The damage it caused was more severe than that of your broken arm.
Bloomer lowered his head.
In order to defeat Wharton, in the end, he had utilized a forbidden technique, and the damage done to himself by this forbidden technique wasn't something which lightstyle magic could heal. When Olivier had taught him this technique, he had instructed him to only use it in a life or death situation.
Elder brother. I am sorry. Bloomer knew that Olivier was looking out for his interests.
Olivier shook his head inside, then turned to look at the distant Linley. A fierce look appeared in his eyes, previously as tranquil as the depths of the seas. Olivier flew directly over.
Olivier, wait. Knowing things were taking a turn for the worse, Emperor Johann immediately spoke out.
Your Imperial Majesty, I will not spare someone who tried to kill my younger brother. Your Imperial Majesty, it's best if you don't get involved in this matter.
Olivier didn't give Johann any face at all. Emperor Johann didn't say anything else either. He understood Olivier's temperament very well.
But as far as Johann was concerned, both Linley and Olivier were important members of the Empire. He didn't want these two geniuses to battle each other. Olivier hovered in mid-air, his long robes fluttering about him. His cold, fierce gaze was on Linley.
Linley, come out.
This explosive shout rocked the Colosseum like a thunderbolt, echoing nonstop within it.
Come out. Come out. Come out. Everyone in the Colosseum held their breaths. Good heavens. The tickets they had bought were absolutely worth it.
They had already seen two battles, but now, it seemed as though they were going to see an even more exciting one. The 80,000 pairs of eyes in the Colosseum all swung towards Linley. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 9, Linley vs.
Olivier.
Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 9, Linley vs. Olivier.
Linley, come out.
Olivier's explosive shout still echoed in the Colosseum, but Linley seemed to be deaf to it. He remained on one knee beside his younger brother's side, discussing something with his younger brother, seemingly not having heard Olivier's shout at all.
Olivier, standing in mid-air, couldn't help but frown. What is Master Linley doing? Didn't he hear it? Impossible. Maybe he is afraid of Olivier? The people in the Colosseum were puzzled by Linley's lack of reaction.
After letting out this angry shout, Olivier fell silent, staring coldly from mid-air at Linley. After finishing his conversation with his little brother, Linley turned and glanced upwards at the mid-air Olivier.
In that instant, their gazes met.
One on the ground, the other mid-air. Their gazes seemed to clash in the air like physical blows.
Olivier.
A hint of a smile was on Linley's face. He calmly said, ever since arriving in the O'Brien Empire, I've heard people praise you as the prodigy sword saint.
To tell the truth? Given that you reached the saint level at age 40, I don't see what makes you a prodigy.
Olivier's forehead furrowed slightly. The combative nature of Linley's words caused all 80,000 onlookers to grow excited.
Good heavens!
These two geniuses were really being antagonistic towards each other.
This would be the true duel between geniuses. A duel between Linley and Olivier would clearly be on a totally different level from the duel between Bloomer and Wharton. The battle between the older brothers definitely would be a duel between two of the utmost geniuses in the entire Yulan continent. This duel was about to start at any moment. Linley suddenly rose directly into the air above the dueling platform.
Only after he came to a stop did the blur beneath him slowly disappear.
What terrifying speed!
Rumble, black draconic scales quickly covered Linley's entire body, and ferocious spikes erupted from his spine, his knees, his elbows, and his forehead. That black, scale-covered draconic tail flashed with a cold, gloomy light. Floating in the air, Linley stared at Olivier with those dark golden eyes. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying transformation. Even the normally calm and composed Olivier had a flash of surprise in his eyes, but he quickly returned to his usual calm.
Saint-level Dragonblood warrior? Olivier looked at Linley, a terrifying aura of battle lust emanating from him. You aren't at the Saint-level pre-transformation.
It seems that your current condition isn't the most powerful condition in time for a Dragonblood warrior.
Pity, such a pity.
Olivier truly wanted to have a battle with one of the legendary peak-stage Saint-level Dragonblood warriors.
Olivier, a person should know their limits.
Linley's cold voice rang out in the Colosseum.
Do you think the likes of you are a match for the Supreme Warriors? The two genius saint levels stared at each other in midair.
Everyone held their breaths, carefully watching this never-before-seen battle.
Linley. Olivier extended his hand to his back. On Olivier's back, there were two long swords. One of them, a translucent sword, appeared very similar to Ice Dream.
The other sword was pitch black.
Against you, using the light shadow sword technique is enough. Olivier drew the long sword that was as translucent as a block of ice.
This sword really was identical to Bloomer's, it was also an Ice Dream sword. With a flip of his hand, that devilish-looking blood-violet flexible sword appeared.
Enough talk. Power is demonstrated through actions, not words. Linley paid no attention to Olivier's arrogance at all.
A hint of self-confidence was in Olivier's eyes. Staring at the Ice Dream sword in his hands, he murmured, "After I reached the Saint level and defeated Dylan, I have roamed the various countries. In total, I met 18 Saint level experts, and won each battle. Unfortunately, not a single one of them was able to match me in speed." A series of surprised murmurs from the 80,000 onlookers. No one had known that Olivier had subsequently done battle against 18 Saint-level experts. Olivier looked at Linley, a hint of self-confidence in his eyes. "In general, someone who cannot match me in speed will definitely lose." As he spoke, the Ice Dream sword in Olivier's hand began to shine as a white light began to swirl about the surface of the sword. Seeing this, Linley began to grow cautious. Linley could remember clearly how when Bloomer used this light shadow sword technique, the light on the Ice Dream sword had been golden. Only afterwards, when Bloomer had used the forbidden technique, did Ice Dream carry a hint of white light within it. Although it was just a hint of white light, the attack power of Ice Dream had multiplied several dozen times. Originally, Ice Dream had not been able to harm Wharton, but afterwards, it had been able to pierce through Wharton's palm, and then pierce past the scales on Wharton's chest. And that was just a hint of white light. But Olivier's? It was pure white. The power of this attack is most likely far more powerful than Bloomer's all-out desperation attack. Linley naturally was prepared for this. "Linley, I'm afraid that today, the world will have lost another genius," Olivier said in a quiet, calm voice, and then the white light began to flash repeatedly. With each flash of white light, another shadow Olivier appeared in the air above the dueling platform. The power and efficacy of this white light clearly was much higher than Bloomer's technique. In the blink of an eye, 108 shadow Olivers had appeared in the sky. Everyone was shocked, speechless. Third bro. Yale and Reynolds were so nervous that they had begun to sweat already. Wharton, Barker and his brothers, Rebecca, Lena, and Jen also watched nervously as well. The injured Bloomer, by contrast, watched with confidence. "Bloomer, your older brother's light shadow sword has already reached the perfected level, filling the skies with his shadows." The seated judge, monolithic sword Saint Haidsun, smiled calmly at Bloomer. Bloomer's face was filled with confidence. The demonically ferocious-looking Linley, standing in mid-air, was now surrounded by 108 shadow Olivers. Linley had to admit that this speed was absolutely astonishing. "Linley, are you ready?" Olivier actually gave Linley a warning. Clearly, Olivier was feeling extremely confident. Linley only chuckled calmly. A sudden white flash, utterly piercing to the eye. Even Linley had to squint, but right at that moment, the Ice Dream sword, covered with white light, reached Linley's head, piercing directly through it. "Ah!" Everyone let out simultaneous cries of alarm. Did the mighty Linley die just like that? But not a hint of blood came out from Linley's head, despite having been pierced through by ice stream. Suddenly, Linley slowly disappeared. It had just been a shadow. You are indeed quite fast. Unfortunately, in front of me, you aren't qualified to be arrogant about it. Linley's voice rang out from the air 100 meters away. Olivier stared at the distant Linley, his face growing solemn. How incredibly fast! The eyes of the monolithic sword Saint Hadesun, watching from the judge's platform, shone brightly. Linley's speed wasn't one whit inferior to Olivier's. A wave of surprised murmurs filled the Colosseum. And then, silence once again. The viewers all felt as though their very souls had been shocked by this exciting battle. Is that so? Olivier's face grew cold. He had never met anyone faster than him. As for someone on par with his speed, the only one to date had been the monolithic sword saint. He didn't believe this youngster Linley could match him. After all, his speed was so fast that it had already exceeded human limits. This sword technique and movement technique was based on Olivier's insights into the elemental laws of light. This movement technique, in principle, could reach the speed of light itself. However, due to the limits of his body and his battle chi, he could only reach his current level of speed. You don't believe me? Linley chuckled. Another flash of white light. Linley began to move as well, as both reached a terrifying level of speed. Shadowed blurs everywhere. Countless shadows and blurs appeared everywhere. The 80,000 watchers felt their vision grow blurry. They simply couldn't tell which of the shadows were the true bodies of Linley and Olivier. The two had simply reached an absolutely terrifying level of speed. What astonishing speed! As they really began to compete, Linley couldn't help but feel surprised. If it wasn't for the fact that I had cast the Wind Shadow spell in advance, I wouldn't be able to match this Olivier in speed. Linley was fast, true. But the insights which Olivier had gained into the elemental laws of light were extremely powerful. However, supported by the most powerful speed-enhancing spell, the Wind Shadow spell, Linley's speed had been instantly raised to a level equivalent to Olivier's. Swish! A deep gouge suddenly appeared on the dueling platform. Clearly, it had been cut by a long sword. But then in the blink of an eye, a huge crater appeared with a thundering sound. The 80,000 viewers stared fixedly with wide eyes, not wanting to miss a thing. Mother ***, this is real speed. Our academy's teacher keeps on bragging, but compared with these guys? He's just a child who has barely learned to walk. Watching this battle, a youngster was so excited that his eyes were turning bloodshot. These 80,000 viewers had perhaps never seen this sort of high-speed battle before in their entire lives. This sort of battle would only occur when the two combatants were equally matched in speed. If one of them was too slow, the battle would have ended instantly. Bam! Linley's black draconic tail brushed past Olivier's clothes, viciously smashing against the dueling platform, causing every single inch of the platform to crack. In the next instant, Linley and Olivier both disappeared. The battle was so high speed that the onlookers could only barely see some shadows and blurs when the two lowered their speeds to exchange blows. But once the combatants returned to their maximum speed, not even their shadows could be seen. Whoosh! A tornado seemed to have sprung into being out of nowhere in the middle of the Colosseum. As the wind howled, the 80,000 onlookers could just barely make out two hazy figures standing in the middle of the wind, staring at each other. The fierce wind gradually died down. Olivier looked solemnly at Linley, the ice-stream sword in his hands gleaming with all 7 colors of the rainbow, like a beautiful illusion. As for the demonic Linley, his draconic tail quivered behind him, and the blood-violet sword in his hand was covered with a strange violet light. A suppressive aura filled the Colosseum. I admit that your speed is no lower than mine. Olivier spoke out. Linley's dark golden eyes were fixed on his opponent. He said calmly, and your speed isn't any lower than mine either. After having competed just then, these two experts found that neither could gain an advantage over the other based on speed. If they continued to compete in such a manner, there would be no end. Dare you face my attacks head-on? Olivier stared Linley, a surge of an aura of battle lust erupting forth from him. Why wouldn't I dare? Linley's body began to emit that same ferocious battle lust. The 80,000 onlookers were so excited that they were beginning to quiver. Good heavens! These two experts were going to fight head-on now. Even the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, was watching carefully. As for Bloomer, Wharton, and the others, they were each eager to see their older brother achieve victory. Linley and Olivier stared at each other in mid-air. In the same instant, the two of them moved in a direct line towards the other. Bang! Sudden sonic booms erupted from them as they reached a terrifying level of speed. While charging at Linley, Olivier's body seemed to have fragmented into 7 or 8 people, and the ice stream sword in his hands had transformed into 10 million sword shadows.
You want to compete in sword speed?
The blood-violet sword in Linley's hand flickered, then in the blink of an eye, Linley's body seemed to have been surrounded by a tornado while at the same time, countless flashes of violet light simultaneously struck at Olivier.
Clang! 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 Clang!
Countless clashing sounds could be heard, and then, Linley's iron whip-like draconic tail turned into a blur as well, smashing viciously against Olivier.
Clang!
The ice stream sword in Olivier's hand slammed against Linley's draconic tail, then he flew backwards at high speed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 10, The Two Geniuses. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 10, The Two Geniuses. Olivier immediately flew backwards to the viewing platform, staring at Linley with a hint of surprise in his eyes. But then, Olivier began to laugh loudly.
Great, great, great!
The speed of your sword attacks actually can match my Phantom Dream Sword technique.
You aren't bad either. You were actually able to block my rippling wind technique.
Linley's cold voice rang out. Profound truths of the wind, rippling wind. Light Shadow Sword, Phantom Dream Sword. The strength of these two techniques were equal. After praising their opponents, the two geniuses fell silent, carefully watching the other. Clearly, this exchange had resulted in both men viewing the other as equals. The tension in the Colosseum was so thick, it could be sliced with a knife. The terrifying, repressive aura caused the 80,000 viewers to feel as though they didn't even dare to breathe. If you can receive this next attack of mine, I can spare your life. A hint of appreciation towards Linley could be seen in Olivier's eyes. By receiving this next attack, you'll be demonstrating that you are qualified to be considered a rival of mine. As soon as he said these words, Barker and the others actually began to curse.
F***ck his grandmother, this Olivier wasn't able to show any superiority over Lord Linley at all, and he actually dares say something like, by receiving this next attack, you'll be qualified to be my rival?
What sort of bullshit is this?
Gates cursed loudly.
Barker and the other brothers were muttering unhappily as well.
Indeed, these words from Olivier made many of the people watching this battle unhappy.
They had clearly seen how Olivier hadn't been able to seize any advantage.
How could he say such a thing? This was simply too arrogant. Rival? Linley laughed calmly.
If you can take this next sword of mine, you'll be qualified to be my rival as well. The two said the exact same things to each other.
Ha, then have a taste of the power of my sword of the Aurora. Olivier laughed loudly.
And then, he flew once more at high speed directly towards Linley.
Linley laughed coldly.
Linley, too, began to prepare the second stage of the profound truths of the wind, tempos of the wind. This was a single-target sword attack, relying on ultimate speed and power.
Boom! Sonic booms erupted.
Linley's ferocious draconic tail swaying behind him, Linley transformed into a blur as he also charged straight forward, the blood-violet sword in his hands transforming into a brilliant violet light. The brilliant white aura covering Olivier's ice stream sword suddenly expanded dramatically, transforming ice stream and making it as dazzling as the sun itself. The piercing white light forced everyone watching the battle to unconsciously narrow their eyes. The most powerful attack of the Light Shadow Sword technique, Sword of the Aurora. The most powerful attack of Linley's profound truths of the wind, tempos of the wind. That devilish violet light moved as fast and as ferociously as a bolt of lightning, but at the same time it carried with it the gentleness of the spring wind. These totally opposite auras were manifested at the same time with this attack. That sort of strange tempo caused many people to feel a strange fear in their hearts. What a powerful sword attack! The eyes of monolithic sword Saint Hadesun lit up. He could totally sense how powerful this attack by Linley was. This sort of strange, uniquely intersecting tempo caused a natural wind edge to form on the surface of Linley's blood-violet sword. Or, to put it more accurately, it was a spatial edge. The devilish violet light. The piercing white light. They intersected in the middle of the air above the Colosseum. Boom! The terrifying force of the collision blasted out in every direction. The dueling platform below was slashed open by countless invisible blades, with many gouges appearing in its surface. At the same time, a frighteningly powerful wave of force emanated in each direction, causing the 80,000 viewers to sway and stumble. Crunch! Some of the cups located near the edges of the dueling platform were actually shattered by the force of the wind. Those onlookers held on for dear life against their stone seats as their bodies swayed. Only after that wild blast of wind left did the Colosseum slowly return to its normal calm. But to the shock of many of the watchers, many of their outer layer of clothes had been blown off of them by the wind.
What terrifying force! Everyone stared in astonishment at the two experts in midair.
At this time, Olivier and Linley were silently staring at each other in midair.
Tempos of the wind. Sword of the Aurora. Once again, they were equally matched.
Olivier stared at Linley, his gaze slowly brightening.
A hint of a smile actually appeared on Olivier's face. Linley, what was the name of that sword technique you just used? Linley didn't try to dissemble.
Profound Truths of the Wind, Second Stage, Tempos of the Wind. Tempos of the Wind, Tempos of the Wind. Thinking back to the attack Linley had just used, Olivier looked at Linley with eyes filled with approval. Linley, I can hardly believe that you are a young Grandmaster Sculptor as well. To be so accomplished, but not yet be even 30 years old.
I admire you.
Olivier's attitude towards Linley had totally changed. I previously said that if you could withstand this blow from me, I would spare your life.
I will keep my word.
From today onwards, your name has now been added to my list of rivals. I eagerly anticipate your growth and development.
Olivier said with a smile. Linley frowned. This Olivier was simply too arrogant.
Barker and his brothers were standing below them. Gates, the most irascible of the lot, immediately jumped to his feet.
*CK his grandmother. Olivier, you didn't beat our lord. How dare you prattle on and swagger about like a bushy-tailed wolf? *CK, I hate people like you. This loud shout caused the countless onlookers to be unable to control their laughter.
It must be said that many people agreed with Gates' words. The words which Olivier had just said were the words an elder expert would say to a junior. They had a lecturing aura to it. He had even said, I look forward to your growth and I will spare your life. If Olivier had truly won, others would acknowledge these words as having bearing and composure.
But he hadn't won.
Nobody could sense that Olivier had held even the slightest bit of advantage. If they continued fighting, it was hard to say who would win.
HRMPH Olivier sneered coldly.
His cold, gloomy eyes swept the surrounding area, and the Colosseum immediately fell silent.
Olivier looked at Linley.
Calmly, he said, 6 years ago, you would indeed have been able to stalemate me.
But now,
you just barely qualify for me to utilize the obsidian sword. But if I use it then today you, a genius, would definitely lose your life.
Olivier's calm voice echoed in the Colosseum.
Only now did most people in the Colosseum remember, Olivier had 2 swords on his back.
The Ice Dream sword was only one of them. Obsidian sword? Obsidian sword? Olivier, you've truly mastered it?
At the judge's stand, the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, spoke out, attracting the attention of everyone present. From the looks of it, the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, had some sort of prior relationship with Olivier. Olivier turned to look at the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun. In a calm voice, he said, Mr. Hadesun, thank you for the advice you gave me 6 years ago.
It resulted in me gaining certain insights. 3 years of battles, followed by 3 years of quiet meditation in the desolate mountains.
I have now mastered the obsidian sword, which is even more powerful than the light shadow technique. The Colosseum was filled with cries of astonishment.
Even more powerful than the light shadow sword technique?
No wonder Lord Olivier said that he was sparing Master Linley's life. That year when he defeated Lord Dillon, Lord Olivier had used the light shadow sword technique.
Back then, Lord Olivier only had a single sword on his back, but now he has 2. 10 years. He really has improved. Many people sighed in amazement at Olivier's prowess.
The power he had demonstrated just now wasn't his true power.
How terrifying was Olivier truly? My big brother, Wharton knew that Linley was fighting for his sake, and now, he was beginning to worry for Linley.
Wharton was worried, but Barker and his brothers, on the contrary, weren't worried at all. Wharton, his lordship hasn't revealed his true power yet.
Barker laughed as he glanced at Wharton.
When his lordship sparred with you, he only used the blood-violet flexible sword.
He didn't dare test his true attack against you. Right. Linley has an even more terrifying adamantine heavy sword. Zassler said solemnly.
Having been with Linley for so long, Zassler and the Barker brothers knew exactly how terrifyingly powerful the adamantine heavy sword was. When Linley was only at the peak stage of the 9th rank, his usage of the 100-layered waves technique with the adamantine heavy sword would have been irresistible by even saint-level undying warriors despite them being known for their defense. Even most mid-stage saint-level experts would probably suffer a severe injury. And now, Linley's base power and battle chi were all at the saint level.
If he were to once more utilize his profound truths of the earth, most likely even peak-stage saint-level experts wouldn't be able to take a blow from him. After all, the vibrational attacks which Linley had developed based on his insights was simply too terrifying. Battle chi and muscle power virtually did nothing to defend against it. "Linley, I eagerly anticipate your future challenge," Olivier said with a calm laugh. Olivier was also someone who pursued the peak of power. A good rival was hard to find. For Linley to be so powerful in his 20s meant that in the future, he would definitely be a good rival for Olivier. Lord Olivier really does have the bearing of an expert. Many people sighed in praise. But Bloomer, located near the judge's stand, was unhappy. Why can't elder brother simply just kill Linley and get it over with? The spikes protruding from Linley's head gleamed with a metallic light. Olivier. Linley's dark golden eyes stared at Olivier. "I told you long ago. A person should know their limits. Do you think your obsidian sword is very powerful? HRM?" Olivier's face changed as he looked at Linley. Linley didn't know what was good for him. But Linley extended his hand. Suddenly, an astonishing azure-black heavy sword appeared in his palm. "My most powerful weapon, the adamantine heavy sword." Linley stared at Olivier. "Once I use the adamantine heavy sword, even I can't fully control its power. I might kill you." Olivier started. The monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, was stunned as well. Bloomer stared at the mid-air Linley in astonishment as well. The 80,000 viewers had all fallen silent. In mid-air, the ferocious dragon-formed Linley wielded his adamantine heavy sword and stared coldly at Olivier. "From what you are saying, it sounds like your obsidian sword is very powerful. I want to see for myself if your obsidian sword is more powerful, or if my adamantine heavy sword is more powerful." "Adamantine heavy sword? Adamantine?" Olivier and Hadesun were both secretly shocked. The legendary material which supposedly even deity-level experts would find difficult to break. "Haha, good. Wonderful." Olivier began to laugh loudly. "I take back my earlier words. I, too, want to see if your adamantine heavy sword is everything you claim it is. Linley, be careful. My obsidian sword might just claim your life." As he spoke, Olivier sheathed his ice stream sword, then slowly drew out his obsidian sword. The obsidian sword was the same size and shape as the ice stream sword, but its pitch-black surface looked very ordinary. However, when Olivier placed the obsidian sword in front of him, a layer of cold, dark light began to flow over its surface. That black light seemed capable of devouring everything around it. The obsidian sword's techniques were developed based on my insights into the elemental laws of darkness. Olivier stared coldly at Linley. Linley wielded the adamantine heavy sword in his hands. Because it had been struck by heavenly lightning when it had been forged, the adamantine heavy sword's surface gleamed with that azure light. The adamantine heavy sword's techniques were developed based on my insights into the elemental laws of the earth. Linley's dark golden eyes were fixed upon the opponent as well. One wielded an obsidian sword. The other wielded the adamantine heavy sword. Two ultimate geniuses. 80,000 pairs of eyes in the Colosseum were focused on them. The entire Colosseum seemed to be holding its breath. Both Bloomer and Wharton began to grow anxious and nervous. Right now, no one knew who would win, Linley or Olivier. Bang! Bang! Two terrifying sonic booms erupted, as the two people charged directly towards each other from hundreds of meters away. But just at this moment, the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, who had been seated at the judge's stand, suddenly disappeared from his seat. He took 3 steps in midair, moving as fast as lightning, suddenly interposing between the two. "Stay your hands, dot." An earth-colored ripple of power erupted forth from the body of the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, striking simultaneously against Linley and Olivier. Linley had the sensation of being struck by countless meteors, and his body was repelled backwards by several dozen meters. Olivier had also been knocked backwards in the same way. Linley and Olivier both turned to stare at Hadesun. The monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, laughed calmly as he looked at each of them. "Linley. Olivier. Both of you are incredible geniuses of the entire Yulan continent. You are both so young. Judging from your words, both the adamantine heavy sword technique and the obsidian sword technique are extremely vicious, dangerous sword techniques, which even you two are unable to fully control. If this battle were truly to continue, then one of you will definitely die, or perhaps even both of you. For two such geniuses to fall would be a huge loss to the entire Yulan continent. I suggest that we bring this duel to an end for now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 11, The Challenge. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 11, The Challenge.
Stop fighting?
The 80,000 viewers all began to mumble in unison upon hearing these words from the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun.
Some even began to quietly curse him.
Linley and Olivier were definitely two of the most brilliant men in the entirety of the Yulan continent.
Many warriors would literally be willing to give up their lives if it meant they could see such a battle between two such genius saint-level experts.
But just as the battle was getting to the most exciting part, the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, had popped out.
How could they not be angry?
But the person stopping the battle was Hadesun, the #1 saint level in the world.
It's best if we have this battle come to an end here and now. Housekeeper Harry's forehead was covered in sweat. Not just Housekeeper Harry.
Hillman, Wharton, and the others were all worrying for Linley as well. Olivier's performance hadn't been one whit inferior to Linley's, and that obsidian sword technique seemed to be very strange as well. Linley's profound truths of the earth was powerful, true.
But would the attack which Olivier had developed based on his understanding of the elemental laws of darkness necessarily be any weaker than Linley's profound truths of the earth? Hadn't Olivier himself said that he was unable to control the power of the obsidian sword once unleashed?
Because the monolithic sword Saint Hadesun had suddenly interrupted, Linley and Olivier were standing on opposite ends of the Colosseum in midair, staring at each other, with Hadesun between them.
3 saint-level experts.
2 were ultimate geniuses, while the third was reputed to be the most powerful saint-level expert in the world.
Stop fighting? Olivier glanced at Hadesun. Linley glanced at Hadesun as well.
This Hadesun's power really is astonishing.
That technique he displayed just now definitely wasn't just based on pure battle chi.
It should have been some sort of defensive technique developed through his mastery of the laws of the earth.
Linley could totally sense that the earth-colored wave Hadesun had emitted earlier contained layers of wave-like energy.
However, he wouldn't necessarily be able to withstand my profound truths of the earth.
Linley was still extremely confident in the power of his ultimate attack.
In truth, when charging against each other just now, both Linley and Olivier had both been in the charge-up phase. At Linley and Olivier's levels, as peak-stage saint-level experts, they wouldn't waste any energy at all. Both the profound truths of the earth as well as Olivier's attack would wait until when the blows landed on the opponent before suddenly allowing their power to erupt. Many of the victims of the profound truths of the earth, when first struck by the adamantine heavy sword, initially hadn't sensed any danger at all.
But then suddenly,
they would sense layers upon layers of vibrational wave attacks transmitting into their internal organs. Just then, Hadesun had been able to push aside both Linley and Olivier with one technique, true.
But that was because neither Linley nor Olivier had used their ultimate attacks against Hadesun.
Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for Hadesun to block them.
Olivier, Linley. Emperor Johann stood up now.
Under the gaze of 80,000 people, Emperor Johann walked off the judge's platform and said in a loud voice, Olivier, Linley, this battle between the two of you has already been an incredible sight, and expanded our horizons. What's more, neither of you have a serious grudge against each other that can only be resolved in death.
Emperor Johann didn't wish for either Linley or Olivier to die. If these two geniuses remained alive, then the O'Brien Empire's influence in the Yulan continent would be even stronger.
Linley and Olivier glanced at each other.
Fine. Olivier nodded, laughing calmly.
When Brother Linley had received my light shadow sword attack, I already had lost my desire to continue fighting. However, I was partially at fault in this affair as well. Olivier looked at Linley. Brother Linley's power exceeded my expectations. I didn't expect that the sword techniques he revealed at the beginning were just the surface of his abilities. Olivier revealed a smile towards Linley.
I admit, Brother Linley's power is no weaker than my own.
Clearly, Olivier was indicating a willingness to be friendly towards Linley. He even addressed him as Brother Linley. The obsidian sword's technique was extremely powerful, but Linley's adamantine heavy sword technique was also extremely powerful. If these two geniuses really did insist on going all out today and fight to the point of death, it really would be a waste and not worth it. Since Olivier had already spoken in a conciliatory manner, Linley wouldn't press things either. After all, he had just entered the O'Brien Empire recently. It was best that he not create too many enemies.
Then let's have this battle come to an end. Linley's calm voice echoed in the Colosseum, and the 80,000 viewers understood that the battle between these two ultimate geniuses wouldn't continue today. But immediately afterwards,
an ear-splitting, thunderous applause filled the entire Colosseum. All of the watchers were cheering at the top of their lungs. Although the duel had come to an end, they were still uncontrollably excited.
Olivier! 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 Linley! 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 Linley, dot. Those joyous, thunderous waves of sound assaulted each person's ears. All of them were cheering for their idols. In this moment, they had already forgotten that today's duel had actually been supposed to be between Wharton and Bloomer. Clearly. Although Wharton and Bloomer were geniuses, compared to their respective elder brothers, there was still a huge gap between them in every aspect. The astonishing power and might of Linley and Olivier had totally overawed every single person in the Colosseum. Seeing the two end their battle, the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, felt very gratified as well. At this time, Linley immediately flew down towards his own side. The joyous roars of the Colosseum continued unabated. By now, in the eyes of the crowd, Linley had already been vaulted to the same level and status of Olivier. If one factored in Linley's youth and his mastery of stone sculpting, perhaps Linley was even more worthy than Olivier of the title of prodigy. Big bro, from his seated position, Wharton saw Linley fly down. He immediately called out to him in an excited voice. Lord! Barker and his brothers went to welcome him as well. Jen, Rebecca, and Lena all let out sighs of relief as they, too, went forward to excitedly welcome him. Linley returned to his normal human form and put on a long robe. Lord, keep fighting. That Olivier definitely isn't a match for you, your lordship. I refuse to believe he'll be able to withstand your profound truths of the earth attack. Gates said in a quiet, unhappy voice. Barker and the others all knew exactly how powerful Linley's profound truths of the earth was. They all believed Linley was capable of winning. But Linley shook his head and laughed. Don't underestimate Olivier. For him to be able to create that special attack, Light Shadow Sword, means that the power of his obsidian sword would definitely be astonishing. You must consider this, I was able to gain insights into certain profound truths, but does that mean others are unable to? The elemental laws are as vast and boundless as the ocean, and my insights are but a tiny drop of water in that ocean. Barker and the others all nodded as though they understood. But right at this moment, a voice rang out from midair above the Colosseum. Mr. Hadesun, do you still remember that battle between us 6 years ago? Linley immediately turned his head to stare at the sky. The person who spoke those words was the prodigy sword saint, Olivier. Olivier's eyes were filled with light, and he stared at the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, who was just about to fly downwards. Hadesun came to a halt, turning to look at Olivier. Nodding, he said, 6 years ago, on a night with a full moon. Of course I remember that battle. Your speed left a deep impression on me. Olivier looked at Hadesun. Solemnly, he said, I roamed through many kingdoms and gained victory in all of my battles against the various experts of the other empires. I lost to you, and only you. 6 years, 6 full years. During these 6 years, I developed my Blackstone sword technique specifically to deal with you. The Colosseum instantly went silent. It seemed as though there was quite a bit of history between these two saint-level experts. Oh, to deal with me? Hadesun laughed calmly. You believe that your obsidian sword is capable of breaking my defense? One of the most important reasons why Hadesun was known as the monolithic sword saint was because he possessed an extremely powerful defense. Many peak-stage saint-level experts weren't able to even break through it, much less injure him. Olivier thought back to their battle 6 years ago. That was an utter humiliation. No matter how he attacked Hadesun, he couldn't scratch Hadesun at all. Instead, he was lightly wounded by the impact of each blow. What's more, Hadesun hadn't been slower than him at all. Domination. Although Olivier was also a peak-stage saint level, compared to Hadesun, he had been utterly dominated. It was as though they were on totally different levels. His reputation as the #1 saint-level expert was definitely not unearned. We'll know whether or not I can break your defense if we give it a test, right? Mr. Hadesun, today at the Colosseum, I formally issue you a challenge. If you accept, then in 3 months, we'll duel outside the city. Olivier said. Olivier had consumed a large amount of his battle chi today, in his battle against Linley. He was no longer in peak shape. Challenge? Hadesun furrowed his forehead, but a hint of a smile was on his face. The Colosseum immediately began to be filled with roars of excitement. The prodigy sword saint, Olivier, had openly challenged the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun. Many people were so excited that their faces were turning red. Everyone turned to look at the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun. Fine. I accept. Hadesun smiled and nodded. 3 months from now, I will definitely sample the power of the obsidian sword technique which you developed over these past 6 years. It definitely will not disappoint you. Olivier's face was filled with the utmost confidence. The smile on Hadesun's face became even brighter.
6 years ago, having been dominated to the point where he had no fighting spirit left, Olivier had learned how powerful Haesun's defense was. But Olivier was still this confident. Olivier was no fool. Clearly, he must really have something he felt he could count on. Won't disappoint me? I truly hope it will be as you say. Haesun was filled with some anticipation. It had been a long time since he had encountered an opponent who could pose a threat to him. In 3 short steps, the monolithic sword saint, Haesun, somehow once more appeared at the judge's platform. As for Olivier, he flew to the side of his little brother. The entire Colosseum was filled with the sound of murmuring discussions. Linley had suddenly taken to the field of battle and easily defeated Kenyon, and then had fought Olivier to a standstill. And now, Olivier had challenged the monolithic sword saint, Haesun, to a battle. This chain of events had truly excited them no end. Everyone. At this moment, the silver-haired old man returned to the dueling platform. Just now, I was about to announce the results of the duel. But I didn't expect that Lord Olivier would arrive. The silver-haired old man's face was covered in smiles. That made me extremely excited. This was the most exciting day in my long life. Lord Olivier's battle against Lord Linley is something I trust none of you will ever forget for the rest of your lives. Just look at the dueling platform, and then look at those flagpoles. The battle just now had caused the already cracked dueling platform to be riddled with gaping holes. Most of the flagpoles around the dueling platform had been snapped in half, and many people's clothes had been blown to different corners of the Colosseum. It was a disaster scene. But this disaster scene made the 80,000 people begin to laugh. Ha, enough talk. Everyone already knows the results of the earlier duel between Wharton and Bloomer. Bloomer managed to squeak out a victory by a narrow margin. The silver-haired old man laughed towards Emperor Johann. His Imperial Majesty has a few words he wishes to say. I hope everyone will listen closely. After speaking, the silver-haired old man left the platform. Emperor Johann now rose to his feet. Some people in the Colosseum looked towards Emperor Johann, while the others looked at Linley, Olivier, and Haesun, the saint-level experts. Today has been the most exciting day in our life. Whether it was the duel between Wharton and Bloomer, or their brothers, Linley and Olivier, what we witnessed was extremely thrilling. Emperor Johann revealed a hint of a smile on his face. Everyone knows that both Wharton and Bloomer have asked for the hand of our daughter, the 7th princess, in marriage. After seeing both of these brilliant young men in action today, we have already made our decision. We have decided that on March 15th, at the Martial Palace, we shall openly announce who will be the one to wed our 7th princess. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 12, Front Courtyard is busy as a marketplace. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 12, Front Courtyard is busy as a marketplace. Linley, Wharton, Bloomer, and Olivier almost simultaneously turned to stare at Emperor Johann in surprise. On March 15th, the Emperor would announce who would marry the 7th princess? In the past, Emperor Johann had kept delaying, without seeming to be the slightest bit impatient. Neither Wharton nor Bloomer had imagined that Emperor Johann would suddenly say such a thing. Wharton turned to look at Nina. Nina shook her head, also confused. I don't know anything. My imperial father didn't tell me anything about this. She, too, looked frantically at Emperor Johann, but as the 7th princess was a member of Imperial clan, her marriage was not something she could design on her own. It was completely up to Emperor Johann to decide. Princess. At this moment, a palace attendant came over. His Imperial Majesty is about to leave. It is time to return to the palace. Nina nodded. Emperor Johann had forbidden her to leave the palace. The only reason she was able to meet Wharton this time was because of this duel in the Colosseum. After bidding farewell to Wharton, Nina followed the Imperial clan back and left. Linley and Wharton's forces also withdrew from the Colosseum. Olivier. As Linley left via one of the passageways, he glanced at Olivier, and saw that Olivier was also glancing at him. These two ultimate geniuses exchanged stares, then turned their heads and left the Colosseum. Ever since the 80,000 onlookers had witnessed the events in the Colosseum on this day, February 4th, the news about the duel which had taken place at the Colosseum took the imperial capital by storm, filling the entire imperial capital with excitement. Many people from other cities and other provinces, upon leaving, brought back the news of this duel to their own hometowns as well. Linley had easily defeated Kenyon, and then fought to a stalemate with Olivier. Olivier had then challenged Haesun. These 3 events quickly became well known, and the rumors of these events spread out at astonishing speed. Linley's reputation quickly became well known in the imperial capital, and beyond as well,
spreading in every direction. The imperial capital. Boulder Street. Outside Count Wharton's manor, one carriage after another came, all filled with people coming to visit Linley. Within the inner courtyard of the manor, Linley, Yale, and Reynolds were seated together, chatting and laughing. Although there were many nobles and famous people clustered together at the front courtyard, Linley couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. Actually, those nobles expected and understood this in heart. Would someone of Linley's status go personally welcome them? At Linley's level, ordinary, worldly trappings of power no longer meant anything to him. Even the emperor would be extremely courteous when dealing with saint-level experts and wouldn't dare to put on airs. Without question. Now that the Baruch clan had produced someone like Linley, even if Linley were to never become a noble within the empire, and even though Wharton was just a count, the Baruch clan had naturally become an extremely surpassing clan within the imperial capital. Third bro, you've been hiding your power and your talents, but now that you've exploded forth onto the scene, you've really shocked quite a few people. Yale laughed loudly. Reynolds nodded repeatedly as well. Right. I imagine the Radiant Church has a terrible headache right now. Yale and Reynolds knew about Linley's affairs with the Radiant Church. Given the Radiant Church's power, for them to kill Linley at his current level was virtually impossible. This was especially true given that Linley was currently in the imperial capital of the O'Brien Empire. The Radiant Church wouldn't dare send any saint-level experts over, for fear that the War God would misunderstand. This was the War God's territory, after all. Dealing with the Radiant Church? Linley laughed calmly. I've already killed the principal target of my quest for revenge. As for dealing with the rest of the Radiant Church, I'm not in a particular rush. Right now, I'm no longer afraid of the people of the Radiant Church. But dealing with the Radiant Church, I don't have enough power yet. The Radiant Church had quite a few peak-stage saint-level experts. The currently reigning Holy Emperor, Haydn's. The spiritual leader of the ascetics, Lord Fallen Leaf. The praetor of the ecclesiastical tribunal, Oseno. Special executor, Staley. And the leader of the zealots. 5 experts, with Staley most likely being the weakest of them. As for the other 4, none of them could be underestimated. Even against Staley, Linley wouldn't be able to win that easily. The reason why Linley had been able to easily defeat Kenyon was only because Kenyon was nothing more than a mid-stage saint-level expert. When my human form reaches the saint level and my skills as Magus reach the saint level, Linley's eyes flashed with a fierce light. When your human form reaches the saint level? Yale and Reynolds exchanged glances. They couldn't help but feel worried for the future Radiant Church. If Linley were to reach the saint level in his human form, then as soon as he transformed, just relying on physical strength, battle chi, defense, and speed, he would already be at a terrifying level of power. Supreme warriors were hailed as the most powerful of saint levels. They were nothing to laugh at. Such a powerful foundation combined with Linley's profound truths of the wind and profound truths of the earth. They believed that once Linley reached the saint level in his human form, then his 2 profound truths would also advance in level. And then, once he reached the saint level as a Magus, he would be invincible in close combat, and at long range, the spells of a saint-level Magus were unbeatable. If his opponents were to use human wave tactics, a single annihilating magical spell would be able to destroy them. Too terrifying. Yale and Reynolds were frightened just thinking about it. The current Linley was already a peak-stage saint-level expert. If in the future, his power increased tenfold in every aspect, who could possibly stop him? Enough about this topic for now. Linley laughed calmly. Yale laughed and nodded. Third bro, do you know? My old man keeps on telling me to handle this affair or handle that affair, but after hearing that you had arrived here, he stopped pressing me. In fact, he supported me spending more time with you. I must say, my conglomerate really did make a killing off this deal. We got you as one of our elders so cheaply. Previously, at the provincial capital of Basel, Yale had given Linley an elder's medal. Even if you didn't give me that medal, if the Dawson conglomerate had any difficulties, given our relationship, Boss Yale, of course I would help out. Linley laughed. Yale felt a sense of warmth and gratitude in his heart. Beautifully said. Come, cheers. Yale immediately raised his cup in a toast, and Linley and Reynolds joined him, laughing. People's hearts were hard to discern, especially after growing up. It would be hard for Yale, Linley, and Reynolds to easily trust people now, but towards those good friends they made in their carefree, worry-free childhood years, they felt nothing but the utmost trust. It is a rare thing for someone to be able to have a true bosom friend. Linley and the others all felt very fortunate to have such good brothers. Third bro. Reynolds pursed his lips. You really showed off your godlike power this time at the Colosseum. Even our Dunstan clan has sent people to come meet you. They sent someone? Linley was startled. Who? One of my paternal uncles. Reynolds said disdainfully. But he didn't have a chance to even see you. Linley nodded. Linley had refused to meet with any of the people who had come to pay a visit with him. Even the people of the Imperial clan had been summarily ignored. If your clan truly wants to meet with me, just give me a heads up, and I'll go meet with them. He would of course give face to one of his brothers. No need. Reynolds shook his head. I really don't see eye to eye with the people in my clan. Anyhow, the point is, third bro, you've really become famous. This makes my life easier as well. Many people in the clan are now much nicer to me as well. They all know that I'm your bro. Chortling, Reynolds looked at Linley. Third bro, in the future, if anything good comes your way, you have to take care of me, your bro, you know. You little punk. Seeing the impish expression on Reynolds' face, Linley couldn't help but laugh while berating him. You've been in the army for 7 or 8 years now, but you still act this way. The four close friends of Dormitory 1987. Yale was the playboy type, while Reynolds was the type who feared neither heaven nor earth and would dare to do anything. Third bro, Boss Yale, I'm only this one way in front of you guys. In front of those common soldiers, I always have a hard-ass look on my face. Reynolds intentionally put on a stern, solemn expression. It had to be said that once Reynolds hardened his face, he did indeed have the look of a soldier in his eyes and demeanor. After chatting and joking with his close friends, Linley's face grew solemn. Boss Yale, fourth bro. There's something I need you two to help me plan out. What is it? Reynolds and Yale looked at Linley. Given Linley's current status, what did he have to worry about? This has to do with my little brother. That day, Emperor Johann publicly announced that on March 15th, he would openly announce at the Martial Palace who the 7th princess will marry. Linley's face was very solemn. Reynolds and Yale both nodded. My little brother, Wharton, and the 7th princess share a deep love for each other. Without the 7th princess, I fear that my little brother will be in pain for a long, long time. I don't want to see something like that to happen once again, and to my own little brother. Linley's voice was very low. Reynolds and Yale exchanged glances. They still remembered how Linley had actually coughed out blood that year when he and Alice had broken up, and then carved out the sculpture awakening from the dream over 10 days and 10 nights, not drinking or eating anything. Although Linley didn't say anything, they both understood that this had deeply hurt Linley. Third bro, go ahead. Tell us what you want us to do. Yale said directly, and Reynolds nodded by his side as well. Linley nodded. Right now, I have 2 options planned. If Emperor Johann plans to choose my little brother, then that will be a joyous event. But, if he chooses Bloomer. Linley's face turned cold. At that time, I won't give a damn about the fact that he's the emperor, or how powerful Bloomer's older brother is. I will help my little brother and go bring the 7th princess out of the palace and allow the 2 of them to elope together. If anyone tries to stop me, I will kill them. A killing intent could be seen in Linley's eyes. Reynolds and Yale couldn't help but feel their hearts shiver. Others might not understand, but they understood clearly. The 5 Barker brothers which Linley had brought with him were actually undying warriors, and 3 of them had saint-level power. And then there was the Black-Loud Panther and BB. 6 saint-level experts. Once Linley decided to go all out, especially with BB who was no weaker than Linley, the entire imperial capital would no doubt begin to tremble from the repercussions of 6 troublemaking saint-level experts. I hope His Imperial Majesty chooses Wharton. Reynolds and Yale were both praying in their hearts. Third bro. Yale looked solemnly at Linley. Don't be impatient. Even if you have to bring the 7th princess out by force, there's no need to push things to such a state. I know. Linley laughed calmly. I'm only saying, if someone tries to stop me, then I'll kill them. My little brother and I naturally don't have as firm an understanding of the affairs of the imperial capital as your clans, which is why I hope the 2 of you can help me think about this issue. The Dunstan clan and the Dawson clan both had very deep roots of power, and knew many things about the events occurring in the imperial capital. Third bro, set your mind at ease. My Dawson conglomerate's forces are quite numerous. We even have a number of palace attendants and maids who will obey the words of the conglomerate. Yale said confidently. Money was a wondrous thing. The power of money could be extremely large. When I go back, I will speak with my old man. Don't worry. My old man will definitely help and support you. Yale laughed. Linley was certain about this as well. If the chairman of the Dawson conglomerate were to leak this information to the emperor, he probably wouldn't see much of a benefit. After all, the Dawson conglomerate didn't lack for money. But as for experts, the Emperor couldn't simply order a saint-level expert to serve the Dawson conglomerate, right? You should take primary responsibility for this affair of third bros. My clan's authority primarily resides in the military, after all. Reynolds knew his own limits. Linley nodded. Then I'll be counting on you, Boss Yale. Linley said seriously. Yale nodded confidently. After the deaths of his parents, Linley had only a single relative left, Wharton. No matter what, he wouldn't let his little brother be hurt. If Emperor Johann were to select Wharton, then that would be wonderful. But if he didn't, Linley wasn't adverse to revealing the true depths of power available to him and forcibly bring Nina out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 13, Kalen's Arrival. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 13, Kalen's Arrival. The night descended.
In Chan, the imperial capital of the O'Brien Empire, the most military powerful empire in the Yulan continent, life went on as usual. Aside from a few crowded nightlife streets, the city was calm and peaceful.
East Chan.
Boulder Street. After receiving countless carriages over the past few days, Count Wharton's manor gradually regained its usual calm as well. Within Count Wharton's halls, Linley, housekeeper Harry, Hillman, Barker and his brothers, Zassler, and the other core members of the team were in a meeting. They were discussing how to handle the 7th princess affair. If His Imperial Majesty really were to select Bloomer, then I will act in accordance with your plans, big bro. Wharton didn't hesitate in the slightest. Hillman nodded solemnly as well. The soldiers of the Empire are famous for their courage and fearlessness, while the 7th princess is located deep within the palace. If you are discovered while sneaking within, even if you manage to slaughter your way out, no doubt there will be countless deaths. After arriving at the O'Brien Empire, Hillman had been stunned by the spirit and aura of the Empire. Marshal. The entire Empire venerated the War God, and the only deity they worshipped was the War God. This nation deeply respected powerful experts. One could easily sense that just by looking at the near-crazed reactions of those onlookers in the Colosseum. Cowards who fled from battle would be viewed with disdain by the Empire. The O'Brien Empire was located in the northern part of the Yulan continent. The entire empire was often fairly cold all year around, which had also helped the citizens of the empire in developing their endurance. Uncle Hillman, if we are to go bring out the 7th princess, we definitely won't just send a single person. Although the soldiers of the empire are very powerful, as far as I can tell, they shouldn't be able to pose a threat to us. The only potential complication is that there are saint-level experts living in the palace, The Emperor didn't have the ability to demand a saint-level expert be his personal bodyguard, but the War God would of course station saint-level experts within the palace to help defend it. The value of the items in the imperial treasury and various hidden treasure rooms were more important than the Emperor himself. Naturally, they would have to be protected. If someone dared to barge into the imperial palace to take a princess, those resident saint-level experts might just interfere and stop them. Linley was confident in his ability to deal with saint-level experts by himself, but if he was bringing an ordinary person like Nina with him, it would be tricky. Linley looked at Bibi, who was resting on his legs. Bibi. When the time comes, it will be up to you. Bibi immediately leapt to his feet, hopping onto the table. HRM? Up to me? Bibi rolled his beady little black eyes as he looked at Wharton. Little Wharton, don't worry. Bibi, will definitely bring your woman back to you totally unharmed. Bibi will go? Wharton was stunned. Little Wharton, don't you trust me, Bibi? Bibi raised his little head proudly, widening his eyes and staring angrily at Wharton. Wharton hurriedly shook his head. It isn't that I don't trust you. It's, the Imperial Palace will definitely have saint-level experts residing there. If they fight against each other, will Bibi really able to bring a weak person like Nina safely? Wharton, given Bibi's level of power, bringing the 7th princess out of the Imperial Palace shouldn't be a problem. Linley had quite a bit of confidence in Bibi's abilities. Bibi's speed is the fastest I've ever seen. The fastest? Big bro, are you saying he's even faster than you and Olivier? Wharton said in surprise. Bibi's speed is the fastest speed I have ever seen in a magical beast. The Black-clawed panther, Harrow, suddenly spoke up from his position lying on the ground. Black-clawed panthers were famed for their speed. When they were at the mountain range of magical beasts, Bibi was actually only an early-stage 9th rank. But even then, Bibi was already almost on par with the Black-clawed panther. After 5 or 6 years had passed, BB's speed had surpassed the Black Cloud Panthers by a large margin, reaching a new, terrifying level. And now, after having reached the Saint level, BB's speed had soared once again. Of course he is faster than Olivier. Linley laughed as he rubbed BB's little head. Wharton, let me tell you, BB's speed and defense are the greatest I have ever seen. In the past, when I was at the Ernst Institute, BB was still in his growing phase and had the power of a magical beast of the 7th or 8th rank. But even after being struck by the dying blow of a peak stage 9th ranked armored Razorback WIRM, he still only suffered a severe wound. This was the first time Wharton had heard of this. It was the first time Zassler and the others had heard this story as well. How is that possible? They were all stunned. An armored Razorback WIRM was one of the most terrifying dragon-type magical beasts. When I encountered Haru in the mountain range of magical beasts, Haru wasn't able to injure BB at all with his attacks. At that time, BB was only in early stage 9th rank. You must know that Haru's attacks were able to cause harm to me at that time, even though I had the defensive powers of a late stage 9th rank expert after transforming. BB raised his head even higher upon hearing Linley's praise, staring around himself haughtily like a victorious general. I can tell you this. BB's speed is definitely higher than Olivier's. What's more, even if Olivier was able to land a blow of his Sword of the Aurora on BB, he still probably wouldn't be able to break past BB's defense. Linley laughed. BB's first defensive power was simply too terrifying. The Sword of the Aurora most likely wouldn't be able to break his defense? Wharton, Hillman, and the others fell silent. That unremarkable little shadow mouse Linley had acquired when he was young had grown to be so powerful. BB shook his head. Har har har. The defense of me, BB, is naturally powerful. That goes without saying. However, I'm not confident in my ability to deal with a blow from the boss's Profound Truths of the Earth. Linley's Profound Truths of the Earth all but ignored defense. The only thing defense would do would be to slightly weaken the strength of the vibrations as it passed through. Given BB's speed, bringing out the 7th princess then fleeing at high speed from the Imperial Palace shouldn't be a problem. Most likely, the Saint-level experts in the palace simply wouldn't have time to catch up. Boss, just entrust this issue to me. BB was extremely excited. He looked as though he wanted to go break the 7th princess out right now. Don't be impatient. Emperor Johann hasn't made his announcement yet with regards to who he will choose, after all. Right now, Linley was prepared for either eventuality. He wouldn't be caught off guard. Both Wharton and Bloomer spent these next few days worrying. Many of the nobles of the imperial capital were also secretly guessing which one of them would end up marrying the 7th princess. In the imperial palace, the emperor was currently in a seated meeting with a blue-haired middle-aged man. In front of them was a strategic wargame board in front of them. These games were quite popular in the military, and Emperor Johann often liked to play this game as well. Your Imperial Majesty. You've raised a fine daughter. She's actually attracted so many suitors, including my own younger son. The blue-haired middle-aged man laughed. This blue-haired middle-aged man was the mighty Imperial Left Premier, Judd Darrell. Judd and Johann were on extremely good terms, and in private they were as close to each other as brothers. Judd, stop teasing me. In front of Judd, Johann only addressed himself as me, not using the royal we. Just from this alone, one could tell how close the relationship was between these two men. But of course, he only did so when nobody else was present. You don't know this, but this has been a huge headache for me. Bloomer and Wharton aren't too much of an issue. Either would be a fine choice. But their older brothers, Emperor Johann sighed. Olivier and Linley both are absolutely terrifying. Judd nodded. Indeed. I saw that astonishing battle in the air above the Colosseum as well. Olivier and Linley both revealed that they had peak stage saint-level power from the very beginning. I didn't expect that the power they initially revealed was just the tip of the iceberg. They actually both had their own ultimate attacks, and Olivier even dared to challenge the monolithic sword saint, Hatesun. Johann nodded. Olivier and the monolithic sword saint competed before. Last time, Olivier lost. But despite having already competed and thus knowing exactly how powerful the monolithic sword saint is, he still dares to challenge him yet again? That means he definitely has something that is making him confident. I have a feeling that both Olivier and Linley will be people on the level of the monolithic sword saint in the future. Johann sighed. The most damnable thing is, both of these men are extremely protective of their younger brothers. Judd. You tell me. How can I not have a headache? Judd began to laugh. Then, Your Imperial Majesty, have you made your decision yet? Judd looked at Johann.
Johann nodded. I've made my decision. Who? Judd was very curious. Johann said resignedly, I admit that Linley is indeed the most brilliant person I have seen in my entire life.
He is astonishing in every single aspect. But compared to him, Olivier isn't much inferior. If it weren't for other factors, I would probably choose Wharton.
Then your Imperial Majesty, you mean to say, you have chosen Bloomer? Judd could tell what Emperor Johann meant. Right. Johann nodded. There's nothing for it.
Bloomer is, after all, the personal disciple of the war god.
You should know how influential the war god is in the Empire. In addition, over 4 of his fellow apprentices have come to speak with me. All of them did so for Bloomer's sake. Emperor Johann said helplessly. 4 of them?
Judd was shocked as well. I've heard that the personal disciples of the war god rarely get involved in matters. I didn't expect that as soon as he became a personal disciple, 4 other personal disciples would come out and speak on his behalf. Judd, you should know that although in principle, I have the most authority in the Empire, in reality, the war god is still the highest power in the land. Emperor Johann, in the end, had decided to side with the war god's college.
The Imperial left Premier's manor.
An astonishingly handsome young man with long, flowing blue hair was taking a casual stroll on the stone roads within his own family's estates. Whenever he saw anyone, even servants, he would smile and nod towards them. Kalon Darrell, a genius magus.
In the end, His Imperial Majesty decided to choose Bloomer? Kalon shook his head and sighed.
His father, Judd, deeply doted on Kalon.
He had even told Kalon about this affair. Why? Why can't His Imperial Majesty consider his daughter's feelings?
In his heart, Kalon was actually very unhappy with some of the coldly pragmatic ways in which the noble clans and the Imperial clan handled affairs.
In his mind, people should treat other people well. If 2 people were to be together, it should be because both loved each other. Emperor Johann should have considered things from Nina's standpoint. That girl Nina.
Thinking back to how he and Nina had played around together when they were young, Kalon came to a decision. He immediately headed out of the left Premier's manor. The only thing he said to the housekeeper when he ran into him was, I'm going out for a walk.
Kalon headed straight for Count Wharton's manor on Boulder Street. Kalon had come to a decision. He had to inform Wharton of this affair. At nightfall, Wharton was still training in his manor's training area.
Next to him, Linley was meditating quietly.
Just at this moment, a servant ran over. Milord, Lord Kalon of the left Premier's household has arrived. Kalon?
Wharton came to a halt. In his heart, Wharton actually felt very grateful to this former romantic rival of his. After all, Kalon had voluntarily given up his pursuit.
If he hadn't, this affair would be even more complicated. Kalon's come? Wharton, I'll accompany you.
Linley was actually quite curious about this young man who had voluntarily abandoned his pursuit as well.
Linley and Wharton headed directly to the guest hall.
When they saw Kalon, the first impression Linley had was that this was a person who was very amiable and easy to get along with.
Wharton.
Seeing Wharton, Kalon smiled, then looked at Linley. And this should be your older brother, Master Linley.
I've heard of Master Linley's reputation a long time ago. Linley smiled at him as well. Kalon, please sit.
Wharton was very friendly towards him.
Kalon shook his head. No need. I've come today to tell you something. As soon as I have, I'll be leaving. Kalon's face grew solemn. Tell me what?
Wharton said, puzzled. Kalon said resignedly, Wharton, based on the information I've received, on March 15th, His Imperial Majesty is most likely going to choose Bloomer, not you.
But of course, since it isn't March 15th yet, nothing is for sure. However, this information I have is most likely 90% accurate.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 9, Chapter 14, An Exchange Between Geniuses.
Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 14, An Exchange Between Geniuses.
Wharton was stunned by this sudden news.
Wharton truly wanted to be able to openly wed Nina in the imperial capital, rather than elope with her.
Kalon, is this information of yours true?
Linley stared at Kalon, asking urgently.
Kalon nodded solemnly.
Master Linley, although His Imperial Majesty hasn't publicly proclaimed it yet, this information came from my father's conversation with His Imperial Majesty. Master Linley, I trust you can judge for yourself the authenticity of this news.
Linley nodded slightly.
There was no need for the Imperial left Premier to lie to his own son. And, given Linley's spiritual energy as an archmagus of the 9th rank, if Kalon were currently lying, Linley should be able to sense something. No matter what happens, we brothers would like to thank you for your assistance, Kalon.
Linley said in thanks. Only now did Wharton's mind become clear again.
He too said gratefully towards Kalon, Kalon, thank you for notifying us.
No need to thank me. I just hope that in the future, Nina will have a happy life. Alright, I need to leave. Kalon bowed slightly towards Linley and Wharton, then left.
Wharton watched Kalon leave, then suddenly turned towards Linley.
Big bro. What should we do?
Wharton's mind was in chaos.
What should we do? Linley spoke with absolute conviction. For now, we immediately begin moving the household out of the imperial capital. Linley stared coldly in the direction of the imperial palace. We are out of options.
I will immediately instruct people to speak with Yale and have him come. Right now, we'll have to use the secret channels of the Dawson conglomerate to take Rebecca, Lena, Jen, and Uncle Hillman's family members out of the imperial capital.
And, ideally, the Emperor must not discover that they've left.
In truth, it wouldn't be too big of a deal even if the Emperor did find out.
Even if Emperor Johann was suspicious of Linley, so what? Would he dare to offend Linley?
He himself was not the war god, after all.
And even if he dared to offend Linley, who under his command was actually capable of dealing with Linley?
That very day, Linley invited Yale over. After discussing the issue for quite some time with Yale, Yale immediately slapped his chest and promised, "Third bro, don't worry about it.
It's just a few people. There definitely won't be any issues."
Yale then laughed.
Actually, third bro. Even if the Emperor found out, he would pretend he didn't know. Linley smiled as well.
He had reached the saint level. Although the status of the Emperor was very high, Linley didn't have any fear of the man. In truth, the only person Linley was afraid of was that man who was residing on War God Mountain. Still, try to avoid being discovered.
Linley instructed.
Although Jen, Rebecca, and Lena were reluctant to leave, they knew that they would meet again with Linley's group later, and thus they followed the directives of the Dawson conglomerate and quietly left the imperial capital.
Actually, Linley and Wharton hadn't given up all hope yet.
They hoped that on March 15th, Emperor Johann would choose Wharton at the Martial Palace. Although the chance was very low, it was still possible that Emperor Johann might change his mind. After all, Nina eloping with Wharton meant parting with her family. As for Wharton, he, housekeeper Harry, and Hillman had all become very comfortable and used to living in the imperial capital.
Unless it was absolutely necessary, they didn't want to take the final step.
Each day passed, and March 15th drew nearer as well. The streets, hotels, and restaurants of the imperial capital were once again filled with discussion regarding Wharton, Bloomer, and their older brothers. Everyone was trying to guess who would be the one to wed the imperial 7th princess. The hoped-for day of March 15th finally arrived. That morning, a rare snowstorm actually descended on the imperial capital early in the morning. Even though the sun came up at 7 or 8, it was still hard to see anything farther than 10 meters away.
Phew! Standing outside his manor, Wharton let out a long breath.
These past few days, he had been under a lot of mental pressure.
Enough. We'll know the answer today. Relax. Linley laughed, clapping Wharton on the shoulder.
Wharton turned his head to look at his older brother. Looking at Linley, Wharton felt as though Linley were his strongest source of support. With Linley there, Wharton felt a sense of confidence.
Right. Wharton nodded strongly.
Linley and Wharton immediately got on their carriages, heading in the direction of the imperial palace. Because of the snowstorm, the carriages advanced very slowly.
In addition, there were many carriages heading towards the imperial palace this day.
At the gates of the imperial palace, one carriage after another stopped at the gates, and the various nobles exited their carriages and exchanged pleasantries with each other. Lord Olivier has arrived. Seeing Olivier and Bloomer walk out of the carriage together, many of the nobles and ministers outside the gates welcomed them warmly.
Seeing the nobles and ministers walk towards him as soon as he left the carriage, Olivier couldn't help but frown.
"Second brother, let's go inside." Olivier didn't so much as glance at the nobles as he emitted a wave of force from his body, directly pushing aside the oncoming nobles and senior ministers, yet not harming them in the slightest. The nobles and ministers all exchanged glances. They couldn't help but be surprised. "Your lordship, we've arrived." A carriage driver's voice rang out, and then Wharton and Linley exited the carriage. This time, the nobles and ministers very wisely did not try to draw too near. They just called out words of welcome at a safe distance.
Linley and Wharton didn't pay too much attention to those nobles either, heading directly for the palace. "Linley!
Olivier came to a halt, turning his head and bidding Linley welcome.
Olivier.
Linley still felt a degree of respect towards a powerful rival such as Olivier. Nobody could reach such a level of power without focusing for many years on painstakingly training oneself. Linley, Wharton, Olivier, and Bloomer walked forward in a line, heading towards the Martial Palace together.
Linley, that day, at the Colosseum, to be honest, I really wanted to keep fighting with you. A friendly smile appeared on Olivier's face.
Oh?
Then why did you give up the chance?
I refuse to believe you were afraid of Hadesun.
Linley said with a calm laugh.
Olivier and Linley had both sensed each other's power. Although that day, they had been forced aside by Hadesun, aside from Hadesun's power, one of the main reasons they had been forced aside was because they had not yet allowed their attacks to explode at full power.
It wasn't that I was afraid of Hadesun.
It was more that, challenging Hadesun was the goal I set for myself 6 years ago.
After mastering the obsidian sword, I absolutely must challenge him. Olivier glanced at him.
At the Colosseum, I very much hope to continue to do battle with you.
But this battle must come after my battle with Hadesun.
I don't want to let Hadesun know the secrets to my obsidian sword technique.
If I were to battle you with it, wouldn't I be exposing myself to him?
A hint of a smile was on Olivier's face. I really want to see if the monolithic sword Saint Hadesun, famed for his defensive abilities, can withstand my attack.
Linley nodded. In the duel between myself and the monolithic sword saint roughly a month from now, who do you think will win? Olivier suddenly asked.
Linley paused for a moment. That day, Linley had seen the layer of flowing black energy on the obsidian sword's blade.
It gave off a very strange sensation.
Linley was very confident in his own adamantine heavy sword, but he wasn't necessarily confident in his ability to withstand his opponent's blow. It's possible for either you or the monolithic sword saint to win. But I think the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, has a higher chance of winning. After all, in all these years, no saint-level expert has been able to beat him. For him to be able to accomplish such a feat means that he surely has some power to rely on.
Linley said impartially. Olivier nodded.
Right. I admit, 6 years ago, when I dueled with Hadesun, he only revealed a portion of his true power.
Hadesun, his power is unfathomably deep.
But I am filled with confidence towards my obsidian sword as well. No matter how strong his defense is, he shouldn't be able to withstand it.
Linley laughed. How could it be that this Olivier was so similar to him?
He himself had that same sort of confidence in his adamantine heavy sword.
What sort of attack does your obsidian sword possess? Why are you so confident in it? Linley asked curiously. Olivier laughed. My obsidian sword? Olivier looked at Linley. Pausing for a moment, he said, I can tell you this.
You should know by now that the technique of my obsidian sword is based on my insights into the elemental laws of darkness.
Linley nodded.
Thus, in addition to astonishing penetrative power and attack power, my obsidian sword also possesses a spiritual attack.
Olivier said directly with confidence. Spiritual attack? Linley was shocked.
Darkness-style magic did indeed include spirit-based curses. The elemental laws of darkness included all sorts of soul-related properties. But for Olivier to be able to develop a spiritual attack with his obsidian sword based on his insights into these laws was indeed astonishing. Perhaps the ordinary, physical attacks of the obsidian sword are very easy to defend against, but the assault on the spirit, ordinary defenses are virtually useless against it. I want to see how Hadesun can block it. As Olivier spoke, a look of excitement appeared on Bloomer's face as well.
Linley had to admit. The obsidian sword was indeed very terrifying. How frightening.
To directly attack the spirit, Linley was amazed at the power of this technique as well. The more powerful one's spirit is, the greater the chance that they will be able to block this attack. But warriors generally do not have very powerful spiritual energy.
Even saint-level warriors usually don't have as much spiritual energy as an archmagus of the 9th rank.
Olivier was very confident.
Warriors had far less spiritual energy than magi of the same rank.
This technique was aimed precisely at the weak point of warriors.
Linley. What about the attack for your technique? Olivier asked as well. Bloomer also looked at Linley.
Right now, a hint of arrogance was in Bloomer's eyes. He was certain that Linley wouldn't be able to match up to his big brother.
Linley didn't try to hide anything. He said directly.
My technique with the adamantine heavy sword also renders exterior defenses useless. It directly strikes against the internal organs in the opponent's body.
Renders defenses useless? Olivier's face changed.
Generally speaking, experts would slowly build up their spiritual energy. On the path to gaining insight into the laws, their rate of growth in spiritual energy would increase rapidly.
For example, Hadesun's spiritual energy should be able to match an Archmagus of the 9th rank. But the internal organs were different.
Although it was easy to train one's muscles, it was extremely hard to train the heart or the intestines. They could only absorb a little bit of elemental essence, which would slightly fortify the heart and the organs.
If one's organs were destroyed, one would definitely die.
Renders exterior defenses useless and strikes directly at the insides of the body. Olivier felt admiration in his heart towards Linley as well. This sort of attack was simply too bizarre, yet Linley had managed to develop it.
Linley similarly felt admiration towards Olivier. The obsidian sword was able to attack someone's spirit. The nobles and ministers behind them, upon seeing Linley and Olivier chatting on seemingly amicable terms, couldn't help but feel surprised. Soon, Linley and the others arrived outside the martial palace. Linley and Olivier glanced at each other, then led their younger brothers into the martial palace together. Actually, even though they had described their ultimate attacks to each other, the attacks would still be very hard to defend against. Both the spirit and the internal organs were definitely vital points. This was why these two geniuses were so confident, and why they weren't afraid of telling their rival their secret. So what if I tell you? Let's see if you can do anything about it.
Quite a few people were gathered in the martial palace.
Upon Linley and Wharton entering the palace, a palace attendant immediately walked over.
Lord Linley, His Imperial Majesty has already arranged a seat for you.
Please take a seat over there. Ordinary ministers had to remain standing, but Linley did not. Linley calmly sat down, while Olivier was also led to a seat by a palace attendant.
The eyes of the various nobles and ministers in the palace were all focused on Linley and Olivier with a hint of respect and dread.
Linley, who do you think His Imperial Majesty will select? Olivier chatted casually with Linley, as though those watching nobles and ministers weren't present at all. My younger brother Wharton, of course. Linley said directly. Olivier glanced at Linley. I don't think I agree.
Oh, His Imperial Majesty has arrived. Linley and Olivier both looked towards the palace gates. At that moment, a number of palace attendants, the Empress, the Imperial consorts, and 7 princesses entered the palace alongside His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Johann. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 9, Chapter 15, The Results.
Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 15, The Results.
The entire martial palace fell silent.
Seeing Emperor Johann arrive, Linley and Olivier both rose to their feet. In the martial palace, the emperor had the highest rank. They had to at least give the emperor some face.
Wharton's gaze fell upon Nina. Nina was behind her mother, the empress.
As soon as she entered, she looked at him.
Big lunk, Nina's mouth moved, but she didn't speak.
Wharton squeezed out a smile of his own, but his eyes were firm. The two knew what the other was thinking from the gaze they shared. No matter who Emperor Johann selected today, Wharton wouldn't give up.
Nina is mine. Nobody can take her from me.
Wharton glanced at Bloomer from afar, then turned to look at His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Johann.
Your Imperial Majesty.
All the nobles and ministers in the palace fell to one knee, bowing respectfully.
Arise, all of you.
Emperor Johann turned to look at Olivier and Linley, saying modestly, Linley, Olivier, please, take your seats.
Wharton also stared at Linley from afar.
With Linley there, Wharton felt the utmost confidence. Emperor Johann then turned to look at the Empress and his imperial consorts.
All of you, you can sit over there.
Nina, sit with your imperial mother. The Empress, the imperial consorts, and the 7 princesses all sat on the other side of the palace, where a row of seats had been arranged.
In the O'Brien Empire, the Empress and the consorts were not permitted to get involved in politics. In the martial palace, even the Empress could only sit below and watch. Today is a very important day. We expect many of you have been waiting for this day.
Indeed, today, we are going to announce who will be the one to marry our beloved daughter.
Emperor Johann smiled towards Nina as he spoke.
Linley, Olivier, and everyone else stared raptly at Emperor Johann. Wharton felt his heart begin to thump loudly.
Who would it be? Himself? Or Bloomer?
As for who we will select, before we make the announcement, we would like to introduce 2 of the personal disciples of the war god. Emperor Johann saw the 2 figures flying in this direction from far away.
Both men were dressed in long blue robes. Upon entering the martial palace, the first one nodded towards Bloomer. Your Imperial Majesty. Only then did the 2 men greet Emperor Johann.
The expression on Wharton's face changed.
The personal disciples of the war god? Seeing these two arrive, Wharton sensed that things were not going to go well. Bloomer, not too far away from him, cast Wharton a delighted glance. These two had clearly come in support of Bloomer. We shall make some introductions, first. This person on the left is Mr. Lank, Lanku, a personal disciple of the war god and a saint-level expert. Emperor Johann said in a loud voice. This person on the right is Mr. Castro, Kazeti Luo, a personal disciple of the war god and a saint-level expert as well. The nobles and ministers in the martial palace all made gestures of respect towards the two saint-level experts. Lank, Castro, please take a seat over there, near Linley and Olivier. Emperor Johann said with a smile. Lank, Castro, Linley, and Olivier were all seated together. Wharton cleared his throat. Right now, he truly felt under a great deal of pressure. The atmosphere was clearly in favor of Bloomer. At this moment in time, Emperor Johann spoke. Bloomer, Wharton, come to the middle. Emperor Johann said in a clear voice. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. Taking a deep breath, Wharton forced himself to stop thinking wild thoughts, then headed to the center of the palace. Bloomer and Wharton stared at each other coldly, then stood shoulder to shoulder. Everyone's attention was focused on these two. We are going to announce who shall become Nina's husband. Naturally, that's only if you two both desire to marry Nina. We shall ask you one more time, do the two of you both wish to marry Nina? Emperor Johann said in a solemn voice. This was the final moment. Bloomer immediately said. Your Imperial Majesty, my greatest desire and dream is to be able to take Princess Nina as my wife. Wharton said respectfully, Your Imperial Majesty, it is also your servant's dream that I can have an open, public marriage ceremony with Nina, and that the two of us shall be together forever, never to be apart. As Wharton spoke, he looked at Nina. Nina was looking at Wharton as well. Their gazes met. Most of the people in the palace noticed this, and Bloomer's face sank. Haha, wonderful. Emperor Johann laughed loudly. Since both of you are so sincere, we are very gratified. But in the end, we must choose one person. As he spoke, Emperor Johann cast a smiling glance at Bloomer. This glance immediately dissipated the rage in Bloomer's heart. He could sense what Emperor Johann's hidden meaning was, and Bloomer suddenly felt confidence. Who would be chosen? To the contrary, Wharton was growing anxious as he looked anxiously at Emperor Johann. Everyone, please be quiet. We solemnly announce the dash. Wait. That personal disciple of the war god, Castro, stood up and spoke out, preventing Emperor Johann from speaking. Emperor Johann looked questioningly towards him. If it had been someone else who had interrupted him, he would have shouted in anger already. But the person stopping him was Castro. Your Imperial Majesty. Castro actually headed towards Emperor Johann, in the middle of the palace. All of the nobles and ministers were stupefied. There is something I must tell you in private, Your Imperial Majesty. As he spoke, Castro glanced at Bloomer. The palace attendants didn't know whether they should try to block him or not try to block him. Step aside. Castro has something he wishes to discuss with us. Emperor Johann instructed his attendants to step aside, and Castro walked directly to Emperor Johann's side. Emperor Johann looked at Castro quizzically. Castro whispered a few words quietly into Emperor Johann's ear. Emperor Johann frowned, glancing at Castro. But then Emperor Johann started, and a smile appeared on his face. Castro stepped away. What is this Castro doing? Linley had a very bad feeling about this. Could it be that Castro was privately asking Emperor Johann to select Bloomer? In Linley's heart, he truly hoped that his younger brother would have a perfect marriage. But there was nothing that could be done about it. Behind Bloomer was the might of the War Gods College. Ha ha. Just then, Castro had a minor matter to discuss with us. Now, we shall officially announce that our daughter shall be wed to. A smile was on Emperor Johann's face. The entire palace was so silent, you could hear a needle falling. Wharton and Bloomer both looked anxiously at Emperor Johann. Shall be wed to, Emperor Johann proclaimed loudly. Wharton Baruch. Wharton Baruch. Wharton Baruch. Wharton Baruch. Wharton's name echoed throughout the martial palace. The entire martial palace became utterly still. Bloomer's eyes bulged out. Wharton was stunned. Nina was stupefied as well. Ah! Wharton suddenly let out a wild howl of excitement, then charged directly towards Nina. Nina recovered as well, throwing herself directly into Wharton's embrace. Wharton and Nina actually tightly embraced each other, there in the martial palace, as though no one was watching. Nina was utterly thrilled. Impossible.
Bloomer shook his head nonstop, totally unable to accept this result.
In truth, Bloomer didn't feel too much affection towards Princess Nina. But Bloomer had a strong, possessive nature, wanting to possess the best of everything.
And when he was young, people would often compare him against Wharton.
Thus, Bloomer wanted to surpass Wharton in every way. Challenging him to a duel. Wooing Nina.
They were all for this reason. The only person Bloomer truly loved was himself.
Wharton. Nina. Emperor Johan's voice rang out. Only now did Wharton and Nina come to their senses.
This was the martial palace. Nina's face turned red, and she immediately retreated into her imperial mother's embrace.
Wharton immediately bowed as well. Your Imperial Majesty, your servant was too excited. We can understand. We can understand. Emperor Johann laughed and nodded. And then, Emperor Johann looked at Bloomer.
Bloomer, you and Wharton are both outstanding talents. Only, we have to consider what is best for our daughter.
Do you understand? What could Bloomer do? He wasn't Wharton.
In Bloomer's heart, even if Princess Nina became his wife, she would still be nothing more than something for him to show off. He didn't have much affection for Nina herself.
Although it was hard for Bloomer to accept this defeat, he didn't lose his composure. I understand the difficult choice your Imperial Majesty had to make.
Bloomer could only grind his teeth and force out these words, swallowing the bile that had risen to his throat.
Emperor Johann nodded with satisfaction. Emperor Johann laughed loudly. We are extremely happy today. How about this? Let us decide the date for Wharton and Nina's engagement. Next month, on the 12th, Wharton, that will be the date of your engagement ceremony with Nina. Do you have any objections? Thank you, your Imperial Majesty.
Your servant has no objections. Right now, Wharton was all smiles.
How could he have any objections?
Linley, standing next to Wharton, felt very happy as well upon seeing his little brother's joy. His little brother's romantic relationship was about to come to a happy conclusion.
At last, he was confident it wouldn't turn out like his own had.
Thinking once more about how his own had turned out, Linley felt a bit of pain in his heart. Linley, congratulations. The personal disciple of the war god who sat next to him, Lank, said in a warm manner.
Castro laughed as well.
Master Linley, on War God Mountain, I am a big collector of stone sculptures.
I've always been full of admiration for you, Master Linley.
If you have some free time, Master Linley, please come to War God Mountain for a stroll.
War God Mountain welcomes you at any time. I will definitely go when I am free.
Linley was in a fine mood today as well. Olivier directly rose to his feet and walked to his little brother, Bloomer, patting Bloomer on the shoulder.
Linley, Wharton, today you shall enjoy a meal with us, what do you say? Emperor Johann's voice rang out.
Olivier, Bloomer, Castro, Lank, you should come with us as well.
Castro and Lank rose to their feet.
Your Imperial Majesty, we have affairs we need to attend to back at War God Mountain.
We won't be able to accompany you. Castro said. That's fine. Emperor Johann didn't try to force the issue.
Your Imperial Majesty, I also need to go prepare for my duel with Hatesun next month.
My second brother shall accompany me back as well. Olivier also refused.
Bloomer had already lost.
How could he stay and have a meal with them? Emperor Johann understood this and nodded. But Linley and Wharton accepted Emperor Johann's invitation.
In the future, Emperor Johann would be Wharton's father-in-law. They had to give him this bit of face.
I didn't expect this. Linley's face was covered with smiles.
Indeed, he truly had not. Linley had already sent out Jen, Lena, and Rebecca from the imperial capital, and was already prepared to take Nina by force and let Nina and Wharton elope.
But the end result had actually been this. This truly was surprising. After the court was adjourned, Nina left alongside the Empress and the imperial consorts. But Linley and Wharton followed Emperor Johann to a different place. Big bro.
Wharton's face was still covered in smiles.
He was simply too happy. Without meaning to, he continued to beam happily. Linley was very happy for Wharton as well.
Linley, in the future, we'll all be one family. Emperor Johann laughed towards Linley.
Right. All one family. Linley smiled back.
Lank and Castro were flying in the air side by side, heading straight for the War God Mountain outside the imperial capital.
What was that all about? What did you say to Johann? Lank was confused this entire time. Why did Emperor Johann choose Wharton? Emperor Johann had previously already agreed to choose Bloomer.
I told Johann that our master, the war god, was ordering him to choose Wharton.
Castro said in an unhappy voice. Master? Lank was stunned. How should I know? Right after I entered the palace, Master's voice rang out in my mind and instructed me to speak with Johann.
And then, Master delivered the same message to Johann as well.
Castro said helplessly.
Master most likely was afraid that if he simply spoke to Johann, Johann wouldn't believe that it truly was the war god who was speaking to him. After all, Master has never spoken to Johann mentally before.
Why did Master do such a thing? Lank said quizzically. How should I know? Castro had no idea either.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 9, Chapter 16, Congratulatory Gift. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 16, Congratulatory Gift.
The imperial palace was under heavy guard, and valiant knights could be seen everywhere, along with beautiful palace-serving ladies. Emperor Johann and Linley walked side by side, with Wharton slightly behind them. Behind these three men were a number of palace attendants and serving ladies. All of the soldiers they encountered on the trip over bowed respectfully upon seeing Emperor Johann.
That is Master Linley. Many warriors, seeing Linley walking by Emperor Johann's side, began to murmur quietly amongst themselves.
Their eyes were filled with veneration and adoration towards Linley. They were all young, and many of them were no older than Linley. Many of the young men in the empire had set Linley as their goal towards which they would strive. The O'Brien Empire lives up to its name of being the most military powerful of the 6 major powers. All of these warriors in the imperial palace are very powerful. On the way over, Linley noticed that not a single one of the warriors here was weaker than the 6th rank. Most were of the 6th, and many were of the 7th. Even a few 8th rank warriors could be seen. Even the ordinary patrolling guards were so powerful. One could imagine how powerful the empire as a whole was. Linley, look. The eyes of those guards are lighting up when they see you. I'm afraid that in their hearts, the veneration they feel towards you is greater than for us. Emperor Johann said with a loud laugh. Linley laughed calmly. Ever since the duel in the Colosseum, Linley's fame had spread throughout the O'Brien Empire, especially given his young age. He had already become a legend. Linley was in his 20s, and not only a genius sculptor, but also a genius magus and a saint-level warrior. In the hearts of many, even though they might not be as talented as Linley, as long as they worked hard, they might be able to reach at least 10% of Linley's accomplishments, and they would be happy with that. This had actually caused many young people in the empire to train even more painstakingly. The O'Brien Empire had a long-standing custom that whenever a genius appeared, the empire would officially spread the news alongside the rumors of the common folk. The impact on the citizens of the empire was actually quite large. The Imperial Flower Garden. There was a banquet table filled with food, and the only people seated there were Emperor Johann, Linley, and Wharton. The palace serving maids brought plate after plate of delicacies forward, while the guards around them kept a solemn watch around them. You can all leave now. Emperor Johann waved his hand. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. The surrounding maids, servants, and guards all dispersed. Soon afterwards, only Emperor Johann, Linley, and Wharton were present. Emperor Johann glanced at Wharton. Actually, on the entire trip over from the martial palace, his heart was filled with questions. Why did the war god wish to help Wharton? In the empire, the war god was unquestionably the highest power. Wharton was nothing compared to him. The war god and Wharton most likely didn't have much of a relationship. Could it be that our venerable ancestor, the war god, has some sort of connection to the ancestors of the Dragonblood warrior clan? That shouldn't be the case either. 5,000 years ago, when the empire was founded, the Dragonblood warrior, Baruch, was very famous, true, but they were nothing more than peak-stage saint-level combatants. There was still a major gap between them and the war god. What sort of relationship could the two possibly have had? Emperor Johann didn't believe it. The war god was someone on the level of the high priest. How much of a relationship could he possibly have had with Baruch? Even if he had one, could it have been a deep enough relationship that he would help out the descendants of Baruch 5,000 years later? Wharton. Emperor Johann didn't think about it any longer. Smiling, he said, a while later, you and Nina will get engaged. You need to take good care of Nina. This child has the temper of a spoiled princess. We hope you can be accommodating towards her. Wharton straightened his chest, hurriedly saying, Your Imperial Majesty, don't worry. But Linley was staring at Emperor Johann. A few days ago, Kalon said that Emperor Johann was going to choose Bloomer, but now, Linley was puzzled about this.
Linley asked directly, Your Imperial Majesty, I wish to ask, why is it that you chose my younger brother Wharton?
Emperor Johann was a bit startled.
Emperor Johann laughed loudly. Linley, didn't we already discuss this at the palace? We were considering things from Nina's standpoint. Nina likes Wharton, after all. We are deeply gratified that we are able to bring Nina happiness. Linley snickered secretly.
If Emperor Johann really were considering things from Nina's standpoint, then when Wharton had asked for her hand in marriage, he wouldn't have delayed and caused a large chain of events to occur before accepting.
Emperor Johann saw the look on Linley's face. What? You don't believe it, Linley? I don't fully believe it, actually. Linley said bluntly. Emperor Johann started. Generally speaking, who would dare speak to him in such a way?
But the one who said these words was Linley, a peak-stage saint-level expert.
Emperor Johann let out 2 awkward chuckles. Actually, we admit that we had originally been considering Bloomer. That was more like it. Although that had been Linley's first time meeting with Kalon, he had the feeling that Kalon was a trustworthy person.
Linley, you should know that in reality, it is saint-level experts which determine the rise and fall of an empire.
Emperor Johann sighed. Saint-level experts can easily kill the enemy's leaders despite being surrounded by 1,000,000 soldiers.
Saint-level magi can utilize destructive forbidden spells and destroy a 1,000,000-man army entirely.
It can be said that in the eyes of ordinary people, saint-levels are absolutely invincible experts. Linley nodded. When he was young, saint-levels were indeed the ultimate combatants in existence. Although we are the emperor, we do not dare issue orders to saint-levels. If we were to offend them, they might leave the empire. We trust there are many places which would welcome a saint-level expert's arrival. Emperor Johann laughed bitterly. Linley understood this. If a saint-level expert were to flee, given their flying ability, that would be very simple. Both Bloomer and Wharton are likely to reach the saint level in the future.
But the critical issue is, Bloomer belongs to the War Gods College. All of the experts of the Empire are clustered around the War Gods College. We do not wish to anger the War Gods College. After all, there is an entire group of saint-level experts there, not just 1 or 2. An entire group of saint-level experts. Just hearing the words was enough to make people shiver. With multiple fellow apprentices of Bloomer coming to speak on his behalf, we didn't have a choice. Emperor Johann shook his head and sighed. Then why did you choose my younger brother Wharton in the end? Linley asked. He had been wondering about this the entire time. What was the reason? Emperor Johann turned a puzzled gaze towards Linley and Wharton.
Linley, does your Baruch clan have some sort of historical relationship with the War God? The War God? Linley immediately understood. Shocked, he said, Your Imperial Majesty, are you saying that it was the War God who caused you to select Wharton? Of course. Emperor Johann said, Linley, think about it. In the Empire, whose word carries even more weight than the members of the War Gods College? Only the War God, the highest power of the land.
Our venerable ancestor, the War God, directly spoke to us mentally and ordered us to choose Wharton.
A hint of excitement was in Emperor Johann's eyes.
This was the first time we have ever heard the voice of our venerable ancestor, the War God.
The War God. It had actually been the War God. The War God was an incredible figure.
5,000 years ago, he had battled the high priest over the Yulon River to a standstill, proving that he was definitely a deity-level combatant. After 5,000 years, although no one had ever seen the War God fight again, everyone understood that given the War God's natural talent, he was undoubtedly even more terrifyingly powerful now. The War God had trained incredibly fast, going from ordinary person to deity level in just a few centuries. His sudden rise to prominence 5,000 years ago had caused his fame and glory to completely eclipse even the 4 supreme warriors, becoming the most brilliant shining star of that era. The War God helped my little brother?
Linley couldn't understand it. Could it be that he knows my side has 6 saint-level experts?
Linley began to wonder. Given the War God's power, he definitely could sense the strength of Linley's forces.
Linley shook his head. Impossible. To a deity, saint-level experts were nothing.
Most likely, the War God could kill all 6 of them with one blow.
Then what's the reason? Could it really be because he had some relationship with the ancestors of the Baruch clan?
Linley truly didn't understand what the reason was behind the War God's actions.
West of the imperial capital. War God Mountain.
Aside from the primary peak, there were 4 other peaks. Connecting 2 of the peaks was a natural cave tunnel.
Lank and Castro were walking side by side in the tunnel.
After traveling several hundred meters through the winding tunnel, the tunnel suddenly turned downward sharply.
If one stared downwards into that bizarre, deep dark hole, not a single thing could be seen. Nobody could tell how deep that tunnel was. Whoosh! Lank and Castro jumped directly into the deep hole. They fell down at a fairly slow speed. After falling for several thousand meters, the two landed as gently as leaves on the ground. From the entrance of the tunnel to this hole was merely 1,000 meters, but this hole took them several thousand meters underground. Master usually spends his time in closed-door training, and whenever he does so, he'll usually spend several years, several decades, or even longer training. When he is engaged in training, he'll virtually never speak to us mentally. But this time, at the Martial Palace, he actually reached out to us mentally and told us to tell Johann to choose Wharton, then told us to come back here. Lank was mystified. This was very contrary to the War God's habits. There were very few matters in the world which an ascetic such as War God would issue orders about. Junior apprentice brother, don't think about it too much. Master surely has his reasons for acting like this. All we need to do is listen and obey. Castro said. Yes, senior apprentice brother. Lank nodded. To the disciples of the War God's college, the commands of the War God were not to be flouted. They would do whatever the War God ordered them to do. There was no need to think about it. Rumble, a blistering heat could be sensed in the depths of the tunnel. As they walked in, the stones were slowly turning red as well. The temperature here was very high. After going several hundred more meters, Lank and Castro came to a halt in front of a pitch-black stone door. The stone walls surrounding this door were already scarlet red, and the temperature was so high that even Lank and Castro had to use their battle chi on their feet to protect themselves. If a piece of paper was tossed out, it would most likely instantly be set alight. You've come. A calm voice drifted out from behind the door. The War God's voice was very soft, but it carried a penetrative power. The voice was like a needle, piercing directly into one's soul. Castro and Lank, his two disciples, even suspected that the War God could possibly dissipate their soul with his voice alone. This was one of the reasons why Castro and the other personal disciples of the War God feared their master so much. The War God was simply too powerful. Yes, master. Castro and Lank said respectfully. Castro continued, Master, what instructions have you for us? The War God's voice rang out yet again. April 12th will be the day of the engagement ceremony for that kid Wharton. Go speak to your eldest apprentice brother and acquire an interspatial ring. On the day of that kid Wharton's engagement ceremony, give it to him as his engagement present. Castro and Lank were utterly stunned. The War God was giving an engagement present? This had never happened before. Even when they, his personal disciples, had gotten married, the War God paid no heed. After all, was the War God someone who had to send congratulatory gifts to others? Even if he wanted to do so, who would be worthy of accepting his gifts? But the War God was now ordering them to deliver a congratulatory gift for Wharton's engagement ceremony? You can leave now. The War God's calm voice once more sounded out in the tunnel. Castro and Lank stared at the pitch-black stone door, then glanced at each other. Although they didn't understand it at all, they didn't dare disobey the orders of the War God. Yes, master. Lank and Castro replied, their voices filled with incomparable respect. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 17, Stepping onto the Stage. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 17, Stepping onto the Stage. Yulan Calendar, Year 10009, April 12th. This was the day on which Wharton and Nina would be engaged at the imperial capital. One of the two lovers was the younger brother of a peak-stage saint-level expert, while the other was the daughter of the emperor. An engagement ceremony such as this would definitely be very well attended. The nobles of the imperial capital who received invitation letters all felt extremely proud. Many common nobles weren't qualified to be invited to this event. After all, if everyone was invited, the Count's manor wouldn't be able to hold all those people. The Count's manor was very festive today, and the outside of the manor was flooded with arriving carriages, which blocked off a large half of the Boulder Street. The guards and servants of the nobles weren't qualified to enter the manor, and all had to wait outside. In total, there were thousands of guards and servants waiting outside. An ocean of people. Each carriage was gaudier and more lavish than the next, and each young noble lady was dressed more beautifully and was more mesmerizing than the last. The engagement ceremony banquet at the manor was definitely one of the imperial events of the highest caliber, and the people who came were all people of great status. Big bro, I still feel really uncomfortable wearing this. Wharton had wasted quite a bit of his time in his room. He felt more nervous than he ever had before. Linley laughed. Enough, Wharton. You already look very handsome. Have some confidence. Wharton took a deep breath. Let's go. Time to welcome the guests in the hall. Linley laughingly lectured. You can't just keep on having Grandpa Harry welcome the guests. For example, when His Imperial Majesty comes, how can you possibly not be out there to welcome him?
Wharton and Linley entered the main hall, and as soon as they did, they breathed sharply.
Good heavens! There were so many people there. What's more, that was just a small portion of the nobles who would be present. Many senior personages hadn't arrived yet.
The imperial capital really is the imperial capital.
There are far more nobles here than in Funlai City. Linley sighed.
In the past, Linley had participated in Alice and Kaylin's engagement ceremony. The number of people present that day clearly were far fewer than the number attending the ceremony today, and were clearly a much lower caliber of people as well. The noble clans of a kingdom naturally were far fewer in number than the noble clans of an empire. As soon as Linley and Wharton entered the main hall, they immediately became the center of attention. Wharton's massive frame was simply too eye-catching, and many people went over there to greet him warmly.
Wharton, come over here.
Housekeeper Harry immediately called out to him. Wharton immediately hastened over to the main door of the hall and began to greet each of the arriving guests. As for Linley, he filled a cup with wine, then casually walked to the center of the hall, occasionally clinking cups with the guests. These nobles were very conscientious and didn't try to get too close to Linley or bother him too much, only gently tipping their cups towards him from afar. However, some of the young noble ladies had their eyes set on Linley. They knew that Linley was unmarried. A 20-something-year-old peak-stage saint-level expert. Where would anyone find another man like this? What a headache. Linley saw 3 separate young noble ladies begin to drift in his direction. Linley could only pretend not to have seen them. When these 3 young noble ladies were a meter away from Linley. Whoosh! A soft yet firm gust of wind suddenly pressed against their bodies. No matter what they tried, those 3 young noble ladies couldn't move any closer towards Linley. And then, Linley raised his cup, smiling faintly, before heading to a corner of the main hall and sitting down. Just then, Master Linley, a golden-haired and golden-eyed beautiful young noble lady, got excited.
What sort of amazing technique was that? The other 2 young noble ladies didn't know either. Not knowing wasn't an issue.
This didn't impact Linley's status in their heart. In fact, to the contrary, this made Linley seem all the more powerful and mysterious to them. Actually, what Linley had just used was just the simplest manipulations of the wind.
Did you see Master Linley's dragon form transformation that day at the Colosseum?
He seemed so wild and untamed.
I was so excited. He really is exciting. I like this type.
Those men at school are all soft as cotton.
None of them are extremely manly like him. Linley's hearing was simply too good.
Hearing what the young noble ladies were saying to each other, Linley felt a wave of resignation in his heart.
They called his dragon form transformation wild and untamed? And extremely manly?
His Imperial Majesty has arrived. The voice of the guest announcer at the main gates immediately increased in volume. He had clearly shouted using battle chi, allowing all the guests in the hall to hear clearly.
The entire hall full of nobles fell silent as they all looked towards the gates. There were many nobles outside the hall as well. There were too many guests here today, and the hall simply couldn't fit them all inside. Johann has arrived? Linley stood up and left the hall. "Milord."
The uniformed gates called out towards Linley. Today, all 5 of the Barker brothers were dressed in handsome matching uniforms. As they wandered around the manor, their massive size and frame made the hearts of the nobles quail.
The nobles all secretly sighed. The Dragonblood warrior clan lives up to its name.
Even their guards were so incredible. Emperor Johann was a sight to behold, as always. Holding the Empress's hand, he was followed by a few bodyguards.
Wharton. Emperor Johann immediately picked out Wharton from the crowd.
Seeing how handsome and strong Wharton looked, Johann nodded with satisfaction.
Not bad, not bad. Linley arrived. Your Imperial Majesty, come rest inside. Linley laughed.
All right. We have much to discuss with you, Master Linley.
Emperor Johann said warmly.
Immediately, the 2 of them entered the guest hall. As for the other nobles and ministers, they very conscientiously stepped aside for them. So many of the nobles of the imperial capital had arrived today, but Linley hadn't gone to welcome any of them. The nobles all felt that this was normal.
A saint-level expert, go welcome them? Was that possible?
The chairman of the Dawson conglomerate has arrived.
That high-pitched voice rang out again.
the chairman of the Dawson conglomerate, one of the three major trading unions of the Yulon continent.
Although the Dawson conglomerate didn't actually possess any saint-level experts, it still possessed astonishing economic power.
Even Emperor Johann stood up and said to Linley, "Monroe Dawson is one of our good friends."
Linley rose as well.
Yale was sure to have come alongside Monroe Dawson.
Of course Linley would go welcome them.
The big-bellied Monroe Dawson made his way over, with Yale by his father's side. Seeing Emperor Johann, Monroe Dawson immediately bowed slightly.
Monroe pays his respects to the mighty Emperor Johann. Emperor Johann smiled warmly. "Monroe, today, Linley is the master of this location. There's no need for you to stand on too much courtesy with us. Master Linley and I have been friends for a long time."
Only, I didn't expect that in a few scant years, Master Linley had reached such a level of accomplishment. Monroe Dawson laughed so hard his eyes turned into merry slits.
"Uncle Dawson, just call me Linley." Linley smiled as he spoke.
He and Yale were the best of brothers. Naturally, he had to be respectful to Yale's father.
"Wharton, come and greet Uncle Dawson." Wharton came over as well. What a handsome, strapping young lad. Monroe Dawson's eyes lit up when he saw Wharton.
Clearly, Wharton's size and stature had surprised him.
One noble after another arrived, and even Bloomer arrived. Bloomer acted in an extremely gentlemanly manner today, and even spent some time congratulating Wharton.
But Wharton, in his heart, still felt rather uncomfortable around Bloomer.
He kept on feeling that Bloomer wasn't speaking sincerely. "Bloomer, your elder brother didn't come today?" Emperor Johann laughed as he spoke to Bloomer.
"My elder brother is currently in closed-door meditation training, in preparation for his duel with Lord Hadeson next month."
Bloomer smiled. "Oh. Makes sense." Emperor Johann nodded.
Bloomer then glanced towards Wharton, who was welcoming guests at the gate. A cold light flashed in his eyes. In his heart, Bloomer was very unhappy that Wharton had managed to successfully ask for Nina's hand in marriage. "The monolithic sword saint, Lord Hadeson, has arrived." When the voice rang out, Emperor Johann, Linley, Monroe Dawson, and many others immediately rose to their feet and headed out the hall.
"Hadeson came?" Linley was very surprised and pleased.
He had thought that Hadeson would be busy preparing for next month's duel. Very soon, the grey-robed Hadeson walked in by himself. Emperor Johann, Linley, Wharton, and the others all went to welcome him.
Wharton, congratulations." A very friendly smile was on Hadeson's face.
He then looked at Linley. Jokingly, he said, "Linley, your little brother is getting engaged."
"What about you, the big brother?" Linley started. He hadn't expected Hadeson to ask such a question. Emperor Johann began to laugh loudly as well, nodding repeatedly. "Linley, it really is time for you to get married.
If you take a fancy to someone, just tell us.
We will definitely make sure that lucky girl is sent to you." Linley didn't know whether to laugh or to cry.
Lords from the War Gods College have arrived. This call from the gate extricated Linley from having to answer the question, as they all went to welcome the people from the War Gods College. "I didn't expect that the War Gods College would also send people over."
Emperor Johann sighed emotionally. Hadeson nodded as well.
The War Gods College was one of the most major organizations in the Yulon continent. They rarely participated in engagement or wedding events, unless it was the event of one of their own people. Only then would the other fellow apprentices attend. Lank and Castro walked in, side by side.
Castro smiled.
Brother Wharton, congratulations." As Castro figured, given how well-disposed his master was towards Wharton, then Wharton was qualified to be addressed by him as Brother Wharton. But this term of address baffled Linley, Johann, Hadeson, and the others.
The members of the War Gods College were extremely arrogant.
They rarely paid much attention to other people. Castro's attitude really caused quite a few people to feel puzzled. "Today, we two fellow apprentices have come here as representatives of the entire War Gods College to congratulate you, Wharton, on this joyful occasion. This is the gift which our master personally instructed us to bring you."
Castro directly held out a brocade box towards Wharton. "Master?"
Everyone around them was stunned.
The War God was giving a gift? "We are incredibly grateful."
Linley was the first to recover. Smiling, he accepted the congratulatory gift. "Castro, Lank, come, have a rest over here." Generally speaking, the servants would accept any congratulatory gifts at the gate, but how would the gift registrars of the Count's Manor dare to take the gifts from people belonging to the War Gods College?
Even if they had come empty-handed, it would have been an honor. The Count's Manor was a hubbub of noise.
Many high-ranking nobles such as dukes and counts were all chatting amongst themselves, while Linley, Emperor Johann, Monroe Dawson, Castro, Lank, Hatesun, and the others chatted casually as well. The guests at this engagement ceremony were all absolutely incredible. Just look at the seating arrangements. At Linley's table, the only people present aside from Saint-level experts were an emperor and the chairman of a conglomerate. Just at this moment, a Saint-level expert is flying over. Many people called out. Linley glanced through the door at the sky, and indeed, saw a human form gracefully soaring through the clouds. Linley, Emperor Johann, and the others all rose to their feet in confusion. But no matter who it was, given this person was a Saint-level expert, they had to give him some face. With a mid-air flash, the man arrived at the main gate. This was a white-haired old man, with a white beard as well. Clearly, he was ancient, but his dreamy, sky-blue eyes were very sharp. Haha, I came uninvited. I hope I won't be unwelcome here? The white-haired old man laughed heartily. He didn't even look at Linley and the others, instead flying directly towards the place where Linley and the others had been seated. As he drew near, Hatesun and Castro hurriedly stepped out of his way, and the white-haired old man sat down on the seat previously occupied by the monolithic sword saint, Hatesun. This is a pretty good seat. I'll sit here. The white-haired old man laughed loudly. Emperor Johann frowned. This man was a bit too impolite. Linley, as well, felt that this white-haired old man was a little too arrogant. Might I ask, before Linley even had a chance to finish his words, the monolithic sword saint, Hatesun, quickly said in an extremely courteously voice, I didn't expect you would come here, my lord. This truly is an unexpected surprise for us. I aside, both Castro and Lank hurriedly nodded their heads in assent. Their attitudes were unbelievably humble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 18, Experts of Other Planes. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 18, Experts of Other Planes. Linley, Emperor Johann, and the others were all puzzled. Who in the world was this mysterious white-haired old man? Even the number one saint-level expert, Hatesun, was incredibly deferential to him. Could it be the war god? Linley secretly wondered. Most likely, only a deity could make Hatesun be this deferential. And clearly, both Castro and Lank recognized this person as well. He was most likely the war god. Add a chair. Housekeeper Hiri instructed a nearby servant. Linley took a step forward. Smiling, he said, Sir, we two brothers feel extremely honored to have you attend my younger brother's engagement ceremony. Might I know your name, sir? Me? The white-haired old man glanced smilingly at Linley. My name is Hadan, Hwadan. Hadan? Linley quickly combed through his memory, but he definitely didn't recall an expert by the name of Hadan. Linley, no need to ask anything else. It is wonderful that Lord Hadan is able to attend today. Let's all sit down first. The monolithic sword saint, Hatesun, said with a laugh. Although Linley and Emperor Johann and the others were mystified, they all sat down. My lord, let us offer you a toast, my lord. Castro and Lank both raised their cups. My lord, dot. A few things suddenly came to Linley's awareness. First of all, most likely only a deity was capable of making a saint-level expert address them as my lord. At the same time, if Castro and Lank addressed him as my lord and not as master, then this person was most likely not the war god. The continent had 5 prominent deities. Linley had already met Dylan and Caesar, while he had yet to meet the high priest, the war god, and the king of the forest of darkness. The white-haired old man should therefore be one of those 3. He was now certain that this man was not the war god. So this person should be either the high priest or the king of the forest of darkness. However, it has been countless years since those 2 deities showed themselves. How could Hatesun, Castro, and Lank all recognize him? Linley refused to believe it. A deity-level expert didn't make appearances so easily. Linley. The white-haired old man named Hadan raised his cup. Come, let us toast each other. Linley hurriedly raised his cup. When I see you, Linley, I think about the past affairs of your Baru clan and those several Dragonblood warriors. Unexpectedly, several thousand years have passed in the blink of an eye. Hadan laughed merrily. These words caused Linley's heart to twitch hard. Those several Dragonblood warriors of the Baru clan? Thousands of years ago? Linley looked at Hadan with confusion. In his own clan's history books, there had been 3 generations of Dragonblood warriors, but later on 1,000 years would pass between each generation of Dragonblood warriors. But this Hadan was saying that thousands of years ago, he had met several Dragonblood warriors? I didn't know that Elder Hadun knew the ancestors of my clan.
Linley laughed.
Of course. Your clan leader, Baruch, really is a formidable fellow.
Hadun said with feeling. But your Baruch clan has really decayed.
In the past, when you had dozens of Dragonblood warriors, who would dare offend you?
Such a pity, such a pity. Linley stared. Dozens of Dragonblood warriors? Linley and Wharton both looked at Hadun in shock. What, is that surprising? Hadun looked at Linley and Wharton.
Hadesun hurriedly said, "My lord, it would be best if you discuss this somewhere else.
There are too many people here. It was best if they didn't reveal these secrets to the ordinary nobles. It is fine. Only the people at this table can hear us.
As for the people outside of it, no matter how loudly we speak, they won't be able to overhear anything."
Hadun chortled. There were 8 people at this table.
Aside from Wharton, Emperor Johann, and Monroe Dawson, the others all possessed at least saint-level power, with the white-haired old man's power being immeasurably deeper.
Dozens of Dragonblood warriors? Linley and Wharton could hardly dare to believe it.
Their ancestral records were very clear. The first 3 generations of their clan produced 3 Dragonblood warriors, after which 1,000 years would pass between Dragonblood warriors.
In total, there had been only 5. How could there have been dozens of Dragonblood warriors a few thousand years back? The 4 supreme warrior clans, alas, all have decayed to a sorry state.
In the past, the 4 supreme warrior clans were quite glorious,
Hadun said with emotion. Linley suddenly thought of something.
He remembered how in the secret Dragonblood manual, there were instructions on the second way by which one could become a Dragonblood warrior, drinking live dragon's blood.
But based on that manual, all 3 Dragonblood warriors were natural-born Dragonblood warriors. If the second method had never been used successfully, why would the secret Dragonblood manual record it?
In the past, both Linley and Doring Cowart had suspected that the manual had been altered. His clan's history should probably have included examples of Dragonblood warriors who were produced via drinking live dragon's blood.
But I didn't expect there were dozens. Both Linley and Wharton felt extremely shocked internally.
Oh, that little girl named Nina is coming over. The white-haired old man, Hadun, beamed, causing Linley and the other shocked participants to turn and look.
Linley and the others all stood up, and Wharton immediately went over to welcome Nina. Holding hands, Wharton and Nina went from table to table, toasting the guests.
But right now, both Wharton and Linley, who remained at his seat, felt their minds to be in a state of utter confusion.
Their clan's history clearly wasn't as simple as they had imagined. In addition, saint-level experts had extremely long lifespans. How could it be that not a single Dragonblood warrior in their clan was remaining?
And not just their clan, even the Undying Warrior clan, the Violet Flame Warrior clan, and the Tiger Striped Warrior clan had seen the same thing. All of the 4 supreme warrior clans had bizarrely collapsed.
Secret, Linley understood that the history of the continent definitely contained many hidden secrets that were different from the official accounts.
For example, the King of Killers, Caesar, had once told Linley that 5,000 years ago, many experts from other planes of existence had descended to the plane of the Yulon continent. But in the history books, there was no such thing. Linley found himself somewhat mentally disengaged as the engagement ceremony continued.
He kept on thinking about these things.
He even wanted to have a private chat with that white-haired old man named Hadun.
Clearly, this Hadun person knew many things about the affairs of the past. After dinner, the various nobles in the main hall were chatting idly.
At this time, Linley, who had grown frantic with impatience, suddenly heard a sentence that was as beautiful as music from the heavens.
"Linley, come with me. I have something to discuss with you." Hadun actually reached out to Linley and actively asked to speak to him privately.
Wharton looked at his older brother, and Linley instructed, "Wharton, you stay here. Afterwards, go spend some time with Nina. As for Mr. Hadun, I'll speak with him."
As he spoke, Linley followed Hadun out of the main hall.
Hadesun, Castro, and Lank all glanced at each other.
I wonder what Linley will decide. Hadesun sighed with emotion. Hadun and Linley left the main hall. While walking, Hadun said, "Linley, where are those 2 saint-level experts of yours? Call them over as well." Linley was startled. How did this Hadun know everything? Hadun knew the names of Wharton and Nina, and he also knew that Linley had 2 magical beasts. He even knew that Bibi was a saint-level magical beast. Linley didn't try to deny anything.
He immediately spiritually contacted Bibi and Haru, calling them over.
Since there were saint-level experts present today, Linley hadn't allowed Bibi or Haru to go to the main hall. "Let's go to the training grounds behind the manor. There's nobody there." Hadun chuckled. Grulul. Harrow and Bibi arrived by Linley's side. Squeak. Bibi continued to pretend. Little fellow, I know that you are a saint-level magical beast. Stop squeaking. Hadun laughed as he reached out to rub Bibi on the head. Bibi wanted to move aside, but to his astonishment, he found that it was impossible for him to move. He had no choice but to allow Hadun to rub his head. Linley was secretly shocked. Without question, Hadun was a deity-level expert. He really is a deity. How many deities does the continent have? Linley thought to himself, while at the same time, he followed Hadun to the training grounds. Boss, who is that old fellow? How is he so powerful? Bibi didn't dare to be too playful right now, appearing very obedient. Harrow obediently followed by Linley's side as well. Close the door first. Without my orders, no one is to be permitted entry. Linley instructed the servants, and then Hadun headed directly to a stone bench and sat down. You can sit as well. Hadun pointed to another seat opposite from him. Linley sat down obediently, then said humbly, Mr. Hadun, I am totally lost right now. Can you please provide me with guidance? The reason I came today is primarily for the sake of your two magical beasts. Hadun smiled. Of course, you and those three other undying warriors who possess the saint level of power can also just barely be considered qualified to be worthy of being considered my targets. HRM? Linley looked at Hadun with confusion. Hadun smiled. Linley, in the countless years of the Yulan continent's history, there have been countless geniuses as well. Even if there is only one every century, in 100,000 years, that means there have been 1,000. But right now, how many saint-level experts exist in the Yulan continent? Each empire only has a few dozen. Saint-level experts can live for over 100,000 years? Linley said in shock. Saint-level experts, so long as they aren't killed, can easily live 100,000 years. Hadun laughed calmly. Upon reaching the saint level, you are virtually immortal and immune to aging. However, you can still be killed, of course. Linley was also puzzled. If this was the case, why were there so few saint-level experts? After all, the Yulan continent definitely saw a new saint-level expert every century. Then what is the reason? Linley asked. The reason is, they've gone to other planes. Hadun smiled. Other planes? Linley started. But then, Linley suddenly understood, and he hurriedly asked, could it be that the ancestors of the Baruch clan have also gone to other planes? Right. Those dozens of Dragonblood warriors have all gone to the infernal realm, one of the 4 higher planes. In the past, I even visited your ancestor, Baruch, in the infernal realm and drank with him. Hadun laughed heartily. The infernal realm. Mr. Hadun, you come from the infernal realm? Linley felt as though the secrets of the universe were unfolding before his very eyes. Hadun nodded. Right. Linley, let me put it to you like this, in the ordinary, material world, once a lifeform has reached the saint level, they will be qualified to enter the 4 higher planes, or perhaps the 7 divine planes. They will be permitted to train and live there. In the history of the Yulan continent, many saint-level experts have already left the Yulan continent and chosen to enter the 4 higher planes or the 7 divine planes. Hadun smiled. Linley nodded to show he understood. Technically speaking, you and those other 3 undying warriors, despite possessing saint-level power, aren't yet at the saint level in your human forms. There was actually no need for me to hurry over here to speak to you. My primary targets were those 2 saint-level magical beasts of yours. They have both reached the saint level. They are allowed to choose to continue to live here at the Yulan continent, or to enter the other planes. Hadun quickly said with a hint of enticement, the 4 higher planes are much better than the 7 divine planes. In the infernal realm, for example, experts are common as the clouds, and saint-level experts are nothing more than ordinary people. In that place you will have excellent training opportunities, and treasures such as interspatial rings are as common as water. There's a terrifyingly large amount of treasures there. Linley understood. Only upon reaching the saint level was one qualified to enter the higher planes. Naturally, the 4 higher planes would have experts everywhere, with saint-level experts being nothing more than commoners. I'm not going. I'm staying with the boss. Bibi shook his head. I'm not going either. I'm staying with my master. Hera said. Hadun looked at Linley. Laughing, he said, Linley, your real power has already reached the peak stage of the saint level. You are completely qualified to enter the higher planes. Do you wish to go? Linley didn't respond. Instead, he looked at Hadun. Mr. Hadun, who are you, exactly? Me? Oh. I forgot to tell you. Hadun smiled at Linley. I am the planar overseer for the Yulon continent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 19, A Choice. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 19, A Choice. Planar Overseer? Hearing this title, Linley somewhat understood. The term overseer contained elements of both watching over and protecting. No wonder this Hadun possessed such astonishing strength. Linley, you haven't answered me yet. Are you willing to go to the other planes? Hadun urged. It was up to each individual saint level as to whether or not they wished to go to the higher planes. The planar overseer was only responsible for telling them about this choice. Linley remained very calm. Mr. Hadun, honestly speaking, I don't know anything about the other planes. Can you perhaps enlighten me a bit? Linley asked humbly. Doring Coward actually knew about the existence of the planar overseer, but at the time, Linley was far too weak, and so Doring Coward didn't see a need to tell Linley right away. But Doring Coward had explained a little bit about the 4 higher planes. There are many material planes such as the Yulon continent. These material planes are all about the same. On some, magical beasts are the primary power, while in others, other races are in power. In some, humans are in power. These planes are essentially the same. Hadun began explaining some of the most basic information regarding the higher planes. Above these material planes are the 4 higher planes and the 7 divine planes. Hadun laughed. The 7 divine planes were created by the 7 principal sovereigns of the 7 elements. As for the 4 higher planes, they were created by the 4 overgods. Linley nodded. The 7 divine planes and the 4 higher planes, what are the differences between them? Linley asked. Hadun laughed. The 7 divine planes are planes of earth, fire, water, wind, lightning, light, and darkness. For example, you are someone who is training in the laws of the earth. If you were to enter the divine plane of earth, you would find that you train twice as fast using half the effort. However, the 7 divine planes are inferior to the 4 higher planes. It's best if you enter the higher realms. Hadun said enticingly. Linley, you must understand, the higher planes were created by the overgods. The 4 overgods far outstrip the power of the sovereigns. Overgods? Can anyone reach the level of overgod through training? Linley suddenly asked. Hadun stared at Linley in astonishment. Hadun began to roar with laughter, as though he had heard the funniest joke ever. Linley looked at Hadun in confusion. Linley, it seems you really know nothing. Hadun laughed. You have no idea. The overgods aren't people who reach that level through training. Let me explain to you. Every single race has the chance to become a sovereign through training. The chance is just extremely, extremely low. How low? Linley asked. Let me give an example. In 100 million ordinary deities, it would be rare for a single sovereign to appear. Hadun laughed. For example, in the divine realm of light, there are countless demigods, gods, and high gods. But in 10 million years, you might not see a single sovereign appear from their ranks. Linley was silent. Demigods, gods, and high gods? Linley frowned as he looked at Hadun in confusion. In the past, Grandpa Doring had only discussed the existence of gods. He didn't explain further. The divine spark of deities are of different levels as well. Hadun said calmly. Once you reach a certain level of mastery with regards to the laws will themselves grant you their recognition and descend into you a divine spark, allowing you to become a deity. But when you begin, you'll only be a demigod. As you continue to understand more, at a certain level, you will become a god. Only now did Linley understood. What level of deity is the war god? Linley asked with curiosity. Hadun glanced at Linley with irritation, then laughed. For the sake of your ancestors, I'll tell you. The war god is only a demigod. A demigod? Linley blinked twice. Good heavens! The war god had become a deity over 5,000 years ago. Given his talent, he should be much more powerful now than before. How could he still just be a demigod? Linley, do you think it is easy to advance from being a demigod to a god? Hadun shook his head. But the war god was a demigod 5,000 years ago. Linley immediately said. At that time, he was indeed a demigod. But there are differences amongst demigods as well. For example, let's say that to become a demigod, one must master 1% of a law, while to become a god, one must master 10% of a law. Someone who only mastered 9% of a law is only a demigod, But is he on the same level of power as someone who mastered 1% of a law? Even though they are both demigods? Hadun explained in a simplified way. Linley now understood. Linley, don't be too greedy. On the road to becoming a deity, every single step is extremely arduous. There have been countless demigods in the 4 higher planes who have spent hundreds of millions of years, or even billions of years, without being able to break through from the demigod level to the god level. But what about the overgods? Linley immediately said. The overgods? Hadun laughed again. You were asking me earlier if it was possible for humans to reach the overgod level, right? Let me explain. The overgods, Hadun continued to snicker at Linley. Linley, the overgods aren't people, nor do they have genders. They don't even have bodies. Linley stared at Hadun in surprise. The 4 overgods are manifestations of the 4 prime laws. They are nothing more than the very embodiment of the laws that flow through the countless planes. The overgod of death is the embodiment of the laws of death. The overgod of destruction is the incarnation of the laws of destruction. The overgod of life is the avatar of the laws of life. And the overgod of fate is the personification of the laws of fate. Hadun laughed as he looked at Linley. You tell me. Can you become an overgod through training? Linley understood. The 4 overgods were a natural part of the infinite planes of the universe. They were the heavens, they were the earth, they were part of the souls of every living creature. They were the laws themselves. The overgods are beings of pure law. They know nothing of love, hate, friendship, grudges, or other such emotions. They are cold. If you cursed an overgod, they would ignore you. If you flattered them, they will not reward you. However, if you were to damage the planes themselves, then the overgods would punish you. Linley laughed. Although the overgods existed, they were the personification of the laws of the universe. There was no need to pay them any heed or attention at all. Curse an overgod? Someone would dare to curse an overgod? Linley asked, laughing. Hadun stared at him, then laughingly berated Linley. I was just giving an example. In all my years in the netherworld, I've never heard of an overgod manifesting in person. As far as you should be concerned, the most invincible power in the world is the power of the sovereigns. The will of the sovereigns is not to be disobeyed. Linley nodded, signifying understanding. Linley, the 7 divine planes are extremely beneficial for someone training in a particular law. But the 4 higher planes are different. No matter what sort of law you are studying, the speed at which you train in the 4 higher planes will be as fast as if you were training in the relevant law in one of the 7 divine planes. Hadun said persuasively. Thus, the 4 higher planes are the best choices. The 4 higher planes, the celestial realm, the netherworld, the infernal realm, and the life realm. Linley. The ancestors of your clan are all in the infernal realm. Why don't you go there as well? Hadun continued. Go? Linley had already made up his mind. The infernal realm only had the ancestors he had never met. There wasn't much point going there. By contrast, in the Yulon continent, he had his younger brother Warden, and his dear brothers, Yale, Reynolds, and George. He also had many friends such as Barker, his brothers, Jen, and the others. In addition, he also had a goal that was unfinished. The utter destruction of the Radiant Church. Seeing Linley's hesitation, Hadun continued to speak persuasively. Linley, the infernal realm has countless races and all sorts of powerful species of creatures, which have all sorts of attacks. In the infernal realm, training is extremely exciting. No need. Linley shook his head and laughed. Mr. Hadun, thank you for telling me so much. However, I am still young, and I haven't even gotten married. I'm in no rush to go there. Hearing Linley say this, Hadun could only nod with resignation. As the planar overseer, he was forbidden from forcing people to leave this plane. If others were unwilling to leave, they could remain in their own plane as long as they liked, even to the point of becoming a high god. Mr. Hadun, I wish to ask you, if one goes to a higher plane, can one return? Linley suddenly asked. Hadun shook his head. It is virtually impossible. Out of 100,000 people who enter a higher plane, there usually isn't even a single person who can come back to his homeland. This is because returning home carries an extremely high price. Linley understood. No wonder the war god and the high priest were unwilling to go to the higher planes. For even deity-level experts to be unwilling to go, one could imagine how difficult returning was. Not even 1 out of 100,000 would be able to return. This probability was simply too low. Mr. Hadun, I'm so sorry to have wasted your time. Linley said humbly. Since that's the case, I'll leave now. Hadun stood up.
Linley, if one day you wish to leave this plane, you can come to the Arctic ice cap at the end of the North Sea to find me. I live atop a glacier in the Arctic ice cap.
Linley felt surprised. The Arctic ice cap?
This was the first time Linley had heard that at the end of the North Sea, there was an Arctic ice cap.
Mr. Hadun, what about at the end of the South Sea? Linley was curious. The South Sea is far larger than the North Sea, and is virtually boundless.
But at the end of it is the end of the Yulon Plain. You'll find nothing there but chaotic space.
Linley now understood.
After speaking, Hadun immediately flew into the air and left, heading north and quickly disappearing. Linley stood there, not moving for a long time. This discussion with Hadun had a major impact on Linley.
Boss, I'm actually pretty curious about the higher planes. Wow. All sorts of amazing species, and saint levels are just ordinary people there. That place must be awesome. BB's eyes were gleaming. Linley patted BB on his little head. Do you want to die? Most likely, any expert in that plane could easily kill them. Linley already had a plan for his future training. Sovereign? That was too far away. One step at a time.
First, reach the demigod level. Upon becoming a demigod, Linley would have confidence in his ability to destroy the Radiant Church.
Linley knew his own limits.
Given his current power, he wasn't yet strong enough to impose his will upon and act as he pleased in the Yulon continent. It's hard to say if I'd even be able to defeat Olivier. Linley didn't feel any confidence at all when it came to Olivier's spiritual attack in his obsidian sword.
Spiritual attack?
Linley suddenly thought of his coiling dragon ring. In the past, when divine power had entered Linley's soul, a burst of power had emanated from the coiling dragon ring to counter it. But Grandpa Doring was also a master of the coiling dragon ring in the past. Why is it that at the point of his death, the ring didn't help him? Linley was puzzled. The mysterious power of the coiling dragon had to be activated somehow. The divine power of the Radiant Sovereign had done just that, somehow agitating the power in the coiling dragon ring, causing it to manifest protectively.
But Olivier's attack wouldn't necessarily also activate the coiling dragon ring's protective energy.
I have no idea what secrets lie hidden within the coiling dragon ring. But no matter what, I can't just put all my hopes on the coiling dragon ring.
In battle, the only one I can rely on is myself.
Right now, the manor was filled with countless nobles and magnates, but Linley and his two magical beasts remained in the training courtyard in the rear of the manor.
As if no one was present, Linley began to train. After going to the infernal realm, returning will be almost impossible. I can't possibly hope that I will receive any support from my ancestors. Everything that I do in the Yulon continent, I will have to rely on myself. But Linley had forgotten something. Why was it that the dozens of Dragonblood warriors as well as all of the other supreme warriors had left the Yulon continent en masse, and hadn't left even a single saint-level expert behind to look after their descendants? The waters of the Yulon continent were far deeper than Linley could imagine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 20, The War Gods College. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 20, The War Gods College. By nightfall, many of the guests at the manor had left, and most of the nobles were now gone. The engagement banquet was an afternoon banquet. The people still remaining at the manor were all relatively important guests. Wharton, where is your big brother? Yale poured 2 cups of wine, then walked to Wharton's side. I haven't seen him for almost the entire afternoon, I think. My big brother left with that Mr. Hadun. No clue where he went. Wharton shook his head. I'll go look for him. Given your big brother's personality, he might have run off to the training yard and started to train. Yale left the guest hall. Making his way down the corridors, he arrived at the training courtyard after a while. Drip. Drip. Water flowed down the man-made fountain. Each drip drop of water could be heard clearly in the silent training courtyard. Linley was seated in the meditative trance on the grass, not moving at all. If one moved closer and examined him carefully, one might see that Linley's muscles were contracting and expanding in a very rhythmic way. And as they did, a natural gust of wind seemed to have surrounded Linley. His spirit had become one with the endless earth and attuned to the boundless wind. Boom! Boom! Whoosh! Whoosh! His eyes shut, Linley could feel the trembling, vibrating spirit of the earth, and the formless wind which filled the skies. After a long time, Linley opened his eyes. His lordship issued the order that no one is to be permitted to enter without his permission. Not even me? Yale sounded very resigned. Boss Yale, come in.
Linley had a hint of a smile on his lips, and he immediately stood up.
Only now did Yale walk in.
Looking at Linley, he chuckled, "Third bro, I knew it.
You are training again. Why are you so hard-working? You are already a peak stage saint level. You are already incredibly powerful."
Linley glanced at Yale and chuckled. To Yale, Linley could already be considered a peerless expert in the Yulan continent. Even the Emperor of the O'Brien Empire was incredibly courteous to Linley. But after having interacted with Hadun, Linley knew that he was still far from being adequate.
Come, have some wine with me. I haven't had much of a chance to drink with you today. Yale put down 2 flasks of wine on the stone table. Linley sat down as well, then retrieved 2 wine cups from his interspatial ring.
It's a pity that fourth bro couldn't be here.
Linley shook his head inside.
A month ago, when Emperor Johann had announced who would marry his daughter, Reynolds had left the imperial capital.
He had no choice.
The army had ordered him to return.
He had to go.
Yale said helplessly. Last time, he just so happened to be on leave, which was why we 3 brothers were able to have a reunion. It isn't so bad for fourth bro, but for second bro, if we want to see him, we have to go to the Yulan Empire. The distance from the Yulan Empire to the O'Brien Empire was quite far. Chatting idly with his dear bro, Linley felt extremely cheerful. Why would he want to give this up to go to a higher plane and engage in slaughter? The most enjoyable part of training was in the spirit gaining a greater and greater level of understanding. It wasn't about the bloody slaughter. Third bro, in a few days, I'll leave the imperial capital as well.
Yale sighed emotionally. Nothing for it. I'm still young. There are many things which the conglomerate needs me to handle.
Otherwise, in the future, I won't be qualified to manage it.
Linley understood.
An organization on the level of the Dawson conglomerate definitely wouldn't award someone the leadership position just because one's father previously held it.
Otherwise, the Dawson conglomerate wouldn't be as powerful as it currently was.
Of course, being the son of the chairman had its advantages, but one also needed to have ability and a work history. Next month, Olivier will be doing battle with the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun.
Doesn't that mean you'll miss it? Linley laughed. Yeah. Yale laughed uncaringly. I'm just a magus anyhow. How much would I understand from watching a battle between 2 saint-level warriors? Linley suddenly put down his wine cup and looked at the door. Someone is coming. Who?
Yale was puzzled.
Someone else knows that you are here?
Those 2 from the War Gods College.
Linley laughed calmly. Saint-level experts could use spiritual energy to scan an area. The comparatively tiny manor could easily be totally covered by it. Naturally, they could easily locate Linley. Castro and Lank walked towards the back courtyard side by side.
They were very surprised by their master's instructions. Although Linley's strength is not bad, there's no need for master to act this way.
Lank shook his head. I don't understand either.
Castro also felt puzzled. Both of them were confused. Walking into the back courtyard, they saw that the guards had opened the door for them already.
Castro and Lank exchanged a glance. Linley knew that we were coming.
Castro and Lank immediately saw Linley seated alongside Yale. Seeing that Yale was here as well, the 2 frowned.
Yale immediately stood up. Third bro, people have come to see you. Why don't you have a chat with them? I'll go to the main hall for now. Linley nodded. After Yale left, Castro and Lank sat down. Linley asked, Castro, Lank, why have you come? Castro laughed.
Linley, the 2 of us have come bearing an invitation from our master to pay a visit to the War Gods College.
The War God is inviting me to the War Gods College? Linley could hardly believe it. How could someone like the War God be inviting him? Lank nodded.
Linley, master did indeed instruct us to have you come to the War Gods College. And what's more, master has instructed our senior apprentice brother to welcome you personally. Linley, you must understand, even when the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, visited the War Gods College in the past, our senior apprentice brother didn't come to welcome him.
Oh? Linley was intrigued. Who was this senior apprentice brother of the War Gods College? Your senior apprentice brother should be the first disciple of the War God, right? Wait, how old is he? Linley suddenly came to a realization. Good heavens!
The War God was someone who had reached this level over 5,000 years ago.
Castro and Lank both grinned. Right.
Our senior apprentice brother is already 5,000 years old. He isn't much younger than our master.
Castro nodded.
We were very surprised as well when we heard that master instructed our senior apprentice brother to welcome you. Linley knew that the war god only accepted a personal disciple every 300 years. The youngest one was Bloomer, only 30 years old or so. But the oldest was this senior apprentice brother, and was 5,000 years old.
All right. When should I go? Linley asked with a laugh. You can come to the War Gods College at any time. How about this? Here's my insignia.
When you arrive at the War Gods College, hand it to one of our fellow apprentices.
They will inform me.
With a flip of his hand, Castro retrieved a scarlet-red medal which had Castro's name carved onto it.
Accepting the insignia, Linley laughed and nodded. Don't worry. I will definitely go. Castro and Lank both nodded, then left.
Linley secretly wondered to himself, if the senior apprentice brother of the War Gods College was 5,000 years old, how powerful was he?
Could he be weaker than the monolithic sword saint? Linley didn't much believe it.
The monolithic sword saint was only a few centuries old, while the senior apprentice brother had been training in the War Gods College for thousands of years with the War Gods' personal guidance.
After 5,000 years, how could he possibly not be strong?
The primary peak of the War God Mountain was covered with many buildings. These were the places where the honorary disciples of the War God stayed, along with Kenyon, Castro, and Lank, who were in charge of the ordinary affairs of War God Mountain, great or small.
The mountain wind was very strong this day.
Many of the honorary disciples of the War Gods College were training.
Harg!
A boulder weighing dozens of tons was easily tossed from one person to another, who in turn kicked it back. The two honorary disciples of the War Gods College were able to easily kick around this massive boulder.
Most importantly, the boulder wasn't damaged at all.
This required a very fine control of both physical strength and battle chi. Right at this time, a graceful figure appeared, soaring across the sky like blue smoke. It gracefully circled around War God Mountain, and in the blink of an eye it arrived at the War Gods College.
HRM?
One of the honorary disciples of the War Gods College looked at the arrival with surprise. He hadn't seen anyone earlier, but then all of a sudden, this person had appeared.
Are you, Master Linley? The honorary disciple could recognize him.
On the day of the duel at the Colosseum, the honorary disciple had gone to support Bloomer.
Smiling, Linley nodded. Castro invited me to come. This is his insignia. Please go inform him. Linley tossed the insignia to the honorary disciple.
The honorary disciple hurriedly said, I'll go report it right away.
Master Linley, please take a rest first. Linley nodded.
Wharton's engagement ceremony had concluded 2 days ago, and today, Linley had accepted the invitation and headed off to the War Gods College and see for himself what it was all about.
That person is Master Linley.
I hear he's only 27 years old, but even apprentice brother Kenyon was easily defeated by him.
I was there that day. It only took one blow. Compared to Linley, apprentice brother Kenyon is very weak. Apprentice brother Kenyon is only the 25th personal disciple of our master. It is understandable that he is a bit weaker.
Most likely, apprentice brother Castro is roughly on par with Linley. If the first 10 disciples of master had been the ones to do battle, most likely they would have easily beat Linley. Many of the honorary disciples of the War Gods College murmured in quiet voices while casting glances at Linley. All of these honorary disciples were geniuses in their own right, and they were all proud and arrogant. But compared to Linley, they had a long way to go.
Linley! A bright voice rang out.
Castro ran out, his face wreathed in smiles.
You came after all. Come, let's go to Blue Thunder Peak. Not here?
Linley was puzzled. Clearly, this primary peak was the largest one with the most buildings.
The other 4 peaks didn't have much construction. Castro laughed.
Linley, we have many honorary disciples here at the War Gods College, so we let them stay at the main peaks. Myself, Lank, and Kenyon all stay here because we are in charge of them.
The rest of our fellow apprentices are all on the other mountain peaks. Linley nodded slightly. Castro immediately led Linley in the direction of a different mountain peak.
Linley and Castro walked up the steep mountain walls as easily as if they were traveling on flat land, their steps as graceful as flying birds.
Castro, you are in which generation of personal disciples of the War God? Linley asked. Me? I'm the 22nd personal disciple. Castro laughed. You've reached the peak stage of the saint level by now, right? Linley asked.
When he was at the courtyard, he had heard the honorary disciples say that Castro should be on par with him.
This was why Linley asked this question. Castro nodded. Right. But I most likely am not a match for you.
Your speed is quite astonishing, on par with Olivier.
Linley was thinking non-stop.
Even the 22nd personal disciple had reached the peak stage of the saint level.
Then what about the earlier disciples?
Castro, the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, is reputed to be the #1 saint in the world.
Has he ever competed against your senior apprentice brother? Linley asked. No way. Castro let out an involuntary chuckle.
Although Hadesun already has a rather high grasp and understanding of the laws of the earth, the War Gods College has quite a few people more powerful than him. The reason why Hadesun is famous is because my senior apprentice brother and second apprentice brother are all over 5,000 years old, and have retreated from the secular world thousands of years ago.
How could they go out and compete against a junior who was only a few centuries old for the sake of fame and glory? Linley suddenly understood. Even aside from our War Gods College, I know others more powerful than him as well. For example, that king of killers, Caesar.
1,000 years ago, Caesar sparred against my senior apprentice brother, and they were both on par with each other. I imagine if Caesar wanted to act against Hadesun, he would be able to easily gain victory.
Castro said with certainty. Linley was startled. Caesar?
It seemed as though Castro didn't know that Caesar had already reached the deity level. But for his senior apprentice brother to have dueled Caesar to a standstill 1,000 years ago meant that he was indeed an incredible person.
We've arrived at Blue Thunder Peak. Come.
It's been a long time since I've seen my senior apprentice brother as well. Master has always said that amongst all of us disciples, senior apprentice brother is the most likely to reach the deity level.
Castro's face was filled with confidence.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 21, The Eldest Disciple. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 21, The Eldest Disciple. The mountain wind howled drearily. Walking up the mountain, Linley and Castro traveled 100 meters with every 2 or 3 steps.
On Blue Thunder Peak, 8 of us apprentice brothers are living there. Our senior apprentice brother is also living at the very top of Blue Thunder Peak.
Castro said with emotion. But Linley was currently thinking about that battle the eldest disciple had with Caesar 1,000 years ago.
Castro, do you know anything about that duel between your senior apprentice brother and Caesar? Linley asked. Castro said enviously, when that duel occurred, I hadn't been accepted into the War Gods College yet.
I have, however, heard other fellow apprentices discuss it. That Caesar was extremely powerful, and he was extremely fast as well. Senior apprentice brother's speed is the highest amongst all of us, but he was only able to match Caesar's speed.
How fast were they?
Linley was also specialized in speed.
Castro laughed calmly. I don't know either.
After all, I didn't personally witness this duel.
But I think they should be much faster than you and Olivier. Linley could understand.
After all, his human form was not yet at the saint level. He still had a long way to grow. It was normal if he currently wasn't a match for them.
At the top of Blue Thunder Peak.
The top of the mountain had an open space that was a few dozen meters wide. There were some stunted dwarf trees at the top of the mountain as well as some wild grass. Next to one of the old dwarf trees, there were 2 stone houses. And at the top of the mountain, there was a man standing there, staring downwards. Linley carefully looked at this man.
He was dressed in a simple blue robe.
He was rather skinny, but his back was ramrod straight. His short hair was only 3 inches, and it was also blue. Just by looking at him, one could sense that this man was possessed of a valiant, resolute air.
Senior apprentice brother. Castro said respectfully.
The blue-haired man turned to look at them. When his gaze landed on Linley, Linley suddenly sensed his own soul seemed to tremble from the gaze.
Was this an attack? Linley instantly grew frightened.
He was certain that against ordinary warriors, most likely the gaze alone of the senior apprentice brother could destroy their soul. Fortunately, he himself possessed the spiritual energy of an archmagus of the 9th rank.
Not bad. The man smiled and nodded. You are Linley? I am. Linley nodded as well. My name is Fane, F-A-N. The man smiled. Master instructed me to come welcome you. You drank dragon's blood in order to gain the ability to transform, I believe. You aren't a pure Dragonblood warrior, right? HRM? Linley frowned. After hearing about your dragon form's appearance, I deduced this. I've met other Dragonblood warriors of your Baruch clan. Fane said with a calm laugh. So what if I did drink dragon's blood? Linley responded.
The eldest disciple, Fane, sighed with emotion. Based on what I know, the pure Dragonblood warriors have tremendous potential, while the variant Dragonblood warriors who drank dragon's blood have slightly less potential. If you were a pure Dragonblood warrior, upon reaching the peak of your power, you would probably be able to do battle with me. Even the potential of a variant Dragonblood warrior most likely is greater than yours. Linley was very unhappy with the way this eldest disciple was speaking.
Fane frowned.
He was a person of great status. Even the so-called most powerful saint in the world, the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, was nothing more than a junior in Fane's eyes, not even worthy of his attention. He truly was rather dissatisfied with the way Linley had just spoken to him. But when he thought of the instructions the war god had given him, Fane simply smiled, no longer allowing himself to be angry.
Indeed. Supreme warriors, even non-pure ones, still have higher potential than normal people. Fane smiled, then glanced at the nearby Castro. Apprentice brother, you can go back now.
For now, I will attend to Linley.
Yes, senior apprentice brother.
Castro said very respectfully. He then looked at Linley meaningfully, signaling with his eyes for Linley to not be too arrogant.
He then left the mountain. Linley took a deep breath.
He, too, understood that here at the War God's College, it was best to be a bit more humble.
Linley, let's sit down and chat.
With a wave of his hand, Fane caused 2 nearby wooden seats to fly over towards them, landing in front of himself and Linley. Seeing this, Linley was extremely puzzled.
What technique had Fane used just now? Linley hadn't sensed him using any battle chi.
I hear that you refused Lord Hadun?
Fane laughed. Even Fane was extremely respectful towards Hadun.
Hadun was, after all, a deity-level expert.
Indeed. Linley nodded. Wise. Fane laughed.
Linley, we should feel very lucky to have been born here in the Yulan continent.
Oh? Linley was somewhat confused.
Fane continued, many saints have already been famous for centuries and have enjoyed all there is to enjoy.
Most of their family members have died of old age.
Without anything tying them down emotionally, a large number of them have gone to the higher planes.
Linley nodded. He understood this.
Eventually, one would grow weary of what the material plane had to offer. After the passage of centuries, all family members who had not reached the saint level would have died long ago. It was very normal for them to eventually decide to go to the higher planes. But what those people do not understand is that many of the experts of the higher planes wish they could come here to the plane of the Yulan continent. A hint of a smile was at the corner of Fane's lips. Linley, 5,000 years ago, many experts from different planes descended to the Yulan continent.
Do you know of this affair? I've heard of it. Linley nodded. I didn't expect you to know about this. Fane nodded. Those countless experts all came to the Yulan continent.
Naturally, it was because there was something about this plane which attracted them.
Fane shook his head inside.
But many saints instead choose to run off to the higher planes, where experts are as common as the clouds.
They give up what is close to them for something far away, Linley, let me just tell you this.
Don't be in a hurry to go to the higher planes.
Stay here.
Eventually, you'll know what huge benefits this plane has to offer. As for what secrets lie hidden within the Yulan continent, for now, I cannot tell you.
Fane said with a laugh. Linley looked at Fane questioningly. Why tell me this? Many saints didn't know about this.
Why had Fane decided to tell him?
Master instructed me to. Fane said. The war god? Linley truly didn't understand it.
This was the second time the war god had assisted him. The first time, he had ordered Emperor Johann to choose Warden, while this time, he had Fane tell him these secrets.
Fane suddenly said, Linley, I hear you are quite powerful. Let's spar together. What do you say? Linley's eyes lit up. He immediately nodded. To train with someone on the level of Fane would definitely be beneficial.
With a flip of his hand, Linley retrieved his blood-violet flexible sword. Leaping backwards, he retreated at high speed, while at the same time, those black scales covered his body, and those sharp, ferocious spikes appeared as well. Staring at Linley's cold, remorseless dark golden eyes, Fane sighed in praise.
This variant dragon form of yours seems to be quite special. Come. Are you ready?
Linley was already chanting the words to the wind shadow spell.
Ready. Linley nodded.
Looking at Linley, Fane recalled his master's instructions.
He couldn't help but let out a resigned sigh.
The reason he actively asked Linley to spar was also at the behest of the war god. According to the war god, it was time to let Linley have an idea as to how powerful the true experts of the continent were.
Linley, I am extremely fast. Be careful.
Fane said with a smile. In fact, Linley had chosen to use Blood Violet precisely because he had heard that Fane was fast. Blood Violet could reach an astonishing level of speed when used correctly.
Let's begin. Fane's eyes lit up.
Swish! An azure light suddenly flowed out from Fane's body, so powerful that it crackled and popped.
Fane suddenly moved.
Linley only felt an azure bolt of lightning suddenly streak towards him, at least twice as fast as Olivier's top speed. This terrifying speed rendered Linley completely unable to dodge.
How frightening!
Linley leapt backwards while hurriedly transforming Blood Violet into a tornado of movement, creating countless flashes of violet light which attacked that azure bolt of lightning. Profound truths of the wind, rippling wind.
Linley didn't dare to use any other techniques. If he were to use the tempos of the wind instead, he probably wouldn't even be able to touch his opponent.
Only by using this extremely fast technique could he just barely defend himself.
Bam! A terrifying force struck onto the tip of Blood Violet.
And then, Linley could clearly sense that azure bolt of lightning seemed to be transmitted through Blood Violet towards him, striking onto his black scales.
Bang!
It was as though a heavy warhammer had struck Linley's soul. Linley flew upwards, then immediately collapsed onto the floor, his entire body trembling as that azure lightning continued to ripple across Linley's body. His entire body felt paralyzed. Linley could sense that his muscles had lost all power, and he was barely able to remain conscious. After a long period of time, Linley finally regained full consciousness, and his forelimbs and his muscles slowly gained strength as well. Only now did Linley stand up, staring at Fane with disbelief. When he had dueled with Olivier, Linley had believed himself to be a peak stage saint, which meant that there should be very few people in the continent capable of defeating him. But now, after sparring with Fane, he realized that the difference between himself and Fane was extremely vast. Fane was twice as fast as him. Although that didn't sound like much, when engaging in a battle of speed, even a tiny advantage in speed meant the faster party held an advantage.
Twice as fast, this was an unbridgeable gap.
There was no way for him to counterattack. What's more, that lightning attack had stunned his very soul. Fane had actually held back from using his full power as he had not wished to injure Linley.
What, you can't believe it? Fane sat back down on his wooden chair, laughing. Linley's mind was in a state of chaos. Although I knew that you were strong, Mr. Fane, I couldn't resist at all. Mr. Fane, have you reached the deity level? No. I'm still just a peak stage saint. Fane shook his head. I'm also a peak stage saint. But, Linley couldn't understand. Laughing, Fane looked at Linley, then sighed with emotion.
Linley, don't be fooled by the 4 words, peak stage saint level. In the eyes of experts such as us, the so-called peak stage doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is how much and how well you understand the laws. If you understand just the tiniest bit of the laws, then you are a peak stage saint in the eyes of ordinary people.
Fane said disdainfully. Linley was startled. Right.
That was indeed the case. When Linley's proficiency with the sword had reached the imposed level, that was merely borrowing the imposing force of the heavens and the earth. It didn't have anything to do with the laws. But the techniques he had developed based on the profound truths of the earth and the 2 techniques he had developed based on the profound truths of the wind, the rippling wind and tempos of the wind techniques, were indeed based on what he himself knew was but a tiny bit of understanding of the laws. According to what Master says, the elemental laws are as vast and boundless as the seas. If you've understood a single drop of water in those seas, you are a peak stage saint. If you've understood 100 drops of water, you are still a peak stage saint. But there is a huge difference between the 2. A hint of loneliness could be seen on Fane's face. The elemental laws truly are vast and boundless. Supposedly, only after mastering 1% of a law can one reach the demigod stage. As for you and Olivier, you haven't even mastered 0.01%. Fane laughed as he glanced at Linley. Tell me. Although both of you have gained some insights, can your insights compare with the likes of those of us who have been training for thousands of years? Linley understood. No matter how much of a genius he was, he had spent less than 10 years meditating on the elemental laws. And Fane? He had been doing the same for thousands of years. Even if Fane wasn't as talented as him, how could his understanding of the laws be lower than Linley's? Linley, most of the famous saints in the world, such as that monolithic sword saint Hatesun, all became famous in the past millennium. Those true experts who have been training for thousands of years are all far past the point of caring about worldly fame. All of them are meditating and training in private. Linley was stunned. The monolithic sword saint had the reputation of being the most powerful saint, after all.
Those lists and rankings that you might have heard about are nothing more than the experts which most people of the continent know about. Do you know how powerful the experts you are unaware of are? All of the lucky survivors of those battles from 5,000 years ago have been in training in secret since then. I refuse to believe that they would be willing to leave the plane of the Yulan continent. A hint of a smile was on Fane's face. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 22, The War God Summons. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 22, The War God Summons. After saying these words, Fane turned and walked to the edge of the peak, allowing the wind to buffet his long robes. As for Linley, he continued to sit there, digesting what he had just learned. From the planar overseer, Hudun, Linley had learned that upon reaching the saint level, one could leave the plane of the Yulan continent. From Fane, Linley had learned that the Yulan continent's plane contained a major secret. The descent of those experts from other planes 5,000 years ago was also related to this mystery. Actually, it was already quite incredible that Linley had reached his current level at the tender age of 27. After all, those extremely powerful experts who were training in secret here in the Yulan continent had all been training for countless years. Phew! Linley let out a long breath. Why worry about so much? As long as my little brother and I are happy, and as long as I can exterminate the Radiant Church to avenge my parents, I should feel satisfied. Linley's current goals required that he reach a certain level of power. As for Linley himself, he truly enjoyed the path of training. The path of training was filled with obstacles, treacherous cliffs, and dangers. Many powerful people had lost their lives on this path. How few would actually reach the pinnacle? In the entire Yulan continent, there were only 5 deities. Ever since embarking on this path, Linley's goal was to stand at the very pinnacle of the Yulan continent. When he had embarked on this path as a youth, Linley had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of death and failure. When I was 6, because I was unable to train in Dragonblood Battlechi, my dream was to become a warrior of the 7th or 8th ranks. Afterwards, I not only became a Dragonblood warrior, I also became the Genius Magus of the Holy Union. When I was young, I dreamed of eventually reaching the saint level. And now, I have become a peak stage saint. A hint of a smile was on Linley's lips. He had confidence. Fane? In the not-too-distant future, I will defeat him as well. Linley felt full of excitement. The more experts he surpassed and the greater the heights he achieved, the more satisfied he felt. What truly moved a person wasn't the results he gained, but the overcoming of setbacks and breakthroughs which one made on the path to success. Fane turned his head, looking at Linley. Rest here for now. At nightfall, I will take you to see Master. Fane smiled. The War God? Linley frowned. The War God wanted to personally meet with him. Naturally, Master has something he wishes to discuss with you. Just train here quietly for now. If there is anything you need, you can ask me. Fane didn't want to waste any more time on Linley. He walked to a stone that had already been polished smooth by him sitting on it countless times. Seating himself in the meditative stance, he closed his eyes. Linley stared at the meditating Fane. What exactly does the War God want? Linley didn't think about it for too long, as he also sat down and began to quietly meditate. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, the sun had set. Fane had been quietly meditating on the boulder. Suddenly, his body began to turn blurry, then disappeared from atop the boulder and reappeared next to it. Seeing that Linley had been quietly meditating this entire time, Fane couldn't help but secretly nod. True experts had to learn how to endure solitude. For example, Olivier had quietly meditated by himself atop the desolate mountain for 3 full years. Linley, in turn, had spent 3 painstaking years training in the mountain range of magical beasts. If one couldn't endure solitude, one's level of talent wouldn't make a difference. Linley, it is about time. Come with me to meet Master. Fane smiled. Linley opened his eyes as well, and immediately followed Fane. Fane walked to the side of the peak, and then began to fly downwards. Although Linley wasn't able to fly in human form, Linley leapt off the peak as well, allowing himself to gracefully drift downwards. Based on his mastery of the wind, Linley could slow down the rate of his descent. Soon, Fane landed at the halfway point down the mountain, and Linley landed as well. Come in with me. Fane headed straight for a natural tunnel. Linley felt rather puzzled. The War God actually lived in a tunnel? The tunnel curved left and right. After a long time, it ended in that deep, bottomless pit. Looking down into it, nothing but darkness could be seen. Let's go down. Fane jumped down directly, and Linley followed him. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two fell down at high speed. Linley was secretly shocked. We've definitely fallen for at least 2,000 meters. We're below the ground level by now.
After falling for a long period of time, Fane and Linley gracefully floated to the ground. And then, Linley followed Fane as they continued to move through the tunnel, but as they did, the tunnel's temperature grew higher and higher.
What a high temperature!
Even Linley didn't dare to resist this terrifying heat with his body alone. He had to use his battle chi to protect the soles of his feet, and even his skin and head was covered by a layer of azurish black battle chi. Without the protection of his battle chi, most likely Linley would have caught on fire. The surrounding stone walls were all red with heat. After walking for a while, Linley saw a pitch-black stone door in front of him. Despite the extremely high temperature, the stone door hadn't turned even the slightest bit red. Clearly, it was made from no ordinary material. Whoosh! Gusts of hot air came from the other side of the door, carrying with it a faint, majestic presence. Faced with this majestic presence, Linley actually felt the sudden urge to bow down towards it.
Master, I've brought Linley,
Fane said respectfully.
The war god?
The war god was past this door. Linley had previously been calm, but now, his heart couldn't help but begin to beat faster. He was actually standing in front of one of the 6 ultimate experts of the Yulan continent, with only a stone door separating them.
All right. Fane. You can leave now. A calm voice rang out.
Yes, master. Fane respectfully departed. Linley still stood there, quietly waiting for the war god to address him.
Linley. 27 years old.
An archmagus of the 9th rank who was already embarked on the path of understanding the laws, the war god's voice remained very calm.
Linley, you aren't bad. Linley frowned.
He could sense that the war god's voice seemed to be causing his soul to shudder. He had the sense that if the war god was to raise his voice a little bit, it would cause his soul to dissipate and collapse.
Thank you for your praise, war god, Linley said humbly.
I have already instructed Fane to tell you that which you need to know. Outside the door, there is a scarlet talisman of command.
Take it. From today forward, you can be considered to be someone belonging to my side,
the war god said calmly.
Linley's heart shook. Considered to be someone belonging to the war god's side?
He turned to look at the side of the door. Indeed, atop a flat rock, there was a scarlet red talisman, which slowly rose into the air and began to fly towards Linley.
Atop the talisman, a single engraved word could be seen: war. What is this war god thinking? I'll be considered as belonging to his side? Linley felt somewhat unhappy.
The war god was forcibly recruiting him without even asking or negotiating with him. The war god's calm voice once more rang out, given your current level of power, you actually aren't yet qualified to receive this talisman. However, I believe you will reach that level sooner or later, which is why I am giving it to you in advance. Once you have this talisman, you will be qualified to investigate the secrets of the Yulan continent.
The secrets of the Yulan continent? Linley said.
When your human form reaches the saint level, or when you defeat the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, come find me again. By then, you will be qualified to know the secret. Only then would you truly be worthy of this talisman, the war god said calmly. From the war god's words, Linley could sense a certain lonely arrogance. In the war god's eyes, the current Linley wasn't even qualified to possess this talisman. In his eyes, Linley's power was indeed quite weak. Linley knew his own limits as well. War god, Linley said respectfully. You just said when my human form reaches the saint level, or when I defeat the monolithic sword saint? Does that mean you, war god, feel that only after my human form reaches the saint level will I be able to defeat the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun? The war god was momentarily silent. That monolithic sword saint is reputed to be the world's strongest saint. Although in the eyes of those other peak stage saints who lie hidden throughout the world, he doesn't live up to that reputation. Hadesun's current level of power can still be considered on par with those who have trained for thousands of years. Linley understood. As for reaching the saint level in your human form, if you remain unable to defeat Hadesun even after your human form reaches the saint level, then I will feel embarrassed on your ancestors' behalf, the war god said calmly. Linley laughed. Clearly, as far as the war god was concerned, once Linley's human form reached the saint level, Linley should definitely have surpassed Hadesun. But the war god seemed to currently feel that he was not yet able to overcome Hadesun. I refuse to believe that the war god knows about the true offensive power of my profound truths of the earth, Linley said to himself. Although the war god possessed divine power, he wasn't omniscient. Linley, let me offer you a word of advice, the war god suddenly said. War god, please speak.
Linley's eyes lit up, and he immediately listened carefully. The war god had become a deity over 5,000 years ago. His advice could allow Linley to avoid many missteps. That calm voice rang out from behind the stone door. The elemental laws contain all sorts of truths. What you need to do is select a single path and follow it to its conclusion. It is best if you don't simultaneously train in multiple paths. Linley was startled. The elemental laws were indeed quite boundless. For example, Linley was currently analyzing two aspects of the elemental laws of wind. The first one was speed, the ultimate speed. The second was in single-target sword attacks, such as his tempos of the wind. War God, why should I select just one path? Linley asked. Naturally, if you so desire, you can simultaneously analyze multiple aspects of the elemental laws. No one can force you not to do so. Whether or not you choose to take my advice is up to you. Alright, I am finished. You can leave now. The war god said calmly. Linley hurriedly said, War God, I would like to ask, what sort of power or authority does this talisman confer upon me? Possessing this talisman is a symbol that you are qualified to enter the ranks of those who know the secrets of the Yulan continent. As for everything else, even if you die, I won't get involved. You must rely on yourself. Then War God, I would like to ask, right now, how many deities exist on the Yulan continent? Ever since meeting Fane, Linley had been wondering. Was it possible that the Yulan continent had more than just 5 deities? In total, there are 5. The war god said calmly. That Caesar broke through just a few years ago. Linley felt secretly relieved. The Yulan continent only had a few deities standing at its peak after all. War God, why did you give me this talisman? Previously, why did you help my younger brother? Linley asked. Linley had been puzzled about this the entire time. What sort of relationship did the war god have with him? As far as Linley could tell, the war god shouldn't need anything from him. After all, the war god was far more powerful than him. You asked too many questions. The war god's voice turned cold. You can go back now. For now, don't think about too many things. Focus on your training. After you defeat Hadesun, or after your human form reaches the saint level, come find me again. Hearing that the war god was starting to grow annoyed, Linley knew how he should act. War God, I bid you farewell then. Linley immediately left. Casting the wind shadow spell, Linley flew out of the deep pit, then exited the tunnel. After exiting the tunnel and allowing the mountain wind to buffet him, Linley let out a long breath. Despite being separated from the war god by a stone door, Linley still felt enormous pressure when speaking to the man. Someone belonging to his side? Linley stared at the scarlet talisman in his hand. The scarlet talisman occasionally flashed with golden light. Linley had never seen this sort of material before. With a flip of his hand, Linley stored the scarlet talisman into his interspatial ring, then headed down War God Mountain. On the way down, Linley was still thinking about the war god's final bit of advice. The elemental laws contain all sorts of truths. What you need to do is select a single path and follow it to its conclusion. His current focus was the throbbing pulse of the world. Linley shook his head. Without thinking about it any longer, he left War God Mountain and returned to the imperial capital. The next time Linley would return to War God Mountain, it would be after he defeated Hadesun, or when his human form reached the saint level. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.